Chapter 001 Passing Through the Dimension, Mikami Kinoshita. 3 months later. A huge explosion occurred in the laboratory where Lu Yun was working. It is said that this is a nuclear weapons test, comparable to the most powerful known hydrogen bomb. The heads of state also acknowledged this statement. However, the real content has long been concealed. The other dimensional plan is a plan that is kept secret from all human beings. Few people know that in this remote generation, a great scientist with an unparalleled age was born, and he once carried out an exploration plan in a different dimension. A young scientist codenamed Lu Yun, just like this, drowned in the long river of history. Gray space. No, space is beyond description. This is an extremely distorted dimension. The space has been indescribable, and the human mind has been unable to describe. Here again, time is just a small factor that makes up the elements of the universe. A dimension is distorted, changing, time and space, everything is like a child's play here. Absolutely inexplicable with today's technology. All kinds of beating particles, matter, antimatter, photons, black holes, distorted dimensional space, dimensional rays that run through everything, and flattened dimensional surfaces. Zone where living things shouldn't exist. This is the depths of the universe, the cracks of the dimension. In the crack, a twisted figure is changing and struggling. The almost collapsed body was in great pain, but that wanton smile didn't stop for a moment. It is Lu Yun. Lu Yun never imagined that at the last moment, he actually succeeded. He has captured the trail of a dimension. Success. Succeeded. At the last moment, I actually succeeded. Is this the high latitude of dimensional space beyond common sense? It's amazing, it's amazing. I finally proved its existence. Lu Yun roared excitedly. No one can understand Lu Yun's joy at this moment. For more than 10 years, he has been considered a lunatic by others, but Lu Yun has not given up for a moment, and has been exploring this unknown world. The various doubts and speculations that have been endured for more than 10 years are incomprehensible to ordinary people. Now, I finally proved myself right. The anime world exists. Everything is there. Your own Sherinon must be inextricably linked with the different dimensional world. That terrifying and bloody night, what was the memory that I had forgotten about? Lu Yun's heart is very happy. However, the joy only lasted for a while, and Lu Yun was troubled by a new problem. He crossed. He proved the existence of a different dimension and captured a brand new world, which was undoubtedly a success. But he ended up taking himself into this. Lu Yun never thought of it. He seems to have crossed the dimension. Lu Yun is just a helpless scientist. His mission is to do research. How could he ever think of going through it in person? Even if you want to cross, you have to prepare some high-tech weapons in advance. It was so sudden this time. You are just a mere human being. How can you survive in a chaotic world? If it's an ordinary school anime world, that's all, I can continue my research and develop my Sherinon. But if I go to a world like Dragon Ball with an explosive force value, I'd better wait to die. God bless, Sherinon, you also have to bless me. Endless darkness swept over. Lu Yun felt a sting in his eyes, and his bones seemed to be distorted by the dimension. The body is constantly twisted, and the consciousness is gradually lost. Lu Yun's body is constantly twisted. In the dimensional space, time is also one of the dimensions. Lu Yun actually reverted to the size of a baby along the axis of time. Lu Yun turned out to be a baby. Completely reborn. When Lu Yun couldn't feel his existence and his consciousness was completely lost, he finally landed in a brand new world. Mom, look, there's a little kid there. Mom. In the haze, Lu Yun heard such a voice. A little girl 1,000 years old, dressed like a little angel, ran over to where Lu Yun was. A pair of watery eyes blinked, pure as stars. He bent down, pinched Lu Yun's face, and then giggled and smirked, spilling a silver bell-like laughter. Mom, Mom, this little brother is so pitiful, his parents must have wanted him, Mom, can we? The little girl looked at her mother with bright eyes and asked. Does Kagam want a younger brother? The mother touched Kagam's head and asked. This is an ordinary mother with the same maternal love and tenderness as many mothers. Think. Kagam wants to. Then Kagam should think about it clearly. As an older sister, you must take good care of your younger brother. This is a lifetime promise. Can Kagam do it? The mother asked again with a smile. Gao Wei can do it? Gao Wei is so nice. Mother smiled lightly and bent down, picking up Lu Yun from the ground. Suddenly, I saw Tomo slowly spinning in baby Vivi's open eyes. The bloody bottom case, unknown, bloody, weird, that is, does not belong to the eyes of normal people. Under the shade of the Makami tree, there was a sudden gloomy cold. After hesitating for a while, Kagam's mother's eyes softened, thinking that this child must have been abandoned by his parents because of these ominous eyes. What a poor child! Mi Shenmue, may you bless this child for a safe life. I meditated a sentence in my heart, took Kagam's little hand, and my mother walked towards the Higurashi shrine. As for Kagam, after receiving her mother's reply, she immediately smiled and stared at the little Lu Yun, chatting like a cheerful lark. Little Kagam had a bright smile on her face, warmer than the sun. P.S. Chapter 002 _ Humans are not as good as demons. Years go by, a few years in the blink of an eye. It has been a full year since Lu Yun came to this world. In the span of 20 years, Lu Yun has gone from a babbling baby to a glorious, elementary school student. Currently studying in an elementary school in Tokyo, he is known as a genius once in 100 years. He was personally received by the mayor of Tokyo and received a scholarship for several consecutive years. It sounds very cool. However, it was of no use. Lu Yun has more pressing things to do. Years, to this world for a whole year. Over the years, Lu Yun has finally figured out the true face of the world after a series of investigations. Here is the world of Inuyasha. An anime world that Lu Yun is very familiar with. Life, in order to study different dimensions, Lu Yun carefully browsed all the animes. It can be said that there is no anime that Lu Yun does not understand. Lu Yun is very familiar with the world of Inuyasha. This is a world where monsters and humans coexist. A world that cannot be explained by ordinary scientific theories. Lu Yun even more was that the family who adopted him was actually the female protagonist Kagam's family in Inuyasha. Lu Yun's current full name is Higurashi Lu Yun. As a scientist in the previous life, he only had a code name, and now, he finally has his own name. And Higurashi Kagam is Lu Yun's veritable sister. I climbed up on the big tree of the heroine of the number 1 self. And probably because of the butterfly effect. In the original work, Kagam has a younger brother, Higurashi Kuzeta. With the arrival of Lu Yun, Higurashi Kuzeta was not born, and now there is only Higurashi Lu Yun. The sun is gradually setting in the west. Higurashi shrine is bathed in a warm yellow hue, accompanied by the whirring of the wind. In the open space in the shrine, Lu Yun was holding a wooden tachi, waving it again and again, every time it was serious and unwilling to slack off in the slightest. The first knife, the second knife, the third knife. 10 knives, 90 knives, 100 knives. From the initial knife to the hundreds of knives now, every movement is exactly the same as the previous one, without the slightest change. The degree of accuracy is shocking. Sweat dripped down, Lu Yun's clothes were already wet. However, Lu Yun's movements still did not stop at all, repeating the simplest movements again and again. The breathing gradually increased, but Lu Yun still persisted. and every time he swings the knife, Lu Yun is still gradually adjusting his subtle movements. Lu Yun did not practice randomly, but in a planned way. The most blunt movements, practice several times. The most lethal movements must be practiced to the best of their ability. Persist in. Persist in. Persistence is victory. 300 knives? 400 knives? 500 knives? Hundreds of knives? 900 knives? 1,000 knives? The veins on his arms gradually burst out, and Lu Yun was still holding on. His right arm was already trembling, and it seemed that it was not his own. The sweat on his forehead was dripping down, and his eyes were almost invisible. Breathing heavier and heavier, the world swayed, almost upside down. But Lu Yun was still swinging the knife. Persist in. Persist in. Persevere and you will win. Turn every action into your most subconscious instinct. What kind of epiphany, what peerless swordsmanship, does not exist here? All are bluffing. Comprehension. Feel the head. Only the hardest training, day after day, is the only way to reach the top. Hard work is the fastest shortcut. Hoo-hoo, 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 hoo-hoo. Lu Yun's breathing became more and more chaotic, his arms shook suddenly, paused for a few seconds, and after adjusting his breathing, he waved the knife in his hand again accurately and exactly. 1,230 knives, 1,231 knives, 1,322 knives. Simple action. Accurate to ultimate S movements. This kind of thing, Lu Yun has been doing for a whole year. From the age of 4, Lu Yun began to train hard when he was sure that heavy-duty exercise would not leave damage to himself. Little by little, gradually add the exercise load. As a scientist, Lu Yun knows how to best practice. Knowing how to practice will not leave muscle damage. Learn more about how to get the most out of your progress, etc. After years of constant practice during the summer and winter, and hard practice day after day, if Lu Yun had a close fight with an adult now, he could easily knock him down. If there is a knife, it can kill in seconds. It's a pity. It's a pity that this is a world of monsters. Drink. Bang. The wooden knife suddenly left his hand and fell to the ground, like an iron block falling to the ground. A large piece of dust splashed, and the ground shook vigorously. Obviously, the wooden knife was extremely heavy. Then Lu Yun also seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. He couldn't even grasp the knife with his 5 fingers. He sat on the ground with his buttocks, sweating profusely, gasping for breath. The clothes were completely soaked. As if dead. However, the feeling of sufficiency under the tiredness made Lu Yun extremely fond of it. This is, as opposed to scientific research, the satisfaction of doing it yourself, the feeling that I have never tasted in my previous life, the refreshing and hearty feeling of fighting for my life. Unfortunately, after all, it is a human body. It would be great if you could transcend into a monster. A monster with a slightly noble bloodline does not need to cultivate, and it will become stronger and stronger with age. That is, their instincts are like the growth of a human body. The trained monsters are even more incredible. And the blood of monsters with extremely noble bloodlines, once the blood of monsters in the body is awakened, its combat power will increase geometrically. For example, the dog clan, they have been extremely powerful monsters from generation to generation, and they envy me to death. Humans are not as good as demons. Lu Yun let out a long sigh. Lu Yun was quite dissatisfied with his human body. Humans are not as good as monsters. This is a fact. Small arms and legs, just like a small Shota, although physical strength, after his own scientific and accurate, long-term care and exercise, has been comparable to the average adult, but compared with the monster, still far behind. Even the 100-footed demon who was the first to appear in the original book could crush a large group of villagers. That was the ancient times of war, when people's strength was much greater than that of modern people. But a scoundrel like Beja still crushes hundreds of people. That's just a goblin monster. The innate advantage of monsters is too strong. Even if human beings try 100 times harder, it is difficult to catch up. But the status quo is already like this, and it is useless for Lu Yun to complain. Using all resources, cherishing every minute and second of time, and accelerating the growth of strength should be considered at this time. A few minutes of rest, and then another set. Lu Yun muttered to himself. He still didn't want to waste the minutes of rest, took out several books such as Basics of the 5 Elements of Onmyoji, Introduction to Onmyoji, Theory of Shikigami, and read them carefully. Under the cool shadow of Mikamiki, Lu Yun's physical strength recovered very quickly. The first world, the grandson of Inuyasha plus Slicker Demon. Inuyasha is the main body, and Slicker has some plots of the 1,000-year-old magic capital. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it, I will write it clearly and clearly. The second world Hokage, the third world Reaper. The sequence after that is to be determined. Other. There is a description related to the work, and the world that has been decided to write is listed. You can see it, and you have a good idea in your heart. Finally, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for click sell cute and roll, ask for everything. Chapter 003 _ I have a sister named Kagam. After another group practice, Lu Yun finally finished the evening knife swing training after the total number of sword swings. The arm is sore and numb, it doesn't look like it is his own. Not only the arms, but also the waist, legs, and the whole body are sore. Every part is exhausted. Swinging a knife with the arm is a layman's practice. The scientific method of swinging a knife is to use all the strength of the whole body to swing the knife. The strength of the waist, the strength of the legs, the strength of the upper arm, the strength of the forearm, etc., all the strength is concentrated on the knife in the hand. In this way, the slashed knife will drive the strength of the whole body, and it will have a terrifying explosive power. Otherwise, Lu Yun wouldn't be able to swing a knife and would be as tired as a dead pig. You know, Lu Yun has already damaged more than a dozen wooden knives by swinging the knife in the air. You can imagine its power. At this moment Lu Yun was sweating profusely, like a rain. It is extremely difficult to move. Hoo hoo, it's the limit. If you continue to practice, your muscles will be damaged, which will affect tomorrow's training. Scientific training is the king, hoo. Lu Yun was covered in sweat and muttered to himself. After struggling to get up from the ground, Lu Yun did not leave immediately or rest, but stretched his limbs and did some relaxing movements to relax his muscles and bones and relieve muscle fatigue. Every movement is just right, very ergonomic. After long-term high-load operation, muscles require a series of movements to accelerate recovery. The joints also need a little movement to recover. This is the most scientific method of training. It is also the most time-saving method. Efforts may not succeed. The correct method is more important. Minutes later, Lu Yun's restoration work is complete. After recovering a level or two of strength, Lu Yun picked up the 7 books about Onmyoji on the ground and walked to the far home. The setting sun has been half covered by the clouds, and today Lu Yun's training is as late as ever. Sister Kagam just got out of school. Mom also has dinner ready. As for Lu Yun's grandfather, he found a series of books for Lu Yun from the remote corner of Higurashi Shrine. With the appearance of a god stick, he shouted, Xiaoun, look, see what Grandpa found for you. I found a few more books on Onmyoji in the cellar of our shrine, ha 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 ha, are you happy? This is the treasure passed down from generation to generation in our Higurashi shrine. With them, the monsters would not dare to come, ha 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 ha. Higurashi shrine is an ancient shrine. There are many books about onmyoji here. After learning that Lu Yun was interested in onmyoji, the old man was as happy as he found a confidant. He even took the trouble to tell Lu Yun all kinds of ghost stories. In fact, the old man did not understand this at all, it was all hearsay. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun was very patient. He listened carefully to every story, and even asked a lot of specific information about ghosts. "Grandpa, you are misleading Xiaoun. Where can there be monsters in modern society?" A clear and complaining voice came. Undoubtedly, it was Lu Yun's older sister, Kagam. Kagam never believed in onmyoji, ghosts, and the like. Parking the car in the courtyard, Kagam happily ran towards Lu Yun. A cool school uniform and a pair of beautiful legs under a light green short skirt are long and agile. Fragmented bangs are flowing, full of the youthful atmosphere of a girl. Kagam has a sunny and infectious temperament on her body, and everyone who sees her will be deeply infected. That is the purest and purest mind, the clear breath that exudes. Walking in front of Lu Yun, Kagam looked at Lu Yun with some distress and said, "Xiaoun, you've already won the first prize in the junior kendo competition, why are you practicing so hard? Look, your face is sweaty, are you tired?" Kagam took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Lu Yun's face. "Not tired." Lu Yun laughed, enjoying the wiping of Kagam's concern. "It's no wonder you're not tired. Look at you, you're covered in sweat." Seeing her brother practicing so hard day after day, Kagam felt very sad. Brother is a genius. God learned to speak. Learned to walk in half a month. Have self-taught all courses below high school. Last year, at the All Japan Kendo competition, he broke into the junior group under the age of 1, and defeated his opponent with an overwhelming advantage in the final. Become a genius boy of Akatsuki, a household name in Japan. The younger brother is almost omnipotent. As long as the younger brother is willing to learn, there is no one who can't learn. In Kagam's eyes, the trust in Lu Yun surpasses anyone else. Brother is a genius. But the younger brother always seems to be in a hurry, always worrying about something. The younger brother has a mature and stable body that does not belong to this age, and he is even too busy. Race against time, make full use of all the time, and work hard. It's a life-threatening madness. Although Lu Yun didn't say it, Kagam could feel it. What did my brother hide? What the hell is my brother trying to do? Xiaoun, you don't have to work so hard, seeing as you are so, other children are playing, do you want to play with them? What are you worrying about? Don't work so hard on yourself. Kagam looked hesitant, her nose was sore, and her tone trembled. Sister, you are so annoying. Go, eat. Lu Yun giggled, Isho, interrupted. Holding her sister's hand, she jumped all the way, pretending to be a cute little Shota, her face full of sunshine, and walked to the door in the distance. Xiaoun. Okay, sister, there is an old saying in China, if you eat hard and suffer, you will be the best. Xiaoun, you are showing off your knowledge again. Who made me so smart? Xiaoun, don't be so narcissistic, it's not good. After taking over several onmyoji books from Grandpa, Lu Yun said thank you, very happy. A piece of laughter gradually overflowed the entire shrine, and a family of 4 gathered together to eat and chat. When Lu Yun is happy, the whole shrine is happy for him. Therefore, even when he is in a bad mood sometimes, Lu Yun has a smile on his face. After that, the whole family will be very happy. This is home. The update is completed today. The next update will be earlier tomorrow. Chapter 004_time does not wait. Xiaoun, speaking of the pair of chopsticks in our hands, that's a lot of story. Long ago, there was a monster named Slipper, it was a legendary monster. At the dinner table, the family sits down and enjoys the quiet time of the night. Grandpa picked up a dish, put it in his mouth and forgot to eat it, and kept telling various stories. In Grandpa's eyes, every corner of Higurashi Shrine has an ancient story, and he has always liked to talk about these things, so he seems to be very knowledgeable. I heard that a monster like the slipper can hide its aura so that people can't see it at all. Is it true, Grandpa? Lu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up and asked. Slicker. This news, Lu Yun also inquired about not long ago. In this world, there are indeed slippery ghosts. Nulayan Group, active in Edo, led the huge group of 100 demons Nightwalk and Kun to the top of the 10,000 demons. That legendary existence. Situation was even worse than Lu Yun expected. Ah! Hide your breath? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I really haven't heard of it, I'm old, I can't remember a lot of things. By the way, in fact, the dishes we ate today are also very good. Come from? Isn't it from my aunt's house? Kagam interjected. Cough, that, ha ha, ha ha ha. Old man Heisho, a little embarrassed. Although it looks awesome. But the old man is actually an ordinary person. Higurashi Shrine has a long history, so there are many legends, some spells, and various books. But this old man actually just likes telling stories. It's really just ordinary greens. Lu Yun nodded. Continue to eat and talk about the world. Hihilele is a very warm picture. Kagam took a bite, looked at Lu Yun and said. That, Xiaoun, you've been reading all kinds of strange books, even those on Onmyoji. You don't really believe in the existence of Onmyoji? Sister, don't you believe it? Lu Yun asked. Of course I don't believe it. However, the Hanakayan family is in Tokyo. The Hanakayan family is a famous Onmyo family in Japan. There is also the Gomanin, and the older Abe Sime and Ashiya Doman, all exist. Onmyoji, not impossible. Lu Yun said with a straight face, then changed his tone and said, and Grandpa has a lot of charms left over from ancient times. Those are all fakes. Unless you use Onmyoji, Xiaoun, I will believe. Kagam said incredulously. Haha, I lost to you sister. Lu Yun said with a smile. But in my heart, I don't think so. I have the greatest effort in swordsmanship, and secondly, Onmyoji. With family, Lu Yun never revealed these paranormal phenomena. The existence of monsters. The world of Onmyoji, Onmyoji. The domineering sword named Kanjayun Kiba at home. All kinds of things, Lu Yun is tight-lipped. Especially for the family, there is no trace of it. Because even if you say it, it will only make others worry in vain. Better stay in my heart. Then, Xiaoun, when do you go to school? Kahi asked. My teacher and I have taken time off. The class is a waste of time. The teacher said that I can go once a week and check my homework every week. Lu Yun said proudly. It's really enviable, if only I were so smart. Hey, I'm worried too, the loneliness in the heights is so cold, who can understand? Mom, look at Xiaoun, you're so proud, it's time to take care of it. Sister, you bully me. You, Xiaoun, when did you become so bad? A warm and cozy dinner for 4 of the Higurashi family. Lu Yun, Kagam, Mother, Grandpa, dined with the 4 of them, and Hilele. This is a rare time when the whole family gathers together. Such a warm picture, Lu Yun likes it very much. Lu Yun cherishes it very much. However, but I don't have much time to figure this out. Lu Yun could only pretend to be happy to make others feel at ease, but in his heart, he was actually very anxious. Time does not wait. Lu Yun is old this year, and her sister is old. Year. There are years, my own age, my sister's age. At that time, the plot of Inuyasha began. How strong can I become in 1 year? How powerful can a knife be? Small arms and legs, can you handle the monster's huge fist? Can you beat those powerful monsters? How can a mere human being compete with those big monsters with super bloodlines? Not to mention Naruto, who has gathered countless monsters and is almost immortal. Not enough. Not enough time. It's too much. If 20 years later, I have the confidence to cope with everything. But in just 2 years, it is not enough, it is too much. The body is not fully developed, this is a fatal flaw. Lu Yun was extremely anxious in his heart, wishing to spend all his sleep time practicing. But reason told him that it would be inefficient and counterproductive. What exactly should I do? How can I become stronger faster? Lu Yun is pressed for time. Past, Lu Yun cherished time very much, but he did not cherish it so much. Even starting a year ago, Lu Yun is still thinking about problems even when eating. While reviewing the knowledge of various onmyoji techniques in his mind, his family joked and laughed. Lu Yun's spiritual power is extremely powerful, which is perhaps the thing that Lu Yun is most proud of. Rebirth, and the rebirth after the spiritual experience of dimensional tempering, makes Lu Yun's spiritual power very strong. Incredibly strong. At least 50 times that of the average adult. Left hand draws squares, right hand draws circles, distraction, 4 uses, thinking about several things at the same time, etc. For Lu Yun, it is not difficult at all. While eating and reviewing onmyoji, Lu Yun handled it with ease. Finally saved some time. You can become stronger, even if it is 1 in 10,000, it is worth the effort. Even if it is a small hope, try your best to grab it. I won't give up a shred of hope. Past and present. It's always been like this, isn't it? Here, sister, your favorite crispy bone. Lu Yun smiled, the smile on his face and the anxiety in his heart were completely separated. He gave Kagam a piece of meat with brittle bones, with the expression of a good little brother. Distraction is not a problem at all for Lu Yun. A question of onmyoji was figured out again, Lu Yun moved on to the next question. Xiaoun is so cute. Kagam smiled lightly, the laughter was sweet and beautiful. The shallow dimples are naturally beautiful and not stained with fine dust. Only the smiley face. The bright smile of my sister, I don't want her to have even the slightest depression or haze, that is her, the most cherished smile. I've always been good. Lu Yun had a Shota-like smile on his face. That's the best. Everything will be handled by myself, and I will do my best to handle it. For the sake of my sister, and for the answer that I have been looking for in my heart. The cause of everything, the beginning of everything. After eating, Lu Yun hummed a song and went back to his room happily. Lu Yun tried his best to appear very happy, at least, he wanted to make himself carefree in the eyes of his family. After returning to the room, Lu Yun immediately put on a serious face, sat on the books on the ground, and began to study the esoteric and complex onmyoji. Time, not enough. Not enough. What am I going to do, how to? Tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, the humidity of the air, the exposure of gecko, etc., the overall weather is the most unfavorable for yokai activities, then the day after tomorrow, except the Jade of the Four Souls, there is nothing I can use now. It's a bit of an adventure, but that's all it takes. There is no time to hesitate, it must be promoted as soon as possible. Chapter with near words. What I want to say is that although the number of words in a chapter is occasionally comparable to a chapter, cough. Chapter 005_4 Soul Fragments. Night, Lu Yun was thinking about the plan for the day after tomorrow. In order to strengthen one's own strength, calculate and switch plans again and again. Humans are really too weak. Compared with the monsters, it is too far away, Even if you want to improve, it is extremely difficult. Even the most scumbag of yokai can grow in strength through cannibalism. The deliciousness of human beings has always been coveted by monsters, not only because it is delicious, but also because it can make monsters stronger. For more advanced monsters, they don't need to rely on cannibalism to increase their strength, which will only make their powers mixed and impure. This kind of monster is basically entering the room, which is not bad. There are more monsters that absorb resentment and grow, monsters that absorb blood and grow, and so on. Even some rare monsters devour each other to enhance their power. There are so many ways for monsters to improve themselves. But humans. It is too weak, and it is difficult to improve the strength, and there are not too many shortcuts. The only way is to practice hard. Even the onmyoji techniques that have been developed over the generations to deal with monsters are not something that everyone can learn. Only talented people have the opportunity to learn yin and yang techniques. The so-called talented people are those who are born with spiritual power. You must know that only one person born with spiritual power can appear in 10,000 people, which is too restrictive. Otherwise, in the war-torn, monster-infested ancient times, why didn't everyone learn onmyoji? Even in modern times, there are only a handful of onmyoji in Japan. Because the threshold is too high. Because ordinary people do not have spiritual power at all. Fortunately, Lu Yun is barely a talented person. When I was old, I found that I had spiritual power that ordinary people did not have. However, Lu Yun is too young. There is still a lot of room for spiritual power to grow, and it is still very weak at the moment. As far as the talent of spiritual power is concerned, Lu Yun is only average among onmyoji. Compared with those outstanding monk masters and witches, there are still many gaps. And it's just that old now. Have you ever seen a person who is fully developed at the age of? This is the time to grow your body. There is no way to improve. There is no quick fix. A child of age, with a fragile body of age, the restrictions are too great, so a little spiritual power, using a few onmyoji techniques will be bottomed out. Then, you can only try extreme methods. Pondered for a long time. Lu Yun raised his head slowly, a deep light shining in his eyes. The light and pure spiritual power, jumping beside Lu Yun, seemed to indicate Lu Yun's excited mood. There is a plan in Lu Yun's mind. This plan, Lu Yun started planning a long time ago, but the time has not come. Today. Although it was a bit risky, Lu Yun could only do so. The Jade of the Four Souls, only you. Lu Yun said to himself, the Jade of Four Souls, this treasure with terrifying allure to monsters, Lu Yun is ready to give it a try. It is rumored that the Jade of the Four Souls can fulfill any wish. You can turn people into monsters, and turn monsters into people. You can make monsters have almost undead bodies and the power to continuously regenerate. Even just a fragment, embedded in the weapon, can greatly increase the power of the weapon. Put it in the body, it can improve its own abilities. Put it on the body of the dead, it can resurrect them. This is an almost heaven-defying power. Invincible power. The Jade of the Four Souls is the main thread that runs through the world of Inuyasha. It possesses mysterious and inconceivable power, and it can definitely make oneself stronger. And what is the structure of the Four-Soul Jade? What is the molecular structure? What is the composition of atoms? What are the basic particles of composition? What is the principle? What is the mechanism of operation? Energy supply? Everything, for Lu Yun, a researcher, is infinitely attractive, so wonderful, so interesting. Lu Yun wants to do some research. Although those who use the Jade of the Four Souls have become inhumane, ghosts, and eventually lose their ego. However, it is because their will is not strong enough, and the method is wrong. I don't believe it, I can't use it myself. My current spiritual power can only perform simple basic 5-element yin and yang techniques, and the power is limited when I use it. It is better to use a direct knife to slash. Powerful yin and yang techniques do not have enough spiritual power to support spiritual power. The total amount is not enough, it is a fatal flaw, and it can't be made up no matter what. The Jade of Four Souls is the only possibility. 10,000 steps back, even if I can't use the Four Soul Jade, if I embed it on my weapon, it can double my combat power. Anyway, this plan is imperative. Imperative. Lu Yun quickly made up his plan. The Jade of the Four Souls must be obtained. Years of time, the final sprint, I must become enough to cope with the plot. I still have many doubts that have not been resolved. How can I die here? Too many surprises in the plot. You must become stronger. Of course. The Jade of Four Souls that Lu Yun wanted to get was not the complete Jade of Four Souls. There is a complete Four-Soul Jade in my sister's body. But that complete Four-Soul Jade, Lu Yun has no confidence to control, it is too strong and difficult to use. In addition, the complete aura of the Jade of the Four Souls is even stronger. Once discovered by monsters in modern society, it will be unimaginable. This is what Lu Yun is most worried about. All unexpected factors should be eliminated as much as possible. So, the fragment of the Four-Soul Jade in the plot. In the plot, the Four-Soul Jade fragment of the Cursed Mask, the Four-Soul Jade fragment that was lost 500 years ago, became Lu Yun's target. To a certain extent, this Four-Soul Jade fragment, and the Four-Soul Jade in her elder sister Kagam, are things located in different time and space and cannot coexist. Because the two were originally one and the same, they only existed at the same time because of the complete time and space travel of the Jade of Four Souls. In Lu Yun's previous life, there is absolutely no such thing, one thing cannot overlap in another time and space. But in this world beyond common sense, there is. But right now, this kind of thing is not something I should consider. After planning everything, Lu Yun quickly fell asleep. Lu Yun's work and rest has always been very standard work and rest, scientific work and rest, even the injection of food, all focus on the most perfect and most scientific. It's all about getting stronger for maximum benefit. The Jade of the Four Souls. Cursed Mask. Lu Yun murmured and fell asleep quickly. Equals. The next day, Lu Yun went to a kendo gym in Tokyo and borrowed a tachi. When practicing kendo, you can only use wooden knives, bamboo knives, etc. Even if there is a real chance to touch a real knife, it is the kind of dull knife, which is not so much a slashing, but a smashing one. Real knives, you can only steal them, and all you can buy on the market are blunt swords. Lu Yun has no hesitation about this. Isn't it stealing? For his own great purpose, all means are not important. Lu Yun, who was exposed to real swords for the first time, was a little excited. Day 3. Lu Yun familiarized himself with real swords, reviewed various onmyoji techniques, prepared various props for subjugating demons, and simulated a dozen battles with demons. After repeated simulations and repeated plans to ensure that nothing went wrong, Lu Yun felt at ease. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Yun had a rare rest. Adjust your essence, chi, and spirit to the peak. 2 days of preparation is to deal with tonight's battle. For the Jade of the Four Souls. The chapter is over. Ask for flowers, ask for favorites, ask for clicks, ask for everything. The new book is actually good at the beginning. My speed will be gradually increased to 4 before it is put on the shelves. I hope everyone can support it. Thank you. Chapter 006_preemptive. Night falls. The Higurashi shrine was dark and there was no moon tonight. Without Gecko, the power of ordinary monsters will be weakened slightly, although it can be ignored. but Lu Yun still counts it. Everyone at Higurashi Shrine has fallen asleep. The lights in my sister Kagom's room also went out. The quiet shrine is full of strangeness. Silent night is best for killing. Crunch. Lu Yun sneaked out of the room, tiptoed, and came out without telling everyone. Dressed in light combat clothing, and armed with a dagger. The knife is 3 feet 3 long. That is centimeters. It's a bit long for a 12-year-old child, but Lu Yun has been practicing day after day, and he has long been used to this kind of length and weight. The shiny blade exudes a cold chill. The curvature of the bend is in line with the principles of mechanics. Lu Yun walked slowly. Tadeo swept through the air one by one random trajectory, each trajectory, standard to the extreme, standard people want to praise its beauty. Even an international kendo master is only at this level. Years of crazy effort, coupled with unrivaled scientific methods. The current Lu Yun is very strong. After an afternoon's rest, Lu Yun's state has been adjusted to the perfect level. Next, it's time to test the gap between himself and the monster. How much stronger can you be than ordinary smashed monsters? Enter the shrine's warehouse. Lu Yun was looking for the cursed mask. The 4-soul jade on the cursed mask is a fragment of the 4-soul jade on Kagom's body after returning to ancient times. It has existed since then. This jade of 4 souls, Lu Yun is determined to win. Lu Yun held his breath, feeling the breath of the monster. A faint wave of spiritual power appeared on Lu Yun's body. The demon power of monsters is completely different from the spiritual power possessed by humans. It is very simple to sense the monster's power with spiritual power to detect it. Lu Yun suddenly turned to look at a remote corner of the warehouse. Found it? There. Cursed mask. A sleeping cursed mask that absorbs the jade fragments of the 4 souls. The mask is very ordinary, it looks like an ordinary mask. No one would have thought that this mask hanging on the wall would be a monster. The evil yokai that occupies the human body and devours the power of human beings. Breathing gently, Lu Yun tried to hide his breath as much as possible. It is best to make a sneak attack before the monsters find it. Calm down. There is no difference between a monster and a human. I am a great researcher who has dissected hundreds of human beings, there is nothing to be afraid of. It is not a monster. It is just a life, all life is just a pile of cells. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lu Yun changed to holding a knife in both hands. He suppressed his strong heartbeat and concentrated like never before. Lu Yun's mental power is very strong, almost as strong as the sky. As mentioned earlier, Lu Yun's mental power is almost at least 50 times that of ordinary people. With such a huge mental power, once you concentrate, that concentration is extremely terrifying, and nothing can distract you. It was the first time I faced a monster, so calm. If they were seen by those onmyoji and monks, they would definitely shout out a genius. The hands are slowly raised above the head. Knee vivi bent. Lu Yun's body is like a tight bow ready to go. After a short pause, it flies out like an arrow from the string. Power is transmitted from the feet. Using the strength of the waist, the strength of the entire body, all transmitted to the arm passed a sharp arc, like a whip thrown out. Concentrate all your strength on the knife. Aged's body is very weak, but as long as it is used flexibly, the power it exerts is still very strong. Lu Yun doesn't understand how mysterious it is. Lu Yun just concentrates every ounce of his body's strength and exerts the greatest advantage. A powerful knife, without the slightest hesitation, landed on the opposite cursed mask. Bang! The sword fell sharply and fiercely. The cursed mask vibrated violently. On the wall, one after another spider web-like cracks spread around. Terrifying power. If the opponent is not a monster but a human, I am afraid it has been cut in two. It's not over yet. Lu Yun fell with the knife, and immediately regained his momentum. After years of hard training, Lu Yun's use of the knife has long been familiar. The force of the rebound was instantly dissipated, and Lu Yun fired again. Second knife. Bang. The cracks in the walls are bigger. After a while of trembling, the stones on the wall fell one after another, and the entire stone wall was trembling. However, haven't played yet. After Lu Yun's second cut, he immediately turned around again. The third knife. Bang. Fourth knife. Bang. The strength of the rebound of each knife was turned around by Lu Yun, turned into the power of the next knife, and hit the cursed mask violently. Final cut. The veins on Lu Yun's hands burst out, and he exerted his strongest strength. Every knife just now, all fell on the same place on the mask, and the last time it arrived, it was still the same. Bang. The knife fell with all his strength, and the huge force directly broke a big hole in the entire wall. The rocks were rolling, and the smoke and dust filled the air. The cursed mask was also completely stabbed out of the wall by this knife and came to the courtyard. The destructive power of the consecutive knives hitting the same place is simply amazing. Above the cursed mask monster, a long crack finally cracked. It worked. With pure slashing, the cursed mask was slashed. On top of the cursed mask, a pair of dark eyes suddenly appeared. UI light at this time, sleeping for many years, and now awakened again. And, it was actually injured by a human. Who is? The breath of man. This is the breath of man. It's human breath. Ah. I want a body. I want a new body. Give me a body, give me a body, give me your body, heh, give me a body, give me. Chapter 007 _ The Power of Monsters. Call _ Lu Yun quickly jumped out of the hole in the wall and came to the spacious courtyard. The warehouse is too narrow, and he has zero combat experience, so he can no longer fight monsters there. What Lu Yun wants is foolproof. You can't hurt yourself at all. Human beings are injured once, and they have to cultivate for a long time and waste a lot of time. Being able to cut the curse mask while it is sleeping, Lu Yun's goal has been achieved. Everything is in his own plan, there is no need to rush. It can't run. The Jade of the Four Souls, 2. As expected of a monster, its body structure is completely different from that of a human being. 5 unsuspecting slashes failed to kill it. In the original book, Inuyasha used Iron Crusher Kiba to slash the monster down. It seems easy, but it's actually not that simple. Iron Crusher Kiba is a demon sword, and it is also the best among demon swords. It's like cutting tofu, and my knife, it's nothing compared to. I failed to kill him, the reason is lack of strength, weapons are also the reason. Lu Yun regretted. If only there was a good weapon, that would be great. A good weapon is too big for the improvement of combat power. If you have a high-quality weapon, such as Mimikamaru, Iron Crusher Kiba, this mask monster is already dead. If you are a monster, with your own wisdom, you can now run amok. If you yourself. Resentment continued. With his own ability and wisdom, even if he is just an ordinary monster, he will be able to hang everything in the coming year. Who made himself so unlucky? Lu Yun complained about his poor innate conditions, while beware of the monsters on the opposite side. I can only blame myself for not having the protagonist's life. Every time I think of my Shota-like body, Lu Yun is always very resentful. Although he is complaining, Lu Yun is not at all relaxed. For the first time fighting a monster, Lu Yun was more cautious and did not take risks to attack, just in case there were any accidents. Watching the monster's movements carefully, Lu Yun paced slowly, ready to go. I want a body, a new body. After the cursed mask let out a shrill roar, it quickly rushed towards Lu Yun. Without legs or hands, he flew towards Lu Yun in the sky, completely violating the law of gravity. The whirring wind sounded, and in the blink of an eye, It was in front of Lu Yun. So fast. Lu Yun hurriedly raised his knife to block. Speed, fuck, more than meters per second casually. It is truly incomparable to human beings. Lu Yun used all his strength to slash forward, and Tachi aimed at the wound of the mask and fell again. Tachi landed precisely on the wound of the masked monster. Boom. The violent impact, Lu Yun's body quickly retreated, and when they met each other, both of his arms were numb, and he couldn't control his body under the huge impact. Back off. Back off. Keep going backwards. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 40 meters. As Lu Yun stepped back, he adjusted the footsteps of his feet to resolve this huge force. After retreating more than 50 meters, he completely resolved this huge force. So horrible. This is the power of monsters. Lu Yun's physical fitness is only equivalent to that of an ordinary adult. But in the face of monsters, it's still not enough. The power that erupted from a collision is vastly different from that of a human being. The body structure of monsters is completely different from that of humans. With one shock, he actually knocked himself back many meters. The fight against pure brute force is tantamount to courting death. Although there was already such a budget before. But when the monster really showed its power, Lu Yun was still shocked by it. Give me the body. Ah, human body, give me. If one strike fails, attack again. The masked monster was flying fast in the air, and flew towards Lu Yun at a faster speed than the last time. The demonic aura pervaded, and the gloomy night added to the fear. A pair of UI-colored eyes emits a frightening light, and a mask shows such a look, and it is also roaring gloomily. You can imagine how terrifying it is. Call _. Bang. The two collided, and Lu Yun once again slashed with all his strength and slashed the masked monster. Once again landed on this monster's wound. In other words, it was the yokai who bumped into it. Click. The crack expanded, adding another point to the monster's injury. The effect of force is mutual. The faster and stronger the speed of the curse mask, the greater the impact force of the knife on the monster in the curse mask. The continuous knife fell on the monster's body, and the mask has been torn apart by more than half. Lu Yun was backing off, pinned down, and seemingly at a disadvantage. And although the cursed mask monster forced Lu Yun back, the injury was getting worse. How stupid! Lu Yun cursed inwardly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Lu Yun's body involuntarily backed up again. A series of heavy footsteps, Lu Yun took a few dozen steps back under the impact of the monster. This time the force was even stronger, and Lu Yun stepped back many meters. The monsters under anger are terrifying, and the brute force possessed by monsters is simply too great. Fortunately, although the strength is great, it is still within the calculation range. As long as the steps are reasonably controlled and those strengths are removed, there will be no injuries at all. It seems to be suppressed and retreating, but in fact, it doesn't matter at all. This kind of low-level monsters with almost no sense are actually very easy to deal with. Although Lu Yun was suppressed, he was not nervous at all. Because everything is being calculated. The odds of winning are 100%. Flesh. I want your body, give me. The masked monster was angry this time, and after being slashed one after another, it's no wonder that he wasn't angry. Without attacking from the front again, it seemed that the frontal attack would hit Lu Yun's blade, so the masked monster flew into the sky, and then swooped down from a high altitude. Low-level monsters, not even full of intelligence, can only attack like this. If you can't rush in front, you can rush in behind. If you can't rush over from behind, then rush over from above. Very simple thinking. In short, no matter how you fight, you will rush over and use all your strength to fight with you. There is no point of combat strategy. This is the limitation of low-level yokai. It is not unreasonable that monsters far stronger than humans have been defeated by humans in the long river of history, so that they are now dominated by humans. So, you lost. Lu Yun smiled, a touch of disdain beyond his words. Although the angry mask monster exuded even more terrifying aura, Lu Yun laughed instead, as if he was winning, watching the cursed mask keep approaching, and only after a certain distance did Lu Yun act abruptly, seems to be waiting for this moment, reaching out and throwing a spell. The spiritual power was input into the spell, and the spell suddenly changed. Fire. Chapter 008_4 Soul Jade Fragments. Fire. The spell instantly turned into a raging flame. A flame was burning in the air. Although it was not big, it was not very hot, and it was a very inconspicuous flame. But this flame glowed with a faint light, and there were fluctuations in spiritual power. This is a fire dedicated to removing demons. For monsters, targeted lethality. The crystallization of human wisdom for thousands of years is no joke. Because the innate advantages are far inferior to monsters, humans have come up with a set of efficient methods to deal with various monsters. In particular, the means to deal with the little monsters are endless. What Lu Yun learned was not just kendo. Onmyoji is still learning. Lu Yun was unable to learn many onmyoji techniques. For the time being, he only used some basic techniques and spells. Therefore, Lu Yun did not spend too much time practicing onmyoji, and most of the time was spent practicing kendo, or the most basic sword swing. But that's enough. After all, the other party is just a little demon. Basic onmyoji is enough. Dive down from high altitude, the speed is faster, and the attack power is stronger, but at the same time, it is more difficult to avoid the attack. It is stupid to be so reckless without knowing the enemy. Lu Yun commented unhurriedly. The sword slowly slashed across the sky. The flame was attached to the Tadeo, condensed but not scattered, as if it was integrated with the Tadeo. The originally shiny blade, huoyui, is like a burning knife. Edge of the blade. Extinguishing demon fire. The sword is enough to deal damage to the monsters, then add the demon subduing fire that restrains the monsters. The addition of the two will at least double the power. Combined with the previous attack on the cursed mask, this knife is enough to kill. Lu Yun held his breath, holding the knife in both hands, the sharp blade aimed at the wound of the cursed mask. The most weakly mask cursed the mask was cut by himself, and the wound has spread to half the face of the mask monster. As long as the knife still falls in this position, it can be completely killed. Call _. Lu Yun's dagger slashed a straight one, a sharp one. It's exactly the same knife as the 3 years of continuous hard work. The importance of the foundation is fully reflected in this moment. The knife with the fire of destroying the demon accurately landed on the face of the cursed mask. Even if it was the last knife, even if there was a slight tension in my heart, the knife still landed on the mask very accurately, without the slightest deviation. Swinging the knife like a day for several years, this simple action has become a kind of body instinct. After the attacking thought appeared, the arm has already completed the slashing strike. The instinct, no matter how flustered it is, will not go wrong. Bang. Click, click, click. The crack expanded instantly. Broken. The masked monster was torn apart by the last blow. Totally knocked out? The burning fire of annihilation, like maggots in the tarsus, burns the mask inch by inch. The entire mask was split in half by Lu Yun's knife and fell to the ground. The shredded flesh seemed to be still struggling, and its vitality was terrifying. Ah! Damn! Damn! Damn human! I want a body, give me a new body, give me, a new, give me. I want, my, body. The debris on the ground is still beating. Although the mask monster was shattered, it was still struggling and roaring. Lu Yun took a deep breath, feeling the depth of this monster's resentment. I'm going to die, and I still want to get a body. Long knife in sheath. Lu Yun closed his eyes and opened them again. In the originally ordinary eyes, there was a tomo in each of them. The UI-colored case exudes a bloody, ominous aura, like a curse. The black tomo on the bottom case, pitch black as ink, slowly revolves, and one can't help but sink into it. Sheri-nan. The Jade of the Four Souls is really hard to find. However, if you have these eyes, it will be very easy. Lu Yun said to himself, pouring spiritual power into Sheri-nan, and the scenery in front of him became clearer and clearer. The field of vision is at least 10 times clearer. You must know that in the original book, it is difficult for ordinary people to find the fragments of the Four-Soul Jade. The fragments of the Four-Soul Jade are extremely difficult to find. Only Kagom's eyesight can accurately find its location. But with Sheri-nan, Lu Yun's eyes stared at the debris on the ground. A small fragment of the Four Souls Jade that exudes radiant light is embedded in the fragments of the mask monster. The faint light, in terms of the degree of strangeness, is no less than Sheri-nan. Found it? Lu Yun picked up the Jade of Four Souls. The debris of the monsters in one place suddenly turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind. The Jade of the Four Souls is finally here. There was an undisguised excitement in Lu Yun's eyes. With the Jade of the Four Souls, you can become stronger. Lu Yun can clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the Jade fragment of the Four Souls. That is a mysterious and huge power that has never been seen before. Everything has a greater grasp. Lu Yun sorted out the scene and quickly returned to the room. Tonight, I will study the Jade of the Four Souls, the principle, power, effect, and everything of the Jade of the Four Souls. Lu Yun is very interested. Higurashi Shrine is quiet. Lu Yun didn't even notice that in the distance Kagom's room, although it was pitch dark, there was a shadow standing quietly at the window. Yes, is it Xiaoun? Kagom stood at the window, looking at the courtyard below in disbelief. From start to finish, Kagom witnessed everything. That masked monster, my brother's sword, strange spells. Everything tonight was so thrilling. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Kagom couldn't believe it. It turns out that the younger brother has been hiding it from her. It turns out that monsters and yin and yang techniques exist. It turns out that the younger brother learns kendo and yin and yang techniques because of this. Is it to keep her from worrying? In the end, brother, how many things have been hidden? Xiaoun. Xiaoun has been doing such dangerous things. What is Xiaoun doing? Why has he been working so hard? What should I do to help you? Xiaoun. The night was bleak. A sleepless night for two. Let's start updating the chapter today. The data hasn't been uploaded yet, but everyone can't wait, so I'll add the update amount. The author has updated. Don't forget everyone's flowers, collections, and clicks. Anyway, these are free, so, just give them to me, ahem. Please ask for help. Chapter 009 _ How to use the Jade of the Four Souls. Lu Yun studied the jade fragments of the Four Souls overnight. For the first time since Lu Yun came to this world, he stayed up all night. Lu Yun is a very planned and regular person. A scientific diet can provide good nutrition and development. A reasonable work and rest can prevent the next day's cultivation from being affected, and only by training day after day can the simplest / be turned into an instinct. Therefore, everything about Lu Yun is very reasonable and regular. But last night, I stayed up all night, studying the jade fragments of the Four Souls all night. It can only be said that the temptation of the jade fragment of the Four Souls is too great. So attractive. Lu Yun is fascinated by the unknown realm. The morning light is slightly due. Higurashi Shrine is shrouded in silence and peace. Lu Yun was still in his room, placing the Jade of Four Souls fragments under a microscope, constantly observing, checking, and exploring again and again. The effect is in two aspects. The power of the Jade of Four Souls is not infinite. It seems that the law of conservation of energy must be obeyed in any time and space. Lu Yun muttered to himself that he had entered scientist mode. Sherry Nan's Tomo slowly rotated, exerting its greatest observation effect under the input of spiritual power. Lu Yun's spiritual power is almost exhausted, and he is still observing with difficulty. The combination of sophisticated instruments and insightful eyes made Lu Yun's research smoother. The mysterious veil of the Jade of the Four Souls was unraveled layer by layer in front of Lu Yun. The power of the Four Soul Jade is mainly in two aspects. 1. Energy supply. 2. Potential stimulation. Lu Yun muttered to himself and fell into madness. There are traces of onmyoji in the room. There are various electromagnetic wave jammers, fragments of simple particle collision machinery. Obviously there is no small damage. One night of research, crazy. The two main functions of the Four Soul Jade made Lu Yun even more delighted. First, energy supply. This one is of course needless to say. The Jade of the Four Souls is a collection of the most terrifying monsters in history, and the crystallization of the power of the strongest witch. The energy contained in it is self-evident. Energy supply, completely possible. Many monsters coveted the power of the Four Soul Jade, causing bloody competition. When a monster gets the Jade of Four Souls, it can become stronger in an instant. Even a tiny bit of the power of the Jade of Four Souls is incalculable for ordinary monsters. The Four Soul Jade is embedded on the weapon, which can make the weapon more powerful. For weapons without life, there is no doubt that this is the unilateral energy supply of the Four Soul Jade. And, moreover, when the energy of the Four Soul Jade is not saturated, it will also absorb the energy of the outside world independently until it is saturated again. Otherwise, no amount of energy will be consumed. Although the speed is slow, from a scientific point of view, this energy adsorption principle also makes perfect sense. The Jade of the Four Souls has enough power to provide monsters, humans, and even ordinary weapons. Amazing. Lu Yun is fascinated by his research. As for the second effect, potential stimulation. This is also well understood. The enhancement mode of the Jade of the Four Souls is not only a kind of energy supply, but also stimulates the potential of the user while supplying energy. And it is stimulated massively, madly, and overdrafted. Stimulate the undeveloped potential of life. Unleash the dangerous potential of yokai. Unleash the power of the dark side of creatures. Inuyasha in the original work, when using the Jade of the Four Souls, even if it is only placed on the kiba, it will be affected. The blood of the big monster sleeping in the body will be forcibly stimulated. The power has soared to the point of insanity. This is the best example. It doesn't matter if it just stimulates the potential, but the Jade fragment of the Four Souls will wildly and excessively stimulate the potential of the holder. It can even be said that there is no bottom line, destructive stimulation. Therefore, it will be very dangerous. The supply of negative energy and the excessive stimulation of overdrawing the potential of life doom those who use the Jade of the Four Souls will not end well. Two main effects. Lu Yun thought about it again and again for a long time. Which one is right for you? Or, use it all. Lu Yun is probably the only one who has used the Jade fragment of the Four Souls in this way. Energy supply, not desirable. Lu Yun pondered for a long time and muttered to himself. The Jade of the Four Souls is to be used, but Lu Yun will not use it casually. In that case, what is the difference between it and the idiots and cannon fodder in the original book? It is very dangerous to accept the energy supply of the Jade of the Four Souls, especially when its essence is not studied clearly. The Jade of the Four Souls has the power of light as well as the power of evil, which can easily corrode people's hearts. I don't have a witch, the pure power of the monks is likely to be affected by the power of the evil side of the Four Soul Jade, which is too dangerous. The human body is too fragile to take risks. If you become a madman and a fool because of this, It's not worth it? Energy supply can only be used on weapons at most. Potential stimulation is suitable for me. Lu Yun finally determined his general policy. Potential to stimulate. What Lu Yun wants to do is naturally to stimulate his spiritual power. Spiritual power is also a kind of energy in this world, the power used by human beings, which is opposite to the demon power of monsters. What a demon possesses is the power of a demon. What man has is spiritual power. And the ghosts in hell should have ghost power. This point, Lu Yun has no chance to investigate, it is not clear for the time being. However, spiritual power, as a kind of energy, can grow. Just like the chakra energy in Hokage and the chi in Dragon Ball, in this world, the energy that very few humans can use is spiritual power. With the increase of age and the stimulation of cultivation, spiritual power can be gradually enhanced. However, Lu Yun is too young and has insufficient spiritual power. This is a flaw. Must improve. He grabbed the four-soul fragment in his hand tightly. In Lu Yun's eyes, fighting spirit is high. How to use energy supply and potential stimulation separately? And, to stimulate potential and control it to a certain extent, the limit value must be calculated. Controlled at a speed of stimulation that is harmless to the human body, there is no such thing as there's a problem. It must be completed within half a year. Enter the bone-eating well as soon as possible. Just in case the plot changes, it can't be delayed any longer. Chapter 010_Research Results. The plot is still open for another year. The beginning of the plot is often the beginning of turmoil. In order to avoid any accidents, Lu Yun must make himself stronger as soon as possible. The Jade of the Four Souls is taboo. Those who snatch the Jade of the Four Souls are those who harbor evil thoughts. But what does that matter? As long as he can make himself stronger, even if he is notorious, Lu Yun doesn't care. The improvement of spiritual power is too important for Lu Yun. So, next, Lu Yun spent a lot of time researching the Jade fragment of the Four Souls. The research on the Jade of the Four Souls started frantically. The Jade fragment of the Four Souls is mysterious, but Lu Yun was a great scientist who claimed to be promising to surpass Einstein in his previous life. If he hadn't embarked on this extremely difficult road to success in research in different dimensions, Lu Yun's achievements would have surpassed these great men long ago. Even if those scientists say that Lu Yun is crazy, ridiculed, or regretful and puzzled, no one has rejected Lu Yun's talent. With the power of one person, he took on the plan of research in different dimensions. Lu Yun's talent as a scientist can't be denied. This time, Lu Yun closely combined onmyoji, scientific research methods, and Sherry Nan's insight, showing a research method far beyond this era. Some experiments that could not be completely defeated in previous lives can now be completed with the help of these mysterious powers. Lu Yun experimented again and again, failed again, and made new attempts again and again. In a small house, there are experiments that are enough to subvert this era. 100 times. 500 times. 1,000 times. 2,000 times. Failed again and again, over and over again. Lu Yun doesn't seem to know what discouragement is. Lu Yun couldn't count how many times the experiment failed, so he calmly analyzed the gains and losses and found the correct method. However, every time he failed, Lu Yun knew a little bit about the Jade of the Four Souls and went deeper into it. It is useless to be discouraged. Only careful analysis, scientific methods, and a calm attitude are the best choices. A 10-10 passed by. Lu Yun's experiments are progressing faster and faster. Finally up to 4 months and 0 days. After going through so many failures, Lu Yun made it. The first significant experiment in this world, it was a success. Controllable utilization of the Four-Soul Jade fragments. Use the power of the Four-Soul Jade in a controlled manner. Those who are controlled and influenced by the Jade of the Four Souls are, to put it bluntly, unable to control the power of the jade of the four souls. Once the power of the four-soul jade came, they couldn't refuse. Therefore, there are all kinds of demons, madness, etc., all kinds of manifestations of falling into evil ways. Sometimes even if you suddenly regret it and want to reject that power, it's too late. But Lu Yun's research this time has made the power of the four-soul jade controllable. In this way, there will be no negative effects. Using the jade of the four souls, within the range that the human body can bear, stimulate the growth of the human body's spiritual power, and realize the rapid jump of the spiritual power. Young age. Underdeveloped. Spiritual power growth limit. Talent is not good enough? No, not all is a problem. Bound Lu Yun was finally solved. With enough spiritual power, the battle can last longer, the scope of use of Onmyoji is also larger, more spiritual power, and more confidence in fighting monsters. And the research results are better than expected. According to the experimental simulation data, the spiritual power stimulation effect of the four-soul jade can increase my spiritual power growth rate and increase, nearly doubled without any side effects. Lu Yun looked at a data table in his hand with a relieved smile. Times. The operation mechanism of the four-soul jade, after being manipulated within a certain range, one's body can withstand the growth of double spiritual power. This is the most reasonable data. This is the conclusion drawn by repeated calculations and repeated simulations. Twice the speed. Even if I am a year old now, I will soon be able to match the total amount of spiritual power of an adult. And, when I'm older, my body will be stronger, and after I can withstand stronger stimulation, I can even double it. Even double it? It's not a problem at all. Lu Yun almost drowned in his own saliva. Times. What is this concept? A day or two, the effect is not obvious, a week or two, it is difficult to see, but if it lasts for a year, years of time, the growth rate of spiritual power can be worth other people's years. Years later, the total amount of spiritual power far exceeds that of a year-old Onmyoji. What if the year? This data is calculated, it is terrifying. The plot still has a year and a month to start. After all, Lu Yun can speed up the total amount of spiritual power equivalent to a year by multiplying the spiritual power of the year. In addition to this year's training, the total amount of spiritual power in 4 years is almost comparable to that of a senior Onmyoji. You know, Lu Yun is just a little boy now. With a mediocre spiritual aptitude, he has now become a genius. You can steal, rob, plunder, and research and create. The only thing that stands still is the most terrifying enemy. Lu Yun muttered to himself and stood up slowly, still calm and confident in his words. No difficulty can stop yourself. He picked up a wooden sword beside him and walked out the door. The past 4 months, in order to study the jade fragment of the four souls, the training volume has been reduced by nearly 100%, and he has to make up for it. Be nervous at all times, don't let go. Sengoku's monsters are very powerful, not comparable to the scumbags of the Cursed Mask. The plan is just beginning. The research is a month faster than I expected, and there are still months left. Months, the amount of spiritual power can be increased for another year. With the efforts of the past few years, the total amount of spiritual power in recent years is okay. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for clicks, ask for everything. / Chapter-0-11 Well of Bone Eating. Time flies. Months passed by in a flash. During the month, Lu Yun, as usual, continued with his training program, trying to improve himself even more. Conduct the most basic knife-swinging training day after day, turning the knife-swinging action into his most basic instinct. With uninterrupted practice for 4 years, Lu Yun has self-confidence, even in the face of countless times better than himself. Even if you are afraid, shrinking, and being suppressed, the sword in your hand will still land on the enemy's body accurately, without the slightest error. Never because of psychological factors, those who beheaded were chopped off on the hands, and those who chopped off their feet were chopped off on the ground. Mechanically, instinctively swing the knife. Swinging a knife is no longer an action. But after having this idea, the knife in his hand has been swung out. Every basic action is branded in the deepest part of my heart. Purely incomparable and mechanically precise movements. This is the foundation that Lu Yun has polished again and again. Lu Yun always believes that the foundation is the most important, especially for a weak human being like himself. The foundation must be well polished and not neglected at all. Lu Yun's swordsmanship, invisible, is also slowly improving. There is no big progress, but the accumulation of progress day after day has been very impressive. Also, in addition to practicing basic knife swinging, Lu Yun studies onmyoji. Onmyoji. This is the current people's biggest reliance against monsters. The use of onmyoji is undoubtedly directly linked to the strength of spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the greater the power of onmyoji. This is a simple truth. Lu Yun, who is now a year old, logically cannot achieve anything in onmyoji, because age limits the size of his spiritual power. But after Lu Yun's research project on the Jade of the Four Souls succeeded, it was different. Double the growth rate of spiritual power. Year by year growth. A month will have a spiritual growth of about a year. The age of Lu Yun, the total amount of spiritual power now, is comparable to the regular onmyoji of the next year. And, with the passage of time, your spiritual power will become stronger and stronger. What is this concept? Now you can use many common onmyoji techniques. In terms of spiritual power, it is already an entry. No longer stick to the basic 5-element basic onmyoji. No longer worry about the lack of spiritual power. When fighting, you don't have to tie your hands. Spiritual power is a kind of energy that can be used to perform onmyoji, the purest output, or it can be attached to weapons to launch attacks, and so on. It is the same as chakra and chi in other worlds. Once you have energy, you can use it in various ways. Aged has an adult body. Aged has the total spiritual power of an orthodox onmyoji. This series of changes are all the result of Lu Yun's own hard work. And Lu Yun's third trump card. Sherinan. Speaking of Sherinan, Lu Yun has always been looking forward to it. For a long time, I have been searching for the origin of these eyes, and I always feel like there is some kind of shocking secret. I have never been to Hokage, and I did not have these eyes when I was young. Then one day, I suddenly woke up Sherinan, so mysterious. Now, it stands to reason that it must be a pair of very dick eyes. After all, it is so mysterious. It's a pity. Tomo who only opened his left eye. Tomo who opened his right eye again. Eyes 1 Tomo Sheringan, what kind of trouble is this fuck going to make? Is there such a difficult Sherinan? The second Jinchuriki/column child in the original book was opened by his elder brother, Atsukuyomi, on the spot. Obito went directly to Tomo, and in a short time, went directly to Mangekyo. As for myself, my left and right eyes have to be opened separately. Isn't this tossing people? Others are so simple, so open their eyes, they have great perseverance and twists and turns, and they almost died when they crossed the dimension, but they still stayed on the edge of Tomo and struggled. Despite this, Lu Yun is still comforting himself. The harder it is to open his eyes, the more powerful his eyes may be. Well, yes, is this generally the case? I can't be too anxious. Bigger is a bridge that often appears in novels. Lu Yun's resentment turned out to be bigger. Fortunately, Tsukuyomi Amaterasu Kamui Koda Amatsukami. Every pair of Mangekyo level Sherinan has the ability to make the combat power soar directly. As long as you can open your eyes, your power will definitely skyrocket. You don't need to be in a hurry. Yes, you can't be in a hurry. Sherry Nan. Exercise slowly for a while. Lu Yun has great expectations. Although it is only a tomo, it is still very convenient to use. Various auxiliary functions, such as observation, research, combat assistance, etc., are very convenient. For Sherry Nan's future, Lu Yun is looking forward to. All in all, knife technique. In recent years, the total amount of spiritual power has been used in conjunction with the Onmyo technique and Atomo Sharingan. These three are Lu Yun's current strength cards. Now if he fights the cursed mask again, Lu Yun can easily kill him head on. Go to the Sengoku era, that's it? This day. As usual, after having dinner with the family, Lu Yun went back to his room. After everyone fell asleep, Lu Yun quietly opened the door again and ran out. The moon and stars are bright. The evening wind blows. The quiet night is much better than it was a year ago. Lu Yun's confidence was also very different from that at the time. With the sword and the jade of the Four Souls stolen from the Kendo Hall, Lu Yun quietly ran to the ancient well at home. In the depths of the dark shrine, there is a strange atmosphere. An ancient well sits quietly. That is the well of eating bone. Sengoku era where monsters were rampant 500 years ago. Lu Yun jumped and jumped down. Say something off topic. About Kendo. Kendo, strictly speaking, is not just about swords. It could be a sword, it could be a knife. There are swords and knives in the sword in the Kendo Hall. And most of the Kendo exercises on TV are held with both hands. Well, in most cases, they are holding knives. Children's shoes who have watched a lot of anime must have an impression. In The God of Death, Zanpo is said to be a knife, but it also has the shape of a sword. Kendo practice actually also has a knife. The boundaries between swords and knives are sometimes not very strict. Even in Xiangxia novels, many of them are like this. This is also the case in the game of Xianjian. A sentence I still remember is that the way of mastering the sword is in the heart and not in the form. There may be deviations, but that's what it means. Swordsmanship is not necessarily a sword. In addition, the sword is not Japanese, it was passed down from ancient China. Even the current kendo in Japan is the original ancient Chinese kendo of holding a sword, knife, with both hands, which has been changed and evolved again and again. It's all off topic. In short, based on the animation of Inuyasha, at least here, the interpretation of modern kendo is used, not the internet fantasy novel. So I said kendo, and said that the protagonist used a sword, so don't be surprised. Although no one has any doubts, it is still good to explain. After so much talk, anyway, there is no charge for chapters that are not on the shelves, so let's go into details. Chapter 012 Sherry Non-Mutation _ This is, the bone-eating well, the time tunnel. The moment Lu Yun jumped down, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary well. Even if someone comes down, there will never be any accident, which is why the bone-eating well has not been discovered for so many years. It looks like an ordinary well. Only with the power of the Four-Soul Jade in hand can one use this well to travel through time and space. Lu Yun killed the cursed mask not only because he needed the Jade of the Four Souls to improve himself, but also because the Jade of the Four Souls was a necessary condition for traversing the bone-eating well. In the original book, Kagome almost couldn't go back to ancient times because she didn't have the Jade of the Four Souls once. Without the Jade of the Four Souls, it is absolutely impossible. And now, Lu Yun, with the help of the Jade of the Four Souls, has personally experienced this tunnel of time and space. Colorful, beautiful scenery like the aurora. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. twisted and changed, constantly shining all over the body. The feet can't step on the ground, the body seems to be falling, and it seems to be rising. The sense of distance in space is completely incomprehensible here, an elusive state. This is the power of time and space, the scene in the time and space tunnel. All this. Amazing. Space fluctuation? No, this is not the fluctuation of space, it is completely different from the distortion of space. What's the matter with the refraction and scattering of this light? What is the principle? Can you see these in the time-space tunnel? Is this the tunnel of time and space? It's not the same as what I encountered in the dimensional distortion. At that time, I was in the dimension of time, growing in reverse, and became smaller. But now, it is completely through time and space, it doesn't affect me. The mystery of time is not something I can explore now. Without sufficiently advanced instruments, it is difficult to detect and study. It was wonderful. The mystery of time is indescribable. Lu Yun observed, admired, and felt the wonder of this world. Just when Lu Yun thought that the time travel was about to end, a little mutation suddenly occurred in the bone-eating well. That mysterious power of time suddenly rioted. Boom! 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 The time-space tunnel was twisted and boiled, like a monstrous flood, and a strong wave of energy erupted from the bone-eating well. Lu Yun never imagined that such a situation would occur at this time. There is nothing like this in the original. The power of time and space is a power that I cannot resist at all. If there is an accident, I will die. Too fast. Time fluctuates faster than sound, faster than light. Lu Yun didn't even have time to react. An irresistible force suddenly came, and Lu Yun's Sherinan opened his eyes involuntarily at this moment. The spiritual power of the whole body also boiled instinctively. A tomo is spinning, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, the strange tomo is so dignified that people can't help but fall into it, the irresistible attraction. The bloody bottom case is getting more and more gloomy and unknown. What happened? Can you make people feel at ease through the journey? Lu Yun pulled out the dagger, wanting to slash it down. In danger, I could only do my best to fight, but before I could swing the knife, Lu Yun's Sherinan suddenly felt pain. It's like having a needle stick. It seems that he is going to dig out his own eyes alive. Lu Yun's eyes were so painful that he almost twitched. The knife he just mentioned stopped in mid-air, and all the spiritual energy in his body was suppressed, and he couldn't even move. My eyes are getting more and more sore and strange, I want to close Sherinan, but I can't. Sherinan is out of control. Strange energy twisted in all directions, actually reacting to Sherinan? No, that's not the case. I'm afraid the root cause is that Sherinan, the bone-eating well, has changed like this. Because Sherinan is a force out of this world. The power in the violent bone-eating well is constantly impacting Lu Yun's Sherinan. Bastard! My eyes, something got into my eyes, my eyes. What's going on, who can tell me? Sherinan, close it for me, my eyes. The bone-eating well, you are cheating on me. Dare to destroy my Sherinan, I fought with you. Don't come again, my eyes are going blind, The majestic unknown power keeps pouring into Lu Yun's Sherinan. As if an earthquake had occurred, the bone-eating well was turbulent, and the time-space tunnel was twisted. Lu Yun covered her eyes, swayed from side to side, desperately trying to close her eyes, but couldn't. That enormous power was something Lu Yun couldn't restrain at all. A steady stream of power pours into Sherinan one after another. Lu Yun's Sherinan's pain is also intensifying, and it keeps getting worse. More and more sweat is streaming down his forehead. Even the most difficult training he has received in recent years is not a chance. It hurts to the point of going crazy. But the strange thing is that after the pain reached ultimate, Lu Yun Sheringan's pain gradually eased. The Sherinon gradually got used to the power. The pain from the beginning gradually became cool, Lu Yun's eyes gradually became clear, and returned to the same as usual. The pain is getting lighter. After more than 10 minutes, it didn't hurt at all. Sherinon also returned to his control, and it seemed that he could close at any time. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Yun muttered to himself, released his hands covering his eyes, looked around, and saw that the passage of the bone-eating well was over. Underfoot are litter and green moss. Looking up, what you see is a blue sky, higher and brighter than the sky in modern society. For collection, 4 flowers. Chapter 013_Big Deal. It seems that the crossing is over. Lu Yun let out a breath and muttered to himself. Sweaty, Lu Yun hadn't recovered from the thrill just now. Originally, it was a simple time travel, but I didn't expect these things to happen. For no reason, Sherinon actually felt pain, and it hurt to death. Almost died in the time tunnel. And his Sherinon is still a Tomo. This is the most important. There is no Tomo Sheringen, a pit father. Others hurt so much, go through hardships, and let go of Mangekyo easily. As for myself, fuck, it's okay not to open Mangekyo, not even 3 Tomo and 2 Tomo Sheringen, it is still the most basic and easiest Tomo Sheringen. Is there such a fool? Didn't you just feel pain in vain? What the hell is it? Lu Yun can guarantee that something has definitely changed in his Sherinon, and what has just entered his eyes is definitely there, not an illusion. That huge power, not a fool, can feel it. As a rigorous scientific researcher, Lu Yun never let go of any detail changes. It hurts to the death, no change is absolutely abnormal. Just that Lu Yun's current Sherinon's pupil strength has not increased in the slightest, and there has been no change at all. The level is still a Tomo, and it is difficult to detect specific changes. Moreover, in this world of Inuyasha, the information about Sherinon is zero, and it is difficult for Lu Yun to make in-depth analysis and research. Sherinon that exists in the Hokage world, Lu Yun can only explore by himself whether it is development method or experience. It is difficult to make an accurate judgment. There is absolutely no way to judge. Really can't figure out where Sherinon has changed. The change of Sherinon. I can only put it aside for now. Look outside first. Lu Yun muttered to himself, letting go of the doubts in his heart. Leave the bone-eating well. Not far away, is a huge ancient tree. The old trees are lush, and there is a cool shadow under the lush foliage. Mikamiki is still as huge as Lu Yun remembered. All the stories, the story of Inuyasha, started from this well, this tree. Chu Tien looked at this ancient tree, and felt quite emotional in his heart. He had been with it for years, and he was considered an old neighbor. Inuyasha, the protagonist of this story, is sealed in this tree. Inuyasha. 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 What the hell? What about Inuyasha? Lu Yun finally remembered something. Where's Inuyasha? Wasn't he sealed in this tree? Why isn't he here? How is that possible? Even if I came here a year earlier than my sister, I would NT. It's been sealed here for 50 years. 50 years. Why not? Lu Yun panicked for the first time. In the distance on the Mikami tree, it was empty, and there was no Inuyasha. It stands to reason that when his sister Kagome came to Sengoku for the first time in the original book, Inuyasha was sealed in a tree. But now, Inuyasha is not above Mikamiki at all. There is no arrow that seals Inuyasha, and there is no trace left by the arrow. Lu Yun was only slightly surprised by the previous Sherinon mutation, but Inuyasha was not here, which made Lu Yun panic. Traveling through so far, Lu Yun's most disturbed time. This is Lu Yun, the most worrying thing. Inuyasha is not here. Inuyasha is not here, not here. Has the plot changed? Who can change the plot? The plot has changed, what is my advantage? Or are there other reasons? Lu Yun's brain started to run fast. Since ancient times, the first person with IQ was not blown out. All the information is concentrated in the brain. Lu Yun is comparable to the computing power of a large electronic computer, sums up all the information one by one, analyzes. The plot has changed, which is indeed Lu Yun's greatest worry. Because understanding the plot is the biggest advantage of being a traveler. Under the premise that I am a human being, and I am very narrow, it is even more significant. With the help of the plot, you can do many things, according to the plot you know, layout, practice, seek good luck and avoid evil, and so on. So important. Once the plot is chaotic, the danger to yourself will be much greater. Think fast. In a short time, Lu Yun got another possibility. A change in the plot is indeed possible. But there is another possibility that cannot be ignored, Lu Yun quickly thought of. The time-space tunnel of the bone-eating well has shaken, and the resulting time travel error makes perfect sense. Compared with the change in the plot, this is more reasonable. If you can't see Inuyasha, it may not be a change in the plot, it may be I came to another time. I didn't travel back in time. The turmoil of the time-space tunnel took me to another era. Lu Yun is confident in her analysis. In his previous life, he studied the theory of dimensions, and he also studied time. The bone-eating well is a time-space tunnel that connects the changes of the two eras. If this time-space channel is turbulent, the teleportation point of the terminal is shifted and teleported to another time point, which makes perfect sense. A well-understood thing. Lu Yun quickly set out to prove his hypothesis. Gotta figure it out? If the plot changes, that is the most dangerous. If only the turmoil in the bone-eating well shifted the time point, it would be fine to go back and retravel again, no need to worry about it. Lu Yun came to a small village nearby. Hey, old man, where is Maple Village? Lu Yun asked, pretending to be a cute little Shota. Maple Village is the village where Kikyo lives in Inuyasha, and it is also the stronghold of Inuyasha and his gang. Maple Village? I haven't heard of it. Then, what about Musashi Country? Lu Yun asked again. Musashi Country? Is there such a country? Never heard of. Well, I haven't even heard of Musashi Kuni. It seems that the age difference is a bit big. After Lu Yun complained in his heart, he continued. Then can you tell me who is the current emperor? Are there any famous people recently? I know this. I know. I know it. Recently, there has been a lot of monsters here. Miss Kwaizi is nearby. She said, Miss Kwaizi, that is the reincarnation of a bodhisattva, an absolute big man. If it wasn't for Miss Kwaizi, we would, but it's all over. For collection, 4 flowers. Chapter 014 _ The Legendary Witch. Old people talk a lot. Although the cultural level of people in this era is not high, they still know who the rulers are and who are the famous generals. The old man said a lot in one breath. How could he have any reservations in the face of a small Shota like Lu Yun, and he kept asking Lu Yun if he was lost, with a look of concern. Lu Yun's history is okay. Comparing what the old man said, a famous historical figure quickly determined his current situation. Now, not 500 years ago, this is appropriate. The bone-eating well is really a dick, this time the turbulence of the time-space tunnel has deviated, a little bit. The era I live in now. Distance from modern society. 1,000. Year. This is ancient times 1,000 years ago. Monsters run rampant, blood slaughter continues. Political infighting, all kinds of dark corruption. The feudal lords continue to fight, regardless of the life and death of the common people. And the battles and slaughter between people, monsters, and people and monsters have not stopped for a moment. Killed in the dark, and killed Yoi indiscriminately. This is an extremely dark age, a turbulent age, even more dangerous than 500 years ago. Ordinary people here can't guarantee their own safety at all. However, heroes are born in troubled times. In this era, there have also been many widely circulated names. Many of those powerful monks, witches, and onmyoji are extremely famous even in later generations. It is precisely because of them that the human beings of this era are protected. Among them, the old man just mentioned one. It is also a person who is especially popular among the commoners and ordinary people. Miss Quasi, the legendary shrine maiden who created the Jade of Four Souls. A shrine maiden who is so powerful that monsters are frightened by the wind, so strong that she can destroy almost any monster, so that in the end all the monsters have to unite to fight against this legendary existence. Lu Yun is able to travel through time and space, thanks to her. Without the Jade of the Four Souls, it would be impossible for him to come to the Sengoku era. Lu Yun, who was planning to return to modern times, changed his mind at this time. Quasi. If this legend really exists, then there is no need to rush back. Grandpa, thank you for your answer, I understand. Don't worry, I didn't get lost, I just asked to confirm some things, you don't have to worry. Lu Yun still had a cute expression on his face, then pretended not to care, and said, by the way, Grandpa, the Miss Quasi you just said, she. When the old man heard this, he immediately became excited. With a pious expression on his face, when the old man heard the word Quasi, it was as if he had seen a bodhisattva. That is, deep admiration from the bottom of my heart. Worship. The old man did not wait for Lu Yun to finish speaking, and then respectfully said, Miss Quasi. Miss Quasi is a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, really a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Miss Quasi uses unparalleled powerful spiritual power, and any monster is vulnerable in front of Miss Quasi. Even those famous big monsters can only hide away when they see Miss Quasi. There has never been a monster that can compete with Miss Quasi head-on, and no one has ever seen Miss Quasi injured, and Miss Quasi has even the smallest injury. Has never been. Every time Miss Quasi passes by, she will get rid of a large number of monsters to benefit the people. People treat Miss Quasi as a living bodhisattva. There is no one who doesn't like to admire Miss Quasi, and there is no monster who is not afraid of Miss Quasi. This time, many monsters gathered near the village. If Miss Quasi hadn't come, our village would have been destroyed. Miss Quasi looks like a fairy in legend. She must have been sent by God to save us. The old man's words made Lu Yun even more convinced. Not a duplicate name, nor the rest of the coincidence. This Quasi is the Quasi in history, the creator of the Jade of Four Souls. Besides Miss Quasi, who else has such a strong power? Who can make a monster so deflated? In this turbulent era, Quasi has been greatly loved by the people. Almost like a bodhisattva's belief. The bodhisattva in the eyes of the people. The most feared object of monsters. Then, where is Miss Quasi now? Lu Yun asked. It's over there. The old man pointed to a forest in the distance, and said, through this forest, in a very far place, there are a large number of monsters gathered there. Miss Quasi set off this morning to get rid of the monsters. Is Miss Quasi alone? Lu Yun asked. That's of course, Miss Quasi doesn't need anyone's help to eliminate demons. Miss Quasi is stronger than anyone. The old man's belief in Quasi, which is like treating a god. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Yun thanked him. Then he turned around and ran to the forest in the distance. Quasi. That's Quasi. Kikyo is very strong, and her sister Kagam is also very powerful. However, compared to Quasi, it is still far behind. That is a powerful witch who has shocked the monsters of the entire era with the power of one person. Even because of Quasi's relationship, the profession of which will be more respected than onmyoji and monks in the next few hundred years. And the existence of Quasi even threatens the monsters of the whole era, making those monsters have to unite to deal with Quasi. This kind of thing, looking at 1,000 years, has never been seen before. How strong can it be to do it? I'm not in a hurry to go back for now. Quasi is such a strong witch, if she can get her guidance, she will definitely benefit a lot. It's more cost-effective than it was 500 years ago. Lu Yun has a small abacus in his heart. Crossing the bone-eating well, Lu Yun's purpose is to become stronger. But if Quasi's guidance is given, then it will undoubtedly be better. At this time, Lu Yun suddenly felt fortunate to be his little Shota. A little Shota can easily win the sympathy of girls, especially a kind witch. Lu Yun admits that his appearance is still very cute. If there is another malicious act of cuteness, it will kill all the girls in seconds. Woohoo, woohoo. The wind blew quickly by Lu Yun's ears. Lu Yun rushed to Quasi's location at the fastest speed. The first small plot is finally opened, and the chapters 1,000 years ago have all the origins. Note: years ago, Kikyo was entrusted to keep the Jade of the Four Souls. At that time, the Jade of the Four Souls had been wandering for hundreds of years. It was hundreds of years, Takahashi didn't say clearly, so it's up to me. I said it to be more than 400 years ago. In total, it is 1,000 years away from modern society. There are many other places that fit the data of 1,000 years, and the plots will be revealed one by one later. The concept of this book is still very rigorous, everyone can rest assured. Chapter 015 _ the most magnificent, the strongest witch. Lu Yun quickly crossed the forest. Behind the forest, there is a continuous mountain range, with steep terrain and abrupt peaks. There are also rivers flowing, the leaves are luxuriant, and the large grasses below are as tall as a person. The terrain is complicated. This kind of terrain is very suitable for monsters to hide their whereabouts. The majestic demonic energy, the miasma energy, permeates the mountains. All are monsters. And there are a lot of them. Judging from this majestic demon power, there are at least hundreds of them. No, I'm afraid I don't know. There were no traces of EPUB monsters in the mountains and plains, but Lu Yun knew that once they rioted, the overwhelming monsters would burst out in an instant and launch a violent attack. Such a quantity. Such a great location. If Lu Yun met, to be honest, he would definitely run away. Lu Yun is not an old-fashioned person. But right now, even so, even if they have an advantage, these monsters are still hiding and daring to come out. Even with the help of the concealment of the miasma, he did not dare to walk on the road, he seemed to be afraid of the enemy, and he did not dare to launch an active attack. An object that can make so many monsters so fearful is undoubtedly extremely powerful. Quasi. How strong is this rumored witch? Lu Yun couldn't help but want to meet him. Watching from a distance, Lu Yun didn't dare to get too close. Concentrate on the sound from a distance, I can barely hear it clearly. Sherinan, on. With the pupil power running to ultimate, Lu Yun can barely penetrate the layers of miasma, and can see the blurry shadows. Although Tomo Sharingan's combat power is very small, its auxiliary role can't really be ignored. Quasi in the distance, alone, confronted the group of monsters. Miss Quasi, we are just a few brothers who killed a few people. This is indeed our fault. We have already handed over the people, and we have done everything that should be done. An accident, but you actually want to put all of us Lushan monsters to death? It's too aggressive. The voice fell. There was a rustling in the mountains. All killed? Quasi actually wants to kill all the monsters here? Such a hacky. This talking monster is a tiger monster, exuding the breath of blood and slaughter, majestic, and seems to have a certain prestige among the monsters. However, the words seem to be tyrannical, but in fact they have shown weakness. If you are not afraid of Quasi, how can you say such a thing? You know, monsters generally rarely compromise with humans. The tiger demon seemed to feel that his words were a bit heavy, and for fear of annoying Quasi, he immediately changed his tone and continued. How about this? Miss Quasi, it is true that we are wrong about this matter. Our brothers swear here that we will never kill innocent people in the future. This matter is just exposed like this, how about it? And Miss Quasi, you have to think about it. We have many brothers here, and we also occupy the geographical advantage. If we really want to fight, who will lose and who will win is not necessarily. Even if you win, Miss Quasi, you are sure to be able to take all of us killed. As long as we escape one person, we will take revenge on you, and kill more people to take revenge on you. Why bother? Miss Quasi, you, don't be impulsive, and please think twice. We don't need to fight, it's totally unnecessary, you say, isn't it? Hard and soft. This tiger demon is also smart, leaving a way out for himself, very measured. The whole mountain was silent and silent. Lu Yun could even imagine a large group of monsters holding their breath, not daring to move, and looking uneasy. All the demons were waiting for Quasi's answer. If Quasi doesn't agree, he can only fight. The distance, Lu Yun couldn't help but tremble and was excited. The witch who drove a large group of monsters to a corner made Lu Yun admire from the bottom of his heart. This is the power of Quasi, the deterrent of Quasi. Incredibly strong. Even if he didn't make a move, from the performance of the monsters, Lu Yun could still imagine the strength of Quasi. What a deterrent this is. Quasi in the distance still did not speak. It was a slender shadow, slender and graceful. The villagers were right, Quasi was a fairy who came down to earth, not only to describe Quasi's powerful strength, but also to describe her appearance. Even if Lu Yun looked at it from a distance, it was very vague, and it could be concluded that it was a superb figure. Transcendent temperament, beautiful and unique. Standing quietly among the mountains, Quasi and the mountains are like two worlds. The slender figure moved slowly. Lu Yun's Sherinan, barely seeing a slender arm, pulled out a tachi from his waist. Even the action of drawing a knife is beautifully like a piece of music. Lifting the sword lightly, Quasi said nothing. The blade pointed at the sky. A terrifying, crushing spiritual power burst out from Quasi's body. Contrary to Quasi's elegant temperament. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. Boom. Countless rocks exploded one after another. All the trees are broken. The power is centered on Quasi, crushing all around, like a flood, like an ocean wave. The terrifying spiritual power, whether in quality or quantity, is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This huge amount of spiritual power is incomparable to the current Lu Yun. The use of the Four-Soul Jade has just started, and the current Lu Yun is equivalent to an ordinary Onmyoji who has just started. Lu Yun is confident that he can surpass Quasi in the future, at least within a year. But right now I'm just a little kid, I can't compare. This is a legend that has been seen once in 1,000 years. This huge amount of spiritual power is innate, and Lu Yun cannot envy it. Only one in hundreds of millions of people can appear, a very small probability. The way normal people fight monsters is to fight wits but not strength, but Quasi actually crushed them head on. Without saying a word, he directly expressed his attitude. Behead to kill. Don't even pay attention to these monsters. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. The violent spiritual power shook around in circles, and the terrifying power shook the ground. The tiger demon suddenly turned pale with fright, and roared frantically. Quasi, you lied too much. You lied too much. We just killed a few people, just a few people. Why did you kill us all? Why? Why do you decide our life and death? As long as we escape one, we'll keep killing, keep killing. Quasi, you are too arrogant. You are too arrogant. You will be punished. Please collect, flowers, click, ask for everything This click really makes me sad, ahem. Is it said that no one reads Inuyasha, or does everyone like watching Invincible hang everything? As long as the new book list is in front, I will update for immediately, ahem, for the time being more. Chapter 016 Unparalleled Elegance, The Strongest Witch 2. The monsters roared furiously. It was an explosion in desperation, a cry that could not resist fate. Quasi is too strong. So strong that all the monsters, in an instant, have already decided that they have no chance of winning. That majestic and pure spiritual power is enough to kill powerful monsters of any level. Even if they are added together, it is impossible to defeat this witch. The monsters scrambled to run among the mountains, shouting, roaring in despair, and fleeing everywhere. And a very small number of monsters, holding the last hope, or completely out of control, rushed to Quasi together, trying to perish with Quasi. Kill her. A mere little girl is so arrogant. Our monsters Enlishen, even a ghost will not let you go. Damn, this witch's spiritual power is too strong, even more powerful than the rumors. I can't hold it anymore. The mountains and plains are boiling. The monsters all fell into despair. Lu Yun can understand the fear of these monsters. Lu Yun can feel the amazing spiritual power even though he is separated by a long distance. A large part of the strength of human beings is determined by the strength of spiritual power. And Quasi is undoubtedly the kind of person who is born with huge spiritual power. She is a born witch and a genius. In terms of aptitude for spiritual power, even Lu Yun, who has gone through the Four Soul Jade to stimulate his potential, and Lu Yun, who has double or even double the growth rate of terrifying spiritual power, is only comparable to her. How terrifying this is! Even among geniuses, Quasi's talent is extremely rare, once in 1,000 years. That spiritual power. Seeing Lu Yun almost drooling. And not just strong. If it is only the huge spiritual power, it will not make the monsters so afraid. Quasi's spiritual power lies not only in the richness and size of the quality, but also in its purity. Spiritual purity. Quasi's spiritual power is very pure, without a trace of impurities. This pure spiritual power is even more feared by monsters. Pure spiritual power is enough to purify all evil thoughts. Enough to restrain all demons. It is enough to be invulnerable to all poisons, and it is enough to suppress all negative forces. This kind of spiritual power is the object of fear of countless monsters, because even if you get a little bit of it, the monsters will be seriously injured and even purified. Lu Yun's elder sister, Kagam, possesses such spiritual power, because of the pure mind, the pure spiritual power that is clear enough to purify everything. There are very few people who can possess this kind of spiritual power. Generally speaking, only two types of people can have it. 1. The witch. Lu Yun's older sister, Kagam, can be said to be a born witch, born with the ability to purify evil thoughts, and her soul is pure and flawless. As well as Kikyo, Quasi in front of me, and so on, it's the same. Only the pure mind of a witch can possess this pure spiritual power. Lu Yun, a person with the soul of the big men, don't think about it for the time being. The second is to be an eminent monk. Some ascetic monks and masters who have gone through many hardships and constantly sharpened their xingxing, making themselves extremely tenacious, fearless, and wanting to save all sentient beings, also possess such pure spiritual power. They see through the world, or have great wisdom and perseverance, and save the common people with a firm belief that ordinary people can't imagine. Such monks and wizards also have pure powers that monsters fear. The quality and quantity of spiritual power can be gradually improved through the practice of the day after tomorrow. In fact, Lu Yun even used the Jade of the Four Souls to stimulate his potential and increase his potential by 10 or 20 times. But the degree of purity of spiritual power is completely determined by a person's xingxing and soul. It is the most essential thing and cannot be improved through any acquired practice. This point, no matter how much Lu Yun envies and has a strong scientific research ability, it is useless. A huge amount of spiritual power. The purity of spiritual power that is pure enough to purify all evil thoughts. These two things alone are enough to make Kuai-Zi one of the top witches. What's more, the knife in Kuai-Zi's hand. Lu Yun's Sherinan moved to ultimate, and vaguely saw the shape of a blurred knife. That knife, Lu Yun could feel it, as if it was integrated with Kuai-Zi. The man and the knife are one, and there is almost no flaw. Kuai-Zi's swordsmanship is absolutely outrageous. Spirituality is also good. Knife is also good. Every aspect is very strong. The name of the strongest witch is well deserved. Lu Yun understands why Kuai-Zi is so strong. Shoot! A knife that slashed the air resounded through the sky. Kuai-Zi's knife has already fallen, and at the moment when all the monsters rushed over, Kuai-Zi's knife fell gently, driving a huge and unmatched pure spiritual power. A milky white light enveloped the entire mountain. The huge mountains were like tofu, which was split into two, and the chaotic stones rolled down from the mountains. I don't know how many monsters were killed in the process. A long crack opened in the earth, crushed by strong, pure spiritual power. Kuai-Zi's sharp edge is revealed, and there is almost nothing to stop it. The sharp knife covered the entire mountain, and the power of this knife was beyond Lu Yun's imagination. The miasma and demonic aura that spread throughout the mountains were all shaken away by this knife. Countless monsters knew that they were not Kuai-Zi's opponents and ran and fled, but it was still too late. Even if they were stained by Kuai-Zi's spiritual power, they would be completely purified. White, warm pure spiritual power, for monsters, is the biggest. That pure spiritual power is the nemesis of all monsters. Purify all the miasma, all the monsters, harvest the monster's life like an executioner. Even if it touches the slightest bit, this spiritual power will kill it in seconds. You will be punished, I curse you, Kuai-Zi, I curse you. In the end, with the shrill roar, the monster finally vanished. Thousands of monsters were all killed by one blow, not to mention resisting, they couldn't even escape. Everything happened so quickly that thousands of monsters died in the blink of an eye. The dust and smoke dissipated. Lu Yun Sheringan ran fast, and finally, for the first time, he saw the face of this legendary witch. However, after seeing Kuai-Zi, Lu Yun's face was full of shock that could not be erased, as if he was very surprised by Kuai-Zi's appearance. Note: there is no exaggeration of combat power. Inuyasha's early days of wind wounds can kill hundreds of monsters with one knife, not to mention Kuai-Zi. 4 collections, 4 flowers, 4 all data. For those who don't have a collection, collect one. The more the collection rises, the more motivated I will be. Chapter 017 When Kuai-Zi was a loli. Kuai-Zi little loli picture. The Kuai-Zi in my impression, the Kuai-Zi in my imagination, should be a tall and slender royal sister, with unparalleled spiritual power and the quality of hating evil. She should be peerless elegance, should be pure and clear. The heroic appearance is full of glory, and the instrument is proud. But Lu Yun at this moment was a completely different picture from what he imagined. It was a girl about 1.4 meters tall. Yoi-colored hair fluttered in the mountain wind, her body was slender and weak, and she was wearing a long dress, not a particularly formal shrine maiden's attire, nor was it as sacred as rumored. The skin is very white, the figure is exquisite and lovely, just looking at the back, it looks like a Gothic loli. Standing quietly between the mountains and fields, bathed in the mountain wind, the sword in his hand was gently sheathed, his movements were smooth, there was no joy or sorrow, and he didn't seem to care at all about the death of these monsters. He looked about 13 or 14 years old. A little girl of 13 or 14, no, maybe it's more appropriate to call it lowly. Lowly girl who doesn't wear a witch costume. The strongest witch. Lowly, the strongest. Lu Yun couldn't connect these two pieces of information. The witch who single-handedly swept away the monsters of the entire era, and the person who shoulders such a heavy responsibility, is actually a 13 or 14-year-old lowly girl. How much burden did those slender shoulders bear? Is the original Quasi like this? The historical records are based on falsehoods, and they make up their own mistakes? Or, the current plot has not reached the peak of Quasi? Is Quasi not grown up yet? Lu Yun didn't know. Lu Yun was unwilling to do all kinds of strategies that the witch taught him with deceit and rhetoric. In the past, Lu Yun was able to please the priestess without compromise, but at this moment, he hesitated. In the bottom of Lu Yun's heart, a rare pity and regret surged. She is younger than herself. The shoulders of the slender lowly bear the heavy burden of frightening the monsters. Quasi is just a lowly. Shasha. 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 Quasi lowly walks slowly on the grass. The blood of the monsters and the minced meat of the monsters spread everywhere and got on the soles of the shoes, and Quasi didn't even notice. I walked all the way, leaving fresh Yoi's footprints. A pair of smart eyes, somewhat dull, looking at the corpse on the ground, there is a hint of coldness in the pupil. Those are clearly very beautiful, very watery eyes. But Lu Yun couldn't find the slightest chance of life. Even. It seems a little hesitant and confused. Eyes are the windows to the soul. As a scientist in a previous life, Lu Yun also studied human psychology in general. Quasi's character is a little weird. You must know that Kikyo is a kind witch who can take care of even a vicious bandit, and Quasi seems to be a little different. Her determination to kill monsters is completely different from that of ordinary witches. It was pure and clear, but it revealed a killing intent, a very strong killing intent. Lu Yun is in shock and surprise, and has not yet recovered from Quasi's subversive image. Quasi in the distance suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Yun. When Sherinan did not observe the trajectory, Tato was already in his hand. Quasi lowly raised her beautiful brows and said with a vigilant tone. What monster? Come out. Hula_. Blade has been aimed at Lu Yun's location. The pure spiritual power is attached to the knife, which is several times stronger than the previous one. He probably thought that a monster that had escaped his own investigation was definitely strong, so Quasi's expression suddenly became serious, and the fluctuations in spiritual power radiated from it were worlds apart. How dare Lu Yun continue to hide? But Quasi lowly's perception is also outrageous. Eyes can notice. It is probably the intuition tempered after hundreds of battles, and no talent can make up for it. Don't be impulsive. I'm a human, not a monster. Lu Yun hurriedly stepped out from behind a huge rock, raised his hands above his head, and made a gesture of surrender. I'm a human, an out-and-out human, Miss Quasi. Look, how am I like a monster? I'm here to watch Miss Quasi eliminate the demon, and there's no malicious intent. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Lu Yun quickly explained it clearly. Since you want Quasi to teach herself, you must behave well and not make Quasi feel disgusted. Little lowly's smart eyes, and he looked Lu Yun up and down, very surprised. A child who looks and is old, running over to watch himself and the monster fight? Hiding so far away, what can you see clearly? What's wrong with your posture? Quasi lowly asked again, raising her slender eyebrows. This is a gesture of surrender. With both hands raised, it means that I have given up all armed resistance and have no malicious intentions. Lu Yun suddenly realized that he was stupid. How did the ancients know the meaning of this gesture? Slowly walked towards Quasi. Quasi Loli didn't stop her either. She sheathed her long knife neatly, and stared at Lu Yun's arrival from a distance. An extremely pure spiritual power swept around, and with a hula, all the blood and meat scraps attached to it were swept away. Standing quietly, watching Lu Yun, this strange child. Lu Yun soon came to Quasi's side. Lu Yun is now old. A little Shota, even though Quasi is Loli, Lu Yun is a younger Shota than Loli. When looking at Quasi, he still has to raise his head. Lu Yun is really unhappy about this. However, in Quasi Loli's view, it is much better. A child is at least more pleasing to the eye than a monster. Come on, no matter what you are here for, this is not the place you should come, go back. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Quasi Loli turned around and was about to send Lu Yun away. In Quasi's eyes, Lu Yun is just a child. Although it's a little strange, why is this child so bold, and he still comes to see her kill monsters, but it doesn't make her feel defensive. No matter how strong Ren Quasi is, he still cannot guess that Lu Yun's soul is already in his 20s. Lu Yun's Shota attribute is still somewhat useful. No, Miss Quasi, I'm here for something important. Lu Yun stopped Quasi Loli and said. What's the matter? Lu Yun went straight to the subject, bent over, and saluted, not despising the other party because he was a little lowly, and solemnly said. Miss Quasi, please teach me swordsmanship. Chapter 018 _ just disagree. Teach you swordsmanship. Quasi little lowly opened her eyes, obviously surprised. Originally thought, it should be a child who worships himself, watching his battle with monsters without knowing the sky, just like those villagers, who worship him very eagerly. Quasi Loli has become accustomed to it. But Quasi Loli didn't expect that Lu Yun's purpose was to learn art from a teacher. A child of no age, where did this determination come from? Moreover, if you go to a teacher to learn art, you don't necessarily have to find yourself, and a powerful person doesn't necessarily teach disciples. It's a very simple reason. The determined look in Lu Yun's eyes made Quasi Loli very puzzled. Quasi Loli hesitated for a while, but there was still a hint of melancholy in his eyes, and said softly. You go to another master, I will not teach you. I have never accepted apprentices, and I have never given advice to others. How to teach disciples, I can't. It's not that I don't want to teach you. If you are smart, you shouldn't worship. I'm a teacher. How does this work? Lu Yun asked in surprise. Why not? Quasi Loli frowned, a sullen look on her delicate face. Your aptitude is very good, and the spiritual power in your body is very strong. At your age, you have the total amount of spiritual power of an onmyoji around 20 years old. You are a rare genius. Your aptitude is also very good, and your physical strength seems to be very good. It has also been trained, and it is perfect. As long as you find a high-ranking monk, no, even a witch, no one will refuse your request after seeing you. Why waste your future and insist on worshipping me as a teacher? With your high-level aptitude, even if you teach according to the rules, in just 10 years, you can become a world-famous powerhouse. I won't teach people, I will only waste your talent. Quasi is indeed Quasi. Quick glance, Lu Yun's situation was almost clear. The total amount of spiritual power in Lu Yun's body is comparable to that of an adult's body after training, which is very rare. Quasi Loli was born as a genius standing above everyone. A once-in-a-millennium wizard, whether it is aptitude or insight, is unprecedented. So for the same genius, it is inevitable to have some care. Besides, one more powerful human. You can kill countless monsters. Quasi Loli's eyes were full of melancholy again, thinking about some sad past. the invincible witch in the eyes of outsiders also has her own sadness. Lu Yun also noticed Kui Zi's strange look. Holding back the doubts in his heart, Lu Yun said, "That is to say, Miss Kuai-zi, you are thinking of my future, so you don't want to accept me as a disciple." Kuai-zi lowly said, "You can say so. That's no problem." Lu Yun said happily, "I'm a little different from others, the situation is a bit complicated, and it's difficult to explain the specifics at the moment. All in all, those in-depth explanation methods are not necessary for me. For ordinary people, a master does not have to be strong, and a master who can teach is the most suitable master, but for me, it is not necessary. I don't need a master who can teach. I just want a strong enough master. Ordinary people can't teach me, and I don't want to let them teach. It's true that you, Miss Kuai-zi, are the most suitable teacher for me. Ordinary people can't teach Lu Yun. There is no doubt about that. For Lu Yun, a good teacher and a persuasive teacher are not needed, what is needed is a strong teacher. Those on Myoji and the like, Lu Yun doesn't even need anyone's guidance, he can quickly understand it by reading the book by himself. Lu Yun doesn't want a teacher beside him chattering and wasting his time. There are many onmyoji in modern Tokyo, but Lu Yun has never communicated with them or sought their teachings, and the reason is that it is not necessary. Your comprehension is strong enough? Analytical power is strong enough? Those explanations are useless. He is the one who carries the research plan of different dimensions by himself. All you need is a teacher who is strong enough to bring you a broad enough vision, a strong enough goal, and enough advanced knowledge. For example, Kuai-zi. Even if Kuai-zi is a little lowly, Lu Yun doesn't care. There is no precedence in learning, and the master is the teacher. No matter how young Kuai-zi is, Lu Yun will not be ashamed to take her as a teacher. As a researcher, Lu Yun rarely cares about these issues. Miss Kuai-zi, now, if that's the case, you will accept me as your apprentice, right? Don't worry, I will work hard, not only to study, but also to subdue demons and eliminate demons, and I will also try my best. Lu Yun swore to be authentic. This is not a rant, the vast majority of monsters are evil. Asking Lu Yun to kill monsters doesn't really matter. Compared to killing people, killing monsters, the guilt can almost be ignored. Lu Yun looked at Kuai-zi lowly expectantly, waiting for a reply. The strongest witch in 1,000 years. The shrine maiden who stunned the monsters of the entire era by herself. It is definitely a year to 10 years to get the guidance of such a person. Tsuko, who fought monsters in Sengoku, has enough fighting experience to eat for a while. No, I won't accept apprentices, I won't in my life, you should die. Kuai-zi lowly pursed Yoi's lips, thought about it and still refused. Lu Yun didn't expect that Kuai-zi still refused. No reason? I have already stated the reason, why is it still rejected? Shouldn't the witch be helpful? How can this be? Or is it that he is not cute at all and can't move Kuai-zi's heart? Should not be. Why? Lu Yun asked in confusion. There is no reason, just don't accept it. Why is there no reason, Miss Kuai-zi, Sister Kuai-zi, oh no, Big Sister Kuai-zi? How can you do this? Lu Yun was really anxious now. There's no reason, you little brat, don't ask. You're too embarrassed to tell me, aren't you a little kid too, how old are you at most? Lu Yun muttered. Who said that? I'm tomorrow. Ah, so Kuai-zi, you are old. You. Kuai-zi lowly glared angrily and looked at the little Shota in front of him angrily. He seldom quarreled with others, because those people treated themselves as bodhisattvas. But today, I was told by a little Shota. Although he is not too big to go anywhere. His anger to Lu Yun, Kui-zi lowly snorted, turned his head away, and stopped talking. There may be many reasons why this child must learn from himself. But he also has his own reasons. A melancholy look flashed across Kwaizi's eyes again, too thick to melt. He picked up the knife and walked straight into the distance. Only a crisp sound was left echoing in place. No matter what you say, I will never accept you as a disciple. You should die of this heart. Because sooner or later you will regret it? Loli thought. Without even looking at Lu Yun, Kwaizi Loli left, facing the slender back of the setting sun, quite lonely and sentimental. Although it is Loli, it seems to be a psychologically mature Loli. Well, since he was rejected, Lu Yun should have returned from the bone-eating well. This time-space tunnel turmoil was just an accident, and there was no need to hold out much hope. But thinking of this Kwaizi Loli fighting monsters alone, for some reason, Lu Yun suddenly wanted to stay a little longer in this era. The sun was shining in the distance, reflecting Kwaizi's slender figure. The picture of a slender young girl fighting against the monsters appeared in Lu Yun's mind. Alone, fighting with blood. Slim body, endless enemies. This girl from Loli suddenly made Lu Yun feel different emotions. After hesitating for a while, Lu Yun rushed forward and followed Kwaizi. Miss Kwaizi. Master Kwaizi. Sister Kwaizi. Sister Kwaizi. Little Loli Kwaizi. Wait for me, I don't need to be a teacher, I don't mind, let's just learn from each other, don't worry. Let's go. Hey. Chapter 019 _ just pestering you. For a few days, Lu Yun has been following Kwaizi. Don't miss any opportunity, and don't let Kwaizi Loli dump him. Wherever Kwaizi went, Lu Yun followed. When Kwaizi was eating, Lu Yun was eating too. When Kwaizi was sleeping, Lu Yun was sleeping too. And when Kwaizi killed the demon, Lu Yun rudely watched on the side, absorbing the combat experience of the strongest witch in this era. This is Lu Yun's favorite moment. With Sherry Nan's assistance, he could barely see all of Kwaizi's movements. Slowly analyze the scientificity and rationality of each action, and then combine your height and body shape to improve it into a move that suits you. It has to be said that Kwaizi's combat experience is far beyond his own. Actions, combat plans, etc., have almost turned into instincts, there is no trace of burden, and no flaws can be found. This is the powerhouse honed in troubled times. Talent is innate. But these battle experiences can only be accumulated. Kwaizi is not only a genius, but also a very hard-working lowly girl. Such combat experience is so perfect that it makes it almost impossible for monsters to resist. Lu Yun can't imagine how many monsters must be killed to achieve this level. 10,000? 100,000? Do not. Probably far more than that. Along the way, Lu Yun has broadened his horizons and learned a lot of new combat methods. Although I didn't succeed in apprenticeship, I still benefited a lot. Lu Yun's daily practice is much less than usual, almost half of what it was in modern society. But Lu Yun can feel that his progress is greater than ever. Be clear. Even with less training time, there is still a lot of progress. Absorbing Kwaizi's combat experience, it's really cool. And along the way, I also saw many types of monsters, and learned about their fighting styles, weaknesses, etc., which greatly broadened my horizons. With Kwaizi on the side, which monster can hurt him? It's a free bodyguard. Lu Yun is a fast learner. Greedily absorbs all knowledge and grows. However, Lu Yun lived a comfortable life. Kwaizi Loli has been so pissed these days. Kwaizi Loli doesn't like the feeling of following a bug. Why do you keep following me? Lu Yun still remembers Loli Kwaizi's puffy expression. I didn't follow you, you go your way, I go mine, isn't this illegal? You are here, I can't feel at ease, I want to rest. The next day, Kwaizi Loli continued to chase Lu Yun away for another reason. It means that your heart is not quiet enough, Kwaizi Loli, it seems that you need to work harder in your practice. A real strong person needs to be able to fall asleep smoothly under any circumstances. Shut up. It's been 3 days, you've been with me for 3 days, I won't accept you as a disciple, why are you still following me, and you still haven't given up? I'm sorry, the biggest characteristic of me is that I am very patient, persevering, and perseverance is greater than ordinary people. Don't praise me, I will be proud. You bastard. Don't show your half-assed swordsmanship in front of me. It's annoying. Then you will teach me. I won't be fooled. Little Lu Yun, you've been away from home for so long, your family must be worried, so why don't you go back and have a look? 5 days later. Quasi-Loli was finally forced to be helpless. He even took out the bait of his family and spoke softly, trying to deceive Lu Yun. That tone, where is the tsundere energy from the beginning? A pity. I'm sorry, there's no need to worry about that. My family trusts me. I'll be fine if I'm not at home for a few days now and then, so don't worry about it. What Lu Yun said was the truth. He is a genius in the eyes of the whole of Japan, a journalist, the mayor of Tokyo, etc. Many people know themselves and must not look at themselves by the standard of ordinary shota. He is barely considered a national idol in Tokyo, and his connections are okay, what could go wrong? Who will harm themselves? Sometimes when I leave home for a few days because of some things, my family members are used to it, and I feel at ease. Quasi is completely lost now. After all, Lu Yun is a human, and a human who has never done bad things. She can't kill Lu Yun, can she? If it's an adult, it's fine, just beat him so hard that he's scared. But the 1-year-old little shota, is still a very serious little shota who practices hard every day. He is positive, has ideals and goals, and has a determined personality, swordsmanship, onmyoji, etc., practice every day, more good sunshine boy, and for the purpose of worshipping himself as a teacher, if I beat him. Loli Quasi really can't bear it. So ever. You just continue to follow, anyway, don't expect me to accept you as a disciple. Humph. Tsuizitsundara said something, but Lu Yun could only continue to follow. That's it? Time passed, and Lu Yun still followed Quasi-Loli. Things are simple in the sky. Quasi is nothing more than killing demons, killing demons, killing demons, killing demons, and bickering with Lu Yun. Lu Yun is also nothing more than crazy practice, and bickering with Quasi-Loli. The lives of the two of them are very simple, simply repeating the same things over and over again, simple and even boring. Ordinary people will never be able to persevere, but Lu Yun and Quasi-Loli do it with relish. Maybe that's what geniuses have in common. Quasi did not agree to accept Lu Yun as an apprentice, but after a few days, he gradually got used to Lu Yun. Maybe he knew that he could not persuade this persistent shota, so he could only let him follow, and Quasi-Loli did not do the same. Today, just after killing thousands of monsters of different sizes on the charge of unnecessary, Quasi-Loli was a little hungry. Quasi-Loli caught a pheasant. Set up a bunch of branches, set fire to it, and start work so easily. In this era 1,000 years ago, there were not so many delicious seasonings. Among the people could not even eat enough to eat, and eating pheasant was already a luxury. Quasi-Loli licked it greedily, sitting in front of the fire, waiting quietly. The mountain wind blows gently. Quasi looked at the fire and waited, and suddenly found that Lu Yun was also looking at it, her eyes were so uncomfortable. Quasi rarely interacts with people and is very uncomfortable with Lu Yun's vision. Raising her brows, her cute little finger pointed at Lu Yun, Quasi-Loli suddenly said without reason. You, don't look, it's not your part. Chapter 020_roasted pheasant with chocolate. Lu Yun glanced at Quasi-Loli speechlessly. This loli is really on the line with himself, and he always doesn't give himself a good face. If the Kikyo in 500 years, even if you meet an ordinary person, someone you don't know, I'm afraid they will give the other person food. In the original book, even if you meet a robber like Anigamo, you will almost die. If you can take good care of it, that is the kindness of the witch. And Quasi? Fuck, I didn't even say anything, I refused my request in advance. Really, do I need to be so active, and I don't want to eat your pheasant, don't be too affectionate, okay, that's a little bit there is no taste, where is it delicious? Not a witch at all. The dog bites Lu Dongbin. Lu Yun muttered to himself. To see you as a little loli. If you want to be a good person to help you, do you really think that you care about a roasted pheasant that is not even salted? Lu Yun protested in his heart, but thinking of the terrifying force value of little loli, he still didn't say it. Who is Lu Dongbin? Quasi loli asked. Lu Dongbin, I have never heard of this character, how could he be bitten by a dog, Quasi thought. Lu Dongbin is me. Lu Yun sighed and walked over to Quasi, and without waiting for Quasi loli to refuse, he sat down beside her. He took out a seasoning packet from his arms, Lu Yun tore it open, and sprinkled it on the pheasant in the barbecue. A crackling sound suddenly came to mind. Above the roasted pheasant, there is an intoxicating and delicious fragrance. This is a modern high-grade seasoning. Lu Yun has carefully selected the good things that can not only sterilize but also moisturize the taste. Lu Yun is a person with plans and preparations. When he came to Sengoku, Lu Yun prepared everything, even considered all kinds of food. After the seasoning is sprinkled, the surface of the pheasant gradually becomes oily and shiny. The paste and various seasonings cover the exterior of the roasted pheasant. Not only does the color look much better, but the oil is so shiny that you can't wait to take a bite. What's more terrible is that as the flames continue to grill, the more and more intense fragrance that diffuses out is simply captivating. In this ancient times where life was hard, how could there be such a luxurious thing? Full of color and flavor. Sizzle underscore. Sizzle underscore. The oil boiled on the surface, and the roasted pheasant became more and more flavorful, as if a sea of deliciousness was flowing. Quasi loli just wanted to say something, or scolded this ignorant little Shota, when he was suddenly stunned, looked at the pheasant in front of him, swallowed, and his face was bright. That delicious. That color. That fragrance. This is dash. The stomach growled and couldn't bear it any longer. Quasi loli stretched out her small hand and wanted to tear off a piece of meat to taste. Little girl. It's not cooked yet. Eat it when it's cooked. Snapped. Lu Yun slapped off Quasi loli's little hand and reprimanded. Uncooked food contains a lot of bacteria. How can someone with such a standard diet Lu Yun tolerate others eating this kind of food? You dare to hit me? Quasi loli jumped up at once. Her cute little hand was already on the dagger at her waist, as if she wanted to slash Lu Yun. If you eat it now, the flavor hasn't penetrated into the meat yet. After it's cooked, the flavor of the seasoning is completely integrated into the chicken. Tisk tisk, that's a delicious treat. Lu Yun pretended not to care, and changed his tone. If you want to eat this unpalatable thing like this, I have no objection, but it's such a pity. Don't tell me, I know it. Quasi retorted. That's good. Lu Yun said. Huh. Kuizi I sat back down angrily. Shota who is younger than me is naturally not a good taste. Especially in the past few days, Quasi found that Lu Yun, this little brat, doesn't look like a brat at all, mature like an adult, too planned. I just called my little girl, but I forgot to refute. How did you do it? All in all, Quasi felt very unhappy. Gollum. Gollum. Not long after sitting down, Quasi's stomach growled again. Actually, he wasn't that hungry before, but Lu Yun's seasoning is so delicious. Now the roast pheasant is tempting Kwai all the time, and Kwai is getting more and more hungry now. Here, fill your stomach with this. Lu Yun took out another piece of chocolate, tore off the skin, and handed it to Kwai. What is this? It's so dark, what is this thing? Are you trying to poison me? Is this thing edible? Kwai lowly distrusted again. Dark chocolate. It's not something to eat by any means. After all, this is ancient times, how could Kwai lowly know chocolate? Something that is dark and not slippery, like mud, must be dirty. I just want to say it tastes better than this shoddy roasted pheasant. I don't care if you like it or not. Lu Yun threw the chocolate directly to Kwai. 10 times as delicious? After all, Kwai lowly couldn't bear the hunger in her stomach, so she took the chocolate and took a small bite on it gently, slowly, and carefully. A sweet feeling enveloped this body. The sweet taste seems to penetrate his stomach. It is too sweet. It is too sweet. Woo woo woo. The world. There are actually such delicious things in the world. Kwai lowly opened her small mouth, and just wanted to eat it all in one bite, but she couldn't bear it. If you eat something so delicious, you won't be able to eat it again. What should I do? I have never eaten it myself, having eaten such a delicious food. Compared with what I have eaten before, it is completely the difference between mountain delicacy and sour rice. The whole person seems to be soaked in candied fruit. So delicious, so sweet. Do you want to keep it? Eat a little every day, and eat it for a while longer, and taste the good thing slowly. Unprecedented taste, what is it made of? There is such a delicious thing in the world, woo woo. The 100,000 character thoughts of Kwai lowly are omitted here. Seeing Kwai lowly's expression of a foodie that was completely different from that of killing monsters, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. The little girl's occasional quirky temper doesn't bother her anymore. No matter how much she has experienced, no matter how mature her mind is, she is only a 1-year-old lowly. When irritable and hungry, she is no different from an ordinary little girl. The Kwai who harvested the lives of monsters like a god of death, the Kwai who killed countless monsters with one knife, and the bloodthirsty Kwai with a bit of murderous intent. Although he is very strong, his elegance is peerless, and even Lu Yun admires him. However, Lu Yun prefers to see Kwai like she is now. Simple, angry, tsundere. Or the bossy Kwai, or the ordinary girl like lowly. Such a jerk. At least, for the time being, I can't bear too much. Chapter 021 Tsundere Lowly's Guidance. After an hour, Kwai lowly wiped out the whole roasted pheasant alone. Open arms, lying comfortably in the shade, UI-colored hair draped over his shoulders, enjoying the warm afternoon sun. For the first time, Kwai lowly discovered that Lu Yun's stubbornness was not a bad thing. At least the meal I just had, I was very satisfied with it. At this time, Lu Yun is doing the basic knife swing. As usual, he has a fixed amount of training every day, and makes the most appropriate adjustments according to the physical condition of the day. With Lu Yun's extremely regular training day after day, Kwai has gradually become familiar with it these days. It's the perfect plan. No flawed plan. The whirring of the wind, accompanied by Lu Yun's shouts. Drink. 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 Lu Yun swung one knife after another, sweat dripping from his forehead, but his movements still did not stagnate in the slightest. Swinging the knife has formed an instinct, and there is no difference in all actions. No matter which angle, which direction, you can make the action of swinging the knife at will. Lu Yun didn't practice any complicated knife skills, and he didn't practice any knives at all. Lu Yun's training has always been just the simplest swinging of the knife, the basics, and he can adjust it anytime and anywhere according to his own state. Make the simplest moves the best. Every action is so standard that no matter what the circumstances, it will not be defeated because of its own psychological factors. An offset square inches. Genius. Quasi-Loli couldn't help but praise. Lu Yun is a genius in swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship was developed by killing many monsters, and she has taken many crooked paths, and during this period, she has received guidance and correction from many eminent monks and witches. Those who have seen Quasi have given their money to each other, because Quasi's talent is really good, so there is today's Quasi. And this little guy in front of him, without anyone's guidance, actually practiced by himself, groped by himself, and practiced to this point, training, planning, everything was close to perfection. It was terrifying. When I was old, it was absolutely impossible to talk about swordsmanship alone. On Lu Yun's. If we say that Quasi is the kind of genius who needs to be in actual combat to improve rapidly, then Lu Yun is a genius who improves rationally through theory, planning, and self-planning. One is sensual, intuitive. One is rational and scientific. The two paths are completely different. But Quasi-Loli would not admit Lu Yun like this. After stretching, Quasi-Loli's little face showed disdain and said, You over there, don't practice anymore, don't worry. I'm too embarrassed to see such a bad move in front of me, I can't stand it anymore. It's too bad, bad. How can someone practice swords in such a well-behaved way? It's not normal. They always take everything into account, and there are no accidents at all. It's really boring. The potential of human beings has not been fully exploited, and where did the great improvement come from? Stupid. Humph. Quasi-Loli chirped and reprimanded. He turned his face away. After he finished speaking, there was a bit of Vivi's hair on his cheeks, and he didn't dare to look at Lu Yun, as if he was embarrassed. Lu Yun paused for a moment. Seeing Quasi-Loli's tsundere expression, Lu Yun's heart also warmed to Vivi. After all, he is still a little lowly, and IG still cares about people. Human potential. Lu Yun's comprehension was immediately understood. Indeed. How can human potential be measured by simple calculations? His own cultivation plan is perfect, flawless, and even accurate to every detail and every step. Even the air humidity and sunlight exposure are included. Your plan is perfect and so is your training. No one can imitate it. But it is precisely because it is too perfect that it is flawed. The wife is perfect, but it is a failure. Because while limiting all risks, it also limits miracles. Human potential can often be greatly exploded in desperation, and many of the protagonists in anime grew up in desperation. It's not just the protagonist's luck, this is also in line with scientific principles, and it is also an explosion of potential in a desperate situation. Sometimes hard work is also a form of training. Beyond the limit, it is not impossible. I pay too much attention to reality and data. Lu Yun's training is all about infinitely approaching the limit of the human body, constantly approaching the limit, and after calculating the limit point, I can maximize my potential. But Lu Yun never surpassed that limit. Planning is important, science is important, but it is okay to go beyond the limit occasionally. That way, there may be unexpected gains. I actually forgot to think about this. Miss Quasi, thanks for the pointer. Lu Yun said very solemnly. This is a very important policy. Quasi's computing power, thinking ability, training methods, etc., are far inferior to him in many aspects. But the actual fight, the experience, that's the real deal. You can't beat a horse by yourself. Straightforward advice. Even if the other party is a little lowly, I must thank myself solemnly. I didn't say anything. I just ate your stuff, so just say a few words. What do you think of? It's your business, what does it have to do with me? Quasi lowly muttered, not admitting death. Sure enough, it's a tsundere and shy little lowly. Sure enough, history is all deceitful, and the witch Quasi is completely different from the legendary one. He obviously helped himself, but he refused to admit it. Or, is it the character of Tsuko in the original lowly era? Lu Yun smiled and said. I know. You didn't teach me, I learned it myself. It was originally. Also, don't overdo it, set off after half an hour, there are monsters in the distance, there are several big monsters. It's really strange monsters, is it 1 or 3? Just. Quasi lowly changed his tone and said, anyway, when you get there, don't distract me. Yes, Lu Yun stretched his tone and laughed. Humph. Quasi turned her face away. Quasi, who rarely communicates with others, is not good at expressing herself. Ate something from Lu Yun today, I'm a little embarrassed. Quasi lowly rested for a while, and Lu Yun's sword practice was over. The two set off again, heading for the distant mountains. The monster is in Yamanaka, the mountain is near a village, and all the people in the village have run away. The monster, it is estimated that it has just arrived in the past few days. The majestic demonic energy rose into the sky, and the surrounding trees were even corroded by the demonic miasma, molding, falling off, and withering layer by layer. The ground is also gradually corroded, becoming pitted and extremely uneven. The strong demonic aura makes people unable to even see what's going on inside. Even if Lu Yun opens his Sharinan, with the maximum input of spiritual power, he can only observe the miasma within a meter at most. This is the big monster level. The so-called big monster level monsters are usually like mountains, their bodies are dignified, and they almost form a real attack. And after the monster form appeared, the combat power soared geometrically. This is a symbol of demon power and physical strength, all of which have reached a very high level. It's an honorary title. In the original work, Inuyasha's father, King Kiba, Dragon Bone Spirit, and the patriarch of the leopard cat family are all at this level. Inuyasha's father's Myakuro bone was directly used as a residence by Byakuyan Ghost, the same is true for the Dragon Bone Spirit, whose body is almost comparable to a mountain. The huge body also often symbolizes the huge demon power. Large monster form, this is a level that only monsters with high-level blood can achieve. The king of monsters. Just being crushed by that huge body is enough for an ordinary monster to eat a pot. Lu Yun has also seen a lot of monsters these days. There are many kinds of monsters. Lu Yun can barely endure the huge monster and miasma that the monsters gather together. But only today I discovered that in front of powerful enough monsters, the number is such a ridiculous word. The monster dormant in the mountain range in the distance exudes a breath that is completely different from the monsters I have encountered these days. The monster energy and miasma of thousands of little monsters combined are far less than his. Chapter 022_Early Clues. This is the real big monster. It has strong demon power and strong physical body. Every move has the power to open mountains and crack rocks. A year later, I must also improve to this level. Yoi's Sharinan tried his best to observe, but still couldn't penetrate that layer of miasma. In the plot a year later, there are also such existences, and there are not a few guys with this level of strength. 500 years later, the world is not as chaotic as it is now, but it is not peaceful, and there are still many powerful characters. Even the last Inuyasha and his party, Iron Broken Kiba, has been trained to ultimate, and his combat power is comparable to that of a big monster. Because of his sister Kagome, Lu Yun has a natural hostility towards Inuyasha. Maybe, when the time comes, he will meet up. And BSS Naraku, who has an almost immortal body, jumped out of this category. An undead enemy, in Lu Yun's opinion, is more difficult and disturbing than a powerful enemy. One more year to go. A year later, he is about to face such an opponent. You need to improve as soon as possible. The two soon came to the front of the mountain. It was pitch black inside the mountain. Quasi-Loli frowned and couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He put his little hand on the knife at his waist, and his spiritual power burst out. Before Lu Yun could react, he had already slashed out. Humph! Quasi-Loli's tone was cold and authentic, and the killing intent couldn't help dispersing. Scoff _ Pure spiritual power is attached to this knife. The knife in Quasi's hand is like a yoide. Dazzling. No matter how many times I have seen Quasi's spiritual power, Lu Yun can only admire it. Pure. So pure. The amount of spiritual power is large enough, which is indeed very important, but when dealing with monsters, pure power is more important, and it is almost the nemesis of monsters. Most monsters fear witches and monks because of their pure power. Even if the monster's power is several times stronger than the opponent's, and even the crushing advantage, it is often killed. Because the attribute was restrained by the opponent. Strength is suppressed too much. To mention, with such pure spiritual power, he was originally an unbelievably strong person, a talent that comes once in 1,000 years. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo-hoo. As soon as the knife fell, the haze in the entire mountain faded like darkness. A bright blade of light shot into the inside, and the pure light almost purifies everything, and everything it reaches becomes clear and clear, bright and translucent. All the miasma that touched it was dispelled, and all the filthy aura and all kinds of negative energies were greatly suppressed. A clear path was cut out of the dim valley. A large amount of miasma was purified. As if in the dark night, a bright road was cut out. The huge monster in the distance revealed a huge figure that could no longer be hidden. And around the huge body, there are hundreds of little monsters, cheering and shouting. What's that? The miasma dissipated, and Quasi looked at the huge monster in the distance, puzzled. It was a very strange monster, a breed Lu Yun had never seen before. At first Lu Yun thought it was because he had little knowledge. Unexpectedly, even Quasi-Loli didn't know this kind of monster. A monster that even Quasi doesn't know. The monster exudes a huge demonic energy, 3 heads are waving in the air, grimly, the 3 heads are different, it seems that they are still arguing about something, there seems to be a thought. There is a foot below, a total of 1 type of foot. For distribution. It has scales and wings on its body, it's just ugly to death. Even the arms are actually asymmetrical from left to right, and the type of arm is also messy. Very weird monster. This monster is indeed very unusual, as if it was fabricated. How do you feel? This monster seems to be put together by 7, it's too ugly. Lu Yun muttered to himself. However, there are many kinds of monsters, and I just haven't seen them before, so they may not exist. It's just that I always feel that there is something strange, such a strange monster should be very famous, how can even Quasi have never heard of it? There was a sudden uneasiness in Lu Yun's heart. Obviously Quasi is very strong, but this unease suddenly appeared, what is it, what is going on? And this monster? Such asymmetrical monsters are unreasonable. That's right, Lu Yun thought about it, it's unreasonable. Monsters are also creatures, and they are naturally bred, but the monsters in front of them give people an awkward and hard to see visual sense. Weird. What the hell is this monster? Boom _. The ground shook suddenly. The huge yokai in the distance seemed to sense Tsuko. The 3 huge heads looked at Quasi at the same time, and only one eye stared at Quasi. It doesn't know Lu Yun. But how could he not know Quasi? Quasi? A head roared loudly. A huge roar resounded through the mountains, roaring like thunder. Maiko Quasi, you are the witch Quasi, the Quasi who wantonly slaughtered our monsters. Ha 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 ha, you really came, ha 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 ha. My revenge can finally be avenged. The second monster head was also very angry, and shouted at Quasi. However, this is a kind of revenge-like pleasure, and it seems to have a grudge against Quasi. Quasi, the three of us will send you on your way today. You never dreamed of today. This is our power, the power of our monsters. The third monster roared at the same time. The violent demon power swept the entire valley. Shake the earth. Countless little demons also rushed towards Quasi. Lu Yun only found out at this time. 3. The word they use is 3. These are 3 heads, not 1, but 3 monsters. Feeling it carefully again, the demonic energy seems to be a little weird. It is 3 completely different demonic forces, and it can't be fake. Only demons share one body? A 3-headed monster? What happened? Never heard of such a thing. Could it be a fusion of monsters? Lu Yun suddenly thought of something, and his back suddenly felt cold. Impossible. It can't be so early. The plot hasn't arrived yet, and the plot is obviously not here. The current Quasi is just a little lowly. How is that possible? Lu Yun was anxious, just about to stop Quasi. Quasi had already rushed to the monster in the distance. Every time she saw a monster, Quasi always killed very decisively. Lu Yun had no time to stop it. Damn! Lu Yun roared, picked up the tachi in his hand, and rushed into the valley. Anyway, let's check it out first. Chapter 023 _ Regeneration Ability. Boom _ Boom. Boom _ Boom. The ground shook and the mountains swayed, and the wind roared. In the valley in the distance, Quasi and the 3 monsters have already started a fierce battle. Countless miasmas sometimes burst and disperse, and sometimes gathered again. The thick demonic energy covered the sky and the sun, and a powerful monster of the level of a big monster launched an attack together. Even if the body shakes, the giant rock can be smashed into pieces. Physically, humans can't compare to monsters at all. The fierce attack is endless. This monster obviously wants to keep Quasi here. Of course, Quasi is not easy to mess with, and the pure and unmatched spiritual power that is enough to purify everything, also shines again and again, purifies everything, and disperses everything. Every knife fell, leaving deep marks on the monster's body. Every spiritual power can completely purify the opponent's power. Looks like a loli, burst out with a powerful fighting force that does not match her slender body. Quasi's strength is crushingly strong. Extremely pure spiritual power, the suppression of monsters is too great. Even the monsters that are as huge as mountains in front of them are still suppressed and beaten. Ah, 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 my hand, ah. Quasi. Quasi. You cut off my hand. Kill her, kill her. Quasi, don't even think about running away. Ah. My leg was also chopped off. You guys pay attention, pay attention. Pay attention to cooperation. Quasi, you are really powerful, you are as powerful as legends, but we are not afraid of you, we are not afraid of you, ah. Another broken hand. You bastard. This little girl is amazing. The 3 monsters kept wailing. His arms were cut off again and again, and his legs and feet were cut off many times. Quasi's spiritual power is overwhelmingly strong. Even if it is a big monster, it is far less than that. Otherwise, how can you frighten the demons in an age like Sengoku? Even if the current Quasi is a lowly and has not reached the peak in history, he is still very strong. But the blame is there. Lu Yun has heard the roars of the monsters countless times, and I don't know how many times they have been abused, but the battle is still not over. The arm has been chopped off more than a dozen times, but the battle continues. Besides, that yokai obviously doesn't have that many hands. Out of line. Quasi clearly has the absolute upper hand, and beat the three-headed monster to how many times? Physical strength is not diminishing. There is only one reason for this impossibility. No one knows better than Lu Yun. That is, the miasma is covered, the dust is full, and the fighting cannot be seen. Lu Yun can also guess. That is, this monster has the ability to regenerate. Even if the arm is broken, it can regenerate. Even if you are seriously injured, you can heal. A rare self-regeneration ability, the same regeneration ability as Naraku years later. Only then can this situation be explained. This monster. It's a fusion. The same fusion as Naraku after the year. Bastard. Really? It really came out at this time? This regeneration ability can't be wrong, it must be, it's exactly the same as Naraku. But, it shouldn't, how could it be so fast? What the hell is wrong? Lu Yun reluctantly rushed into the valley. Because of the fight between Quasi and the three-headed monster, there was chaos inside, and the mountains shook. The ground even cracked. Trees were broken. Countless little demons, like chanting, can't get involved at all. The fusion of the three great monsters, the battle with the strongest witch, is not something they can intervene. Lu Yun also knew that this level of battle was not something that he could participate in now. But thinking of Quasi Loli's usual tsundere appearance, Lu Yun couldn't bear it for a while. Obviously they were bickering with each other before. Obviously we have been together for days. Obviously. Quasi Loli is just old. Ordinary girls should live a carefree life at this age, but Quasi is already fighting with blood, and has already been stained with the blood of unknown monsters. I don't know how many people's hopes are on my back. She has yet to enjoy the joys of life. Although she has a bad temper sometimes. But she is actually a very caring little girl. She's just not good at expressing her emotions. Lu Yun, do NT want her to die here? Quasi, did you hear? Did you hear? That monster is very dangerous, don't fight him, don't fight. Quasi, can you hear? Quasi. Little Quasi Loli. Loli. Li. The sound echoed in circles and circles in the valley. In the distance, Quasi was still fighting with the three-headed monster. I don't know if I didn't hear it, or I didn't want to give up the fight at all. I just ignored Lu Yun at all. You bastard Loli. Is it necessary to be so stubborn? Lu Yun pouted, very angry. But Lu Yun knows it. After watching the anime Inuyasha, he knows everything. The Quasi in history perished with the fusion of the monster, and then there was the Jade of the Four Souls. Although it is a fusion of monsters in front of me, it may be that one, or there are innumerable connections. Such an indestructible monster is too unfavorable for Quasi, who is a human. Anyway. If you don't come back, watch me drag you back. Lu Yun took out his own four soul jade fragments from his body, pulled out the ordinary long knife around his waist, and smashed the four soul jade fragments violently. Click. The jade of the four souls is embedded in the weapon. My own weapon is too ordinary, and if I fight a monster, it is estimated that it will be broken after 100 hits. Must be strengthened with four soul jade fragments. Just as the four soul jade sneaked into the weapon, the majestic energy was continuously fed into the Tadeo from the fragments of the four soul jade. The bright blade surface was filled with evil UI light, bloodthirsty and unknown. A terrifying force erupted from Lu Yun's weapon, getting stronger and stronger, and the knife became sharper. The enormous power can be felt even by holding the hilt. It seems that with a single wave, the ordinary little demon can be split into two. The ground pointed by the blade did not even touch, the grass was naturally cut open, and there was a sharp crack on the ground. The powerful force made Lu Yun's palm hot, and the whole knife became hot. Lu Yun raised the sword and faced the hundreds of little demons on the opposite side. Ask for flowers, ask for a collection, ask for everything. The data goes up and the author's bacteria will explode immediately. Chapter 024_instinct. Hoo-ho. Kill. Quack quack. Whoa. When a large group of little demons saw someone rushing in, they naturally swarmed up. Among them, there are the lowest, scum monsters that are inferior to curse masks, and lack the ability to speak. There are also very powerful monsters, whose appearance is almost infinitely close to that of human beings. But whether strong or weak, they couldn't interfere in the fight between Quasi and the three-headed monster. The big monster is a completely different level from the ordinary monster. Lu Yun also couldn't intervene, but Lu Yun only needed to pull Quasi back. It was very unfavorable for Quasi to fight that monster, and Lu Yun felt an unprecedented uneasiness in her heart. Get that lowly back. Drink. Knife in both hands. Aim for the direction that is about to fall. Cut off with a knife? How could Lu Yun not be nervous? How can you not panic? Even, there is still some hesitation, and the brain is still somewhat blank. The situation in front of me is too chaotic. So nervous. The second time I fought with monsters, it was to face hundreds or even more monsters. The terrifying momentum, strong pressure, and the overwhelming power of the three-headed monsters in the distance were far beyond Lu Yun's limit. It is impossible for any human being to remain calm. But crack. Like a knife cutting tofu, the Tachi ripped open the body of the first yokai. The monster's body is extremely strong, and Lu Yun had already seen it when he fought against the cursed mask. Ordinary weapons can't hurt monsters at all. But the weapon embedded with the Jade of Four Souls is no longer comparable to ordinary weapons. Lu Yun could feel that he could easily kill the monster now. The attack power is enough to break through the monster's defense. The strength in his hands suddenly increased again. Rip. Bang. Tadeo easily split the first monster completely, splitting it into two. Meat crumbs were all over the place, and blood was sprayed like Izumi water, all over the place. Lu Yun's body and eyes were all covered in blood. The smell of monster blood is disgusting and unpleasant. Lu Yun's psychology became more and more uncomfortable. But the action still didn't stop. Lu Yun's nervousness still hasn't disappeared. But the knife in his hand has been swung instinctively. Crack. A cross-cut? The head of the second monster was cut off. Blood flew like a spray of Izumi, and splashed into the sky with a puff. Lu Yun's movements did not hesitate in the slightest, and could even be said to be perfect. Neat. Action can only be described as beautiful. The third monster also rushed towards Lu Yun. This is a tiger demon with sharp claws, and its demon power is obviously much stronger than the previous two. Lu Yun is still very nervous and hesitant, exactly the same as before. But the knife in his hand still swung out. Lu Yun's eyes stayed on the tiger demon's heart, where it was its weak point. After this thought appeared in his heart, his arms had already moved. Afterwards, Lu Yun's knife also fell precisely on the heart of the tiger demon. Neat. There was no extra movement. Scoff. The third demon dies. Bang. The fourth monster was cut off by Lu Yun. Scoff. The fifth one-eyed monster was blinded by Lu Yun's stab. Wow. The sixth monster, beheaded by Lu Yun. Call. The seventh monster came very quickly and almost slapped its sharp claws on Lu Yun's chest. Lu Yun was also very nervous, but the knife still accurately landed on the monster's forehead. Then the first, 9th, 10th. Killing faster and faster, the blood gradually stained Yui's clothes. Lu Yun's movements are mechanical and standard, there is no extra movement, and there is no hesitation. Lu Yun doesn't look like it's the first time to kill a monster. On the contrary, it is like an executioner who has rich experience and climbed out of the sea of corpses and blood. Do not. It is even said that they are born to kill. Accurate movements, straightforward analysis, aiming at weak points, and then slashing down. Not a single miss. Not even a centimeter deviation. Lu Yun's attack efficiency is as high as 100%. Every knife hits perfectly. The monsters on the opposite side were scared and regretted. One by one, they became timid. Obviously the other party is just a child. But the dozens of monsters nearby were really scared. How come? What's going on with this kid? What the hell is going on here? Is he a genius like Quasi? Is God going to destroy our monsters? How can you do this at such a young age? Watch out for his knife is weird. It's too sharp to be hit. When did human children go against the sky? Ouch. The monsters are messing around. I thought it was a natural executioner. Lu Yun's power has long been incomparable with that of a year ago. The total annual spiritual power is comparable to that of an orthodox onmyoji. In addition to watching Quasi's battle these days, the improvement of swordsmanship is even more terrifying. Finally, with the sword strengthened by the Jade of the Four Souls, the ordinary little demon is of course no match. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 demons have been destroyed one after another. Instantly shocked the scene. But Lu Yun's heart was actually a little nervous. Lu Yun was actually not as calm as he appeared to be at this time. They were not as decisive and determined as these monsters imagined. These monsters were completely stunned by Lu Yun's actions. 4 years of wielding the knife every day, every movement is imprinted in the depths of the brain. Even if he hesitates, the brain is blank, but the instinct of swinging the knife has penetrated into Lu Yun's bone marrow. As long as you see a place where you can cut, your arm will naturally swing out. As long as you want to cut somewhere, the knife will never deviate in the slightest. This is Lu Yun's instinct. In other words, this is how Lu Yun fights. Lu Yun's knife skills are simple and practical. Chop to where you want to chop. That's all. Chapter 025_Limit 1. The 15th. Another knife fell. The bright light enveloped Lu Yun's sword, and the powerful spiritual power was applied to it, and the sword slashed down cleanly, and the opposite was another goblin demon that was hit head-on. Scoff_. The weapon strengthened by the Jade of Four Souls is so sharp that it directly splits the little demon into two. With Lu Yun's tyrannical total amount of spiritual power, it even suppresses the opponent in terms of strength. Lu Yun is unstoppable at the moment. Water coming. Right hand jerked a move. A talisman flew out, and with the input of spiritual power, it instantly turned into a pool of water, dispersing a few little demons. Lu Yun's mental strength is extremely strong, even outrageous, and multitasking is not a problem at all. All the little demons who wanted to sneak attack on Lu Yun couldn't do it at all. Just finished casting a spell. The knife in Lu Yun's hand slid to one side abruptly, and even some blunt movements were completed so quickly, as if it were a mechanical standard. The 16th. The 17th. Bang. Bang. Another 2 in a row. The 2 knives were so fast that no one could react. Just after the water yin-yang technique was finished, the monster on the opposite side paused for a while, and Lu Yun killed 2 more in an instant. The 10th one. Bang. Lu Yun kills a little demon again. Rayfa. Boom. The galloping thunder and lightning instantly covered Lu Yun's fingertips. A charm turned into a golden thunder light at Lu Yun's fingertips. It is too expensive to cast spells with pure spiritual power, so there is the existence of spells. The use of spells can reduce the consumption by nearly half, and high-level spells have various peculiar effects. The lightning onmyo technique was added to Lu Yun's Taideo. Lu Yun's spiritual power. The power of the Four Soul Jade. Pentium Lightning. The superposition of the quadruple power, the power of the knife in Lu Yun's hand can be imagined. Lu Yun held his breath, facing the monster in front of him, violently waving the sword in his hand. Drink. Bang _ Only the monsters are destroyed. Onmyoji, knife technique. Split horizontally, split vertically. A combination of swordsmanship and onmyoji. A carefully calculated angle. One by one, in the continuous killing, they gradually became handy. Lu Yun's attack is no longer limited to swordsmanship. The simple onmyoji techniques were combined by Lu Yun and his own sword techniques, and their power was maximized. With repeated attacks, Lu Yun's movements became smoother and smoother. If it is said, at the beginning, Lu Yun was wielding the knife instinctively, but only reacted subconsciously. Now, after gradually getting used to it, Lu Yun began to attack consciously and to combine his attack patterns in a planned way. The means of attack are becoming more and more abundant. Spiritual attack. Onmyoji attack. Provoking a handful of soil from the ground to disturb the line of sight. Fake action. Too much is too much. The number of ways to attack is becoming more and more elusive. Lu Yun finally realized the reason why Kuai Loli said he was too obedient. At this moment, if he hadn't taken the risk and rushed in, how could he have improved so quickly? This child is still making progress. The monster almost cried out all the time. Damn, if he didn't have that knife? If he didn't have that knife? Bastard! Complained another monster. His movements are getting better and better. What does this have to do with the sorceress Kuai? Why is she as powerful as those adult onmyojis at such a young age? His momentum is too high, we can't hold it anymore. Ma Dan, why is there always such a genius among despicable humans? The more you fight, the more powerful you are. Watch out for his knife. Boom. Swish. Scoff _ Puff. Add hashtag. %. The rumbling voices were endless, and Lu Yun's movements became more and more proficient. In the fight again and again, nearly only monsters were killed. Even little monsters, ordinary scum monsters, and ordinary onmyoji would take some effort, but Lu Yun killed them all cleanly. As the fight went on, Lu Yun's moves gradually became more proficient, which was one of the reasons. It was one of the reasons why the monsters were stunned at once, and they didn't rush to fight back. However, Lu Yun was not complacent at all. The level of these monsters is at best the same as the scum monsters in the original book that Naraka released as cannon fodder to stop them. No matter how many you kill, there is no point in killing them. Any orthodox onmyoji can handle a dozen casually. And too much. There are too many monsters. Every knife was very successful, only the monster came down. Lu Yun's movements seemed to be a little slower, and his breathing was much heavier than at the beginning. Although it still holds the upper hand. But, over time, one monster after another died. Piece after piece of meat fell at Lu Yun's feet. Hoo hoo. The first, only. Whoosh. The breathing became heavier. There are monsters everywhere. And the further you go inside, the higher the level of the monster. It doesn't matter if you kill 10 or so, it doesn't matter if you kill 20, but if you don't stop for a while, if you kill 70, how can there be no problem? As the knife is fired again and again, Lu Yun needs to spend more and more effort. Lu Yun fights with all his strength every minute and every second, constantly fighting this, exhausted, breathing more and more heavier and deeper. Slowly, sweat dripped down from my forehead. The knife in his hand gradually felt the weight, and seemed a little tired. Lu Yun is getting stronger. That's right, Lu Yun's fighting skills gradually matured with each fight. Lu Yun's combat power is getting stronger and stronger. However, Lu Yun's physical strength is also rapidly depleting. Every knife consumes a lot of physical strength. The monster's body can be explained more than ordinary animals. And the number of monsters, too many. The bad premonition in Lu Yun's heart is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 026_Limit 2. Bang. Scoff _ Boom. Tear. Boom boom. Add hashtag. %. More and more sweat. Breathing is getting heavier. After all, the physical strength of humans is not comparable to that of monsters. Especially Lu Yun's body, no matter how much he exercises, even if he is comparable to an adult, fighting monsters still has fatal flaws. Lu Yun's research project on the Jade of the Four Souls, the growth rate of spiritual power, has just started less than a year ago, and the advantages have not yet appeared. If it were another year, and the total amount of spiritual power for many years, maybe it would not be so exhausting. Even, it can be easily killed. If you have enough spiritual power, you will be able to let go of your fighting style. But in front of me, my old body and the total amount of spiritual power in recent years are obviously a little difficult to handle. There are too many. Even if these are all scum monsters, and some are not even as powerful as the cursed mask monsters, but based on the huge number, it is not that simple. Ants can kill elephants. What's more, it's a monster. Nearly 1,000 monsters. Each spit is enough for oneself. Too much. With the death of each monster, Lu Yun's heart gradually became anxious. Physical strength is fading little by little. Sweat more and more. My arms are getting sore and numb. The kills again and again are not reserved at all, and every knife is exhausted. Maintaining such a high level of concentration is hard to come by. Without a single mistake, it is a miracle to persist for so long. However, the physical strength can't support it anymore. Limit is coming. Only. Scoff _ Lu Yun slashed again with a fierce slash. The arm of the monster has been cut off abruptly, blood is flying, and the roar is shrill. This knife is the same as every previous knife, it is extremely ferocious, and the monster on the opposite side is still suppressed by Lu Yun. From the looks of it, Lu Yun is unstoppable. Only. Lu Yun hits a monster in the belly again. With a screeching sound, he pierced the monster's intestines. Another kill. However, Lu Yun snorted in his heart, secretly saying that it was not good. Got stuck on the back of the sword by the monster's claws. There was a centimeter deviation from the schedule, and the monster's claws got stuck. So much so that Lu Yun's knife could not be pulled out instantly. Vivi's hesitation was nearly a second late. What is the concept of seconds? In a matter of seconds, an ordinary monster can dash for a dozen or even 20 meters at will, which is much faster than a national first-level athlete. Within seconds, at least one monster can get close. In 1 second, Lu Yun can chop out a knife and kill 2 monsters in a row. Seconds of time cannot be ignored in battle. Lu Yun made a mistake for the first time. Cut crooked. It's actually cut crooked. Killing so many monsters, the first time I cut it crooked. Hoo. It's not because of skill, the easiest way to attack, I've already mastered it by heart, and it's instinctive, it's impossible to cut in the wrong place. Hoo. This knife didn't hit accurately, it's because of my physical strength. Physical strength started to decline. Vivi hesitated in his heart. The weakness of lack of physical strength has appeared. No matter how accurate the attack is, if there is not enough physical support, it will definitely go wrong. Spend a little more time on a monster, and more monsters will come in later, and there will be more monsters that you need to deal with at the same time. Then the next round of stalemate will be longer. Then there will be more monsters coming. Then there are more monsters to deal with, and it is more difficult. Then there will be more monsters coming. Then again. In the end, gradually, bit by bit, I fell into the encirclement of yokai. This is a vicious circle. With the decline of physical strength, the monsters will accumulate more and more. The battle is getting fiercer. Lu Yun has killed hundreds of monsters. Surrounding Lu Yun are also growing stronger and stronger. Lu Yun's swordsmanship is improving, but his physical strength is declining. Slowly, he has fallen into a hard fight. Both hands are already stained with the blood of the monsters, the swords are also stained with yoi, the clothes are also yoi, and even the blood of the monsters on the face. Lu Yun didn't know how many demons he hacked to death. But the weakness finally showed up gradually. The sweaty expression and heavier breathing have been discovered by the monsters. Insufficient physical strength is a hard injury. Clang. A violent collision. Lu Yun's body was knocked back more than 10 meters. The gigantic strength is too strong. Lu Yun's Shota body is only 100 pounds in total, which is not enough to see. Puff 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 back 10 steps in a row. Little baby, you're going to die. Ha 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 ha. You finally run out of strength. The mere humans also want to deal with so many monsters from us, delusional. Boom. Another monster is attacking from the side. Lu Yun hurriedly resisted with a horizontal knife, and with a rumbling, he stepped back more than 10 steps. Let me just say, how can a little doll be so powerful? Ha 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 ha, humans and monsters are fighting physical strength, are you mentally ill? Ha 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 ha. Boom. Another monster is attacking. Sure enough, it's just a little baby. Weren't you arrogant before? Ah. Ha 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 ha. A monster smashed over with a bang. Ground sank with a screeching sound, and Lu Yun escaped dangerously. If it is 1 second late, I am afraid that I will be torn apart. Grabbing the tachi, the veins on his hands burst out. Lu Yun's anger has never been so intense. If only a powerful monster said so, that's all. Some mere monsters would dare to be so presumptuous. If you have enough energy. If only you were stronger. If you have enough physical strength. If only I wasn't a 1-year-old Shota. How can you guys be so arrogant? His own swordsmanship crushed them, his strategy crushed them, his eyes crushed them, and his tactics crushed them. However, their physical strength cannot fight. Strength. If only there was more power. Strength. I want strength. More power. Never fall down here. There was a hysterical cry in Lu Yun's heart. Strength. Z-I-Z-I-Z-I-Z-I. Z-I-Z-I-Z-I-Z-I. The jade of the four souls seemed to feel the negative emotions of Lu Yun's anger, and the light became brighter and brighter. The majestic and evil energy was transmitted to Lu Yun's body through Lu Yun's knife. An endless stream of Lu Yun's body frantically, eroding Lu Yun's sanity. Swish. As if being impacted by the power of the Four Souls Jade, Lu Yun's Sharinan suddenly spun up, and the second tomo appeared faintly. Chapter 027_Evolution, 2 Tomo Sharingan. The Jade of the Four Souls attempts to control Lu Yun and erode Lu Yun's sanity. However, Sharinan, in terms of the level of evil, the level of weirdness is even higher than the Jade of Four Souls. The power of the Four Soul Jade surged, not only did not affect Lu Yun's mind, but by Sharinan, bit by bit, all absorbed. The power of evil, which is of the same origin as Sharinan, actually allowed Sharinan to evolve again. Even Lu Yun didn't expect this. Lu Yun's vision became clearer and clearer. The movements of all the monsters on the opposite side are getting slower and slower. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 9 times, 10 times, 12 times, 3 times. Still getting slower. Slower and slower. The pupil power is increasing, greatly enhanced. Lu Yun can feel it. He thought he was about to reach the limit, but he didn't expect to break through in this situation. I even regretted using the power of the Four Soul Jade just now, but I didn't expect it to be absorbed by Sherry-nan. Sherry-nan made the cut. From a Tomo, evolved to the level of 2 Tomo. The monsters in front of them are getting slower and slower. In the end, when his pupil strength rose to ultimate, and when Tomo was completely turned on, Lu Yun found that all the sights in his eyes slowed down by about times. Everything moves almost twice as slow. Times slower. What is this concept? The original speed of meters per second is now only meters per second. Even at the speed of meters per second, there are only meters per second left. The speed of the scum monster here is no more than a few meters per second, but, in Lu Yun's eyes, at this moment, everything is simple and clear. Even if fuck has a supersonic plane, in Lu Yun's eyes, it's no different from ordinary running. 2 Tomo Sharingan has such a dick? Believe it or not, Lu Yun believed it anyway. Slow down twice? Lu Yun almost wanted to giggle. Quasi Loli said yes, that's right, don't fight once, don't go beyond the limit. How did you start Sherry-nan like this? Fuck. Looking forward to the stars and the moon, I have always wanted to open Sherry-nan's eyes, but there is always no movement. Finally updated again today. Lu Yun is rarely so excited. Second Tomo Sharingan is so awesome, almost pervert-s skills, slow down twice, what is Mangekyo like? Lu Yun couldn't help but look forward to it too much. The stronger the ability, the greater the restriction, that's right. I don't know how powerful my Mangekyo will be. Lu Yun thought while observing. All the tension just now disappeared. Now, it's easier than ever. Is this kid stupid? A monster saw Lu Yun smirk suddenly, and couldn't help but understand. Lu Yun was still looking desperate just now, why did his face suddenly change in the blink of an eye? His eyes are a little weird, how come there are 2 Tomo? Isn't there just one? You said that this child is not a demon, or a half-demon. How can an ordinary human child be so powerful, killing nearly 100 of our brothers? Weird eyes. Don't worry, kill him and talk about it. Ha 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 ha, don't you think that your eyes will become stronger if you change your eyes? Ah ha 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 ha. Monsters couldn't understand Lu Yun's excitement. How can people and demons in this world understand the greatness of Sherry-nan? Although I thought Lu Yun's eyes were a little weird, he didn't have too many scruples. Around Lu Yun, the 4 monsters attacked together, and the sharp claws pressed against Lu Yun's throat. The flaws, all flaws, all flaws, it's just full of flaws. Lu Yun's body avoided the attack with the smallest range. 4 or 2 dials are as easy as 1,000 pounds. Even, almost no power is consumed, and it is easy to handle. Sherry-nan minimized his stamina consumption, turned around slightly, and staggered all the monsters' attacks. If Lu Yun wanted to, he could even launch a counter-attack in an instant. How could it be? The monster roared in disbelief. Is this a coincidence? Almost slashed at him. How can a few monsters not be surprised? Lu Yun's body almost rubbed their sharp claws to avoid the attack, everything was as calculated in advance, exactly. It was obvious that his stamina was almost exhausted. How could he do such a precise evasion? Even if it came close to being killed. How did you do it? A person can become so much stronger in an instant? Demons to respond, the sword in Lu Yun's hand had moved slowly. The action is as mechanical and standard as ever, and it falls quickly. Chop to the place you want to chop. This is Lu Yun's sword technique. With the current Sherry-nan, it is a perfect partner. Scoff _ Ah! A monster screamed. Head was easily cut off by Lu Yun, more precise than any previous knife. Slow down the action, all the flaws are all out. Shoot. Another monster's heart was pierced by Lu Yun. Lu Yun's eyes have a panoramic view of all the monster's movements. Even without using too much spiritual power, he just chopped the opponent down with a pure knife. Tear. A slash. The three monsters were cut in the middle. Whoosh. A fire spell flew out. Push the monsters back as much as possible. Lu Yun regained the initiative from the disadvantage just now. All of a sudden, all the monsters around him were forced back by Lu Yun. All the flaws that could not be caught before, under these eyes, all emerge clearly, and everything can't escape these eyes. The number of attacks of ordinary monsters is too simple. Also, it seems to be able to see further. Lu Yun's spiritual power is condensed above his eyes. Kuai-Zi in the distance was still fighting the monster. The layers of miasma that Sherry Nan couldn't see through before, but now, it's clear, it's all penetrated, it's too clear. Kuai-Zi lowly is fine. That's good. When it comes to the sword, Lu Yun no longer fights with these scum monsters, slowing down the speed. Almost half of the attacks can be easily evaded, and the few remaining monsters can be solved with one stroke. Swish. Swish. Boom. Boom. The corpses all the way fell behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun quickly ran forward, and two Tomo Sherinan, ordinary scum monsters, were no longer a threat to Lu Yun. Lu Yun's sword skills, with the assistance of Sherinan, almost instantly killed the same level in melee combat. One knife at a time, leaving corpses and blood on the ground, Lu Yun quickly ran to Kuai-Zi lowly. Chapter 028 For Soul Purification. In Lu Yun's pupils, the distant scenes were displayed one by one, clearly, and Tomo Sheringan's insight was almost against the sky. In the valley, Kuai-Zi lowly and the monster are still fighting fiercely. Kuai-Zi lowly's skirt was stained with a little fresh yoi blood. Even though it was monster blood, Lu Yun was surprised enough. Having been with Kuai-Zi lowly for so many days, this is the first time Lu Yun has seen Kuai-Zi lowly's clothes stained with blood. Little lowly doesn't have many clothes and is not very rich, so I still feel distressed about good-looking clothes. Was smeared with blood. It shows that the battle is fierce, and Kuai-Zi has no time to take care of his clothes. This monster is strong. The ability not to kill, even Kuai-Zi has a headache. Kuai-Zi lowly, Kuai-Zi, did you hear it? When you hear it, just reply, don't fight with this thing, it can regenerate infinitely, there is almost no limit, hey. Hear no. Don't continue to fight. Lu Yun shouted at Kuai-Zi in the distance. Kuai-Zi kept slashing, as if he wanted to test the limit of this monster. What Lu Yun is most worried about is that this monster is the legendary monster, the one that died with Kuai-Zi. It is the safest to keep Kuai-Zi lowly away from it. Even if you don't get far, you can't keep fighting with the current situation. Infinite regeneration. Kuai-Zi lowly muttered to himself, and cut off one arm of the three-headed monster with one knife again. Kuai-Zi lowly also realized that the three-headed monster can hardly be killed, but this regeneration ability, no matter how you look at it, is a bit incredible. Even Kuai-Zi, this is the first time I have seen it. But Lu Yun's tone didn't sound like a lie. There is no need for Lu Yun to lie either. Little lowly is young, his experience in fighting monsters should not be underestimated, and he knows what to do at this time. Why did that little brat come in? Isn't that causing trouble for me? Kuai-Zi lowly looked at Lu Yun in the distance and muttered to himself. Mouth raised a faint arc, it seemed that Lu Yun ran over, making her a little happy. That's right, he was blaming Lu Yun, but Kuai-Zi lowly was actually quite happy. I didn't expect that little brat to be pretty good, and he actually cared about himself. Moreover, the information provided is not bad. When she learned that the huge monster in front of her could really regenerate indefinitely, Kuai-Zi's strategy was also settled, and she no longer waved the knife meaninglessly. Well, then, the way to kill it. Or there are only two left. Either kill its core, maybe the heart, maybe somewhere else. But it is not clear where its weaknesses are, so this route is not advisable. Or purify it completely and completely. Completely wiped out? No matter what its weakness is, no matter how many times it can regenerate, clean it out completely and it will be fine. Quasi slowly raised the knife. The fierce killing intent radiated from Quasi's petite body. 4 words that made countless monsters feel terrified, slowly came out from Quasi Loli's lips. 4. Soul, purification, transformation dash. The huge 3-headed monster was stunned. Lu Yun in the distance was also shocked by this scene. There was silence between heaven and earth. Pure light, pure power, the spiritual power sufficient to purify all things, burst out from Quasi's petite body in the distance. The pure light even eclipsed the sun in the sky. The valley is so bright that people can't open their eyes, as if it can dispel all evil and directly hit the majestic and unpredictable power deep in the soul. Lu Yun thought of something. For soul purification. No, this is the first time Lu Yun has heard of this term. The origin of the four-soul jade. The four-soul jade is related to this. Lu Yun just knew that the witch Quasi in history had the power to purify the 4 souls. This is the first time I have heard of the term four-soul purification. Everything in the world has 4 souls. Desolate soul, harmony soul, strange soul, lucky soul. The one spirit under the normal functioning of these souls is called a straight spirit, and can be in accordance with the laws of nature. Those who are polluted by evil are called warped spirits, which violate the laws of nature. The barren soul is courageous, progressive, and aggressive. Once it is transformed into Chuling, the soul will become valiant and feisty. Dear, gentle, and put yourself in the role of the soul. Once it is turned into a spirit, the soul will become malicious. The strange soul is intelligent, ingenious, and insightful. Once it is turned into a spirit, the soul will become extremely cunning and resourceful. Fortunate soul is love. Once it turns into Kuling, this soul will become persistent and paranoid. Gather the 4 souls into one spirit, and host the body to become the heart. The 4 souls are the essence of everything and the source of all things. Whether it is a human being, a monster, or even a ghost in hell, they all have such 4 souls. And in the legend, Quasi's spell, the strongest spell, is a spell that directly acts on the 4 souls and purifies them. No matter how strong, no matter how powerful the body, the soul cannot resist the attack. Quasi's 4-soul purification is a spell that directly purifies the soul. Plug-in like moves? The 4 souls have been purified, and they are still playing with shit. This is the posture of the strongest Quasi. However, the current Quasi is still a lowly, and has not reached the peak and strongest period in history. At the peak period, Quasi fought a monster collective for 7 days and 7 nights. Thinking about it makes people feel terrifying. The current Quasi is still a lowly, and it seems a little difficult to perform the purification of the 4 souls. But even so, it was enough. The fused 3-headed demon, with almost no resistance, was turned into ashes bit by the pure light. Quasi! Quasi! Ah! You won, you won. But the monsters can't be killed, and human beings are doomed to perish. Lord Sime. Lord Nu will not let you go. Ah, 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 please punish this witch. Cuisine, I curse you dash. Boom 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 boom. In the endless roar, the 3-headed monster vanished into ashes. The purification of the 4 souls is Quasi's ultimate move. It directly purifies the 4 souls, and no matter how powerful the monsters are, they can't stop it. Quasi's face was pale, leaning on the knife, resting on the side, breathing thinly. The skirt was stained with a little blood and looked a bit different at the moment. It was the first time Lu Yun saw such a weak Quasi. Lu Yun walked slowly to Quasi's side, Looking at the pits and pits on the ground, without saying a word, his heart was dignified like never before. This yokai is not the one who fought against Tsuko in history. Triza is fine. However, the situation is still not optimistic. It should be Sime. After a long time, Lu Yun suddenly asked Kwaizi. Note. Nu, the sound is the same as night. Chapter 029 _ The Master of Ghosts and Ghosts, Lu Yun's Strategy. Hey, it's Sime, right, Abe Sime who lives in Kyoto. After a long silence, Lu Yun asked. Lu Yun could hear the three-headed monster's dying roar. Every big monster is the overlord of the famous party, and the fusion of the three big monsters is even more unimaginable. That kind of demon power is simply unbelievable. But even so, when it comes to the word Sime, the three-headed monster still has a look of longing and infinite faith. Sime, Nu, the master of ghosts and ghosts. Why did Kwaizi die in history? Why did the three-headed monster that merged just now appear, and why does the 7-piece seem to be artificially created? And where did the fusion of the last monster come from? So many big monsters are integrated into one, and there are many strange and abnormal in itself. These questions seem to have answers. A mastermind behind the scenes is controlling everything. I don't know, it's the first time I've heard of it. Sime is actually new, how could this be? Isn't he a human? Kwaizi's face was pale and seemed to be frightened by the accident. Kwaizi could also hear the roar of the monster just before its death. It's just that Kwaizi lowly never thought that he, who is dedicated to eliminating demons, actually has an onmyoji enemy. Absolutely right, Sime is new, he is a demon, a half-demon. That's right, it can't be wrong. Abe Sime is new, I didn't think at first, 1,000 years, this time period is just right, how could I not have thought of it? He. 1,000 years, what is that? Kuizi, I said. No, you heard it wrong, it's nothing. Lu Yun muttered to himself. Abe Sime. Onmyoji who lived thousands of years ago in modern society are also monsters. During the day, as Abe Sime, rule Kyoto. That is the most powerful onmyoji in history, the ancestor of the Yumanai Yuan clan. Lu Yun can see many praises in the textbooks of modern society. At night, the identity of Nu, the identity of a monster, controls the Kyoto at night. At this time, he is the symbol of the strongest monster, the legendary master of monsters and monsters at the top of Kunlun Wanyeo. Both human. Also a monster. All the people and demons who resisted him were killed. No one dared to go against his will. Abe Sime, the true ruler of this era. He is also the strongest in this era. The strongest onmyoji. The strongest monster. No one can fight against it. Even the big monster earth spider that dominates one side, in front of Abe Sime, is a face-to-face. Abe Sime is the strongest, undeniably. Maybe a few years later, Kwaizi will be able to fight Sime, and Kwaizi who has reached the peak is equally immeasurable. The pure spiritual power that purifies everything, plus the stunt of purifying the four souls, the power of one person swept the monsters of the entire era. Very strong. But now Kwaizi is only old. A young girl with a background that can't compete with Sime. However, the scary part of Sime lies in this, even if he is stronger than the opponent, he doesn't mind using some means, using some tricks. Whether it is in the original book or now, it is the same. And there are very few people who know the two identities of Abe Sime. Nu, it's Abe Sime, there's no doubt about that. And the monster who came this time was ordered by Abe Sime, and even if it wasn't Abe Sime's order, he must have participated in it. Abe Sime, the greatest onmyoji, is also the most evil onmyoji. Kwaizi, we must discuss this matter carefully, you are being targeted. The three-headed monster is a failed experiment. Next time, it may be a fusion of 4, 5, or even more monsters. No matter how strong you are, Quasi, you may not be able to last. Sime has to get rid of you. The reason, for his plans, we can't sit still. Quasi, look, what do you do next? Lu Yun thought about it for a long time and spoke to Quasi again. I haven't made up my mind yet. Quasi lowly kills demons and kills demons. Although he is very talented, he is only a lowly after all. How do people know so much about the conspiracy of mankind? Forget it, I didn't expect you, leave it to me. Lu Yun pondered. The brain is racing to find a way to cope. Abe Sime. A man who was resurrected after 1,000 years. Calculate the time, Sime is almost approaching, at this time. Then there are two reasons why Quasi was targeted, either because Quasi killed too many monsters, which made Abe Sime vigilant, or, Abe Sime was worried that Quasi would affect his resurrection and wanted to remove all obstacles. All things considered, the latter is more likely. Sime put a lot of thought into his own resurrection. Quasi is only a year old now, and she has such a talented witch at the age of 1,000 years. What is even more terrifying is the ability of Quasi to purify the four souls, which is the nemesis of almost all monsters. And Sime is also a monster. If Quasi's spiritual power will become stronger and stronger in a few years, and Quasi who has reached the peak in history, Lu Yun seems to have the ability to compete with Sime. Quasi should have made Sime feel threatened. Abe Sime is worried that Tsuko will affect his resurrection plan. The fusion of the three-headed monsters, and the collection of monsters that ushered in the death of Tsuko a few years later, the source of the four-soul jade, were all resurrected without any hindrance due to Abe Sime's plan. Then, the best way to deal with Sime is. Lu Yun quickly determined the plan and said, I have a strategy. Quasi, listen to me. Don't kill the monsters yet, you have killed too many monsters. If you do this, you will only force more monsters to Sime's side, and it will be even more difficult to deal with. It would be terrifying to create a few more powerful monsters. These days, you should take it easy, don't rush to kill the monsters. Qingming won't live long, his lifespan is coming, we can wait, we can hide. Quasi, you can kill some monsters for a while, so maybe you can let him relax his vigilance. When Sime is about to die, let's do a sneak attack and kill him. Let him have no chance of resurrection. Lu Yun's killing intent is awe-inspiring. Efficiency in doing things and unscrupulous means may also be one of Lu Yun's advantages. Using the power of Tsuko to kill Abe Sime when he was on the verge of death, the best. The four souls are completely purified, no matter how awesome you are, you don't even have a chance to go to hell. Also resurrect a hair. Grandma's 500 years later, Sengoku's Naraku is enough to toss himself. If there is another Abe Sime in the modern society, Lu Yun will really be annoying. Sime's power, strangle as much as possible. And Quasi in history is really dead. It's okay if you haven't experienced everything. But now, since Lu Yun has met Quasi and has some strange feelings for this lowly, it is absolutely impossible to watch Quasi go down the same path. Lu Yun now wants to give it a try and change this history. Chapter 030_dispute. Quasi lowly was silent for a long time. Breathing subtly, the four-soul purification move consumes a lot for the current Quasi. The sword was sheathed, Quasi turned around and looked at Lu Yun. Without answering Lu Yun's words, Quasi said instead. Little Lu Yun, thank you just now. I'm glad you can rush in. But you should go back, don't keep following me. Quasi lowly actually does not have the Tsundere attribute. Are you talking so softly? Damn, is this still Quasi lowly? Lu Yun couldn't believe his ears. Why? Lu Yun asked. Kwaizi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her head and said, "As you can see, following me, I have to face so many dangers every day. In fact, I have to encounter monsters of that level just now, every month, and I don't even have much confidence in winning. Maybe one day, the monsters hate me to the core, even if there is no Sime, I may fail one day. And now, even Nu is staring at me. You've been following me, it's too dangerous. Where is your home? Or, I'll take you back." Lu Yun was so angry that his chest almost exploded. This damn loli. This dead loli is still so stubborn. If you were afraid, would you rush in just now? You don't accept me as your apprentice, just because you're afraid I'll be killed with you. Lu Yun roared. That's not it. Don't be too sentimental. Kwaizi Loli's face was pierced through Yui's face, and he was finally pierced, and he murmured, "Anyway, although you are a brat, you are very brave, and you come to help me today, I'm very happy, but it's too dangerous to follow me, you'd better go home." Hey. That's not right. Did you listen to me? Don't get off the topic. Answer my question first. I'll let you go with me to sneak attack on Sime. Why don't you answer me? Kill Sime, everything no problem. Kill him and there will be no danger. What are you worrying about? Lu Yun said eagerly. Kill Sime. If you kill Sime, the mastermind behind the scenes, Kwaizi will not die. This is the point. I don't want to do things like that. Kwaizi Loli spoke arrogantly. Sime can do anything. Lu Yun also never cared about that. But Kwaizi is disdainful to do such a thing. But Lu Yun was even more annoyed and cursed. You are rigid. I am a human, not a despicable and shameless demon. Sometimes people are more shameless than demons. But I wouldn't do that. You go on like this, you will die. That's how you died in history. Stupid. Stupid. Pig's head. What inexplicable words. How dare you teach me a lesson? You're just a little loli. What do you mean loli? You seem to have said it a lot. Our hometown dialect is an honorific title. No matter how much you flatter me, I won't promise you. You pig. Dead. You little brat. $% $. Call. Die loli. This stubborn loli. Except for her elder sister Kagam, this is the first time that I have cared so much about a person, so I must be so angry. Before watching TV, watching all kinds of anime, seeing those rigid people, sticking to the rules, and even people who died because of it, Lu Yun sneered. How many people have died on their own rigidity, and the decent, not attacking, not cheating, in Lu Yun's opinion, it is really stupid, and they are destined to perish. But today, I finally encountered one. The best time to kill Sime is when Sime is about to die. But Kwaizi didn't go. How many people can be saved by killing a Sime with despicable means? Don't know how to change. Fuck. Lu Yun has the urge to smash Kwaizi loli. This world is a parallel world, and Lu Yun has long realized it. Not only the world of Inuyasha, but also the world of grandson of Slicker. That Sime, even Kwaizi at his peak may not be able to win. This is the best chance. Kwaizi actually disagreed. Sister. Arguing on the ground. Yui's ears are red, Lu Yun still can't convince Kwaizi loli. Looking at this loli's stubborn expression, Lu Yun also knew that he couldn't persuade her. From another angle, if Kwaizi really agreed, it would not be the Kwaizi in history. If Kwaizi can really do nothing, there will be no pure spiritual power that purifies everything. Then, just do it yourself. This is the best opportunity not to be missed. Okay, if you don't kill Sime, it's fine. I won't force you, and I can't persuade you. Whether you die or not has something to do with me. But on the other hand, don't try to persuade me to leave. My home it's so far from here that I can't go back for a while. Lu Yun finally gave up the idea of persuading Quasi. As you like. Quasi lowly pursed his lips. Clearly wanted Lu Yun to leave him, to be safe. But when Lu Yun stayed despite the dissuasion, Quasi found that she was very happy. I hope Lu Yun will leave, but I also hope that Lu Yun will stay. This is a very contradictory feeling. Never before. Also, I just broke through, and my strength has risen. Quasi lowly, use your sword skills again, I want to see if I can learn it. Lu Yun's Sharingan was spinning quickly. Second, Tomo Sharingan, it should be possible to copy the moves. Lu Yun has some expectations in his heart. Chapter 031 Sharingan's copyability. Huh? Learn. What are you talking about? Quasi lowly thought he heard something wrong and looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. So many days have passed, Quasi has almost recognized Lu Yun. Of course it's okay to teach some moves. Especially when Lu Yun just broke in to look for him regardless of his life and death, Quasi lowly was even more moved. But, however, she was moved and moved. Lu Yun's tone made Quasi very puzzled. That tone seems to be you only need to use it once and I can learn it all, it's too conceited. Quasi lowly is also a genius. Her swordsmanship is even more tempered, and she has learned it from time to time. Quasi lowly is very unconvinced to be so despised now. I said, let you use your knife skills again, I want to take a look. Don't ask so much, in short, just show me a few tricks, and you will know later. Humph. Do you really think that you are a genius, you can learn it at a glance? Quasi said angrily, arguing with Lu Yun again. Facts tell everything. If you don't kill Sime, I will do it. I will surpass you at the fastest speed. Lu Yun doesn't care, but what he thinks is that if he really kills Sime alone, Quasi will definitely follow him, right? Lu Yun is not that stupid yet. You. Quasi lowly stared at Lu Yun, not knowing what to say. Kill Sime. Sime, that is, knew, Quasi had the idea of killing him before. After all, it was the strongest monster, so Tsuko wanted to get rid of it of course. It's just that Quasi didn't do it, because Quasi knew that she was not Nu's opponent now. Now the kid in front of him actually said he was going to kill Nu. Kill Sime. Not, it is too self-sufficient. Quasi stomped his feet in a fit of anger and said. Okay, look good, don't blame me if you can't learn. Pulling out the sword, Quasi came to an open space. After entering the state, Quasi's whole body suddenly spread out a killing intent. Unlike the known Quasi, the real Quasi is full of killing intent, bloodthirsty and fierce, especially when dealing with monsters. The real Tsuko is the shrine maiden who is victorious in the constant battle against the monsters, not purifying, helping the villagers, etc., and so on. Because this is the era of war. What this era needs more is a witch who can kill demons. SWAT _ To knife out of its sheath. Quasi's figure moved quickly in the distance. The movements are like flowing water in the same way, natural, smooth, perfect, almost instinctive, a knife technique, one after another knife light is leaping, and the grass on all sides is shrouded in pieces. Every action has been tempered 1,000 times. Every position is almost perfect. It seems to be one with the surrounding world. As smooth as the clouds and water. Quasi's swordsmanship was improved in actual battles and summed up after fighting with countless monsters. A completely different extreme from Lu Yun's theoretical school. One is emotional and the other is rational. Therefore, Quasi's swordsmanship is as smooth as running clouds and flowing water. And Lu Yun's swordsmanship is mechanical and accurate. Completely different knives. _. SHHHHH_. SHHHHH_. Where the knife light passed, all the trees were broken, fragile, and vulnerable. Quasi's speed became faster and faster, and it became more and more fierce. In the end, it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Sherry Non by Lu Yun is also running to ultimate. Sherry Non frantically, do your best to observe. This is Quasi's swordsmanship. A real knife technique with full firepower. Too fast. Too fast. The fast Lu Yun is almost impossible to catch. When killing little demons, Quasi didn't show any real skills at all. The current swordsmanship is Quasi's strongest state. If an ordinary person saw it, it would be as if a dozen or more knives had been hacked out in an instant. Even when the speed was slowed down, Lu Yun still struggled to see every movement clearly. Evolution of your own Sherry Non. Quasi's strongest swordsmanship is simply untouchable. There is only such a swift sword technique. Only 1,000 years ago, when this monster was rampant, it was able to sweep all the monsters. One by one action, one by one traces like flowing water. A natural curve. Bit by bit, everything is reflected in Sherry Non. Lu Yun observes, studies. At an unprecedented speed, improving. Second, Tomo Sharingan can finally copy other people's moves, with Quasi by his side. For Lu Yun, it is the best copy object. Boom. Quasi's last knife fell away. The pure spiritual power directly turned into a towering giant blade, flattening a mountain in the distance, and the cut surface was smooth and flat, like glass. To knife into the sheath. Quasi glanced at Lu Yun and gave a provocative look. How is it? Lu Yun nodded and took the jade of the Four Souls from the sword. Lu Yun slowly walked to the other side and set up a posture, exactly the same as Quasi's movement just now. You look good. Swish swish. Swish swish. Lu Yun's movements were exactly the same as Quasi's movements before. Quasi's movements were all clearly copied by Lu Yun. Except that the speed is not as good as Quasi. After all, there is no support of the huge spiritual power like Quasi, but in terms of accuracy, it is exactly the same as Quasi just now. Swordsmanship was copied completely and exactly by Lu Yun. It's like Quasi himself wielding a knife. Quasi Loli's eyes widened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. She has practiced swordsmanship for so many years, and now, Lu Yun has learned it all at a glance. How is it possible? How did you learn it? How is this possible? A few days ago, you clearly couldn't do it. Why today? Quasi Loli's small mouth grew, and even her breathing was stagnant, not to mention surprised. Lu Yun haha isho, proudly said. Why is it impossible? Because I'm a genius. Scoff. Lu Yun made the final cut. A tree more than 10 meters away was cut off by Lu Yun in the air, exactly the same as Quasi's last move. Quasi Loli's eyes widened and she looked at Lu Yun in a trance. After a long time, she finally refused to admit defeat. No, I'll do a few more tricks. I don't believe you can learn it. Chapter 032 _ The fame spreads far and wide, Sherry Non Jr. 1. This move is my move to kill a big leopard cat monster. You can't learn it so easily. This move is the most fluent move that requires a lot of practice and has almost no flaws, and you can't learn it. How can you do it? This is a good move. You will definitely not be able to do this. Look at it. And this trick. And this move. This is the move that Master Ashiya Doman taught me. Humph. Let's see how you learn it. And this trick. Quasi Loli changed countless styles of swordsmanship in a row, and used many lore shots that he was proud of, trying to stun Lu Yun. After all, it was incredible to learn his own knife skills in one go. Switch again and again. Try again and again. However, No matter how complicated the knife technique is, Lu Yun read it once and learned it all. And when it is used, it is as if it has been trained for decades, and it is exactly the same, perfect to the extreme. Quasi kept practicing until her stomach growled, and then she stopped. So far, there is no set of swordsmanship that Lu Yun can't learn. Quasi Loli finally admitted Lu Yun's talent for pervert. She has practiced the sword technique for many years, and she was simply learned by Lu Yun. Little Loli was quite unwilling. It was the first time he suffered such a serious blow. How can someone have such pervert ability? In just a short time, Lu Yun's swordsmanship has risen to a great level. So unreasonable. Copy fighting technique, ninjutsu, see-through demonic illusion. The evolution of Sherinan, the pupil power of Tomo, has allowed these basic functions to be revealed one by one. Of course, Lu Yun did not just rely on Sherinan to achieve this. If the basic skills are not solid, even if he copied Quasi's swordsmanship, it would not be possible. Seeing clearly and being able to do it are two completely different things. Being able to learn Quasi's swordsmanship at one time, Lu Yun's own efforts are also an important factor. Basic knife skills. Basic action. Lu Yun has mastered every basic knife swinging action, and is a perfect master. Swinging the knife day after day for years, Lu Yun's basic knife skills, it is no exaggeration to say, is no worse than Kuizii. And all the complicated knife techniques are just superpositions of simple basic movements. Therefore, Lu Yun can perfectly reproduce Quasi's swordsmanship just after copying it. After Quasi's swordsmanship is broken down, Lu Yun can easily perform every basic action. After Sherinan is copied, Lu Yun can learn quickly. The importance of the foundation, once again shown. Facts have proved that Lu Yun's policy from the beginning was correct. Putting away the sword, Lu Yun comforted Quasi Loli and said, "Hey, actually, Quasi Loli, you don't have to be too sad. If there is no Sherinan, I can't do this. In terms of pure talent, you are still better than me. Your huge and pure spiritual power, I can't be envious. At least it will take another new year for my spiritual power to reach your level." Quasi Loli pouted and said, "I know, I'm just a little unwilling. Anyone who encounters this must be depressed. I have learned the sword technique for so many years, and it was learned by others in the blink of an eye. Didn't I feed the dog after all my years of cultivation?" But Lu Yun was also depressed. "I persuade you to assassinate Sime, but you don't go. Now copying your swordsmanship, I want to go it alone and help you get rid of the original tragic fate. You are so depressed. Make it look like you've done something wrong. Is it easy for yourself? Is it easy?" Well, the information that Quasi will die in the future, Lu Yun has not told Quasi yet, to save little Loli from being sad. Well, the feeling of caring for little Loli is still very noble. Too lazy to care. Putting away the sword, Lu Yun said, "Forget it, I'm too tired today, let's eat first. After eating, I'll go kill the demon with you." "Kill the demon?" Quasi said. "Yeah, killing the demon, what, is there a problem? This is the first time you've offered to kill a demon." Quasi said, puzzled. "Now that I'm awesome, of course I'm going out to kill demons. It's more important to improve my strength. You don't agree with my plan, what else can I do?" "Oh. Hey, Quasi Loli, you won't be angry, right? I'm just progressing a little faster. As for..." "No. That's good, Quasi Loli, let's go. Can you please stop adding Loli after my name, it doesn't sound good. How many times have I said it? That's the honorific title, it's the honorific title. The dialect from our hometown. But I still don't feel right. Loli's intuition is really sharp." But Lu Yun wouldn't tell Quasi the truth. After Quasi and Quasi eliminated some of the minions and monsters that had slipped through the net, the two started lunch as usual. Nothing to do, Lu Yun just shouts Quasi Loli. Quasi Loli keeps shouting, "It's really cool." Having tricked the strongest witch in history, Lu Yun suddenly felt a little smug in his heart. In this way, Lu Yun and Quasi started their monster hunting journey. Quasi's swordsmanship is copied, but it's not just copying other people's swordsmanship. What Lu Yun needs is to turn Quasi's swordsmanship into his own and use his own style. If you want to do this as quickly as possible, there is no doubt that there is only crazy killing. There was nothing else 1,000 years ago, monsters are everywhere. This is a good place for Lu Yun to level up and earn experience. Chapter 033_Prestige spreads far and wide, Sherinan Jr. 2. On the day of copying Quasi's swordsmanship, Lu Yun later killed more than 100 demons. The next day, Lu Yun killed more than 300 little demons. On the third day, 400. Fourth day, Lu Yun killed 500 demons. On the fifth day, I met a group of powerful monsters, even large monsters, and Quasi was dragged. Lu Yun had to deal with several powerful monsters, and these monsters even had their own tailor-made demon knives. But despite this, the number of beheaded monsters is still over 100. On the sixth day, more than 500 were killed. The 10th day, Lu Yun killed more than 1,000 monsters in a single day. Lu Yun's strength is rapidly improving. In particular, knife skills can almost be described as changing with each passing day. Making progress every day. Learning every day. Quasi Loli is not forgiving, but in fact, he has been secretly caring about Lu Yun. Quasi Loli has a lot of experience. She put some monsters that Lu Yun is most suitable for dealing with and most suitable for training hands at this stage, and let Lu Yun train hands, so that Lu Yun can improve as soon as possible, and she will destroy the rest of the powerful monsters one by one. With such good conditions, coupled with his genius-like comprehension, it is surprising that Lu Yun's strength has not skyrocketed. Lu Yun's swordsmanship, after half a month, finally came out of his own way, turning Quasi's swordsmanship into his own swordsmanship. What suits you is the best. Now, without the two of them using spiritual power, if they simply fight swordsmanship with Quasi, Lu Yun can hold on to more than 1,000 moves. Even Quasi is jealous. This little brat is progressing too fast. In terms of skills, it has reached the peak of this era. The only thing missing is power. Of course. With the improvement of Lu Yun's strength, a large number of monsters died under the sword, and the legend of Lu Yun and Quasi also spread slowly among monsters and humans. Hey, have you heard? There are 2 children who are very powerful recently. I don't know how many monsters have been killed. There is such a genius among human beings. I know, one of them is that witch Quasi. It is said that she is a wizard who sees every 1,000 years. She has already killed many big monsters at the age of cleaned up, so fucking awesome. The monster in Quasi's hands has never escaped, but who is the other person? It is said to be called Higurashi Lu Yun. It is said that this boy has a pair of eyes, the eyes are very strange, they are UI colored, and there is Tomo in them. Fuck, it is scary to look at, it is too evil. It is said that this eye is called Sherinan. Higurashi Lu Yun, it is said that he is only old. Is this doll going to defy the sky? 1 emerald is enough for us, and now there's another Higurashi Lu Yun. Oh my god, is this god wanting us to go extinct? Sherinan's boy, year-old boy. Ma Dan, why isn't there such a genius among us monsters? Higurashi Lu Yun, where did it come from? Why haven't I heard of it before? Higurashi Lu Yun. The youth of Sherinan. This unfamiliar name has been heard on the stage thousands of years ago, and more people and demons have noticed this shining star. Lu Yun and Kuizumao have done their best to kill the demon, so the situation can be imagined. The monsters are furious. The name Higurashi Luyun was being discussed everywhere among the yokai. And the onmyoges, witches, and monks are very fortunate. This is the lucky star of mankind. Luyun is only a year old, and he is already so strong. The only weakness is that he does not have enough spiritual power, and he does not have enough spiritual power to compete with the level of big monsters. However, in terms of technique, it is already at the peak of the times. In another 10 years, or even just a few years, after the amount of spiritual power reaches that level, Luyun will be able to fight against the big monster. As long as Luyun doesn't die, as long as Luyun doesn't have an accident, he will definitely become another emerald in a few years. Become a fearful existence for countless monsters. Become a Jinchuriki/column of human beings. The end of the monsters has come. All the witches and monks are happy about this. In this dark age ruled by monsters, mankind is finally about to rise. Quack quack. It is said that on the day of hearing the news, the famous Onmyoji family and the Huakaiwan family even held a feast up and down to celebrate the victory of mankind. Millennia ago. The name of Higurashi Luyun is already loud. At the same time. On the other hand, Kyoto is ruled by yokai. The peerless powerhouse who ranks above countless people and demons also opened his old eyes. Abe Sime. Abe Sime is old and about to die. However, for Sime, he is only staying in hell for a while, and he will come back sooner or later. Higurashi Luyun? Funny kid. Abe Sime smiled, his face calm. In Abe Sime's long life, such a kid was just a small role. Abe Sime is not worried, just a little interested. After thinking about it, Abe Sime ordered to go on, saying, "If you meet Higurashi Luyun, bring him." "Sherinan, I've never heard of it, I'd like to see it if I can." "Yes, Sime-sama." Sime nodded and continued to close his eyes, waiting for death to come. Chapter 034 Strange Girl Comes for Help. Abe Sime has a little interest in Luyun, but Luyun doesn't know it. Luyun was immersed in the improvement of his cultivation and could not extricate himself. More than half a month, Luyun exhausted his last strength every day before he went to sleep. He killed almost countless monsters every day, and he was exhausted until he was exhausted. Every day, he arranged slowly of. Cultivation is still very scientific, very planned and purposeful, but the difference is that Luyun is already trying to go beyond his own limits, beyond theoretical data, and become stronger at a faster rate. The speed of the spiritual power stimulation of the Four-Soul Jade was reset by Luyun, from double to double the growth rate. The basic training of swinging the knife is still going on day after day. The research on Onmyoji has also been going on, crazier than ever. And, Shikigami research. And Sherinan's research. Research on the dimensional dimension of the universe theory. Wait, many. Luyun's training is as always, no, even harder than before. Progress, many times faster than imagined. Drink. Clang _ Damn kid. Boom. Boundary bullets. Bang. Bastard, mean. What's wrong with me? Fire. Ah. Lightning blades. Rumbling. Today, on the hills, there was another fight. Luyun is no longer surprised. Such a fierce battle, Luyun has now fully adapted to it. Every day, Luyun fights with a large number of monsters. The body has adapted to the tragic killing of this era. Luyun today was a monster from the Thunder Beast clan. The Thunder Beast clan, which also appeared in the original Inuyasha, was a small leader in the early stage. It seems that one is called Fishin and the other is called Mantian. And what Luyun met today seemed to be the ancestor of the Thunder Beast clan. This monster is quite powerful, and the monster power is also very strong, and it has a lot of abilities, which is very difficult to deal with. It can still fly in the sky, Occupying the geographical advantage, it has the power of thunder and lightning, and there is a lightning blade demon knife, which can go down with thunder and lightning to bombard, large-scale unruly attacks, and majestic demon power, abundant physical strength, have far surpassed Lu Yun. Unfortunately, the outcome is often not determined by strength. This kind of monster is just stronger in brute force and stronger in physical strength. Switching Shikigami, enchantment, incantation, swordsmanship. A set of precise killing steps was designed, and with the assistance of Sherinan, Lu Yun's high IQ fighting method was finally fully demonstrated. Lu Yun's brain computing power is comparable to that of a large-scale electronic computer, and the first person with the highest IQ in the ancient times was not blown out of it. In an instant, it is enough to come up with dozens of combat plans. The ancestors of the Thunder Beasts were clearly stronger than Lu Yun, but during the entire fight, they were completely led by Lu Yun. Power can't make it. If you use it, you will immediately fall into the next trap. After more than half an hour of fierce fighting, finally, you are a scum without the lightning strike blade. Lu Yun finally managed to design a weapon that flew the opponent. The ancestors of the Thunder Beast clan were so angry that they smoked. Dare to love the other party's series of actions, all planned, not to kill him, but to pick up his weapons. Approaching suddenly. In close combat, Lu Yun's swordsmanship is almost overwhelmingly strong. Unless it is a monster that is several levels stronger than Lu Yun and uses brute force to break it, ordinary monsters are not Lu Yun's opponents at all. Damn kid. The opponent has not had time to dodge. He even regretted and despised Lu Yun in front of him. Drink. Scoff _ 1 knife and 2 pieces. Lu Yun's Sherinan was running at a high speed, cutting off the head of the ancestor of the Thunder Beast family with a knife that was almost a stroke of a feather. The ancestors of the Thunder Beasts fell to the ground and died. The whole battle takes 4 minutes. In the distance, there is a corpse on the ground. Not only the leader of the Thunder Beast clan, except for him, all the Thunder Beast clan members were killed by Lu Yun. Large and small, corpses piled up like mountains. Rivers of blood. Broken limbs. A tragic scene shows how fierce the fight just now was. There were hundreds of monsters in total, all of which were killed by Lu Yun alone. Thunder Beast clan, from now on. After a fierce battle, Lu Yun feels that he has gained a lot of new. If the force of the knife just now increased a little. The power of thunder and lightning hits a lot more than I thought, and the hastily arranged enchantment can't completely offset it. Or, my enchantment should also be improved. The knife technique has reached a bottleneck, and the progress is not as great as it was a few days ago. Lu Yun's strength has improved rapidly these days. Even, it's getting a little unreasonable. But no one thinks that they are too powerful, just like no one thinks that they have too much money. Although Lu Yun's progress is very fast, Lu Yun is still dissatisfied and wants to go faster. Because Lu Yun's purpose is Abe Sime. Even the assassination of Abe Sime, who was about to die, was very difficult. Lu Yun even thought about whether to build a plasma launcher, or a miniature nuclear bomb, to snipe Sime at a fixed point. Or, study a light energy conversion device similar to Ultraman, and turn yourself into a Superman? But when I think of myself empty-handed and without equipment, in this backward age, everything is a fantasy. Even if I go to the modern age, it is still a fantasy. The gap between technology and our original society is too big. There is no other way but to improve one's own strength. Get up. Lu Yun's Sherinan opened, and the scenery of thousands of meters in the distance came into his eyes one by one. He was about to go to Kuaizi's side. Lu Yun didn't even have time to pay attention, and suddenly a voice sounded behind Lu Yun. Without warning, Lu Yun was shocked. Enemy. However, the eager and pleasant voice made Lu Yun dispel his concerns. Ah! Little brother, please help my sister, woo woo woo, there are bad people chasing my sister, very bad and bad people. Little brother, do you know where to hide in the vicinity? Can you tell me? Sister. Little brother, do you know where there are hidden places nearby? Big sister can give you a lot of fun things, you tell me, big sister will not treat you badly. There's a bunch of bad guys chasing my sister, and my sister can't go back with them. Help my sister, okay. Chapter 035 _ The Canine Princess Who Escaped Marriage. Alright. Lu Yun admitted that he had just wiped out a race, which was a lot of consumption, and his vigilance had also dropped a lot. But even so, being approached so easily, and without knowing it, is too weird. If it is an enemy, I am afraid that I have been severely injured. Lu Yun turned around quickly and looked at the person who came. It was a girl about 15 or 16 years old. Dressed in snow-white clothes, she was charming, bright, and pure, and her eyes were very moving. She looked at Lu Yun pleadingly and asked for help. Although the girl has a harmless expression. But Lu Yun saw a noble attitude from the girl's behavior, as if she was born to stand above everyone else. Clothing looks simple, but in fact, it is very expensive and tasteful clothing. That is completely different from wealth and luxury, and the nobility that comes from the bones. That is the majesty inherited from the bloodline. That is, born king. Moreover, the girl must have received the best education, from a very large force. Words and deeds, temperament, is enough to explain everything. And the girl's body has the fluctuation of demon power. Not a human, but a monster. Moreover, it is extremely strong demon power. There is no monster that Lu Yun has seen in so many days, no one can compare to it. Combined with the information just analyzed, Lu Yun is almost sure how to deal with it. A demon from an ancient race, one should not be underestimated. All the thinking took less than a second, and Lu Yun's face was fine, showing no flaws. After a pause, Lu Yun asked. This beautiful sister, what's wrong with you? Is there any danger? And put on a cute Chota face. This girl must not be underestimated. And what happened 1,000 years ago? There are so many masters. In modern society, if Lu Yun wants to find the shadow of a monster, it is hard to die. Now it's good, I just met such a dick monster. Let's be cute for now. Little brother, you are so cute. The girl's attitude took a 100-degree turn, and she pulled Lu Yun into her arms. The sadness on her face just now disappeared completely. Lu Yun's small head was buried in the two huge snow peaks, and the aroma was fragrant. Soft, stretchy, huge, warm. Lu Yun almost suffocated. Little brother, it's like this, there are a group of bad people who want to arrest my elder sister. My elder sister doesn't want to go back with them, my elder sister wants to hide, hide. Girl giggled and rubbed Lu Yun's little head while saying, human children are so cute, woo woo woo, it's fun, I want to sleep and hug me. If I hadn't escaped this time, I wouldn't know that humans are so cute. Father always said that human beings are greedy and evil, but that's not necessarily the case. Little brother, do you know where to hide? It must not be discovered. I don't want to be caught, and I managed to escape. It's my first time away from home, and I'm not familiar with this place at all. The girl muttered to herself. Even, he is not shy about the fact that he is a demon. Lu Yun understood now. I see. A girl who ran away from home for the first time, and a very kind monster. I don't even know the fact that humans are afraid of yokai, so I just asked for directions. Fortunately, I met myself. Otherwise, the girl will definitely be hit hard. The guard in my heart was finally completely put down, Lu Yun said. Sister, you haven't told me your name yet. My name is Lu Yun, Higurashi Lu Yun. How about you, sis? Girl giggled, Isho, and said her name without any defense. My name is Lingyu Xian. Lu Yun thinks this name is a bit familiar, where has he heard it before? But without thinking too much, Lu Yun continued, Sister, you are a demon, right? A demon is usually very powerful. Why do you hide? Do you have a powerful enemy? You even see that I'm a demon. The girl's surprised expression seemed to be praising Lu Yun's intelligence, which really made Lu Yun unable to complain. She must have said it herself. Lingyu Xian continued, well, Xiao Lu Yun, you are right, you are the enemy, but it's not, but now it's an enemy, yes, an enemy. I, Lingyu Xian, will never admit defeat. Even if it's my father, I won't bow my head easily. Lu Yun drilled into Lingyu Xian's arms. The girl's body is very soft, and Lu Yun naturally wants to enjoy it. I am not a pervert, but I am not a fool either. When he heard the word father, Lu Yun felt relieved. Running away from home is something only rich families are qualified to do. Sister, are you having a conflict with your family? Lu Yun asked. Lingyu Xian rubbed Lu Yun into her arms and patted Lu Yun's little face, saying, yes, little Lu Yun, you are too smart. It's obvious. Well, I don't want to get married yet. My father insisted that I get married, so I ran away from home. My father sent a lot of people here. Catch me, I can only hide. In fact, I have no objection to marry, but at least marry someone as lovely and lively as your brother. King Dokiba looks as rigid as a piece of wood, so I won't marry. By the way, little Lu Yun, do you know where it is more convenient to hide people? I must not be found by them, and I will not marry if I die. Fighting King Kiba. Lu Yun suddenly choked with saliva. Kiba. King. The person you want to marry is King Dokiba? Lu Yun asked. Yeah, Dokiba King, do you know Xiao Lu Yun? Lingyu Xian asked. No, I've heard, fuck, so coincidentally, it's actually King Dokiba. You escaped marriage. Lu Yun said in surprise. Why can't we escape from marriage? Nothing, just a surprise. Lu Yun only felt that 10,000 grass and mud horses ran by. Kiba isn't Inuyasha and Sesshomaru's father Dog Admiral? That dick big monster. And the girl's name is Lingyu Xian? Lingyu Xianheim? What the hell? I'm really lucky, I ran into a great character casually. Note. Canine Admiral died years ago in modern society. Modern society, Sesshomaru, the Dog Admiral, was definitely at least 1 year old, and the Dog Admiral was definitely there at this time. Characters of the Quasi era. After finishing, ask for a flower and a collection, cough. Chapter 036 _ The Canine Princess Who Escaped Marriage. But Lu Yun can understand why King Dokiba gave birth to the half-demon Inuyasha later. This is typical cheating. It is estimated that it is a marriage or something. In order to maintain the nobility of racial blood, this kind of thing often happens. Lingyu Xian and King Dokiba got married without any emotion. In this case, a man cheating is a common plot in various novels. And the current Lingyu Xian is still a lively and innocent girl. How can she have the cold temperament in the future? Since Lingyu Xian is such a cute girl to beg her, she is really embarrassed to leave it alone. Just. The dog race is so dick, can you help yourself? Lu Yun couldn't help but get confused. It's not a question of helping or not, but whether it's useful to help. Lingyu Xian saw that Lu Yun was silent, and couldn't help but hurriedly said. Little Lu Yun, you haven't told me, where is the best place to hide? Hurry up, if you don't hurry up, they will chase after you. It's really not good, you can just find a place to hide, don't be too revealing. Lu Yun couldn't help but secretly said that she was really an ignorant girl. I just don't have a brain at all. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we arrange strategies, and hiding indiscriminately may not be useful. How many people did the dog clan send? Lu Yun asked directly. Probably, nearly 100 people. There may be more. Ling Yuxian touched Lu Yun's little head. Even now, she couldn't help but play. Who are they? There are 2 elders in the clan, and more than a dozen guards, and the rest are ordinary little demons. Ling Yuxian replied. It's a little troublesome. Lu Yun couldn't help but get confused. Canine family. A dog is a dog. What is the most intelligent dog? Of course it's the nose. 2 veterans came to look for someone, and with a sniff, it was estimated that they would be able to find the location. It may not be useful to run around. It is not certain that Ling Yuxian, this silly girl, has something to be placed on her body. Based on this girl's hesitation, this possibility cannot be ruled out at all. Hide. Absolutely not. And the monsters of the dog clan are not comparable to the monsters that Lu Yun killed these days. Bloodline almost determines the achievement of a monster's life. The combat power of monsters in this noble race can never be measured by common sense. How could someone who could capture Ling Yuxian go back without 2 brushes? So, brute force is definitely not going to work. Can't hide. Not even brute force? How to do? While Lu Yun was thinking, Ling Yuxian suddenly shouted. Ah! Little Lu Yun, look! Look! They're coming, they're coming! They're already here. Oh my god, I can't run away. What should I do? What should I do? But I don't want to get married yet. The world's so much fun. I wish I could stay longer. After getting married, I have to guard the Tiangong and can't come out again. Little Lu Yun, how about this? Let's join forces and drive them back. Lu Yun can't wait to hit him with a burst of chestnuts. The Ling Yuxian in the next year is called a calm one. The current Ling Yuxian doesn't seem to be at all calm. It's too rash. How could it be one? Lu Yun muttered. Moreover, even if his character broke out and won the battle, the sword had no eyes, and if he killed anyone, he would provoke the patriarch of the dog clan. I can't imagine it. But there really is no other way. To be honest, if it wasn't for Ling Yuxian from Girl's generation being too innocent and cute, Lu Yun wouldn't want to help her at all. The people to deal with this time are too good. Looking up at the distant sky, there was a rumbling sound, and a large number of people were approaching. That is. The dog clan hunts down Ling Yuxian's army. Princess, princess, go back with this old man, it's too dangerous outside, you can't stay here. Princess, we finally found you. Princess, the patriarch is very angry, don't be angry anymore, go back. Princess. The rumbling sound swept across the sky. A large number of people are coming here. The 2 giant dog monsters looked like big monsters at first glance. They were as huge as mountains and exuded a strong demonic aura. From a distance, Lu Yun could feel that creepy aura. That is the real thing, the power of a big monster. The body is as huge as a mountain, and the demonic energy is almost condensed into substance, which is unbelievably strong. Although it is not as terrifying as the 3-headed demon that day, you must know that this is not the strongest dog of the dog race. They are just the 2 elders of the dog clan. If nothing else, the patriarch of the dog clan is at least better than them. In the dog race, there are at least a few big monsters sitting there. No wonder you can arrogantly build a heavenly palace and live in the clouds. This is the strength of the ancient race. Boom boom. Boom boom. Behind the 2 huge monsters, there are countless little monsters. After running in the sky for a while, the 2 big monsters turned into human figures and landed not far away. A large number of monsters rushed towards Ling Yuxian one after another. The two old men stood out from the crowd and walked in the front. At a distance of nearly 100 meters from Lu Yun and Ling Yuxian also looked at each other vigilantly and released her huge demon power to show her determination. The majestic demon powers of both sides collided violently. A terrifying gust of wind suddenly blew across the entire mountain. The old man in the distance let out a long sigh, and didn't want to fight with Ling Yuxian. He said, "Princess, please don't embarrass the old man. Please go back with the old man and get married to King Dokiba. This is for the inheritance of the dog clan. Princess, you are not too young, you can't go on like this anymore." Chapter 037_confrontation. Why can't you just keep going? I just don't get married, I just don't get married. I don't like King Kiba, and I don't like it, and I haven't had enough time in the world. How can I get married now? Two grandpas, do you have the heart to watch me stay in the heavenly palace all the time? That's all for a lifetime? Ling Yuxian pleaded. All powerful races have strict inheritance and strict rules. Canines, the same. Ling Yuxian gets married, he must be the master of the heavenly palace and guard the heavenly palace. Because she is the most orthodox descendant of the dog clan, the princess of the dog clan. Fighting King Kiba, her blood is also very pure, and her talent is even higher than her. However, rules are rules, and the heavenly palace must be inherited by Ling Yuxian. Ling Yuxian did not agree to marry, and part of the reason was freedom. After all, such a young girl yearns too much for the outside world. The two old men also sighed. Princess, this is not the time to be self-willed, you go back with us first, okay? King Dokiba is actually a talented person, and his aptitude is unprecedented. When the patriarch was young, he was exactly the same as King Dokiba. Marrying King Dokiba is the best thing to do. Good choice, princess. The old man persuaded bitterly. No. I just won't marry. Hula _. The majestic demon power rumbled out. Standing by Ling Yuxian's side, Lu Yun also felt enormous pressure. This is the power of the most orthodox monster with extremely pure bloodline. Even though Ling Yuxian is only a girl now, the quality of her demon power is several times stronger than that of a demon who has been cultivated for a long time. As long as the age increases, the demon power will naturally rise. The most powerful and noblest monster, that's it. For them, the increase in strength is like a human being grow taller. Click, click, click. The trees around were almost unbearable and collapsed under the collision of the majestic demonic energy from both sides. Anger appeared on Ling Yuxian's delicate and beautiful face. A pair of cute little ears were also exposed at this time. The demon power is getting stronger and stronger. The soil under Ling Yuxian's feet even cracked open one after another, spreading all around. The demonic energy around Ling Yuxian was almost condensed into substance. The princess of the dog clan is not a vase. Ling Yuxian, who is full of strength, far surpasses Lu Yun in terms of pure strength. After all, yokai are better at power than humans. In that case, princess, offended. A dog clan elder shouted in the distance. If you don't use all your strength, you won't be able to win the princess. How can the old man not understand? Boom. The old man, who decided to do his best, suddenly changed his momentum, and even more terrifying power erupted from the body of this dog clan elder. The air around the old man even sent out ripples visible to the naked eye, and a terrifying demonic energy swept out. The two finally turned on their full firepower, and with a fierce momentum, they collided in the mountains. Rumbling _. Rumbling _. Those ordinary little demons took hundreds of steps back one after another, taking care of every road to prevent Ling Yuxian from escaping. Drops of sweat appeared on Ling Yuxian's forehead. In the battle of demon power, she has fallen behind. If they really fight, they are inexperienced, and they are not as good as the other party. There is absolutely no chance of winning. Ling Yuxian couldn't help but turn her head and said to Lu Yun, who was on the side. Little Lu Yun, you have to help me. Wu, you are very powerful, aren't you? I saw that you defeated all the villains of the Thunder Beast clan. You are actually very powerful, right? Little Lu Yun, you must help my sister. Sister is so pitiful, you must help me, you help me, and my sister will marry you to make up for it, okay? Little Lu Yun, can you help my sister? Ling Yuxian really had no choice. You can only ask Lu Yun for help. Lu Yun was also in a dilemma. Marry yourself? Well, I'm not a pervert, so it's not that simple to help others. But if you consider the stakes, helping Ling Yuxian is also beneficial. When dealing with Abe Sime, why not let Ling Yuxian be with him? With this idea, Lu Yun immediately acted. Sherry Nan opened suddenly. In Lu Yun's eyes, two tomo were spinning rapidly. In Lu Yun's eyes, the rhythm all slowed down. Even the movements of the big monster were clearly recognizable in Lu Yun's eyes. Not so scary. Lu Yun's experience and skills, but Quasi-Loli's absorption, only in terms of moves and experience, can already be compared with the big monster level. The only flaw is the power. The old Lu Yun is not strong enough, so he can fight the big monster as much as he can, but if he fights 10 or 20 moves, fuck, let's run. But, although he knew that he was not an opponent, Lu Yun wanted to give it a try today. How big is the gap between himself and the big monster? Glancing at Ling Yuxian, Lu Yun said. Sister, don't forget your promise. You can go back, but even if you go back, you must agree to a request. Lu Yun slowly drew out his sword. The action is smooth and smooth, without a trace of procrastination. Lu Yun's mental power is concentrated, his momentum will be unstoppable. I knew Xiao Lu Yun was a good person. Ling Yuxian said happily. Don't be distracted. Later, after I make a move, you will also make a move. It is impossible for one person to defeat him. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he took out a spell. Whoa! A lot of spells fluttered in the air. Lu Yun slashed out with a knife, and the bright light of the knife approached the big monster in the distance. This is the knife technique that Sherry Nan copied from Quasi. Even big monsters have to be handled with care. At the same time, in Lu Yun's mouth, a profound and complex spell was uttered, and mysterious power enveloped the surrounding area. Namoda Tengu, Small Tengu, 12 Tengu, Mount Tengu, Tengu Riding Tengu, first among the great Tengu, Atago Mountain Taro Fang, Hira Mountain Salang Fang, Karama Mountain Monk Zhang Fang. Hai Isen Faxing Fang, Yakagawa Kakyuke Fang, Fujizandarni Fang, Nikko Shandong Guang Fang, Haguro Mountain Golden Light, Mt Miyaji Nikko. Live. This passage is said to be the Tiangu Sutra. It is not very clear, so let's just use it, cough. Chapter 038 Face the Big Monster. This is. How is it possible, a child of this age, how can it be possible? The old man of the dog clan became sluggish the moment Lu Yun chanted the spell. Onmyoji. This is Onmyoji. Moreover, it is an extremely profound Onmyoji incantation that few people can learn. The Tengu Sutra especially used to subdue demons. Not to mention children, even those masters may not make it out. And they are canines. For the dog clan, using the Tengu Sutra incantation is the most suitable. Lu Yun changed the Tengu Sutra a little bit and added a little bit of curse spells, which made it more powerful. It's completely targeted on Myoji. Moreover, Lu Yun's knife also slashed at this time. Flying 100 meters into the sky, the violent spiritual power is not like that of a child at all, but more like a move issued by a senior on Myoji. No matter the angle, the strength, it's almost perfect. It seems that after countless fights, the perfect swordsmanship has been tempered. Lu Yun's current swordsmanship can be compared with Quasi. How is it not strong? At first, the old man thought that Lu Yun was just an ordinary human being that Ling Yuxian met, but unexpectedly, he was actually a genius. Onmyoji genius. Kendo genius. The old man suddenly mobilized the majestic demonic energy. The surging demonic energy covered the sky and the sun, and a huge gust of wind blew up, facing Lu Yun's attack, and did not dare to neglect at all. Drink. The knife light and the demon chi collided together. Boom. The terrifying air wave exploded. Lu Yun's knife had done his best. It was a perfect knife, but it was still offset by the old man's absolute demon power. At the level of the big monster, it can completely break the trick with force and ignore all kinds of fancy attacks. But Lu Yun's purpose has been achieved. A little distraction from the old man. At the same time, Ling Yuxian finally regained the initiative again. And Lu Yun also bought time for his spell. The spell continues. Yuge Mountain Golden Light Workshop, Miaoi Mountain Sunlight Workshop, Hitachi Tsukuba Seal, Hikoyama Fengqian Workshop, Ohara Shinji Sword Workshop, a total of 125,500. All the arrival of the Tengu, the retreat of the demons, the fulfillment of what they wished, the complete support of Sthi, the subjugation of the enemy, the blessing of all the achievements, the tens of thousands of Amayumo, tens of thousands riding Sapohi. Ampiravira os Viratera os Sapaha. The spell is complete. The Zhang talisman dissipated in the air, turning into some kind of elusive power. What Lu Yun is practicing is not just swordsmanship. Pupil, Onmyo, etc., are all understudy. How about just relying on swordsmanship? What if you don't have a knife in your hand? Lu Yun's character has always been cautious. Spell was finished. Lu Yun's katana slowly slid across the sky, and the power of the majestic spell was attached to Lu Yun's katana. This time, it is to combine the power of magic and swordsmanship. Combining the two is no longer as simple as 1 + 1. Hula _ Lu Yun waved casually. The power of the terrifying curse spreads in all directions. This is the yin-yang technique that specifically suppresses the power of the dog clan. The little monsters on the opposite side all shuddered. The next knife must be the strongest knife? A knife that shattered the ground. Lu Yun's explosiveness is very strong. After all, he has learned Quasi's swordsmanship, so one can imagine it. However, the age-old Lu Yun lacks background, which is the key. It's not wise to waste time with the big monster. You can only fight quickly. Another old man of the dog clan suddenly saw Lu Yun's Sherinan, suddenly remembered, and said loudly. That I. This human child is Higurashi Lu Yun. Higurashi Lu Yun of Sherinan. What? Is he Higurashi Lu Yun of Sherinan? Said another canine monster. That genius who is like the shrine maiden, Quasi, who appears once in 1,000 years. It turned out to be him, no wonder. What spooky eyes. It looks so old, yet so strong. Who else can be except Higurashi Lu Yun of Sherinan? The monsters in the distance were shocked and seemed to be talking about some big man. But Lu Yun was taken aback. Higurashi Lu Yun of Sherinan? Damn, when did you get such a title? Do you even know about the monsters of the dog clan? You have such a cow? Also, who the hell got this nickname? It's so ugly. Sherinan's Kakashi is so nice, it's easy to remember, and myself, Sherinan's Higurashi Lu Yun, this fuck, it's so ugly, it's too eloquent. Why don't you just say Genius Lu Yun casually? The old man of the dog clan in the distance also fell silent at this time. I didn't expect the princess to find such a helper. Since she is known as a genius on Myoji, the old man has to be cautious. Children, be careful. The strong demon power is condensed. The figure of the old man once again became huge, turning into a huge mountain. A terrifying shadow fell, covering both Lu Yun and Ling Yuxian. Monsterized. After entering this state, the demon power soars exponentially. The destructive power is immeasurable. The monster power of the dog monster is more terrifying than before. While blocking the suppression of Ling Yuxian's monster power, it can also be distracted to deal with Lu Yun. I have to say that the level of the monster is too strong. Fly. Blade. Crazy. Violent. Dragon. Volume. The demonized dog clan old man slammed his claws down with a bang. The huge demon power condensed into 5 shining rays of light, which emerged from the claws. Every blade can tear apart the earth and the rocks, and it contains a majestic and sharp breath. Huge wind pressure was formed under this move, and the trees collapsed before they could be touched. I don't have such fancy moves. My attack is just swinging the knife. Lu Yun said slowly. Sherry Nan saw the attack clearly. Lu Yun can clearly see through the big monster level attack. Aiming position. Scoff. Lu Yun slashed out. The majestic magic power has been injected into this knife, coupled with Lu Yun's large amount of spiritual power, and the 4 soul jade fragments that have been embedded on the knife at some point, and the essence of knife skills learned from Quasi. This knife is enough to make the big monster level pay attention. The bright light of the knife is like the moon Kiba. The sharp knife light almost rips the air apart. I'm coming too. Ling Yuxian received Lu Yun's eyes. She launched an attack with Lu Yun. 3 majestic forces slammed together violently. Boom. Earthquakes. The boulders rolled. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. The forces of the 2 sides collided and then quickly dissipated, and the huge air shock wave spread in all directions, and the trees on the ground were broken. The third shift is over. Don't forget Wawa and collection Happy thank you. Chapter 039 The might of the sword. Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. The 3 majestic forces collided together, the demon power and the spiritual power collided, the knife light and the sharp claws intertwined, the air made a deafening explosion, all the little demons could not help but retreat, unable to bear this majestic force. On the ground, ravines with a length of tens of meters were formed, and the giant rocks were split into 2 halves. The tyrannical breath swept across the hills, and several hills disappeared. Just the airflow has already broken all the nearby trees. Lu Yun hurriedly placed a barrier, which blocked the violent force. The one-shot confrontation was already the strongest force on both sides, and the roar continued for a full minute. Puff. The old man of the dog clan took a few steps back and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The collaboration between Lu Yun and Ling Yuxian actually injured him. What a powerful curse. I actually underestimated it. Even when Abe Sime was at his age, it was nothing more than that. Cough, cough. His Royal Highness has also grown a lot. This attack far exceeded the expectations of the old man. Sherry Nan's Higurashi Lu Yun, worthy of being a genius on Myoji. The power of the princess will surely surpass the old one in the future. A wonderful joint strike. The old man of the dog clan recovered his human form, coughed, his face pale, and he still did not forget to admire the 2 of them. After a few breaths, his face gradually returned to normal. Looking at Ling Yuxian and Lu Yun, the old man looked relieved. No one could hurt him for a long time. And, it still hurts in 1 stroke. Although it is only a minor injury, it is also very rare. The last time I was injured by a junior was more than 10 years ago when I challenged King Kiba. It is true that Lu Yun alone cannot deal with the level of big monsters. Ling Yuxian's current strength is determined not to be dealt with. But when the 2 join forces, it is very different. Lu Yun's swordsmanship is already comparable to Quasi, and with Ling Yuxian's terrifying demon power, it must not be underestimated. In addition, Ling Yuxian is the princess of the dog clan. The old man always has to keep his hands a little bit, and the attack can't be too harsh. A combination of complex reasons. Getting injured in one move actually makes sense. The old man and another dog clan elder looked at each other, and the two slowly stepped forward. It's obviously not easy for one person to take down Lu Yun and Ling Yuxian without hurting his own princess. Two big monsters are about to join forces to attack. Princess, this is the last warning from the old man. If you continue to resist, then the old man can only force you to take you back. Please don't embarrass the old man. Get married to King Dokiba and inherit the glory of my dog clan. The dog clan elder looked serious, and took the trouble to advise. I won't go back with you. If I don't marry, I won't marry. If you want to marry, you marry yourself. Ling Yu glared at the two elders immortal. The glamorous and noble Ling Yuxian in the future, are completely two people. However, Lu Yun likes the current Ling Yuxian. The old man sighed, as if he knew the answer, turned his head, looked at Lu Yun, and said. So, what about you? Sherry non-s Higurashi Lu Yun, a genius boy, we have also heard of the dog clan. Maiko Tsuko, my family leader once had a relationship. The old man doesn't want us to be evil. Higurashi Lu Yun. After all, he is a young man with unlimited potential, and the old man does not want to be hostile to him. Standing behind Lu Yun is the Shrine Maiden Quasi, the Shrine Maiden who is said to be able to purify the four souls, and the incomparably talented Shrine Maiden. Even this huge dog clan has to think twice. I'm sorry, Miss Lingyu and I are more in tune. I'm going to help her this time. I'll take care of it. Lu Yun said with a smile. At the same time, he did not forget to secretly gesture with Ling Yuxian. The meaning of the gesture is to run away. The opponent's two big monsters, plus nearly 100 canine elite soldiers. Fuck, even if you have an explosive personality, you can't possibly win. Even if the other party is concerned about Ling Yuxian's princess status, their chances of winning are still very small. Since this is the case, you insist on resisting, don't blame it for being old. The ultimatum still has no effect. Well, there is only one way left. Not long after the old man's voice fell, the terrifying power of the two monsters erupted again. Boom! Boom! The two big monsters of the dog clan burst out with their own majestic demon powers one after another. The ground exploded inch by inch, the trees collapsed, and the power of the two big monsters was earth-shattering. The two old men did not turn into monsters this time, but each took out a monster knife. Demon knife? Like a broken kiba and a natural kiba. Many of the canine monsters, especially the big monsters, use their own kiba teeth to make monster knives. If you fight with the demon sword, the destruction range will not be as large as the monster transformation, but under the weapon, the power is more concentrated, and the combat power is not inferior to the monster transformation. And, you can save more stamina. The two are ready to get real. Knife name, Fi Nyun Kiba, said an old man. Knife name, Earth Split Kiba. Another old man said again. Scoff _. Two sword lights fell. The earth split open into a huge ravine 7 meters wide and several hundred meters long. Earth Split Kiba, as the name suggests, rips apart the earth with one knife. The air was torn apart, the clouds in the sky were also separated, the wind was surging, the power was huge, and the wind pressure was almost impossible to breathe. Fuyun Kiba, a knife can split the sky. The heritage of the dog clan is really strong. Casually, you can have such a weapon of pervert. Lu Yun suddenly thought that if every generation of big monsters in the dog clan had forged at least one knife, then there should be many treasures passed down from generation to generation. Ling Yuxian, as a dog princess, how could she not have a few treasures to protect herself? She should. Have you? Yeah. I knew I had brought my weapons out, and I was in a hurry, so many treasures didn't have time to bring them out. Woo, what should I do? They bullied people with their weapons. Ling Yuxian said in annoyance. I'm going. I've served you. Lu Yun was so angry that he had nothing to say, and was ready to drag Ling Yuxian to escape. How could one's own scum weapon be able to beat other people's awesome demon swords? That is to die. After laying down the triple barrier defense, Lu Yun grabbed Ling Yuxian's hand and threw more than 10 steps in an instant. He took out all the spells in his arms and spilled them out. At this moment, a majestic demon power in the distance aroused Lu Yun's idea. More terrifying demon power than the two dog clan elders pervaded the sky. A man, with 2 demon knives hanging from his waist, rushed over. 2 elders, Princess Lingyu, don't be impulsive. Chapter 040_Wounded by the Wind, King Dokiba appears. 2 elders, Princess Lingyu, don't be impulsive. The person came galloping fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already approaching hundreds of meters here. It looks like Ling Yuxian's age, but the strength of the incoming person is already comparable to the level of the big monster. The demon power that exudes from the body has been tempered, and it is a bit stronger than the 2 elders of the dog clan. Almost at the moment of exit, the person's hand was already on his waist. There are 2 demon knives in total, and there are very few monsters who use 2 knives for one person. Either the sword is slanted, or it is strong enough to control 2 demon knives. In just an instant, one of the demon knives was unsheathed. The demon knife slowly slashed across the sky. A terrifying wind that ripped apart everything came from afar. Wind of injury. The fierce wind gathered into a huge sword light. The surging demon power covered the sky and the sun. The huge wind blade ripped apart the earth, penetrated the mountain range, the air was squeezed and deformed, and the whistling wind sounded like thunder. There were ravines hundreds of meters long on the ground. The giant mountains were torn apart one by one. The terrifying knife did not point at Lu Yun, nor at the 2 elders of the dog clan, but instead, the attack on both sides fell. The huge wind injury formed a barrier between the 2 sides. Boom! The attack of the dog clan elder collided violently with the wind wound, and was deflected abruptly. In terms of strength, it was completely suppressed. Scoff_. The attack from Lu Yun's side also collided with the wind wound, offsetting the attacks of the 2 big monsters. The wind wound still collided violently with Lu Yun's knife, and slowly faded away. Wind injury is like a wall, forcibly separating the 2 sides. The roar continued for more than a minute before the wind injury stopped, and the ground was already devastated. However, neither side was injured. The people who come here are persuading. This made Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. If this person also came to help the elder of the dog clan, he would have no chance of winning, but since he came to persuade him, everything is easy to say, and it is not so dangerous. And that terrifying wind pressure. Wind damage. The identity of this man is self-evident. Ling Yuxian's fiancé, King Kiba. At the same time, he is also the father of Inuyasha and Sesshomaru in Inuyasha, the strongest at the peak. Even though the current dog admiral is still young and has not reached the peak of history, it is still not to be underestimated. The attack power, the terrifying wind injury, is not on the same level as the ordinary big monster. In comparison, Inuyasha's wind injury in the original book is simply a pediatric, weak chicken. This person is King Dokiba. Lu Yun pulled Ling Yuxian's hand and asked. Dokiba is almost a legendary existence. It's him. Ling Yuxian didn't even want to watch King Dokiba, obviously he was very disgusted with Dokiba. Even if he was not disgusted at first, but because of his marriage, he is disgusted now. Then, that demon sword in his hand. Lu Yun continued to ask. That knife is called Iron Broken Kiba. It is one of the demon knives used by King Kiba, and the wound from the wind just now is one of its profound meanings, his other natural Kiba, but I don't use it very often, and no one knows what it is. The effect. Ling Yuxianheim obviously knew the genius of the dog clan in front of him very well. King Dokiba was also famous among the dog clan. Then, what about Kanjiun Kiba? Kanjiun Kiba is at my father's place. It is the most treasured and most powerful weapon of my dog clan. There are very few people who know this news. Little Lu Yun, why are you asking this? Ling Yuxianheim asked in confusion. No, I'm just a little curious. Lu Yun almost understood in his heart. Now the strongest of the dog clan, the patriarch of the dog clan, is Ling Yuxian's father, and he is the only person in the world who can fight Sime head-on. Dokiba has not yet succeeded the patriarch. Kiba in the strongest period should be in the prime of life, and there are 3 demon swords, Iron-Crushed Kiba, Natural Kiba, Kanjiun Kiba, but unfortunately, I have not been able to see. But even so, King Fighting Kiba is also very strong, which is a good fighting force. Perhaps, I can take advantage of this. Lu Yun's mind flashed such a thought. Dokiba from a distance came quickly. He saw Lu Yun. Vivi was stunned. Obviously, King Dokiba also knew about Lu Yun's Sharinan logo. After nodding with Lu Yun Vivi, he immediately greeted several elders and Princess Lingyu one by one. 2 elders, Princess Lingyu, stop. Everyone, don't be impulsive, don't hurt the peace, everyone is compatriots of the dog clan, you can discuss any disputes, don't be impulsive. The 2 elders, just offended. Princess Lingyu, please don't take offense. This is the genius boy, Higurashi Lu Yun, right? I've heard it before. When I saw it today, I was younger than I imagined. The genius among human beings is really amazing. Some polite words, polite. Lu Yun couldn't help but be vigilant. Dokiba is much more powerful than I imagined. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of human behavior. After all, he is the patriarch in the future, and he is very useful in handling some things. Dokiba will not embarrass himself, Lu Yun can be sure. However, regarding the matter of Ling Yuxian, for the honor of the dog clan, King Dokiba may not let him go. Dokiba Wang, he immediately looked at Ling Yuxian. Lu Yun secretly said, sure enough, things won't be solved so easily. Fight Kiba King. This person is the hardest to deal with. Princess. Canine Admiral said hello. Go away. Ling Yuxian's answer was crisp. Princess, please go back with me. In terms of marriage, I don't agree either. We can go back and discuss with the patriarch together, but it's too dangerous for the princess to be alone. Please think twice about the princess. Go away. Princess, when you were away, the patriarch was always worried. The outside world was very dangerous. What happened to you, princess, and what happened to the clansmen? Princess, you are not too young, it is not time to be angry. Go away. Princess, everything is negotiable, go back first and make a long-term plan. Seeing that King Dokiba was not giving up, Lu Yun suddenly interrupted. Yo! How can I see nearly 100 men bullying a girl? Dokiba King, do you think such a person is shameless? This. Dokiba was at a loss for words. It seems that what Lu Yun said is indeed the truth, especially when Lu Yun, a child who looks like a year old, said such words. It really makes it difficult for King Dokiba to refute. Chapter 041 _ Competition for Women. Dokiba hesitated for a while, then said. Lu Yun, you're right. This is really unfair to the princess, and we have done it. But this is a major event for the entire dog clan, and there can be no mistakes. I can only do things according to the patriarch's instructions. I will try my best to fight for the patriarch, and I don't agree with the marriage. As long as the princess and I fight hard, there may not be any hope. Hula _ Dokiba King's demon power released a little. The surging demonic power pointed directly at Lu Yun, and the heavy demonic power cracked the ground beneath King Kiba's feet. Dokiba changed his tone and said, "But, Higurashi Lu Yun, this has nothing to do with you. This is our dog's business, please don't interfere." Dokiba's hand was already on the broken iron kiba at his waist. The aura of a big monster spreads out. The air between the two sides seemed to condense. This is King Dokiba's warning. Dokiba is a big monster with a sense of responsibility. It is undeniable that he will not harm human beings for no reason, but that does not mean that King Dokiba is cowardly. When it's time to be brave, Dokiba King is very clean. Bringing Lingyuexian back is for the safety of Lingyuexian and the safety of the dog clan. It will never go away like this. Huhu _ Huhu _ The wind was howling, and the two sides were fighting with each other. If it was a month ago, Lu Yun would never have been able to adapt to this momentum, but now, he has long gotten used to it. Quasi and the big monster level battle, Lu Yun has watched it up close and I don't know how many times. Fighting against the deterrence of King Kiba, Lu Yun is not afraid at all. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yun said in a meaningful way, who said it has nothing to do with me? Could it be, are you still related to my dog clan? King Dokiba asked. Of course. Lingyuexian and I have made an agreement that we will get married in the future. We even exchanged tokens of love. This is my woman, my wife. Wife and husband, family, you say there is relationship or not? How can it be ignored? I'm doing my wife a favor. Could it be that I've also provoked you? Isn't it a matter for a husband to help his wife? You don't let me and my wife be together, and I'm still chatting here, it's really annoying. Lu Yun was chattering a lot, and he was messing around. Open a wife, close a wife, as if he and Lingyuexian are already married. The dog clan on the opposite side suddenly boiled. What? The princess will marry you. An elder of the dog clan roared. This kid is only old, said a dog person. How is that possible? What a joke. How can the princess of our dog race marry a human? How is it possible? It's too arrogant, fight King Kiba, kill him, this human child is too arrogant, too arrogant. You little brat, come back to talk about this in a few years. Don't treat us like fools. Too deceiving. The canine people are boiling. 1-year-old kid. The little brat actually said that he wanted to marry their princess. The princess of the dog clan, with an incomparably noble bloodline and identity, that is the honor of the entire dog clan, the jewel in the palm of the entire dog clan, the existence that everyone looks up to. How can you marry a mere human, and still a 1-year-old human? That's an insult to the canine race. An insult to all of them. Many demons of the dog clan even shouted loudly. Even fighting King Kiba, blue veins popped up on his forehead, and he couldn't help it. A 1-year-old child. So presumptuous. Not to mention the monsters of the dog clan, even Lingyuexian was frightened by Lu Yun's words. She did say that, but she said it half-jokingly at the time. I didn't expect Lu Yun to use this as an excuse to confront King Dokiba. Too dangerous, too stupid. Ah, little Lu Yun, what are you doing? You're crazy, it's too dangerous, you don't have to do it for me, Lingyuexian hurriedly whispered in Lu Yun's ear. Don't worry, I'm measured. Lu Yun whispered. But you can't provoke them so much. Do you know how powerful King Kiba is? Don't ask too much. In short, I have my purpose. Don't worry, I will handle your affairs. After it is done, I will take you to a place where no one can find you. Lu Yun said seriously. Really? Ling Yuxian asked. Absolutely true. Okay. Then I will cooperate with you, but, little Lu Yun, you must be careful. If you get hurt because of your sister, I will feel sorry for it. Ling Yuxian said softly, agreeing with Lu Yun's words. It took a long time for the restlessness of the dog race to calm down. Dog Admiral glanced at Ling Yuxian, and found that the princess did not refute, and felt more and more wrong. Princess, how could it be possible to take a fancy to a human? What do you want? Dokiba Akoku looked at Lu Yun with a cold and authentic tone. Insulting the dog clan, things are not ordinary. Ling Yuxian has nothing to do with him, but Ling Yuxian's identity is the princess of the dog clan, so Lu Yun can't be insulted. In our hometown, there is a rule. There are disputes between men and men, especially when they compete for a woman. Usually, the winner is determined by a test. The loser, obey the winner. Lu Yun said slowly, it seems that everything is planned. In fact, there are no rules, it's all made up by Lu Yun. Are you sure you want to compete with me? King Dokiba asked. The demons of the dog clan behind them laughed jokingly, as if they were overwhelmed by little Lu Yun. The strength of King Kiba is second only to the current patriarch in the entire dog clan. For the sake of my wife, I have to fight no matter what. Lu Yun took Ling Yuxian's fair hand and smiled. You. Dokiba heard the word wife, he still couldn't help but get angry. The princess of the dog clan, with an aura that a human child can blaspheme. Then how are you going to compare? Tio Yukiba Akoku asked bluntly. In anger, King Dokiba has fallen into Lu Yun's simple trap. Lost to this human-year-old child? Totally impossible. King Kiba didn't care about it at all, and didn't think that he would lose, and everything was decided by the competition, which was in line with the character of the monster. Lu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief and said. It's very simple, then killing people. Let's kill someone before anyone else. Well. King Dokiba couldn't help frowning. Don't worry, this person has done all kinds of evil, and his crimes are extremely heinous. It's not an exaggeration to die 100 times. He deserves to be killed. I won't use our test to harm ordinary people. You can rest assured. Okay, I accept this test. Dokiba felt that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed to Lu Yun's gambling. The chapter is over, don't forget to collect it when you read it, and the author has a lot of bacteria power. Chapter 042_Purpose. Canine people, under the advice of King Dokiba, went back one after another. Knowing that King Kiba fought in person, almost without exception, everyone in the dog race believed that King Kiba would definitely win. Everyone has returned directly to the dog clan and reported safety to the patriarch. In fact, King Dokiba thought so too. Just kill. Of course, King Dokiba has enough confidence in himself and will not lose to Lu Yun, a year-old child. In this competition, King Kiba was even 100% sure. After saying goodbye to the canine people, King Dokiba, Ling Yuxian, and Lu Yun set off for Kwai Loli. Kwai Loli, let me introduce to you, this is Ling Yuxian, a friend I just met. This is King Dokiba, a genius of the dog clan, you must have heard of it. Lu Yun and Kwai Loli introduced after the round. Kwai Loli and Dokiba King. Almost two extremes in force. One is the strongest witch in history, who purifies the four souls and is impeccable, the other is a big monster who has never been defeated in her life. After the two met, they also looked at each other, and there was always some temptation between the masters. The two of them were quite familiar with each other. Especially Kwai Loli, the reputation at this time can be said to be booming. King Dokiba has met Miss Kwai. Dokiba solemnly said. Maiko Tsuko. Even King Kiba has to be cautious. The current Kwai Loli has not reached the peak period in history, King Dokiba is only young and has not reached the peak state. In terms of force, the two of them are probably half a caddy. Kiba in their heyday were stronger or weaker. After all, there is a bug move that purifies the four souls, and the other has Kiba, the canine god soldier Kanjayun. But Kwaizi is a witch, and King Dokiba is a demon. This is enough to decide the outcome. Witch. Almost born to restrain yokai. The pure spiritual power of the witch is almost decisive for the suppression of demons, especially for a witch like Kwaizi. The suppression is even more unimaginable. In the original work, a dead monk in Bailing Mountain, the barrier he laid down made Inuyasha and Sesshomaru so much suppressed, you can see one or two. Dokiba understands that although the strength of the two sides is similar, if they really fight against each other, his odds of winning are less than 30%. Obviously the strength is similar, but if they really fight, they will only be suppressed. This is the Miko's decisive suppression of yokai. The absolute suppression of demon power by pure spiritual power. The absolute restraint of the move. Kwaizi's unique four-soul purification restrains the monsters to the death. Wait, in all aspects, once you fight, you will be tied? Kwaizi lowly nodded and said in an unhappy tone. You. It's you. Did you bully little Lu Yun just now? That arrogant demon power is yours, right? Dokiba was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Kwaizi to be so straightforward, and said embarrassingly. Miss Kwaizi, this. Warning. No one can bully little Lu Yun except me, otherwise, even if it's a dog clan, I won't let it go. Humph. Kwaizi lowly snorted, and Vivi's delicate face made yoi, and said ruthlessly. All right. Dokiba seems to see something. Dokiba can't help but sigh. Human beings are really a precocious species. 1 year old, 1 year old, this is. Fuck, many monsters only get married when they are hundreds of years old. Miss Kwaizi, don't worry, we are just having a gambling fight. There is no dispute, cough. King Dokiba explained. Gambling? Kwaizi lowly asked. Yes, a bet between me and Lu Yun, kill a designated person. After the bet is over, I will leave. King Dokiba said clearly. The designated person. Kwaizi suddenly thought of something. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Yun. Always avoid this topic with Lu Yun. Lu Yun also persuaded Kwaizi, but failed, and the two never mentioned it again. But Kwaizi knew that Lu Yun never gave up. After so many days of hard work, Kwaizi lowly saw it, but Kwaizi lowly did not expect that Lu Yun was ready to do it so soon. The two stared at each other, as if they were about to quarrel. The atmosphere was tense. Even King Dokiba, an outsider and a careless gentleman, can see something. You idiot. It took a long time for Kwaizi to hold back such a sentence. You kind of bite me. Lu Yun said indifferently. Even so, you may not be able to win. Kwaizi lowly said. How do you know if you don't try? Lu Yun retorted. But, you idiot. Idiot. Lu Yun smiled and stopped arguing with Kwaizi, saying. Hey, idiot or idiot, in short, this is the best chance. Abe Sime, this time must die. I will kill him. You can go or not. You. Fighting against King Kiba, Ling Yuxian nodded, and Lu Yun set off with the two. Abe Sime. This is the person Lu Yun made a promise to kill with King Dokiba. Dokiba, even if he knew that he was used by him, he would still carry out the bet to the end. Giving up halfway is not the character of Dokiba King at all. Lu Yun saw the character of King Dokiba, and excited the trap set by the general. In addition, Ling Yuxian also owes her a condition. The two strong dogs of the dog clan, and finally add themselves. This time, it is the time to grasp the most. Must kill Abe Sime. The three walked away. Quasi Loli, who was behind, stomped hard and scolded Lu Yun for more than a dozen idiots. In the end, he reluctantly raised the sword and quickly followed a few people. Chapter 043 _ Give Me Your Destiny. One day later. Night. 10 miles outside the city of Kyoto. The four of them stopped here to rest for a while, preparing to enter the city at dawn. In the tent, Lu Yun and Quasi Loli sat down against the firewood. The flames were beating, sometimes vigorous, sometimes dim, and Quasi Loli's delicate face looked extra cute. The two sat opposite each other without saying a word, each thinking about their own thoughts. In the quiet night, there was a low beast sound in the distance. Kyoto is not far away. Abe Sime is not far away. This is what the two have been arguing about. Early in the morning, it's time to go into the city and face everything. Quasi Loli raised her head a few times, wanting to say something to Lu Yun. For example, the plan can be slowed down. For example, it doesn't have to be Sime. For example, you can find a few more people. But seeing Lu Yun's serious expression, he lowered his head again, knowing that his persuasion was useless. In the quiet night, the two sat silently opposite each other, waiting for the dawn. Ling Yuxian fell asleep on the side. Dokiba was surveying the terrain of Kyoto outside. The monster's physical strength was good, and he was still very energetic after a few days and nights without sleep. Lu Yun was envious. The firewood burned, making the sound of bibo. Time passed minute by minute. Lu Yun felt that it was time to say something, and it was not an option to keep silent like this. Looking at Quasi Loli Vivio's moist cheeks, it seems to have warmed up a little because of the bonfire. This little Loli is still very beautiful. Lu Yun coughed a few times and said, "Hey, you said I was stupid, and I didn't come here in the end." Quasi Loli pursed Yoi's lips. How could she not come? This little brat has been integrated into her life these days. For her to take risks and kill the enemy, for her to work hard to improve her strength, bit by bit, it has been integrated into her life. How could she give up, and how could she not come? Cunning, you are cunning. Quasi Loli hugged her knees and muttered softly. Fine tears are brewing in Quasi's eyes, but Quasi Loli's heart is suddenly very happy, an emotion that is difficult to describe. Well? I'm cunning, what are you talking about? Lu Yun laughed. You must have guessed that I would follow, and then let go to the capital. Ling Yuxian was pulled over by you, and King Dokiba was also involved in your bet. I was also deceived by you. You are so cunning, a year-old child. Why are you so smart? Can't you know nothing? Why do you do this? Quasi Loli's voice was a little choked. Holding the corner of her skirt, Quasi Loli's index finger was tightly grasped, trembling a little. The shrine maiden, who usually makes monsters feel frightened by the wind, is now vulnerable like a bird that needs only care, weak and powerless. You say I'm cunning, but you keep running away, don't you? You will only make those who worry about you more distressed. Lu Yun said in a low voice. But you don't need to do this. Quasi Loli suddenly raised her voice. Ling Yuxian, who was nearby, turned over, and Quasi Loli quickly looked back and found that Ling Yuxian hadn't woken up, which made her feel relieved. Continue to sit in front of the bonfire with Lu Yun and sit quietly. Lu Yun took a deep breath, thought for a while, reached into his arms, and took out the jade fragment of the Four Souls. Some things should be made clear by now. Otherwise, Quasi Loli will make a mistake at that time, which will make people worry. Lu Yun placed the jade of the Four Souls in the palm of his hand, input a little spiritual power into it, and the jade of the Four Souls instantly emitted a strange and brilliant light. Holding the small Four-Soul jade fragment, Lu Yun explained its origin to Quasi for the first time. This is a fragment of the jade of the Four Souls. You asked several times before, But I never told you. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but there are other reasons. What could be the reason? Quasi-lowly muttered. The Jade of Four Souls, is its name, and what I have in my hand is just a fragment. Inside the Jade of Four Souls, there is a huge power. Four souls. Quasi murmured. Things related to the Four Souls are very rare. Quasi's ability to purify the Four Souls is one of them. Looking at this jade fragment of the Four Souls, Quasi seemed to feel the power that resided in it. This is a very old story, about the origin of the Four Soul Jade. Lu Yun continued holding the Four Soul Jade fragment. A long time ago, the world was very chaotic. Years of conquests made this land a breeding ground for monsters. A large number of monsters ran rampant, and the people were slaughtered like never before. How many monsters there are, I don't know, but the total number should be there are more than people. If there are not too many types of monsters, and there are all kinds of infighting between them, I am afraid that human beings will no longer exist. It was a dangerous age. Quasi lowly whispered. Yeah, it was a very dangerous era, I always thought so. Lu Yun replied, continuing the story, this troubled world lasted for a long time, until later, a witch appeared. She was a very talented woman. The witch is very strong. It can be said that once in 1,000 years, she has a huge spiritual power at birth. The spiritual power is pure enough to purify all evil spirits. She is not only powerful, but also works very hard, so it is easy to be young at that time. He became a fearful existence for countless monsters. Alone, killing monsters in troubled times. On average, thousands of monsters are killed every day, sometimes even more. She alone has shocked the big monsters of the entire era. She is also very beautiful and cute. She likes to wear pink skirts, but she doesn't like to wear witch clothes. She is usually indifferent to people, but in fact she has a very good heart, but she is not good at expressing herself. The witch gradually grew up, and her power gradually became stronger. And the monsters of this era finally felt the crisis of survival. But the power of the witch is too strong, no monster can deal with her alone. Especially a spell of that witch can directly purify the four souls of monsters, almost the nemesis of monsters, just like you, Tsuko. Lu Yun stopped here. Quasi lowly also noticed something was wrong and looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. Purify the four souls. In history, at least what Quasi refers to, there is no other person besides her. Who is this witch? That witch, I have never heard of her, she is. Quasi murmured. Lu Yun didn't answer, and continued. So, the monsters came up with a way. That is, extremely evil souls, powerful enough souls, can resist the magic of purifying the four souls head-on. So, all the monsters united, and even included many Domineers. There are big monsters on one side. There are earth spiders, dragons, leopard cats, and all the monsters have merged and become an absolutely powerful existence. The fused monster found the Shrine Maiden and fought against the Shrine Maiden. The battle continued for days and nights, and the immortal monsters were almost impossible to defeat. The witch had no choice, so, the witch pulled the four souls of the monsters out of the body and cast a spell to purify the four souls. The witch is dead, and the monster is also dead. The souls of the two are still fighting endlessly. The crystallization of their power is the Jade of the Four Souls. Legend has it that the witch and the monster are still in the Jade of the Four Souls. To fight endlessly. Lu Yun held up the Jade of Four Souls and said with a smile. There is a bit of helplessness in the laughter, a bit of persistence, and a bit of madness. The Jade of the Four Souls. If the Jade of the Four Souls already exists, does it mean that this is a predetermined ending? If the ending of the story is not like that, where did the Jade of the Four Souls come from, and how did he come here? But if everything is doomed, isn't everything meaningless? As if an unarguable proposition, Lu Yun's current knowledge is not enough to explain everything. All Lu Yun can do is try his best. Lu Yun was very excited, grabbed the Jade of the Four Souls, and continued. Later, about 1,000 years passed. A boy from 1,000 years later came to ancient times with a fragment of the Jade of Four Souls. He met the witch who created the Jade of Four Souls, a very cute little loli. Chapter 044 Give me your destiny too. At this point, the story cannot be understood anymore. Quasi Loli looked at Lu Yun with almost incredible eyes, and even suspected that he was dreaming. I thought about countless reasons, but Quasi never thought about it. It would be like this. That shrine maiden who perished with the monsters, is she herself? Your own soul, turned into a Jade of Four Souls? Lu Yun, someone from 1,000 years later? Incredible story. Incredible encounter. But Lu Yun's eyes told Quasi that he didn't lie. The many details in the story are too realistic, and they don't seem to be fake. Many things, Quasi finally understood. Weird costumes by Lu Yun. Lu Yun murmured something like 1,000 years occasionally. Lu Yun's strange edible seasoning, mantra. Even Lu Yun's onmyo technique is different from that of this era, because it was developed over 1,000 years, and the onmyo technique after 1,000 years. All aspects of Lu Yun are out of tune with this era. It turns out that he is from 1,000 years later. And why is Lu Yun so obsessed with killing Abe Sime? Everything, Quasi Loli understands. All understood, Quasi Loli suddenly felt a little sentimental. How many years can he live? After Lu Yun, after returning to his own time, will he still remember himself? Watching the beating flames, Quasi murmured. Are you really, from 1,000 years later? Yes. Lu Yun nodded in response. After 1,000 years, there will be fewer monsters, right? Quasi Loli was silent for a while, then said again. It's not a lot of problems, it's a complete reversal of status. Yokai are invisible beings, and humans dominate the world. No matter which country, this is the case. That's fine. Quasi Loli said with relief. Obviously there are fewer monsters, so I should be very happy. However, my heart was even more dull. Not because of fear of death, but because of regret after knowing that I must die. In that case, I can't continue to be together with Lu Yun. Little Lu Yun alone, will it be uncomfortable? Do you really have to die? But the Jade of the Four Souls already exists, this is an established fact. Quasi Loli was silent. At this moment, the two of them didn't know what to say. Quasi Loli, why are you crying? This story is not over yet, the story is still very long, it is not over yet. Lu Yun smiled and said. No. You little brat. I just. I didn't cry. Lu Yun moved his body and came to Quasi Loli's side. Close to Quasi Loli, you can feel the beating heart of Quasi Loli, the faint fragrance, very clear, like jasmine. Dawn is the decisive battle. That decides the fate of Tsuko Loli. Are many words, Lu Yun must finish here. Somehow, Lu Yun had already grabbed Quasi Loli's hand. Quasi Loli just wanted to break free, but was caught too tightly and did not break free. You. Quasi Loli's face was like yois, she turned her face away, and could only let Lu Yun, this little brat, hold her. The story isn't over yet. Lu Yun grabbed Quasi Loli's hand, very serious, and said with almost all his strength, the story is not over. The traveler from 1,000 years later, after meeting the witch Loli, and then, after something happened, the two of them go together. The witch Loli is very powerful, but the boy does not know why, but he will always be influenced by this little Loli, and he will always sympathize with this little Loli from the bottom of his heart. Little Loli is very powerful, but the boy still feels that little Loli is very fragile and wants help her involuntarily. It was a very strange feeling. The boy fell in love with this little Loli. And then he wants to change all that. Lu Yun and Kui Zi lean tightly together. Kui Loli's cheeks are like Yui's, and she doesn't know if it's Yui's bonfire roasting, or Yui's because of shyness. Kui thought about pushing Lu Yun away, but she was afraid that the noise would be too loud and would wake up Ling Yuxian, who was usually sleeping. Loli, who has been immersed in killing monsters, has never imagined such a scene, being leaned on by a boy younger than himself, holding his little hand. Said he liked her. What? Like? Kui Loli's heart almost jumped out. That feeling, as if even if I die tomorrow, I won't have the slightest regret, and it's worth it? Don't show such a sad expression, why do you think you are bound to die? In the original history, there was no such person. Since I appeared, why can't I change it? Leave your destiny to me, Kui. You won't die. I will kill Sime, kill everything, and change everything. The story isn't over yet. When Sime is killed, we'll go back to modern times, I'll take you back, go to my house, meet my mother, and my sister, and also there's a lot of fun. The story is a long, never-ending story. Destiny exists or doesn't exist, I don't know. But, Kui, if you don't work hard, nothing will come of it. I like you. I will change your future. I will change your destiny. So, Kui Loli, for my sake, tomorrow, you must persevere and don't die, okay? Yeah. Kui Loli choked and leaned against Lu Yun. The power of love is great. Lu Yun said this to Kui on purpose, it must be said to Kui. With this power, Kui will definitely not die, she will persevere, and then change everything. I am not a child at all, and I must think more about it than Kui. The night gradually faded. The stars were shining, Lu Yun and Kui Loli were leaning against each other, and they talked in detail all night. They didn't get up until a tinge of fish-belly white appeared in the east. One night, Kui Loli seemed to have changed her personality, her spirit was high, and her eyes were full of longing for the future. The four negotiated roughly, and then went straight to Kyoto. Chapter 045 _ The Battle of Kyoto begins. The daily update is in the morning. If the time changes, there will be a notification. Don't wait in vain, ahem. Kyoto. Looking from a distance, a black demonic energy is entrenched, and the dark power forms a clear contrast with the surrounding. This is the place where monsters gather, where the master of ghosts and ghosts is located. Sime is dying. This is the best time to kill Sime. At the same time, when Sime was about to die, it was also the time when Kyoto was most heavily guarded. Breaking through layers and killing Sime, there were many enemies to face. Under the city walls, the four gathered together. Dokiba held the iron crusher Kiba, looked at Lu Yun, and confirmed for the last time. Abe Sime, originally I was not his opponent. No, even if we add up, we may not be able to beat him. But if it is as you said, he has only his last breath left, then it will be much easier. Lu Yun, are you sure that Sime is dying? This information is very important and can't go wrong. Dokiba's tone was serious. Abe Sime. Legends about this man have already spread in this era. Legend has it that he can manipulate astronomy and change the position of stars, he can manipulate life and death, the art of anti-soul, and resurrect the dead, he can control the 5 elements, all Onmyo skills of Grandmaster, he can. This is the guy who went to ultimate on Onmyoji. If you consider his identity as a monster, the majestic background, the strongest 2 words, well deserved. The young King Kiba is no match for him. Kui in the lowly era is also invincible. Sime is strong. Very strong. Even the patriarch of the contemporary dog clan, the only one who can compete with Sime, has to borrow the magic weapon of the dog clan Kanjaun Kiba to compete with him. Sime's power is universally recognized. Dokiba King had to be careful. Lu Yun nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know best, Sime is going to die, and within a year." Quasi Loli also agreed. "I can attest to this news. Lu Yun comes from 1,000 years later." 1,000 years later, Lu Yun knew the day of Sime's death, and Quasi Loli was convinced of it. After receiving Quasi's affirmation, King Dokiba finally felt at ease. "That's fine. Slowly lift the iron shard Kiba." Fighting the king of Kiba, cut by cut, keeps rising. Lu Yun, a member of my dog clan, has the most commitment. You lure me into a trap, want to use my hand to kill Sime, and take advantage of my affairs. I don't care about you anymore. The bet still counts. It's just that if I really kill Sime, I'll take the princess back. According to the bet, you can't stop it, and don't make small moves. Otherwise, the whole dog clan will come next time." King Dokiba jumped up without waiting for Lu Yun to answer. In one jump, it was 100 meters high. The huge Kyoto city wall was easily crossed by King Kiba. Iron-shattered Kiba was raised above his head, and King Dokiba was a monster, and his fighting style was very rough. The majestic demon power was injected into iron-shattered Kiba and fell heavily against the city. Wind damage. Call _. The sharp blade of the wind turned into dozens of meters, hundreds of meters long. One after another sharp blades cut through the city wall, and the huge barrier set up by the Onmyoji was directly smashed by the wind's wound, and the city wall collapsed in the next instant. The defenses of Kyoto Castle collapsed in an instant. The huge wind blade was too fast, and the monsters in the city were caught off guard. In an instant, hundreds of monsters died. Wind injury, in the hands of Dokiba King, is completely the existence of a killing machine. No, enemy attack. Go and report to Sime-sama. Who is this person? Bold, don't you know that this is Sime-sama's territory? The monsters are messing around. This place in Kyoto is the place where monsters are concentrated, the darkest place in this era. How can anyone dare to be presumptuous at ordinary times? No one would have thought that someone would dare to attack. Moreover, it is still an extremely powerful monster. Rumbling _. Rumbling _. The monster's fighting method is very rough. Holding the iron shard Kiba, directly kills the central part of Kyoto. Sime is there, then, kill Sime. A series of fierce battles. Battle between King Kiba and the monster started an unimaginably fierce battle. The number of big monsters in Kyoto suddenly appeared more than 10, which was terrifying. Not long after rushing in, King Dokiba was entangled. Even with Kiba, it's tricky for a while. Coupled with countless little demons and Onmyoji, the war of attrition was terrifying. Lu Yun was once again fortunate that he tricked King Dokiba in, and with the strength of Dokiba, he shared a lot of pressure. Quasi Loli, we should go too. Remember, don't delay, just kill Sime, especially to avoid fighting. Lu Yun and the two women also rushed into the city, walking and talking. Quasi in history, to put it bluntly, was consumed to death. Physical exhaustion, and finally had to take the method of perishing. No matter how strong a person's strength is, if they encounter a fusion of monsters, they will be exhausted. Lu Yun told Quasi her original ending, and letting Quasi avoid the same mistake was also one of the goals. Got it? Quasi Loli said impatiently, her little face UI fluttered. However, the power in Quasi Loli's body is stronger than ever before, and his expectations for the future have exceeded any time. The desire to live is stronger than ever. He wanted to live with Xiao Lu Yun, two people. She wants to have more happy time. Power is constantly emerging, and quasi-lowly feels that the current self will not lose to anyone. Just be careful. And Sister Lingyu, you have to be careful, don't hesitate to start. As long as you can kill Simei this time, even if you win the bet against King Kiba, I will keep your word and help you escape from marriage. Lu Yun laughed on the road. Really? Xiao Lu Yun, you are so good. Woohoo, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. But my sister just likes your personality. Of course it is. Lu Yun said, and already rushed into the capital city with the two of them. Bet. It was just Lu Yun's trick to fight King Kiba. Achieving the goal is Lu Yun's ultimate goal. As long as it's not too extreme, Lu Yun can accept it. While thinking about the countermeasures in my heart, the monsters in the distance have already come up densely. Chapter 046_breakfast. Mere chops. Lu Yun secretly said. The sword was already in his hand, the white spiritual power shone, the sharp blade slashed through the air, and with just a light stroke, the wind pressure of the edge ripped apart the bodies of more than a dozen little demons. Monsters turned into ghosts under Lu Yun's sword. The little monsters who cursed the mask and the like, now Lu Yun can kill a dozen of them with one knife. Lu Yun's knife is precise, mechanical, instinctive, flawless, rational to the extreme, and even the consumption of physical strength is kept to a minimum. Lu Yun's swordsmanship was originally learned from quasi-lowly. Yesterday, I watched the Battle of King Kiba all the way, and secretly copied it with Sherry Nan. Quasi-lowly's swordsmanship plus Do Kiba's swordsmanship. The current Lu Yun, swordsmanship, is very strong. Aim at the front and attack, ignore the monsters left and right, and rush directly into Simei's palace. Leave the rest alone and leave it to me. Remember, save your stamina. All attacks, focus on the front. Lu Yun emphasized physical strength again. The whole of Kyoto is Simei's power. If you don't keep your stamina well and think you're fighting hard, there is a possibility of being killed before you meet Simei. Moreover, only the fusion experience of monsters in history will not appear, and you must be careful. Everything must be foolproof. Tachi was raised above his head. Lu Yun's spiritual power was input in large quantities, the sword shone with Yui light, and the power of the Jade of the Four Souls was also thoroughly stimulated. Aiming ahead, Lu Yun slashed away with a knife. Boom! A knife that spread hundreds of meters, split the square into two, deep ravines appeared on the ground, violent and sharp air currents swayed everywhere. The little demons in front of Lu Yun were all shaken away, and the one who was unlucky, just stood on this straight line, was split into two by Lu Yun's knife. In the straight line of more than 300 meters in front, there is no monster blocking it. The speed of the three of them did not decrease, and they directly broke through to the front. The goal, Simei's palace. Humph. Little Lu Yun, it's not bad. Ling Yuxian also stretched out her jade hand, and after going for a few dozen meters, she shot it with a palm. Rumbling rumbling. As expected of the princess of the dog clan, the supreme bloodline. In terms of demon power, it is not on the same level as those little demons at all. Lu Yun's sword is strong in the concentration of power, concentrated in one place, and strong in penetration, so it has huge lethality, while Ling Yuxian's characteristic is that the pure demon power is crushed, no matter whether he concentrates or not, he uses all thick blades. Demon power smashed to death. There are not many monsters here that can compare to Ling Yuxian in terms of power. This is the luxury of strong enough power. Continue to rush forward for nearly 1,000 meters. The two women follow Lu Yun's policy, don't fight, just move forward. Not long after, a huge monster suddenly blocked the way. With a height of more than 10 meters, it exudes majestic demon power. The skin is rough and the flesh is thick, and in his hand he is holding a huge club that is more than 10 meters long. This is a brute force monster. Although it's not a big monster level, but even if Lu Yun wants to deal with it, it will take a lot of work. The giant monster was just about to attack. Quasi-Loli snorted and also fired. Die. Quasi-Loli said cleanly. The killing intent is stronger than ever, and the sword aura is sharper than ever. The huge monster with a height of more than 10 meters was directly cut into 2 pieces by Quasi-Loli volley. After the fierce knife chi split the monster, it continued to follow the straight line and directly pressed towards the tall palace in the distance. Woohoo _. Woohoo _. The air was torn by Quasi's knife, as if the sound of paper cutting vibrated the eardrums. In a straight line up to 1,000 meters, the walls were penetrated, the doors and windows were smashed, the houses were all divided into 2, and the monsters were cut one after another. And many monsters that were far away were killed by Quasi's knife. This knife contains Quasi's pure spiritual power. Ordinary yokai will be completely purified even if they get a little on it. Approaching. Approaching. Knife chi that is many meters long. This knife kept approaching Simei's residence in front of him, the huge palace. It wasn't until it collided with an invisible enchantment that there was a hula and it dissipated. Simei is in that palace. It's already correct. Otherwise, we wouldn't have set up a barrier in such a far periphery. Blocking Quasi's knife is definitely not an ordinary barrier. Go to the palace, don't stop for a moment. Lu Yun quickly analyzed. The 3 were still running fast. Avoid all tremors, break through the layers of blockades, and approach Abe Simei's palace. The capital was suddenly attacked, and a large number of onmyoji and monsters under Simei still did not respond. If you want to kill Simei, you must be fast, faster than ever. Go in before they're ready. Otherwise, once you are surrounded by Simei's huge forces, it will not be so easy to kill Simei. Little Lu Yun, a lot of monsters are coming. If we don't turn around to deal with it, it will be dangerous. Ling Yuxian glanced behind him and found that a large number of monsters were rushing from behind and on the left and right. Don't worry about it, just rush forward and hurry up. But leave it to me, Lu Yun said. Reaching into his arms, Lu Yun grabbed a large amount of paper, as well as all kinds of strange rune-engraved utensils. This is not the spell that Lu Yun usually uses. The faint spiritual power fluctuates on it. Lu Yun threw it in the air, and these things turned into more than 30 rays of light and quickly spread out. Shikigami. Chapter 047 _ Enter the Hall. Shikigami is also known as Servant God. That is to serve the Master. As Lu Yun's voice fell, more than 30 rays of light, after flying out of Lu Yun's palm, instantly turned into giant beasts. The huge tiger, exuding majestic spiritual power, ran on Lu Yun's left. The little demon that Ultimate had just prepared to come over was bumped away before it got close. The fox-like Shikigami was behind Lu Yun and the 3 of them, blocking the monster's attack. There is also a Shikigami in a snake costume, twisting his body, flexibly blocking the long-range attacks of some monsters one by one, and the coordination is just right. Mice, dogs, cats, cows. A mechanical Shikigami, a human Shikigami. Even Lu Yun made a dragon-shaped Shikigami. All in all, there are so many dazzling doors. Of course, it is impossible to rely on Shikigami to win, and Lu Yun never thought about it. The combined attack power of these Shikigami is not as good as Lu Yun's swordsmanship. These Shikigami of Lu Yun are just to temporarily block some attacks. Procrastinate for a while, buy time, and don't let yourself be surrounded. The monsters coming from all walks of life use the Shikigami to delay for a while, and a moment of effort is enough. Lu Yun and the others just rushed straight to Simei's lair. Don't fall into the siege of monsters. This is the most basic and most important combat plan. Boom boom. Shikigami fought fiercely with the oncoming monsters. The wind whistled in my ears. The three of Lu Yun hurried to the huge palace in the distance without stopping for a moment. 30 or 30. Is this too much? Little Lu Yun, how did you do it? Ling Yuxian asked while running. Seeing Lu Yun release more than 30 shikigami, Ling Yuxian thought she was dazzled. How could such a small child be able to summon more than 30 shikigami at one time? Although Ling Yuxian doesn't understand onmyoji, he still knows some basic common sense. Ordinary people seem to fight with only one shikigami, right? Summoning 4 shikigami onmyoji are usually called geniuses. But Lu Yun unexpectedly summoned 30 or so. And it looks like it's easy to do. Lu Yun, you still summon shikigami, why didn't I know? And your talent for manipulating shikigami is so good. Quasi Loli also asked suspiciously. After all, Lu Yun came from 1,000 years later, and she didn't know Quasi Loli for a long time. Many secrets Quasi Loli didn't know about Akatsuki. But when Lu Yun Hulala summoned a lot of shikigami, Quasi Loli was almost taken aback. There are too many. It's a bit unreasonable. My talent is not low, you don't know much. Do you think I will deal with Sime empty-handed? Well, speed up the going, don't care about the minions that are approaching, and directly kill Sime. Lu Yun said. Yeah. No. Hoo. The three of them rushed forward, and from time to time monsters were about to approach, but they were all delayed by Lu Yun's shikigami. Shikigami, who is not strong, played a decisive role at this time. It only takes a second, or even less time, for Lu Yun and the others to escape. God formula. Lu Yun is indeed very talented in this regard. After all, Lu Yun's spiritual power is extremely powerful, far exceeding ordinary people. Unfortunately, this is a road that does not go far and is not easy to walk, and has many defects. And Lu Yun doesn't like to rely on shikigami to fight. No matter how strong shikigami is, it is not himself after all. Lu Yun finally chose swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, as his main means of attack, is not suitable for him. Ahead is Sime's barrier, I'll come. Quasi said suddenly. Blinked and went on to go. The first barrier to guard Abe Sime's palace appeared. This is the barrier arranged by Abe Sime, and its strength can be imagined. The previous knife from Suizumi was completely resisted by the barrier. Quasi Loli drew his knife and slashed quickly. Boom! The ground burst, and the barrier swayed more than 10 times, and finally shattered with a screeching sound. There are monsters approaching in the distance. Lu Yun once again summoned a few shikigami to block, not letting any monsters get around him, and the three continued to move towards the going army. 1,000 meters away is another barrier. 3 consecutive lines. It's getting closer and closer to Qingming Palace. Ling Yuxian said. I'm coming. Quasi Loli was about to make a move. I'm here this time. Your brute force cracking consumes a lot of energy, so try to save your physical strength. I'm good at cracking the barrier. Lu Yun interrupted, reaching out and throwing a palm spell. Under Sharinan, the principle of enchantment, everything, Lu Yun can analyze it faster, and it is the most suitable to crack the enchantment by himself. Quasi and a few people must retain their power to kill Sime. Especially Quasi. Lu Yun waved his sword slowly, and the minions and monsters in front were swept away. Another weird incantation, uttered from Lu Yun's mouth. Emperor Mosa binding Tachuo evil Emperor Pai Yao sa binding I Chi Pai Yao sa binding Tuo Talodo Zhanzan Na Mahalusa Na Ogu Dharma Na sa binding Tail Kun Nan Hum Talodo Ja regret. Fire curse. It is also a very partial yin-yang technique. Boom. The flames rushed, and the mysterious power bombarded the barrier in the distance, hitting the weakest point of the barrier. This enchantment is biased towards the wood type, and it is most suitable to deal with the fire type. The huge triple barrier disintegrated one by one, not by brute force, but by onmyoji. Knowing the principle, and then cracking it, the physical strength is preserved to the greatest extent. There is another barrier 500 meters ago. Quasi Loli said again. It's getting closer and closer to Sime, little Lu Yun, be careful. Lingyu Immortal Deo. This is a perception type barrier. Once you enter it, you will be detected, and you will be detected when you crack it. You can't be impulsive. Lu Yun sharing and swirled, and then recited the mantra again. Marizician's invisible esoteric method, the power of the Bodhisattva of Marek Tien hides his body. This time, it was an onmyo technique that concealed aura. It is still a very obscure onmyoji. Lu Yun has a lot of miscellaneous studies, which is probably determined by the curiosity of scientists. However, to deal with all kinds of onmyoji, you have to have people with miscellaneous knowledge like yourself to participate, especially in this kind of rushed raid. One by one strange calligraphy methods, the power is not strong, but just right. There is a barrier 300 meters away. Quasi Loli said again after walking for a while. Leave this to me too, don't use brute force to break it. There is another one 200 meters away. The onmyoji from the Tuyuman family has arrived. There is a barrier 100 meters away. 50 meters away. 10 meters away. The further you go to Sime's headquarters, the more complex formations there are. The tall and large palace in the distance, the palace in the center of countless enchantments, exudes majestic, thick, overwhelming, evil and extreme power. Than any big monster Lu Yun has seen, including the Dog Admiral. This is the enemy to be dealt with next, and even several people are in danger. Lu Yun exchanged glances, broke the last barrier again, banged open the gate, and rushed into the palace. And this time, in the palace where Sime was, the dying Sime suddenly opened his eyes again. The rumbling sound woke him up. Sime frowned, a little angry. What happened? Sime asked unhappily. An onmyoji said in a panic. Chi kicking, Lord Qingming, it's not good, it's not good, just now, someone invaded. They were very fast, too fast, they went straight to here, and they have already broken into the hall. Chapter 048 _ the historical moment to come. Have you entered the main hall? Sime's voice suddenly increased a bit. The dull demonic energy slapped in the dimly lit room, and even though the subordinate was separated by a distance of several hundred meters, he shuddered with fright. Terrifying demon power, evil, dark, powerful, pure, almost perfect. Sime is dying, Sime is very, very old now. But even if Sime's power exists, it is not something that ordinary onmyoji and yokai can resist. Kyoto is the world of Sime, and the monsters respect him as the lord of ghosts and ghosts, not because of personal charm or interests. Sime's overwhelming power is the only factor. Yes, 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 Sime-sama. Let people come in so easily, I want you to wait. What's the use? Sime's majestic voice echoed, like the most terrifying demon in the world. Sime-sama no ag. Scoff. Blood splattered. The onmyoji couldn't even see how Abe Sime moved, and his body was already torn apart. Sime slowly stood up from the resting place. Walking through the flesh and blood of his subordinates, the flesh and blood instantly turned into dust and dissipated. Weak people are nothing in Sime's eyes. Sime's eyes shone with the mark of a pentagram, and the power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth fluctuated. This is a kind of power that returns to nature. The 5 elements onmyoji has obviously reached its peak. Sime is the pinnacle of onmyoji, and no one can surpass it for 1,000 years. Closing her eyes slightly, Sime felt everything in the outside world. The fluctuation of spiritual power in the air, the fluctuation of demon power, all entered Sime's perception. Pure spiritual power is so pure that it almost makes people want to praise it. Ordinary demons will be completely purified if they touch a little bit. Such pure spiritual power, I can't find a second one in this era. It's a witch. Quasi. Crushing demon power, noble and perfect bloodline, one person blocked more than 10 big monsters. Could it be that it is from the dog clan? There are still 2. The dog clan lives in the heavenly palace, ignore it world affairs, why are you against me this time? Strange, this young man's yin and yang technique has something I've never seen before. Who is he, and where do these yin and yang techniques come from? Sime murmured. The 4 of Lu Yun were all figured out by Sime. When Quasi came here, Sime was not surprised. That talented witch, who hated evil and hated it, was almost the most feared object by monsters. It was normal to come here. It's just that the dog race is actually mixed in? Sime would have never thought of killing him. King Dokiba was inexplicably involved because of a bet made by Lu Yun. The 2 people of the dog clan have strong demon power. I am afraid that among the dog clan, the status is extraordinary. If they kill them, I am afraid that they will completely fall out with the dog clan. This is a headache for Sime. And a very young boy with a very strange onmyoji. However, after all, he is only a teenager, what waves can he make? Sime Viviisho doesn't care. Sime is already old, so old, there are still more than half a month, and he is about to die. According to Sime's plan, he should be brought back to life after many years by using the reverse soul technique. At this time, Sime didn't want any accidents. Maiko Quasi, plus 2 strong dogs from the dog clan, I am afraid that she is not an opponent. With half one foot in the underworld, it is better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Sime pointed to the sky again. The 5-pointed star shines, and at the bottom of the palace, an enchantment is also opened at the same time. The terrifying monster walked out. The thick demon power spreads out everywhere. The miasma eroded all directions and was filthy. Even just the momentum is already creepy. It was a huge demon power that was almost as evil as Sime. On this day, Sime had expected it early. No, in other words, this is the plan Sime has been preparing for his own resurrection, in order to prevent Maiko Tsuko from getting in the way of his plan. The fusion of monsters. Sime has been doing this experiment. The move possessed by the witch Quasi, 4-soul purification, directly purifies the 4 souls, almost no solution. After Sime's death, no one will be able to compete with Quasi Loli in this era. If he becomes stronger in the future, it will definitely affect his resurrection. This point, Lu Yun has already guessed, and is completely correct. In history, Quasi did not die from the joint attack of some monsters, but from the conspiracy of the Onmyoji. Human beings are scarier than monsters. So, there was Sime's experiment. Sime's experiment is to remove the witch Tsuko's experiment. Dragons, earth spiders, ocelots, etc., all powerful monsters merged into one and became an unprecedented evil monster. Compared with Naruto, which was formed by the fusion of the scum monsters, the combat power was completely crushed one day at a time. In terms of demon power, the degree of evil is unprecedented. A large enough evil soul can resist Quasi's 4-soul purification trick. The move to face the 4-soul purification head-on is also fine. Coupled with the regeneration attribute, it is almost natural to restrain Quasi. Sime nodded slowly and said, "Go, make a path for me, and sweep away all enemies. Don't let any of those 4 people go. Especially Maiko Tsuko." Quasi's 4-soul purification is almost a bug move, Sime has to care about it. Roar _ Boom. The bottom floor of the palace. Quasi Loli in the history, waving a huge figure, rushed out. Wherever it went, only the miasma had corroded the ground and penetrated 7 meters down. Chapter 049_1 Person to Stop 1. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. The monster fusion quickly rushed towards Quasi and the others. Huge Jinchuriki/column corridors are densely distributed. As the monster fusion passed by, it didn't even attack, just swept away the miasma all over the body, and the Jinchuriki/column corridor collapsed with a bang. At the bottom of the palace, the vastness is almost like a square. Abe Sime is the ruler of this era, how can the place where he lives not be luxurious? But this monster fusion, almost instantly, the huge miasma occupied most of the bottom layer. The most filthy miasma. Extremely evil miasma. You can't even see 5 fingers. In the blink of an eye, the giant fusion monster arrived at the door of the palace, and charged towards Lu Yun and the 3 of them. My name, the King of Monsters. Boom. 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 The ground all exploded, the walls on all sides collapsed, the majestic demon power spread out, the air was like heavy sea water, and the black miasma even corroded everything. The power of the demon is far superior to that of the dog admiral. Even 10 admiral dogs, together, can't compare to this monster. This is a monster, and even contains many fusions of big monsters, and the number of big monsters is even more than 1. This era is an era when monsters are rampant, and the number of big monsters is much more than 500 years later. Coupled with only powerful monsters, the power of monsters fused together can be imagined. The 3 of Lu Yun were caught off guard, unable to resist this violent attack at all. With a bang, the 3 were kicked out of the hall. Fortunately, Lu Yun hurriedly arranged a barrier to resist. Quasi purifies the filthy miasma in an instant. And Ling Yuxian, already terrifying demon power, is helping out. Boom. With just one blow, the 3 were blasted out of the palace. Hastily resisted, barely avoided injury. Too strong. In terms of power level, it is completely different from any monster I have encountered so far. The gigantic fusion monster, the king, did not stop there, but directly slammed into the wall and rushed out of Sime's palace, chasing after him. Kill these 4. This is Sime's mission assigned to him. This is. Quasi lowly bit her lower lip and stared at the terrifying monster fusion in front of her. In history, she, the original she, was going to die with this monster after more than 10 years. Listening to Lu Yun's story, Quasi obviously has a lot of vigilance and will no longer be so reckless. This monster named the King of Scorpions has almost bottomless magical power, has regeneration ability, and has an evil soul that can resist the 4 soul purification. This monster is almost aimed at her. Just as Quasi is the monster's nemesis, this monster is specially designed to restrain Quasi Loli. Quasi Loli is not reckless, she wants to live with Lu Yun, she doesn't want to turn into a jade of 4 souls. She will not repeat the original history again. Quasi Loli turned her head calmly and looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what should I do? The clear voice contained the strongest trust. We can't beat it. Lu Yun said bluntly after seeing Quasi's gaze, Quasi, you are responsible for purifying the miasma. Its miasma is too strong, and it has affected our battle. You should do nothing but purify the miasma. Retain your stamina. Remember, keep your stamina. Lu Yun repeated the phrase reserve stamina. Quasi Loli did not understand the meaning of Lu Yun. She is the most powerful, why doesn't she join the war? Quasi did not understand. But at this time, there is no time to ask more. Just do as Lu Yun says. In terms of brain, Lu Yun is much better than her even though she is old. The sword was raised, and pure spiritual power bloomed from Quasi's blade, and Quasi fell down with a slash, and all the miasma in all directions was purified by Quasi. These miasmas are horrible. If it gets on it, it can corrode the ground. If someone touches it, it's unimaginable. It's Kuizi's mission to not let the slightest bit of miasma touch Lu Yun and Ling Yuxian. Little Lu Yun, what about me? This monster is a match for my father, it's too powerful, what should I do? Ling Yuxian asked worriedly. It was originally here to kill Abe Sime, but unexpectedly, there is a terrifying guy watching the gate. Ling Yuxian discovered that it is not so easy to escape from marriage more and more. You also keep your stamina. Kuizi is responsible for purifying the miasma, while you assist Kuizi. Leave the rest to me. At this stage, this monster is for me to deal with. Remember, you must keep your stamina. Lu Yun said quickly. Keep your stamina. A topic that Lu Yun repeats again and again. Whoops. A strange onmyoji played out. Lu Yun changed the direction of the monster's terrifying attack in an instant and avoided a head-to-head confrontation. A house in the distance was attacked by the king, and it was instantly corroded by miasma. Are you dealing with it alone? That's too reluctant, when will we start attacking? Ling Yuxian said again. Wait until King Kiba comes. Scoff. Lu Yun quickly cut off one of the monster's arm, and his knife skills were almost superb. It's a pity that the king's arm regenerated in the next instant. That's right, the regenerative ability, of course, this monster has, just like Nariku in 500 years. This is the most annoying. This monster's physical strength is endless, and all physical damage can be healed instantly. Can't fight pointlessly. Physical strength must be maintained. If you fight with it now, you won't be able to cause any fatal injury to him. On the contrary, it will only consume your own physical strength. If so, what is the difference with Kuizi in history? How can it be possible to win? Even if you win, your stamina is almost exhausted, so how can you fight Sime? The best combat plan is, with the strongest posture and the most labor-saving method, he will be defeated in one go. And until King Dokiba arrives, any action without a lethal attack is a waste of energy. During this period, this monster was carried by Lu Yun himself. Fighting the King of Kiba's move Underworld Waning Moon Break. Kuizi Loli's for Soul Purification. These two are currently the only stunts that can cause fatal injuries to this monster. Be sure to let Kuizi retain her stamina. Drink. Lu Yun released more than 20 shikigami at a time, deflected the attack of the giant scorpion once again, and avoided a head-on head-to-head. Staring at the king of monsters in front of him, Lu Yun was holding Itachi. For the first time, facing such a powerful monster, all his excitement, fear, and curiosity disappeared. The only belief is to stop it. Want to let Kuizi Loli get rid of the original fate. A battle that can only be won, not lost. The Sherinon turned slowly, and the king's actions were clear in Lu Yun's eyes. With the knife in hand, Lu Yun rushed over and fell again. Bang. Boom. Scoff. Bang bang bang. At. Hashtag. Chapter 050_1 to stop 2. Bang. Lu Yun slashed with a slanting knife. While avoiding dozens of huge rock blocks, Lu Yun accurately cut into the king's body, leaving a huge knife scar. Sherinon's auxiliary ability was completely displayed at this time. There is almost no combat power, but the auxiliary power is terrifying. Avoiding Dao attacks and counter-attacking with precision at the same time, without Sherinon, Lu Yun would never be able to do it. Scoff. Just after the attack worked, Lu Yun was still not happy, and he slashed with the knife in an instant. The powerful spiritual power was attached to the knife, although it was far less powerful than the Demon King, even less than 1% or 1,000th. But Lu Yun's spiritual power is very pure, very sharp, and the concentrated power has a terrible cutting power, once again cutting off several arms of the king. The huge arm fell to the ground, and the next second, it returned to the body of the king, and all the injuries recovered. Fire! Whoops! Flames gallop! Lu Yun fell with a knife, a raging fire ignited, and instantly one of the king's tail was set on fire. Bang! It was another terrifying knife, and it seemed that there was still a shadow of King Kiba's swordsmanship, and the head of the king was cut off. Boom! Bang! Scoff _. Lu Yun's attacks, like thunder and lightning, are swift and rapid, one after another. Attacking again and again, swinging the knife again and again. Lu Yun attacked with all his strength. King Kiba copied by Sherinan in the past day. Lu Yun's swordsmanship has improved a lot compared to the day before. Even, in terms of swordsmanship, the current Lu Yun is on a par with Quasi. In close combat, he almost crushed this fused monster, and he didn't know how many knives were given to him. Those severed arms are so many that Lu Yun can't even count them. Changed to ordinary monsters, they would have died a long time ago. It's a pity. Monster ignored Lu Yun's attack at all. No matter how many arms are cut off, they can recover immediately in the next instant. Even if the head was chopped off by Lu Yun, 1 second grew out again. An attack that ignores almost all physical attributes. Sometimes when I see Lu Yun come to chop its arm, the Scorpion King doesn't even dodge, let Lu Yun chop it off, because it won't die. Instead, Lu Yun wastes his energy when attacking. Physical attack doesn't work. Can't kill. This is ultimately difficult to deal with, Lu Yun's most hated type. Ha 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 ha, go to hell, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Ha 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 dash, you can't kill me. Ha 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 ha, against Sime, Samazwil, there is only one way to die. Go to hell, little one. The king smirked. The majestic demon power condensed, and a pitch-black demon power bullet gathered in the mouth. The air was sharply compressed, and the demon force flicked for a moment, and it was already condensed. Boom! All the wiped places are turned into powder. I can see. Under Lu Yun Sharingan, the speed is slowed down. Even a sonic attack can be clearly seen in Lu Yun's eyes. As long as his body avoids in time, he can avoid the terrifying attack of the king. Lu Yun moved his body quickly. The huge demonic bomb almost passed by. Dangerously and narrowly avoided an attack. Ha 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 ha, little one, not bad, not bad, what about this time? Let's see how you hide. Boom. Another violent attack, fired directly at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's Sherinan did his best to observe every trajectory. Then, the body dodged as fast as possible. Boom. Lu Yun evaded again and again. The King of Scorpions was just created by Sime not long ago. Quasi Loli did not reach the peak in history, and neither did the king. At this time, the Fusion King will only attack with brute force and direct attack, without any skills. This may be the only thing Lu Yun is fortunate about. If the King of Scorpions had more combat experience and knew some power control skills, Lu Yun is probably already taken down by now. The battle between Lu Yun and the King of Scorpions was extremely fierce. After one lasted for an hour, it was already afternoon. Lu Yun took more than a dozen stimulants and the like, struggled to support it, and almost collapsed. Boom! An explosion. The streets of Kyoto were already in chaos at this time. Lu Yun and this giant fusion monster have hit the streets. The entire Kyoto is now in complete chaos. Lu Yun was panting heavily, his face was Yui's face, his arms were sore, and he was approaching the limit. The king's attack is very monotonous, the pattern is very ordinary, even a little childish. However, the majestic demon power and immortality are enough to make up for all the shortcomings. Too hard to deal with. Quasi in history died in the hands of the king, and in the final analysis, he was in the same mood as Lu Yun at the moment. To be alive is to be consumed to death. Lu Yun's physical strength is almost exhausted, and most of his spiritual power has been used up. But this monster can't be beaten to death, it will be resurrected in place after being injured, and it will ignore all physical attributes to attack. It's so hard to deal with. Quasi in history actually fought against it for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally perished together? Lu Yun really doubts, is Quasi Loli so powerful? Come on, the last blow. Scoff _ Bang. After Lu Yun cut off one of the king's arms again, he looked into the distance. King Dokiba in the distance, covered in blood, rushed over angrily. Lu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It finally persisted until this time. Okay, it's now. Fighting King Kiba, Quasi, and Lingyuexian, let's go together. This monster has infinite physical strength, infinite regeneration, and can't be killed, meaningless attacks are useless. It must be hit hard at once. Solve it in 3 moves in one go. In 3 moves, don't delay. Come out the strongest trick. Chapter 051 _ The strongest together. King Dokiba stared at Lu Yun gasping for breath. Now did King Dokiba know how badly he was cheated by Lu Yun? It was just a bet, and so many things happened. Just killed a dozen big monsters, and now there is another pervert who is so dick, with 10 times the power of his monsters. It seems to be able to regenerate forever? But now I can't leave if I want to. Enemy with Sime, then kill Sime completely, in order to avoid future troubles. Dokiba held up the Iron Crusher Kiba, and on the Iron Crusher Kiba, the breath of a huge wind that ripped apart the earth erupted. The sharp edge swept the abuse, and the breath of the wind was everywhere. Wind injury, once again condensed. Lu Yun, don't forget to make a bet. Dokiba roared loudly, and slammed out the iron shard Kiba. Wind injury. Scoff _ Hundreds of huge cracks spread across the ground was torn apart, and the houses in the distance collapsed one by one. The wound of the wind swept towards the king of the scorpion at an extremely fast speed. The king's arm was broken in an instant. Lingyuexian also launched an attack at the same time. The pure and terrifying demon power swirled like a hurricane, rushing towards the far-flung king. Lingyuexian's demon power is almost on par with King Kiba. After all, as a princess of the dog clan, her talent and bloodline are all top choices. The only flaw is just inexperience. With an almost all-out strike, the terrifying demon power that erupted around Lingyuexian shattered the floor, and the trees in the distance also snapped. When the huge demon power arrived at the location of the king, it turned into a fierce, rumbling through the belly of the king, leaving a huge hole, which penetrated completely. But even so, he was wounded all over his body by the wind, and his stomach was pierced by Lingyuexian's blow, and the king still stood unharmed. These attacks did not cause any harm to him at all. Quasi Loli. Lu Yun shouted at Quasi. No. Quasi Loli slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Quasi's spiritual power is pure and almost on the verge of destruction, and it is the biggest nemesis for monsters. Even if the monster in front of him is already too strong, especially the monster power, it is almost too strong. However, Quasi can still suppress half of his strength. This is the suppression of the power of the monster by the strongest witch. Scoff _ A sharp knife slashed out, and pure spiritual power was attached to it. Wherever it touched, the miasma was purified, the demonic energy was purified, and even the monster's body was completely purified inch by inch. Quasi Loli is the biggest suppressor of the king. Fight the wind wound of King Kiba. Lingyuexian's pure demonic attack. And the pure spiritual power of Quasi Loli to purify everything. The 3 people's combined blows destroyed 1/5 of the king's body in one fell swoop. But the attack is not over yet. The king's body began to regenerate rapidly in the next instant. Dokiba saw that something was wrong, and they all used their full strength again, with the most powerful moves, slamming towards the king. A series of intensive attacks, 3 top-ranked powerhouses join forces, and if they are replaced by any big monster again, they will only be beaten by seconds. Wind Wounds. Blade of Purification. Uehua Stormclaw. Drink. Boom. Ah, bastards. You bastards. Hashtag % and. Hashtag. Wind Injury, Explosive Explosion, a series of canine moves, and Maiko's purification moves. The 3 of them tried their best to launch the most violent attack almost non-stop. After King Kiba's move was over, Ling Yuxian immediately made up for it. Ling Yuxian's move was over, Quasi Loli immediately waved the knife again. Intensive, 1-second uninterrupted attack. The king's regeneration speed is almost frighteningly fast, and it can regenerate 7 in 1 second after attacking. The 3 of them can only deal with this terrifying monster with their continuous and strongest moves, with moves that exceed the regeneration speed. Only when the destruction speed exceeds the regeneration speed, the 3-person attack is meaningful. The king's body was quickly destroyed. Ah, 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 go to death, all to die. Death to all. Boom. The terrifying demon power erupted centered on the king. The king was just formed, and his combat experience was not as good as the few people in front of him. So much so that the strength is stronger than the 3, but they were pressed and beaten. It was as if Lu Yun had been crushed by his strength before, but was delayed by Lu Yun for several hours. The king is completely angry. The power of a dozen big monsters, hundreds, or even different monsters that came forward, at this moment, completely burst out because of anger. The whole of Kyoto was immersed in a terrifying pressure that was terribly evil and shuddering. Around the king's body, a wave of air visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The almost liquid demon power gathers in the mouth of the king. The king has no combat experience and no tricks, only pure demon power attacks. The demon power actually turned into liquid. Simply. Incredibly strong. Once the counterattack is successful, then the king's injury is enough to heal in this short period of time. The attack just now is completely meaningless, and Lu Yun and the others will also fall into a war of attrition. It's now. Don't worry about this trick. Quasi. Fighting King Kiba. Know how to do it? Lu Yun made a decisive decision and roared. Sherinan Chunji Tomo was spinning quickly, and the majestic pupil power also radiated. Lu Yun stared closely at the Scorpion King in the distance. The demonic illusion of Sherinan, also activated at this moment, for a moment, just a moment of control. To Laozi. Stand and don't move. Chapter 052 _ The Strongest Alliance 2. Boom. Lu Yun's brain seemed to be hit by a boulder. The body staggered and almost fell. The Scorpion King is a fusion of monsters, and there are even many levels of big monsters. It is conceivable how terrifying the Scorpion King is. Extremely evil power is overwhelming. The devastating force that shakes the earth is almost unstoppable. Lu Yun tried his best to turn Sherinan into ultimate, all the power poured into his eyes, but in the face of such an unprecedented monster, he couldn't shake it at all. The strong pupil power came back in an instant, and Lu Yun almost fainted. But intuition told Lu Yun. No. At least it can't fall down here. If you don't restrain the king, Quasi and a few people will not be able to solve it with one move. Not to mention, the future Abe Sime. Fight. Lu Yun said fiercely in his heart. Never been so crazy, Lu Yun has always been cautious. However, at a critical juncture, we can only fight. Nearly mature mental power. Lu Yun's mental power is unbelievably strong, and he can easily manipulate dozens of Shikigami without any trouble at all. 90% of the spiritual power. The remaining 90% spiritual power. All, inject your own sherry non. This is almost all of his power now. Here. Old. Son. Stand. Stand. Don't. Move. Boom. The terrifying pupil power impacted the spirit of the king. Blood dripped from Lu Yun's eyes. To Tomo sharing and bleeding, Lu Yun's first experience, obviously, it's too reluctant, but there is no other way at the moment. Competing with the huge spiritual power of the king. Abe Sime, Lu Yun has no time to deal with it, let's get rid of this troublesome object first. The brain is getting heavier. But at the same time, Lu Yun also felt the struggle of the king, and his all-out demonic illusion worked on it. The king was standing, motionless, and the attack just now stopped suddenly. A few seconds. Just a few seconds is enough. It's now. Fighting King Kiba has a lot of experience in combat, so why don't you understand what Lu Yun said before? Naturally, in this blow, the King of Scorpions will be completely wiped out. Do Kiba raised Kiba, this time, without using Wind Wound or Burst. The black strange power is densely covered with Iron Shatter Kiba, and Iron Shatter Kiba's blade has all turned into a pitch black piece. This is the ultimate killer move for King Kiba. The only one that can inflict a non-renewable ultimate move on the king. Underworld's waning moon breaks. Scoff _ The iron shards Kiba were split together. The huge black moon Kiba flew towards the king of the scorpion. This is the stunt of severing the underworld and sending the opponent directly into the underworld. It has nothing to do with demon power, nothing to do with power. As long as you are sent to the underworld, you will never want to come back. King was stopped by Lu Yun's pupil power for a moment, not to mention counterattack, he couldn't even dodge. Standing still, only the waning moon of the underworld can pass over its huge body. All the parts that have been wiped by the waning moon of the underworld will disappear. All were sent to the underworld. Do Kiba went all out and chopped dozens of knives in a row. Dozens of black moon Kiba slammed towards the king, and everything they touched was sent to the underworld. The gigantic body of the king scorpion was severely damaged by the waning moon of the underworld, and in an instant he fell into a great crisis. 4. Soul. Purify. Transform. Quasi Loli also launched an attack at the same time. 4 Soul Purification. Buggy stunt that directly purifies the opponent's 4 souls. At this moment, the king has been hit the hardest in history, and it is when he is the weakest. And Lu Yun's pupil strength also held the king of the scorpion for a moment. The king of scorpion would not resist at this time, it was the best time to purify the 4 souls. Terrifying spiritual power spread out. Everything that is touched is purified, and there is no residue left. The king's body was destroyed at an extremely fast speed, and he was also recovering instinctively. Even so, it is still difficult to completely purify the 4 souls. Its soul is too powerful, too evil. Only by pulling it out of the body can it be completely purified. Quasi Loli finally cast a wonderful spell that complements the purification of the 4 souls. The opponent's soul, pull away. Immediately cast the spell to purify the 4 souls. The shining light almost enveloped the entire Kyoto. Lu Yun also saw for the first time the power of Quasi Loli when she went all out. No wonder it can make the monsters of the entire era fear. This power to purify the 4 souls is simply a plug-in. The 4 souls of the king were pulled away, and Quasi's terrifying purifying power was quickly purifying layer by layer. Body was severely damaged, and the spiritual power was instantly suppressed by Lu Yun Sharingan. The current king is at the weakest time. Roar roar. Roar roar. The king's soul let out an angry roar, and the terrifying shockwave spread out in waves. This was the king's last and dying struggle, and it was also the most terrifying counterattack. Quasi Loli's face gradually paled. The purification of the 4 souls is still a bit reluctant for Quasi in the Loli era. Lu Yun used his pupil power again, staring at the ghost of the nihilistic king, attacking its spirit with all his strength. Don't move. Boom. Lu Yun tried his best to interfere with the king of Scorpion with his pupil technique, reducing the king's counter-attack to a minimum. Quasi-Loli's forehead, the bright sweat oozes out, the huge purification power, bit by bit, slowly purifies the four souls of the king, purifies. The dazzling light can be seen hundreds of miles away from Kyoto. This is the most critical and decisive moment. There is one more chapter today, let's eat first. Chapter 053 _ The Birth of the Jade of the Four Souls. Boom. Boom. Terrifying shockwaves, demonic bombs, etc., a series of chaotic attacks, centered on the king, blazing indiscriminately in all directions. Not to mention the four Lu Yun, the entire Kyoto was within the attacking range of the king. Dying people are often the craziest. Lu Yun's pupils tried their best to suppress the king's movements. Dokiba used the underworld Deo waning moon break again and again, constantly weakening the power of the king's body. Ling Yuxian was also at the side to help out, shifting the attack of the king Qi slightly again and again, allowing Lu Yun, Kuizi and King Dokiba to do their own things without any scruples. However, even so, even though it has come to the last moment, it is still extremely difficult. Time passed minute by minute. Quasi-Loli is still going on. The struggle of the king is terrifying. He has already pulled his soul out of the body, but he is still fighting for the last time. Every purification consumes Quasi-Loli's huge spiritual power. Every time he resisted, Lu Yun's Sharinon stabbed. The last madness of the King Scorpion has surpassed the original limit. A fusion of monsters is an incredible thing. Quasi-Loli. I can't take it anymore. The fusion of a monster, its soul is too huge and too evil, and the old Quasi is not enough to purify this level of soul in one breath. Lu Yun. I. Quasi-Loli said with difficulty, in the light of purification, his face was as pale as paper. Lu Yun with trembling, Quasi-Loli suddenly felt a little scared. The original history has been advanced, but it still seems that he can't escape from that ending. She doesn't seem to be able to purify the king. The soul of the king is too huge. Does she really have to die? However, the Jade of the Four Souls already exists, and Lu Yun has fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls in the future. Quasi-Loli suddenly thought, if he purifies the soul of the king, where will the future Lu Yun be? The Jade fragment of the Four Souls? The four soul fragments are destined to exist. The future is already set. It is impossible to purify the king of scorpions. But if you don't solve the king's words, everyone present is going to die, even Lu Yun may die. Quasi-Loli bit Kobo pass tightly, and a resolute look appeared on her delicate face. Lu Yun, you must remember me, Quasi-Loli choked and said. A dazzling light appeared in Quasi-Loli's palm, as if it was going to be the last fight. Lu Yun in the distance shouted loudly. You idiot! What are you doing? It's just a little bit, don't be impulsive. Quasi-Loli, you can't purify him, you can suppress him. Our purpose is not to kill him, but it's Sime. This guy just needs to be suppressed for a while. Don't mess around. Quasi-Loli suddenly woke up. Repression. Seal. Quasi in the original book chose the path of perishing in order to completely eliminate it. Because the king of the scorpion does not die, the world will be in chaos, and it will be forced. But now Quasi-Loli wants to be with Lu Yun more than killing this monster that may harm the world. Quasi-Loli is no longer the original witch who hates evil. She has someone she likes. There is something more eager than killing yokai. So, Quasi-Loli, there are more options. For example, repression. Seal. Yes, why didn't I think of? Lu Yun, thank you. Quasi-Loli was awakened by Lu Yun's words. She doesn't have to die. There is no need to kill the king. Whispering softly, looking at the huge and evil spirit of the king, Quasi-Loli was suddenly very happy, and instantly had a way to deal with it. Quasi-Loli slowly raised the long knife in his hand. Above the sword, a dazzling light shines. Name of the sword, Blade of Zishan. Zishan. Zishan is a sacred place. Quasi's knife, and later Kikyo's bow, were obtained in Zishan. It was a very mysterious, almost legendary place. It is not a place that can be reached with strength, but only with the corresponding determination. Quasi's knife comes from the mysterious Zishan mountain. In terms of quality, it is even better than a demon sword like Iron Crusher Kiba. How can a sword that can be used by the strongest priestess be an ordinary weapon? Quasi-Loli poured almost half of the spiritual power into the blade of Zishan in his hand. The majestic spiritual power can purify almost everything. Since I can't purify you completely, then I will seal you here forever. Seal. This is also a move that witches are good at. However, in comparison, what Quasi is best at is actually purification, and sealing is not very good. He waved the blade of Zishan, turned into a dazzling light, swept towards the soul of the king. The majestic spiritual power, in all directions, constantly weakened the soul of the king, weakened. The soul of the king is constantly condensed. The power of purification. The power of the seal. The two forces, using Quasi-Loli's blade of Azusa Mountain as the medium, were almost fully exerted. Since it cannot be completely purified, then suppress the seal. The blade of Zishan turned into a ray of light and entered the soul of the king. The extremely pure power that purifies everything, and the two powers that are extremely evil and filthy, constantly collide. Bang! Bang! Ah! Damn! Damn! Damn power! Bastard Maiko! I don't want, don't. Ah! Faintly, there seems to be the unwilling cry of the king. The blade of Zishan has been completely used as a tool to seal the enemy, and has disappeared in this world. The pure power above will continue to fight against that evil power. The Ghost King's soul gradually turned into a small crystal and fell to the ground. Small, bright beads. That is the crystallization of the evil soul of the king, with the pure spiritual power of Quasi and the repressive power of the blade of Zishan. The two forces are still constantly fighting for the final battle. Small beads, exuding terrifying power. This is the original Four-Soul Jade. This is the Jade of the Four Souls. Quasi-Loli exhausted all her strength and gently picked up the Jade of Four Souls with a look of relief. Destiny. Her fate has finally changed. She can finally be with Lu Yun, so she doesn't have to die. We won. Lu Yun closed Sherinan, came over and supported Quasi. The two cuddled with each other, feeling infinite warmth and satisfaction. No, there is Sime. Tsuko-Loli corrected. That doesn't matter anymore. We have won. Lu Yun is very serious. Although his body is exhausted and his strength is almost exhausted at the moment, Lu Yun has infinite strength in his heart, as if he can do whatever he wants. No matter what you do, you will definitely win. Nothing can stop you anymore. Fate can be changed. What else can't you do? Even if it is Qingming, what is there to be afraid of? The strength of the mind is the real strength. Cough, cough, I suddenly remembered such a second sentence. Well, today's update is over, tomorrow will be the same, and the next day will start 4 updates finally. Ask for flowers and collections, forget about the watch. Chapter 054_Knife of Faith. Holding Quasi-Loli, Lu Yun walks slowly forward. The body has almost no strength. The pupil power is almost exhausted. The only little bit of spiritual power, maybe even a slightly more powerful monster, can't beat it. Performing a few ordinary onmyoji techniques may be exhausted. It's really reached its limit. But Lu Yun's state at the moment is unprecedentedly good. Everything you see is bright. Any powerful monster seems to be vulnerable. Physically, it has reached a limit, but mentally and willfully, it has gone against common sense and climbed to another peak, a peak that Lu Yun has never had before. Feel like you can. Feel like you can do anything. Not blind confidence, but a strong belief. No treacherous mountains and rivers can stop one's indomitable faith. Ultimate in the spiritual realm. The sublimation of the spiritual world. This is the transformation of the heart. Let's go, let's kill Simei and solve all future troubles. Lu Yun said. Hula _ slashed sharply. With Lu Yun as the center, the knife chi spreads everywhere, turning into a sharp knife chi, tearing, cutting, and the sharp momentum makes people feel chills. It was clear that his strength was almost exhausted, but Lu Yun's sword was more powerful than any previous one. Sharp. Sharp. It's as if it can split everything. Boom. The trees in the distance were all split. Hundreds of approaching monsters who were just about to besiege a few people fell into a pool of blood. The air made a sharp whine, and a vacuum was cut abruptly. The blade gas permeates vertically and horizontally, rushing all the way, unstoppable. The huge force is simply frightening, and it swayed out of rice, and then it stopped. Within 500 meters, there was no one else. Empty. Your knife finally has its own will. Quasi-Loli said with relief. He didn't expect Lu Yun to go to a higher level at this time. In fact, Lu Yun's swordsmanship is very standard, very scientific, and it can even be said that there are no flaws. With Sherinan, in terms of moves, he is even more powerful than Quasi-Loli. However, Lu Yun never won a battle against Quasi. Because Lu Yun's knife is just swinging the knife. Past, Lu Yun's slashing was just a slashing, an empty sword technique without his own will. How can a sword technique without a soul ever win the sword of faith that Quasi has experienced countless times, killed in troubled times, and tempered to destroy the monsters of this era? It's just an empty shelf. But now, in the limit of his body, Lu Yun's will instead climb to the peak, and he took another step forward in swordsmanship. Sherinan has merged the sword skills of countless people including Tsuko and Dokiba, and now he has tempered the sword of his own beliefs. The sword that incorporates will into the sword technique is completely different from before. Even faintly has surpassed Quasi. Of course, it's just swordsmanship. The will of the self? What is that? Could it be that after the spiritual power reaches ultimate, the fluctuation of the magnetic field affects the reality? Or, it is? Well, if this is the case, it is understandable. Perhaps, it is another. The composition of this world, after all, is not the same as the original world, and some places need to be studied carefully. Lu Yun analyzed it seriously. What a mess of sword intent and sword intent. Lu Yun has been in this world for so many years, but he has not even seen a shadow. Lu Yun didn't believe those things. Science is king. Huh. Quasi-Loli looked at Lu Yun sternly, unable to understand what Lu Yun was saying. I can't believe Lu Yun, you are so knowledgeable and talented. Admiral, the dog behind, also said something, what Lu Yun was talking about. In fact, he didn't understand at all. He seemed very powerful. As expected of the person that elder sister likes, little Lu Yun, you are amazing. Ling Yuxian giggled and praised. Okay, just go with how you feel. All I know is that now I'm in good shape, very good. I won't lose, I can't lose. Lu Yun smiled and said with a relaxed volley. Let's go. Scoff _ Another terrifying blade spread. A straight avenue stretched from the foot of Lu Yun to Simei's palace in the distance. Everything that was obstructed on the way was split open. Will not lose. Certainly not to lose. Lu Yun's beliefs have never been judged this way. Looking straight into the distance, above the tall and large palace in the distance, an old man is looking at several people with condescending eyes. It was a very old man. When Lu Yun looked at him, he also looked at Lu Yun at the same time. The momentum of the two suddenly collided. This old man. It was obviously too old to be reckless, even, almost dying. But Lu Yun still felt the terrifying pressure from him. His identity is self-evident. Abe Sime. The strongest Onmyoji. The man behind the death of Kwaizi, the man who ruled Kyoto. Kwaizi Loli, hold me, I'm going to fuck. Lu Yun grabbed the jade of the Four Souls and suddenly spoke cautiously. Several Shikigami appeared, holding Lu Yun and the four of them, and quickly swept to the high altitude in the distance. Chapter 055 _ People who walk to Onmyoji Ultimate. Holding you? Okay. Kwaizi Loli's face turned UI, and he gently hugged Lu Yun's body from behind. Lu Yun suddenly said such a sentence. Kwaizi Loli was still a little overwhelmed, thinking that Lu Yun was joking. But when he saw Lu Yun's serious face, he knew that this was Lu Yun's plan. Gently attached to Lu Yun's body, Kwaizi Loli's heartbeat gradually calmed down. Lu Yun must have a plan. Dokiba killed more than a dozen big monsters, and then used all his strength to fight the king of the underworld, the waning moon, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. Kwaizi Loli consumes even more, purifies the four souls, and seals the king. The spiritual power required is simply amazing. And in order to seal the king, he lost the blade of Zishan, and without a weapon, his strength is even more difficult to exert. Although Lu Yun's swordsmanship has improved to a higher level, his mental power and spiritual power are almost completely exhausted. What can he do with only moves? I guess it will be over in 2. Among the four, the only Lingyu Xian has the most physical strength, but unfortunately, the combat experience is a flaw. In the situation of several people, it is impossible to win. But Lu Yun still rushed towards Abe Sime. He must have an idea. Under the escort of Shikigami, Lu Yun and the others went straight to the upper floors of the palace. Abe Sime in the distance was looking at a few people playfully. Lu Yun, don't forget to make a bet. It seems that this time, I won. Boom. Dokiba Wang volleyed. The waning moon of the underworld is broken. A huge black moon Kiba ran towards Sime in the distance. The bet with Lu Yun, Dokiba King still remembers, to see who kills Sime first. The huge moon Kiba slashed the path of the underworld and moved forward, approaching Sime in the distance. This is a move that directly sends the enemy into the underworld. As long as you have a little physical strength, you can use Iron Crusher Kiba to perform unlimited times. King Dokiba doesn't think that Lu Yun's confidence in killing Sime is bigger than himself. Sime smiled. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. Even, it was explained in a neat way. According to my observation just now, this move is not to cut open the underworld, but a move to communicate the underworld. It's easier said than done to cut through the space. Even the king may not have that kind of power. Your underworld, the waning moon, is broken, the physical strength is very low. It should just use the power of the demon sword to communicate the underworld and ruin the enemy. As long as the entrance is sealed before arriving, the waning moon will be broken, and it is not worth mentioning. The pentagram shone in Sime's eyes. The fingers are in a hurry, the five-pointed star emerges, and the wonderful yin-yang technique constitutes a complex and mysterious tuan. The waning moon of the underworld was broken, and before it reached Qingming, it was suddenly sealed. The underworld gradually closed. Finally, the broken way of underworld was completely closed, and this trick just disappeared. He has seen all the battles we fought with the king. He also knows all our moves. It's understandable to break it? Lu Yun said calmly. I still don't believe it. Dokiba is obviously not reconciled, the waning moon of the underworld is broken, and it is actually cracked like this. Once again, dozens of underworld waning moon breaks were made, and the dense underworld waning moon breaks were endless, but without exception, they were all broken down by Sime with ease. The waning moon of the underworld is broken. Completely cracked by Sime. Sime, in order to return from hell after death, he has a deep understanding of hell and the underworld. After observing the battle of King Kiba for so long, there is already a way to break it. Then kill you with sheer force. Ling Yuxian raised her jade hand and slowly fell ahead. The terrifying demon power spread out and fell straight towards Abe Sime. Abe Sime, a dying person, must have his strength greatly reduced, Ling Yuxian thought to himself. However, Abe Sime remained motionless, and when Ling Yuxian's strike was about to arrive in front of him, Abe Sime pointed his finger again. A pentagram emerges. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth circulate in power. Boom! Mokpo's power flooded the entire sky, crushed it head-on, and with a bang, defeated Ling Yuxian's attack. A hurricane followed, nearly blowing the dead away. Lady invites. Lu Yun suddenly used a sneak attack on Myoji. Under the traction of the spell, the thunder fell from the sky, and it was about to focus on Sime. Sime stretched out his hand again, and a pentagram appeared again. The 5 elements create and restrain each other, and almost restrain the yin-yang technique of all attributes. Wow! The thunder and lightning dissipated in an instant, and the ashes disappeared, and he was easily blocked by him. The attacks of several people seemed to be useless at all. Sime stood in the high palace in the distance, smiling and looking at Lu Yun and the others. 4 exhausted people dare to kill me? Even if I'm old, you guys don't have the slightest chance of winning. Sime's right hand suddenly pointed to the sky. The 4 of Lu Yun suddenly had an ominous feeling. The majestic and wonderful power came from the palace in the distance. The countless monsters below suddenly shouted, "Long live Sime-sama!" Sime pointed his hand to the sky, and in the distant sky, the position of the stars was actually changed by Sime. Heaven. When? Manipulation. Manipulation. Boom. In the starry sky, the position of the stars was moved by Sime, and the sky was changed by Sime. The huge gravitational field was added to Lu Yun and the others in an instant. One of Sime's famous tricks, astronomical manipulation. Manipulate astronomy. Change the sky. Change the climate. Change gravity. This is the ultimate of Onmyoji. Legend has it that this move was used by Sime in its heyday to the time of Ultimate, and it was difficult to even walk on the level of an ordinary big monster. The huge gravity is enough to directly crush ordinary little monsters. Boom 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 boom. Countless houses collapsed one after another. The earth sinks down. The palace where Sime was located also collapsed, and Sime stood alone in the sky. Where Lu Yun and the others were, the gravity instantly increased. 5 times, 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. In a short moment, the gravity reached the normal level. 100 times. Lu Yun and the others fell involuntarily under 100 times the gravity, getting further and further away from Sime. The few people who have exhausted their physical strength have almost no ability to withstand the double gravity. Lu Yun turned his head abruptly and said to Ling Yuxian behind him. "Quick, push me. Push me and Kwaizi up." Boom. And sent the 2 falling Lu Yun up with a bang. When Lu Yun was rising rapidly, he quickly took out the 4-soul jade in his arms, the complete 4-soul jade, and put it directly into it. In the mouth. Astronomical manipulation is indeed one of Sime's moves in Slicker. I didn't add it randomly, but it didn't appear in the anime. Everyone knows that, the anime will be gone after the season, it's a fool. It seems that Sime has also studied astronomy in history? It seems so. Chapter 056_Jedi Strikes Back. Under the recoil force, Ling Yuxian fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the square stones splashed, and Lu Yun and Quasi Loli also gained a great upward speed. Finally got a little bit of initiative. The Jade of the Four Souls was held in Lu Yun's mouth, and the majestic power quickly dissipated. That's right. It is the Jade of the Four Souls. It is the Jade of the Four Souls that the King of Scorpions has just transformed into. Complete Four Soul Jade. This is Lu Yun's biggest trump card, otherwise, Lu Yun, whose physical strength has been exhausted, would dare to fight Sime? A complete Four Soul Jade can not only replenish physical strength, but even make it easy for one's own attack power to surpass the peak. This is Lu Yun's biggest hole card. Boom underscore. Boom underscore. A wave of force filled Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun felt that he could easily punch the front Jinchuriki/column corridor with one punch. Lu Yun's current state is 4 to 4 times stronger than when he was at his peak. And, it's still growing. The enhanced power of the Four Soul Jade is too powerful. However, at the same time, tyranny, killing, madness, destruction, lust. A series of complex negative emotions also poured in, attacking Lu Yun's sanity. Quasi Loli, help me purify. The power of the Jade of Four Souls, I can't stop it, you help me purify it. Lu Yun said to Kuizi Loli, who was holding him. Purify. That's right, the power of the Four Soul Jade is uncontrollable. Only by letting Quasi purify the evil power can Lu Yun be uncontrolled and used normally. Quasi Loli finally knew why Lu Yun let himself hold him before. Lu Yun had already drawn up a combat strategy. An almost seamless battle plan using the Jade of the Four Souls. Lu Yun, you have to hold on. Quasi Loli's body radiated a shining light. Holding Lu Yun, the power of purification came from Quasi Loli's body, covering Lu Yun's entire body. The evil power of the Jade of Four Souls was completely contained by Quasi Loli. Lu Yun's brain regained its clarity. In this way, Lu Yun can use the power of the Four Soul Jade normally. Power without side effects. Hold it up, no problem, it feels very good, as long as you don't get distracted, you'll be fine. Lu Yun said. The Jade of Four Souls, even if Abe Sime died, he would never have imagined that there would be such a thing. The Jade of the Four Souls, which was transformed into the Blade of Zishan by the King of Qi and Quasi, contains enormous power, which only Lu Yun from the future knows. Sime just saw what Lu Yun ate. To eat? No matter how strong the drug is, the improvement is limited. Abe Sime in the distance didn't care at all, and he almost recognized Lu Yun's death. What else can a boy and girl so tired do? No matter how much you struggle and what kind of secret medicine you take, there is no hope for you. Boy, I am very interested in your eyes, but it seems that there is no way to study it. Abe Sime said arrogantly. Lu Yun is only a year old. At the age of 12, Abe Sime thought he was inferior to Lu Yun. If it weren't for his own resurrection plan, Abe Sime would actually arrest Lu Yun and study the strange eyes. It seems that it is the eyes that can cast demonic illusion. However, there is no point in further research. Anyway, the boy was dying. Raised his hand high. The five-pointed star condenses the power of yin and yang and the five elements. A huge pentagram appeared. Sime pressed his finger down, and with a hula, rushed towards Lu Yun and Quasi. Abe Sime made a random attack. You guys go to hell and wait for me first. Boom boom. Boom boom. A random finger can produce such terrifying power. Abe Sime has really reached a peak in the five-element onmyoji. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Lu Yun suddenly raised the knife. The breath that has been hidden just now is also skyrocketing at this moment. Sime did not understand the power of the four-soul jade, nor could he understand it. Lu Yun's strength not only recovered in a split second, but almost exceeded the limit of his body's endurance. Lu Yun slashed quickly. Just like a simple knife technique that has been carried out every day for several years, it is accurate to the ultimate knife. The only difference is that the current Lu Yun's swordsmanship already contains his own will. A knife with self-will. Power is incomparable. Boom. The fragments of the four-soul jade on the knife also resonated with the four-soul jade in Lu Yun's mouth, the two four-soul jade located in different time and space. The jade of the four souls in different time and space has a wonderful resonance. The power is constantly emerging, and it is perfect. People use the power of the four-soul jade, and the sword also contains the power of the four-soul jade. Inexplicably, there is a feeling of man and knife being one. It was a wonderful state that even Lu Yun never expected. The power of this knife is stronger than Lu Yun expected. The pentagram broke in an instant. The terrifying sword energy is approaching Sime. This is. Sime in the distance was shocked. Lu Yun's power actually skyrocketed in an instant? What happened? How come? I want to resist, but it's too late. Too careless. No, it has nothing to do with the effect, it is simply unexpected. How can a person who is obviously exhausted have such a strong power in an instant? Incredible. With a screeching sound, Lu Yun's knife had already tore off one of Sime's arms, and a large amount of blood was flowing, and Sime let out a shrill roar. The blade air swept all the way, forming a terrifying hurricane. What the heck is how is it possible? Sime quickly backed away, still confused about the situation, completely unable to understand why Lu Yun still has such physical strength, even surpassing the previous strength. Sime subconsciously wanted to perform Onmyoji, but suddenly he realized that his right hand had been chopped off. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Yun rushed up again. This is, the power of the king, the power of the jade of the four souls, is something you created yourself. Lu Yun roared loudly, and in an instant he reached Sime. Scoff. Slash again. The sharp blade swept across and cut off Sime's legs cleanly. The blood is rushing. Sime lost almost all his fighting power. Lu Yun was extremely calm, not in a hurry to kill Qingming, but turned his head and said to Kuaizi. Quick! Kill him with four-soul purification, so that he has no chance of resurrection. Chapter 057_Suicide. Don't try to succeed. Sime roared sharply, his face twisted, and he endured the bloody body. When he was about to die, he raised his left hand with difficulty, gathering strength again. Resurrection. The boy in front of him actually knew about his resurrection? For the first time in Sime's life, this fear of the unknown was born. This year-old boy seems to know everything like the back of his hand, and even knows such secrets. From the beginning, I underestimated this young man. He was actually planted in the hands of a one-year-old boy. Never allow it. No one can stop your own resurrection plan. You two, let's die together. On Sime's left hand, tyrannical power fused together. Demon power possessed by monsters is extremely destructive. The unique, long, and soft spiritual power of human beings. Two diametrically opposed forces, the power of humans and demons, the power that cannot coexist, were forcibly merged by Sime. Demon power and spiritual power, the unstable clashing forces are combined together, like ice and fire being forcibly mixed together. The unstable force rotates, forming a Uzumaki shape, which gradually stabilizes. Completely different demon power and spiritual power were forcibly merged by Sime. Humans cannot cultivate demon power. Even demons can't cultivate spiritual power. But being a half-demon is an exception. Although a half-demon has huge flaws, it is also an unexpected opportunity to have the characteristics of both a human and a demon. Sime combines the power of a demon with the power of a human being. This is something that no one has tried since ancient times. Sime actually succeeded. At this moment, Lu Yun has to admit that Sime is indeed the most powerful onmyoji. Sime raised his left hand vigorously. Far away, fell towards Lu Yun and the two of them. Yang, robbery, reincarnation, return. Ka-ka. Click. Click, click. Broken by atmospheric vibrations. The ground all collapsed. The terrifying aura spread in all directions, and the entire Kyoto was in a tyrannical torrent. Thousands of meters around the decisive battle between Sime and Lu Yun, all the buildings have burst just because of the wind pressure. Admiral, who had 3 swords in his heyday. Uzumaki, the spinning energy of demon power and spiritual power, hit Lu Yun directly. A terrifying dense force like a black hole. This is Sime's strongest move. Astronomy manipulation, eternal tribulation reincarnation, Sime's most powerful stunt rumored to be. If it wasn't for Sime's old age and carelessness, Lu Yun and the others would have no chance of winning. Quasi, you can purify his soul. I will deal with this trick. Lu Yun held a knife in both hands. Hold your breath. Will. Swing the sword with your own will and belief, not pure power. This was the higher realm of swordsmanship that Lu Yun had just entered not long ago. And the power of the Jade of the Four Souls, which is boiling all over the body at this moment, is also poured into the knife. Aiming at the energy bomb of eternal tribulation, Lu Yun's Sharinan turns to ultimate. Time slower. Everything in the world has slowed down. Then. Cut where you want to cut. That's all. Bang. Instant, Lu Yun's knife had been swung out. The knife that carried out all the will and the power of faith precisely collided with the eternal tribulation reincarnation, just hitting the center. Lu Yun was sweating profusely on his forehead, struggling to resist. The shock wave of terror spreads in all directions. Lu Yun's arm was cut by the energy shock wave, leaving bloody openings. Even with the blessing of a whole piece of the Jade of the Four Souls, Lu Yun was still unable to hold on at this moment. After all, his power was borrowed from the Jade of the Four Souls, how could it be handy to use? Click. Kaka. Click. Bang. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Lu Yun was stunned, the sword with the Jade of the Four Souls embedded in it, inch by inch, vanished into ashes and disappeared completely. His own knife was forcibly shattered by Sime's eternal tribulation reincarnation. Knife actually, shattered. Eternal tribulation samsara's move, directly hitting Lu Yun's chest. Sure enough. Is it still a little early for me to face off against Sime now? Your own weapon, is a fatal flaw. Just a little bit. Obviously it was hit, but unfortunately. Lu Yun. Quasi lowly exclaimed, not caring to purify Sime, the pure power that purifies all things blooms from Quasi lowly's jade hands. Quasi lowly's spiritual power collided violently with eternal tribulation reincarnation. Bang. Boom. The huge shock wave dissipated. Quasi lowly's shot counteracted Sime's trick, and Lu Yun finally escaped. Just. In the high sky in the distance, Sime, who has lost both hands and feet, has escaped Quasi's purification of the Four Souls. Higurashi Lu Yun, Quasi, and the people of the Dog Clan, you all remember, I will come back, I will come back. One day, I will return from hell in the strongest form. Higurashi Lu Yun, you have to live until then. Boom. A huge shockwave exploded over Kyoto. The terrifying power swept the entire Kyoto, and most of the capital was swallowed up. I do not know that the young demon and the onmyoji were seriously injured in the terrifying shockwave and died of doubts. Sime, he actually blew himself up. Rumbling rumbling. Boom boom boom. Lu Yun and Quasi fell from the sky. Chapter 058 Let's go to my age together. At this moment, Kyoto has been destroyed 7 times. All the monsters, Onmyoji, and everyone gathered together because of Simei's power, at this time, looked at everything with their mouths wide open. That tall, invincible figure. Actually dead. Even if Simei-sama is old, half of his foot is in the coffin. Even if Simei-sama was accidentally defeated because he was careless and looked down on the other party as a child. But it is still unbelievable. For the monsters who believe in Simei, it is impossible. Because Simei has always been the strongest. Impossible to die? Master Simei actually died? And Onmyoji said dully and lost his soul. Lord Nu, our master of the ghosts and monsters, actually dead. Another monster murmured as he looked at the collapsed palace in the distance. Impossible, this is a dream. Simei-sama can't die. I'm here for the sake of Simei-sama. If Simei-sama is dead, what's the point of our existence? How did Simei-sama die? Ah, 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 ah. Simei-sama is dead, impossible. It was noisy, and the roar was deafening. The monsters and Onmyoji in Kyoto all fell into madness. And this time, in the rubble of the collapsed palace, Lu Yun and Quasi also supported each other and staggered out. After Lu Yun spit out the jade of the four souls, it suddenly fell apart and soft on Quasi Loli's body. The two walked quietly. In the current state, if you are besieged by this group of monsters, you will not be able to stop it. Unexpectedly, he was finally allowed to escape. Lu Yun muttered to himself. While breathing heavily, he walked slowly through the rubble. Simei is dead. But Simei didn't die either, not in the true sense of the word. If Simei is not completely killed with the purification of the four souls, Simei will come out of hell again. Moreover, it was Simei in its heyday and the strongest period. The battle is not over yet. Simei knew that he had broken one hand and two legs, and he would not last long, so he chose to commit suicide. He was very wise. When will he be resurrected? Quasi Loli looked at Lu Yun and asked. Back from hell, if someone else said this, Quasi Loli must be joking. But with Simei, it's different. Simei finally committed suicide. The only explanation for such a straightforward suicide is that Simei is confident that he will return from hell. Loli heard Simei's last words clearly. Lu Yun coughed a few times and panted. If there are no major changes in history, Simei will be resurrected in about 1,000 years. 1,000 years from now, that's not. Yes, it's my time. Lu Yun nodded. Thousands of years later. Abe Simei, the strongest Onmyoji, will come out of hell again. Lu Yun can't remember the specific time of the two anime worlds of Grandson of the Slicker and Inuyasha. However, it must not be too late. Even in modern society, it's not more than 10 years at most. Even shorter. I'm sorry, if I were quicker, if I was quicker, maybe I could completely purify Simei's four souls, and I don't need to be so troublesome. What are you talking about, little fool? Lu Yun tapped Quasi's little Kyung's nose and said with a smile, you didn't die, it's already the biggest gain, and if it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by Qingming. Quasi Loli's face turned Yui's face, and said, who is a little fool? You little brat, even younger than me. So what? Huh? Lu Yun snorted and kissed Quasi Loli's face, with a look of what you can do to me. Quasi Loli's heartbeat suddenly became unstoppable. What a strange feeling. Lu Yun is too bold. I actually kissed her. Luckily, Lu Yun's physical strength was severely exhausted, and he couldn't push him away, so he could only support Lu Yun. The two of them leaned against each other and walked slowly. You can feel each other's heartbeats. Loli's hand was caught by Lu Yun at some point. The small hands are stained with a little blood, but it does not affect the beauty at all, but adds a little different sentiment. Lu Yun slowly stroked, kneaded, and admired. Loli is a great beauty, there is no doubt about it. Year-old little Loli's figure makes this beauty a bit tender and attractive. What are you doing? Loli finally couldn't stand it anymore, she couldn't stand this feeling of heartbeat. Who had tasted the love between men and women for the first time, was very unfamiliar in this regard and did not know what to do. Lu Yun kept touching her hands, leaving her wondering what to do. Nothing, I just thought, it would be great to be able to come 1,000 years ago. Boldly hugging Loli's waist, Lu Yun said with a smile. No, let me hold you for a while. I see that you are out of strength, that's what makes you arrogant, Loli still refused to admit it, sophistry. The two leaned on each other warmly. After the war, it feels so good to live after the catastrophe. Loli was also very happy. She was very opposed to Lu Yun's hug from the outside, but she actually liked it very much in her heart. She doesn't have to die. In the future, I can finally be with Xiao Lu Yun. Every day, you can be with little Lu Yun. The future seems to be infinitely bright. Equals 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 equals. Equals 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 equals. The two walked forward with an arm. Surrounded by huge boulders, the Jinchuriki/column gallery where the palace collapsed. Some yokai who disobeyed Sime and were captured were also wailing everywhere. There are also many who broke free from the shackles of the chains and ran around. Today's Kyoto is a mess. Not long after, Lu Yun found a rare two-tailed cat. It is a rare species that can run in the void and can manipulate flames. It is extremely fast and can be said to be one of the best choices for mounts. Probably the mica in the original book, Lu Yun thought. Lu Yun walked over, stroked the head of Micah, and said, "As you can see, we killed Sime, your enemy. Now we are running out of stamina and can't go very far. In this way, I will help you take down the spell of repression and set you free, accordingly, you will also take us with you. Get out of here, what do you think?" Chi-chi, chi-chi. Micah shouted happily and nodded one after another. Lu Yun easily removed the spell, Micah screamed excitedly, and her body instantly grew bigger. She loaded Loli and Lu Yun, and rushed out of the pile of rocks with a hula. Chapter 059 _ Let's go to my age 2. Micah is fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the pile of rocks. Although the combat power is not high, Micah is very fast, and once tamed, it is very loyal. It is the favorite mount of demon slayers, onmyoges, and those with distinguished status. Sitting on the back of Micah, the wind whistled past their ears. Lu Yun and Quasi had already rushed out 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Far away, Dokiba is arguing with Ling Yuxian about something. Sime committed suicide. Dokiba did not kill Sime, nor did Lu Yun kill Sime. Strictly speaking, there is no winner or loser in this gamble. However, Ling Yuxian insisted that Lu Yun was the direct cause of Sime's death, and Lu Yun actually won. So the two are arguing about the bet, that is, whether Ling Yuxian should go back. "You unbelievable fellow, shameless. Princess, please don't lose your temper. Fighting King Kiba, you are shameless, the dog clan is the most committed, but you lost to Xiao Lu Yun, and now you don't admit it, our dog clan is ashamed of you. Princess, there is no winner or loser in this bet." The devil listens to you. "You shameless King Kiba, you are over 100 years old, and you lost a bet with a 1-year-old child and still don't admit it. What's the difference between bullying a child? If I were you, I'll just kill me, I'll smear the dog clan even if I live in the world, I'm sorry to the ancestors of the dog clan. At. #%. Lu Yun and Quasi lowly looked at each other and looked at Isho. Lu Yun did not forget the agreement with Lingyu Xian. Sister Lingyu, come up. Micah's figure hula and has come to Lingyu Xian's body. Before Lingyu Xian agrees, Lu Yun has already pulled Lingyu Xian onto Micah's back. Hula _ A flame blazed under the Micah's feet. Micah, which is running at full speed, is extremely fast, but it is not something that ordinary monsters can catch up with. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already run for hundreds of meters. Micah went straight into the sky. Get into the clouds and run with all your might. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo-hoo. When Lingyu Xian came back to his senses, several people had already run out for a few miles. Ah! It's little Lu Yun. When Lingyu Xian saw Lu Yun, she hugged her happily and was overjoyed. Sister Lingyu, I haven't forgotten our agreement. Lu Yun said with a smile. Little Lu Yun is so nice, woo woo woo, my sister likes you so much, woo woo woo, you are so amazing. Ah! Little Lu Yun, you have a lot of blood on your body, are you alright? Does it hurt? Does it matter? Seeing Lu Yun's blood, Lingyu Xian said nervously. It's alright, most of them belong to others. I just have a serious overdraft. I'll take a month off. Lu Yun said. It's okay, there's so much blood. Ah! Sister Lingyu, don't move, it hurts. Ah! I'm sorry. The three chatted on Micah's back. Laughter and laughter all the way. Lu Yun has completed the mission that came to this era. Quasi also avoided the original fate of death. Lingyu Xian also escaped marriage successfully. The three of them got together, and there were endless things to say, giggling and laughing happily all the way. Even Micah hummed happily at the sky because she was free again. Indescribable joy. Endless joy. Princess. Princess, where are you going, Princess? Lu Yun, please stop for me, our bet has not been decided yet, not yet, you don't believe what you say. Princess. Behind the three, the monster-shaped King Tokaiba was running fast in the sky. It's a pity that Micah was originally a super-fast mount, and after fighting with King Kiba for so long, his stamina was almost exhausted, and he couldn't catch up with a few people at all. Dokiba can only watch the figures of several people get farther and farther away. Dokiba tried his best, he couldn't catch up. And, the figures of Lu Yun and the others gradually faded, and even the Micah gradually turned into a small dot and disappeared into the sky. Equals. Micah is fast. About an hour later, the three of Lu Yun had arrived at the bone-eating well. The tall and large Yashenmu is as lush as 1,000 years later, and the ancient well is located not far away, revealing the charm of the vicissitudes of life. If you jump down this well, it will be 1,000 years later. Here, Micah, thank you. The three of Lu Yun jumped off the Micah and said goodbye to the Micah. Micah turned into a young state, screaming in Lu Yun's arms, licking Lu Yun's face from time to time. For Lu Yun, who is about to part, he is quite reluctant. Fortunately, it's a mother's, otherwise he would never be able to bear the affection of Micah. Lu Yun complained in his heart. Don't worry, we will meet again if we have fate. Lu Yun rubbed Micah's little head and said, suddenly remembered something, took out the Jade of 4 Souls from his arms and handed it to Micah. This Jade of 4 Souls, if you meet someone you can trust, leave it to them for safekeeping. Goodbye, Micah. Chi-chi. The three of Lu Yun said goodbye to Micah, then jumped down and jumped into the bone-eating well. Madara colors shone around the bone-eating well. Lu Yun grabbed Quasi Loli and Lingyu Xian, thinking of all the experiences of this month, and suddenly felt a little sad. Farewell, Micah. Farewell, Kyoto. Farewell, everything from 1,000 years ago. And Sime, we will meet again one day. Chapter 060_Long Lost Modern Life. Bringing Kwaizi Loli and Lingyu Xian to Hyundai, Lu Yun was also busy for a while. First, the housing issue for the two. Kwaizi and Lingyu Xian, Lu Yun would never arrange them at home. It would be inconvenient to kiss Kwaizi Loli sometimes. Gotta buy a suite. And their legal status. You can't stay at home all the time. When you occasionally take two girls out to play, some places also need ID documents, such as driver's license, medical insurance card, and VIP membership card in some stores, etc. In addition, the two women know nothing about modern society and need to be taught. Otherwise, the two women would not be able to integrate into the modern society at all. Etc., etc. Lu Yun then once again demonstrated the hacking technology that surpassed this era, and directly swallowed all the ill-gotten wealth of a company, adding tens of billions of dollars all at once. On this day, the entire financial market in Japan experienced huge turbulence, and even caused a financial turmoil. The main culprit was Lu Yun. It's a pity that no matter how the experts checked, they couldn't find out who did it. With money, it's easy to do things. Lu Yun bought a few suites near the Rimu shrine, or in other words, bought all the houses nearby, which also reduced the exposure of the two women. Spent some money to clear the relationship, and cooperated with Sherry Nan's demonic illusion to hypnotize the two women's identity issues and real estate certificates. Then he took the two daughters to the house again, and told the family that this is his friend. This is a must drop. If they occasionally go away, Lu Yun might as well hide it. All in all, Lu Yun is quite busy. It took a full week of work to complete all the formalities. The two girls were finally settled by Lu Yun. Finally, it's time to rest for a while. It is worth mentioning that during the war in Kyoto 1,000 years ago, the overdraft was too serious. Lu Yun estimated that it would take more than a month to cultivate. Therefore, during this period of time, Lu Yun returned to the life of an ordinary person. Every day, I go shopping, go to school, or go to the playground with my sister, Kagam, or take Lingyu Xian and Kwaizi Loli to see the modern metropolis. In a blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Past 10 days, Lu Yun's sister, Ji Wei, and Kwaizi and Lingyu Xian have gradually become acquainted with them. Lu Yun's life has been nourishing and nourishing. Equals. This morning, Lu Yun just got up and went straight to Kwaizi's house before having breakfast. The two lived next door to Higurashi Shrine, a few dozen steps away. Open Kwaizi's door. Kwaizi's little Loli is sitting in front of the computer playing games. Well, Lu Yun actually guessed it. Originally, the two of them were supposed to learn modern knowledge through the internet. Unexpectedly, the first thing they did after learning the internet was to play games. It started so early today. Hey, Kwaizi Loli, stay away when playing games, don't look myopic. Lu Yun walked to Kwaizi Loli's side and persuaded. Lu Yun, you're here. Look, I've upgraded again, this game is too boring, too simple. Kwaizi Loli said with a proud expression. Wearing a suspender pajamas with a white panty underneath, her fair jade legs swaying, Kwaizi Loli tapped the keyboard like this, her eyes not moving. The game is of course simple. For Kwaizi's hand speed and reflexes, modern games are scum. However, although it was simple, Kwaizi Loli was still fascinated by the first contact with such a novel thing. Even, if Lu Yun hadn't come to see her regularly these days, Kwaizi Loli might have forgotten to eat. Have you eaten breakfast? Lu Yun asked. Not yet. Did you sleep last night? Lu Yun asked again. Not yet. Quasi-Loli replied while typing on the keyboard. It was all night yesterday. Yeah. Stop for me. Snapped. Lu Yun unplugged the power all of a sudden. Quasi-Loli looked at the dark screen and became anxious. Looking at Lu Yun unconvinced, little Loli is very angry now. You go to dinner, then go to bed, don't make trouble, be good. Lu Yun pinched Quasi-Loli's little cheek. Seeing Quasi-Loli's fair shoulders, Lu Yun also went up to touch it, as if not satisfied, and kissed Quasi-Loli's small face again. With little Loli, the relationship has gradually warmed up. It's not uncommon to kiss a small mouth, pull hands, or something. Okay, don't make trouble. Staying up late will cause wrinkles. You don't want to. Lu Yun added again. Wrinkles. Quasi-Loli seemed to have suddenly heard a spell. Wrinkle. After you have wrinkles, you will not be beautiful, right? The IQ of a girl in love is almost infinitely close to zero. Quasi-Loli is scared all of a sudden, for fear that if she has wrinkles, she will be disliked by Lu Yun. I am not afraid that after the wrinkles, you don't like me. No, you're annoying. Quasi-Loli's face was full of UI, and she ran out of the house quickly, ready to eat, wash, and then quickly fell asleep. Hey, really, in modern times, it's completely changed. But Quasi-Loli's legs are really white and tender. Lu Yun muttered to himself, and then went to Ling Yuxian's bedroom again. Compared with Quasi-Loli, Ling Yuxian shocked Lu Yun even more. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. At this look, Lu Yun instantly became worried about her chastity. The dignified canine princess is actually reading a novel, and it is also an unlimited novel called Playing My Brother Between Applause. There are also several books such as Shota Countdown, On the Attraction of Women to Shota, Let My Brother Fall in Love with Me, and a series of books. This princess is too limitless. What is she going to do? Push yourself back. Thinking of being pushed back by a woman, Lu Yun immediately broke into a cold sweat, not to mention his age-old body. If he was really suppressed by Ling Yuxian, he would definitely not be able to run away. Sister Ling Yu, came out to eat? Lu Yun hurriedly called out Ling Yuxian, she couldn't let her fall. Immediately, Lu Yun, Quasi-Loli and Ling Yuxian enjoyed a 21st century breakfast. Quasi-Loli and Ling Yuxian leaned on Lu Yun's side, vying to deliver meals to Lu Yun. At this time, Lu Yun finally stopped worrying about snacks. Note: it turns out that Japan does not have so many certificates, especially no ID card. Ahem, I wrote it wrong at the beginning. Thanks to the book friend Magister Rahua for reminding it has been revised. Chapter 061 _ Questions about Marriage. Finish breakfast. The noble princess of the dignified dog clan, once again indulged in the world of novels. Pick up a lot of Raiders cheats about Bracon and Shota control, and study them carefully. Lu Yun also felt more and more dangerous about his virginity. Ling Yuxian looked at herself like she was looking at prey, so scared that Lu Yun ran away. Does that girl really want to push herself back? This is not a question of being pushed down or being pushed down, but a question of man's dignity. If Ling Yuxian pushed back, what would be his dignity? How to establish the majesty of men in the future? For the sake of safety, Lu Yun decided to improve his strength, especially his physical strength, to be strong enough to fight against monsters, so that even if he was really pushed back, he could turn defeat into victory at the last moment and kill the opponent without leaving any armor. How can a man lose to a woman? And Quasi-Loli. Being intimidated by Lu Yun, he put on a mask with a sense of crisis, and slipped naked into the bed, for fear that he really had wrinkles. When it comes to love, witches are no different from ordinary little girls. However, before parting, Quasi-Loli suddenly asked Lu Yun, when will you marry me? Lu Yun was stunned for a moment. Quasi Loli and Ling Yuxian be normal? Always so terrifying, Lu Yun was almost scared to death. Marry her? Fuck. Year-old Loli and year-old Shota, where to get a marriage certificate? Others must treat themselves as mentally ill. It really scared Lu Yun. Quasi Loli came from 1,000 years ago. The girls of that era were relatively precocious, and there were also some who got married at the age of 10. So it's not that strange about getting married. But this is modern society. What, Lu Yun, don't you want to marry me? Didn't you say you like me? Little Loli's watery eyes made Lu Yun feel really embarrassed. That, Quasi Loli, this is not a question of willingness or not, but, it is not allowed by this society. We are not of legal age and cannot get a marriage certificate. Lu Yun explained. I don't care, I've already kissed you, you have to be responsible. Little Loli covered her head in the quilt and said coquettishly. The strongest witch has fallen now, Lu Yun thought. I'll be responsible. I didn't say that I wouldn't marry you, but it's just that the current society is difficult, and the policy doesn't allow it. Lu Yun said helplessly. I don't care. Or should we settle the matter first and get married in a few years? Lu Yun asked tentatively. Quasi Loli? Quasi? Lu Yun asked several questions in a row, but Quasi Loli didn't speak. A few dry coughs, Lu Yun was about to leave. I was really dizzy, and actually said that I had to do things first. Quasi Loli must think of himself as a big pervert. The voice of Quasi Loli came from a distance like a mosquito. Touch, that, just a few touches, but, you can, today, tonight, you. After that, Lu Yun couldn't hear it. Because Quasi Loli is too shy. But little Loli really surprised Lu Yun. In other words, the ancient Japanese women were all women with a strong sense of chastity. Even the strongest shrine maiden will be as docile as a kitten once she has identified her man. To even have the courage to say such a thing. So here comes the problem. Push. Still not pushing? Will it be too beastly to push? But if you don't push it, it seems to be even worse than a beast? With this serious question in mind, Lu Yun walked out of Quasi Loli's villa. After the two women's affairs were settled, they said goodbye to Sister Kagome, and Lu Yun went straight to school. Lu Yun is currently in the second grade of a primary school in Tokyo. As a genius, Lu Yun has the privilege of being a genius. Lu Yun can skip all the courses, as long as he takes the exam at the end of the semester. Follow the route you remember. After getting on the tram and changing stations, after a few minutes, Lu Yun arrived at the school. Tokyo Metasequoia Elementary School. Several flashing characters were lit at the school gate. Many students were picked up by their parents. Seeing this group of little kids jumping and jumping, Lu Yun immediately felt that it was too boring. Pride. Stand out from the crowd? No, how could there be such a thing? There is nothing comparable to taking a class with a group of brats, and it is not superior. Lu Yun came to school with a purpose. Lu Yun's knife was broken. In the battle with Sime, he was shattered by Sime. Even if the 4 soul fragments were inlaid, they were still shattered. In other words, ordinary knives cannot be used in the future. Even if they are strengthened by the 4 soul jade, they are still dangerous and may be broken. If it wasn't for Quasi, he would probably have been killed by Sime's move. In the original book, many of Inuyasha's enemies used the jade of the 4 souls to strengthen their weapons, and in the end, the weapons were shattered, not a few. The 4 soul jade strengthens the weapon and is not safe. You must find a sword that is strong enough to kill Yukai. Originally Kanjiun Kiba was the best choice, and it was at home. It's just that Lu Yun is not sure of complete control for the time being, and the total amount of spiritual power in Nian may not be able to withstand Kongyun Kiba's backlash. You must know that Inuyasha has lived for many years in the original work, and the demon power for many years is still controlled by Kongyun Kiba. Even if the mental power is different from ordinary people, Lu Yun does not dare to try it rashly. You have to find a knife to use temporarily. Kongyun Kiba, if his strength has improved in the future, he will take it out. And finding a good knife temporarily is very difficult. Lu Yun's only clue now, the entry point, is in Lu Yun's school. While thinking, a few clear voices suddenly came from a distance. Huh? Isn't this Higurashi-san? Higurashi-san, you actually came to class today. What, Higurashi-san? Is he the genius of our school, Higurashi Lu Yun? Whoa, he looks so handsome. Higurashi-san, can you sign my name? Lu Yun is in this elementary school, but a legend exists. Almost all of the students are fans of Lu Yun, and Lu Yun, who is rarely seen, adds a sense of mystery to everyone's heart. When I saw that Lu Yun actually came to class today, the crowd was boiling, especially those little girls, chattering was so lively. Good morning everyone. Lu Yun also pretended to be a child and said hello. Taking the opportunity to glance at the crowd, Lu Yun looked for his target person, the dense crowd. Lu Yun swept his eyes and had a panoramic view. Found it? His own knife has fallen. Chapter 062_Huakaiwan Yuluo. Huakaiwan Yuluo. It's her, Lu Yun thought. This is a little girl about the same age as Lu Yun. Wearing a blue and white school uniform, her skin is healthy and fair, her eyes are bright, and her short hair is clear and clean, with a cool and sassy smell. Standing in a group of little girls, very conspicuous. She is a second-year student with Lu Yun. It's just that she is from the next class. Lu Yun just looked at her from a distance and didn't have any intersection. Of course, Lu Yun also knows her other identities. She is a member of the famous Onmyoji family in Tokyo and the main family of Huakaiwan. She is the granddaughter of the contemporary head of the Huakaiwan family. She has strong mental power and can manipulate multiple shikigami at one time. She is a genius Onmyoji. She also successfully summoned the strongest shikigami of the Huakaiwan family, Pojun. Because of his extremely high talent and good temperament, although he is only young, Yuluo has already been appointed as the next head of the Huakaiwan family. The fluctuation of this spiritual power can't be wrong. It's a pity, the talent is very good, but compared to the troubled times, after all, there is a lack of tempering, and even the basic spiritual power can't be concealed. Lu Yun thought to himself. Greeting the surrounding classmates, Lu Yun walked straight to the flower garden in front of Yuluo. A group of little girls in the distance were instantly stunned. Lu Yun was actually walking towards them. That feeling is like meeting an idol. In this palm-sized school, Lu Yun is undoubtedly the most brilliant legend. Ah! Higurashi, go here. A little girl exclaimed in surprise. Higurashi is so handsome. A girl who was already in grade was captured by Lu Yun. Higurashi-san. Higurashi-san will stay here for a long time when he comes to school this time. Woohoo, I'm looking forward to it. I heard that Higurashi-san gets perfect marks in every exam. Higurashi-san even won the first prize in the seeing contest. A group of little girls chatted. When Lu Yun walked over, many girls even took out a book, wanting Lu Yun to sign on it. Lu Yun is really powerless to complain. You little brats, what do you learn to chase stars? Walking to Yuluo in Huakaiwan, Lu Yun stopped and asked. Excuse me, is this classmate Yuluo from Huakaiwan? Yuluo Xiaololi was taken aback. Lu Yun in surprise, a little cute, thought about it, and said. Are you talking to me? Lu Yun nodded. Besides you, is there a second Huakaiwan Yuluo? Yuluo was a little stunned. Oh, and said, "Ah, so it's you, you're Higurashi Lu-yun, the genius in the next class." Seemingly finding himself very rude, Huakaiwan Yulugo said quickly, "I'm sorry. I, I'm just surprised. I heard from my classmates that you haven't come to class for a long time. We thought you haven't come all the time. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you just now. Ah, I actually admire you too. You can get full marks in every exam, it's amazing." Yulugo's foreword didn't match his words. Sure enough, it's a bit of a cute loli. However, she is also a kind-hearted little girl, otherwise she would not have been identified as a successor by the famous Onmyoji family. Kindness, especially the ignorant kindness of little loli, is best used. Lu-yun didn't reveal any flaws, and said with a smile, "Don't worry about it. It's like this, classmate Yulugo, I have something I want to discuss with you. I can't finish it in a while. Are you free after school today? If possible, let's go back together and walk as we go. Negotiate." The voice just fell. A large group of little girls around, suddenly let out a tragic scream. "Ah! What? Go home together? Is this a confession? Are you going on a date with Yuro-san? Higurashi classmate? Yuro, what should I do? You have been confessed." The genius Higurashi Lu-yun actually fell in love with Yulugo, woo woo woo, so unwilling. "When did you guys get to the point of dating?" The crowd continued to boo. Lu-yun was also completely speechless. "Fuck, it's just an appointment to go back with a classmate, can this also be understood as a date?" In fact, this was Lu-yun's negligence. Lu-yun, who seldom goes out and doesn't even attend classes very often, has derailed a little from this era. A boy who hardly talks to people and does not come to class suddenly came to class and said to a girl, "Let's go back together at night." No matter how you look at it, it is a bit abnormal, and it is inevitable that others will misunderstand. Boys invite girls home with normal excuses. In this anime world, almost 99% of them are dates. Yulugo's face is full of UI. It was the first time I was invited to go home together. Dating. UI's little face looks like an apple. If Kwaizi is lowly, then Yulugo is the lowly in lowly, and she is worse at dealing with this kind of thing than Kwaizi lowly. Year-old little lowly was suddenly invited on a date, how could he react? Yuro was stunned for a while, stammering, and couldn't even speak clearly. I. Lu-yun classmate. We can't have children. My grandfather. The teacher will scold. Ah. We just met. Actually, that. We, still young, the matter of marriage, this, we. Oh my God. Oh Earth. Your sister. Lu-yun has 10,000 grass and mud horses rushing through his heart at this moment. Do you want to be so exaggerated? The reaction is too intense. When did you confess? Yulugo little lowly doesn't have to be so shy, right? Still married? Where is this? The people around were pushing Lu-yun and Yulugo all the time, obviously they didn't mean it, but they were pushed together by the coaxing crowd. The voices of being together and so on are endless, Lu-yun is really drowned. A large crowd cheered. Result, it made Lu-yun seem to be really confessing. Lu-yun felt that even if he explained it to Yulugo, he couldn't explain it clearly, so he was too lazy to continue to argue. In short, we will go back together in the evening and we will talk about it in detail when we see you. Finished speaking in one breath, struggling to break free from being surrounded by a group of children, Lu-yun fled quickly, as if he had experienced a difficult battle. Note: Yulugo transferred school at the age of 2. I'm still studying in Tokyo now, so I'll set it to age. Thank you book friend ZZZ4 for correcting and providing specific data. Chapter 063_2 People Thinking. The school bell rings. Lu Yun sat bored in the second grade classroom. Borely looked at the students around. Listen to the teacher teach boring lessons. Or, in my heart, I was so bored that I repeatedly calculated on my OG. To be honest, sitting in a classroom in the second grade of elementary school is not bad except for the feeling of being pulled down in IQ. Although it was boring, at least there was no pressure and it was easy. Recalling the scene just now, Lu Yun was a little bit dumbfounded. Fuck, we just went home together, can we misunderstand? What the hell is going on in a schoolboy's head? Lu Yun couldn't help but think of Yu Luo again. Yu Luo is in elementary school now. This is also a good piece of information. Yu Luo is only as old as her biological age. If I remember correctly, after Yu Luo transferred to ukiyo-e, it took a long time before Abe Sime was resurrected. The dignified and established Huakaiwan family will live in the next house and go out alone at the age of 2. Just kidding. Those people are not fools. That is to say, Yu Luo will not transfer school for at least a few years, and Sime's resurrection is still a long time away, at least, 4 years later. Lu Yun calculated in his heart. 4 years later, Sime will be resurrected from hell in the strongest state. And the total amount of his own spiritual power, under the most conservative growth rate of spiritual power, will also exceed the annual total, which is really the pinnacle of human beings. Ordinary Onmyoji, Nian, are incredible. In terms of strength, although there is a gap with Sime, it is not as big as this time. At that time, the Jade of the Four Souls may not have any obvious bonus effect on him, so he can ignore it. And the second key factor that determines strength: arms. At that time, I have enough strength to control Kanjiun Kiba, and using Kanjiun Kiba to fight Sime will definitely have the upper hand. But for now, it's not enough to use Kanjiun Kiba. Either open Mangekyo and use absolute pupil power to control the ancient evil spirits on Kanjiun Kiba, or, with enough strength, conquer Kanjiun Kiba with strength like fighting Kiba King in its heyday. 4 years later, Lu Yun is sure to do it. But now, you must also experience the plot of Inuyasha, and you must not be empty-handed. Although Naruto is nowhere near as good as the king, Lu Yun's current strength is enough to easily defeat the early Naruto. However, that undead feature is too difficult to deal with, it's disgusting to die. Weapons must be prepared and must not be too bad. I can only start from Uro. Huakaiwan is also quite skilled in forging weapons, and the arsenal of weapons must be rich. You can't let Uro think of herself as a bad person. How to do it? Lu Yun thought about it, and suddenly thought of something: dating, since it was misunderstood as a date, and Yu Luo looked helpless. Then, it's just wrong to be wrong, let's have another hero save the beauty. Perfect plan. Snapped. Lu Yun snapped his fingers and said excitedly. Everyone in the class turned back instantly and looked at Lu Yun. The teacher coughed a few times and said, Lu Yun, although you are a genius, you must also abide by my classroom discipline. This is not an example. Remember, you must abide by the classroom discipline. The words are divided into 2 parts. Lu Yun was thinking about Yu Luo. Yu Luo in the next class was also thinking about Lu Yun at this time. From Lu Yun's calm and rigorous thinking, Yu Luo was a headless fly at this time, completely messed up. Rather than thinking, it is better to talk nonsense. Got an appointment with Higurashi classmate? Dating. Does Higurashi-san like herself? That's a genius boy. But because he is an onmyoji, will there be any estrangement because of his identity? No, that's not the point here. It's still a question whether I should agree or not. I'm only in the second grade of elementary school, so it's too early. Although I prefer that type of boy, but, I haven't thought about this kind of thing before. Higurashi Lu Yun. Higurashi Lu Yun. Huakaiwan Yuluo was talking, serious Yuluo, for the first time in class. She was distracted in class, thinking about the problem of the two going back together after school. Especially, what if the family finds out about it? What to do? Heart pounding, Yuluo thought about it, and suddenly his thoughts were confused. What did he think of? Higurashi, Luyun, this name. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. No, it seems, like, I have heard of it at home before. It's the Onmyoji. No, I must have misremembered. Yuro muttered to himself. Did the adults of the Huakaiwan say that? What your grandfather said? No, it seems that I have misremembered. Yuluo thinks that it must be a misremembering. Luyun is just a genius boy, how could he have a relationship with Onmyoji? Even if it is related, how could it be known by his grandfather? Only. It seems that I really heard the family say this name. Higurashi, Luyun, seems to be related to a legend. I remember wrong. The table mate on the side saw Yuluo in a daze, and whispered. Yuro, do you really like Higurashi? Why are you talking about his name now? Yuro said quickly. No, you misunderstood. Yuro, you have to work hard. There are many people who like Higurashi. It is rare that Higurashi invites you to go home with you. You must take good care of it. No, you misunderstood. Yuro, don't make excuses. Yuluo was speechless. However, there are more and more doubts and curiosity about Luyun. The first time someone confessed, a girl, there is always something new and strange, an indescribable feeling. Addition to Luyun itself, it is a little unusual, very strange. A talented young man, calm and smart, he doesn't come to class, and he has many mysteries. Yuluo couldn't help but want to know more about this mysterious genius. Who the hell is? School time is coming soon. Luyun and Yuluo met at the school gate, and a large group of bear children were booing behind, making Luyun and Yuluo depressed to death. Luyun hurriedly took Yuluo's hand and ran away quickly. Go to a remote place, and let's talk slowly. Chapter 064_Monster Attack. Luyun dragged Yuluo and ran across several streets and came to a more remote place, whereupon Luyun and the two stopped. This is a very remote, almost inaccessible place. There are many such places in Kyoto. Okay, it's here, they finally didn't chase after them. Luyun looked around and pretended not to care. A seemingly random place was actually carefully selected by Luyun. The location is chosen by you. Everything that follows is naturally in its own arrangements. Although it's a bit shameful, but I won't hurt Yuluo Xiaololi, except for being a little embarrassed, I don't feel any guilt. Hi, Higurashi-kun, you can let go of your hand. Yuro whispered. Yui's face fluttered like a ripe apple. Being grabbed by a boy, the boy who asked her out before, how could Yuluo not be surprised? Just call me Luyun, you're welcome. Luyun smiled and let go of Yuluo's little hand. Luyun, classmate. That's right. Yuluo's face was a little brighter than Yui's, and he said. Luyun, you asked me to, have, anything to say? I have to go back, my family will be worried. Yuro stuttered again. Yuro also thought of many stories. Lonely men and widows, when dating, they also choose places off the beaten track. Luyun brought her to this remote place, shouldn't she? Shouldn't it be a confession? The girl's head began to think wildly again, and Yuluo didn't think about other aspects at all, let alone doubt Luyun's motives. Luyun looked at the nervous little girl holding the skirt with both hands, and couldn't help but smile. She was really a very cute girl. Actually, Yuluo, I asked you out, because I have something very important to tell you. Lu Yun said slowly, word by word, clearly and boldly. Please, please, please speak. Yu Luo lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Lu Yun. Are you going to confess? Ah. What should I do? What should I do? If I refuse, Lu Yun will be very sad. But, if I don't refuse, my family will definitely not agree. I am the future head of the Huikai Hospital. Falling in love will definitely be stopped. Huikai Wen Yuluo lowered her head, completely unaware of Lu Yun's expression at this time. Or rather, Lu Yun's eyes. Two tomo slowly rotated in the eye socket. Just a lurking monster in the distance, the same tomo also appeared in his eyes. With Lu Yun's current pupil strength, it's easy to control ordinary scum monsters. After all, he had fought against a pervert level like the King of Scorpions. Euro, actually I. As Lu Yun spoke, he controlled the monster. Halfway through the words, when Yuluo's brain was the most chaotic, the monster in the distance suddenly rushed out. All actions are perfectly controlled by Lu Yun's Sharinan, exactly. Boom. A wall came crashing down. The monster rushes towards Euro. The magic is pervading. No, this scum monster doesn't have such demon power at all. Lu Yun also injected a lot of stimulants into the monster beforehand, which was enough to threaten Yuluo. Extremely fast and destructive. Everything is planned. In the blink of an eye, the monster has come to Yuluo. Ah! This is... Yuluo suddenly raised her head. When I felt the monster was already in front of me. Yuluo's actual combat ability is not strong. What's more, thinking about being confessed by Lu Yun, my heart is messed up, and my energy is completely scattered. How can I pay attention to my surroundings? When he noticed this monster power, the monster had come half a meter in front of Yuluo, too close, too close. The sharp claws were raised and slapped fiercely towards Yuluo. Form. I just took out the spell, and I haven't had time to cast the Shikigami. The monster's claws were about to tear Yuro's body apart. Yuluo's heart rose to his throat in an instant. How come? Why are there monsters here? Are you going to die? Shikigami didn't have time to perform. Just when Yuluo thought he was going to be killed by the monster, suddenly, Lu Yun stepped forward, and Lu Yun actually blocked her. Lu Yun, don't. Yuro shouted anxiously. It was a monster, how could Lu Yun handle it? However, the next scene completely shocked Yuluo. Lu Yun raised his hand, a white ray of light bloomed, very strong spiritual power. Even as a genius of the Huikai Academy's once in 100-year-old, his spiritual power was still much worse than Lu Yun's. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Yun replied calmly. Boom. The total amount of spiritual power per year is also comparable to that of the orthodox Onmyoji. In addition to Lu Yun's slaughter in the chaotic world 1,000 years ago, the momentum and skills are not comparable to the Onmyoji of this era. The majestic spiritual power was released, and after colliding with the monster, it directly hit the poor monster until all the bones were broken. The poor monster that was used by Lu Yun slammed into the wall in the distance with a bang, all limbs were broken, and there was no resistance under Lu Yun's hands. Modern monsters are so weak that they can die in an instant. Lu Yun, classmate, so amazing. Yuro murmured, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. That monster was killed head-on by pure spiritual power. What a powerful spirit! Lu Yun. Lu Yun is actually an Onmyoji just like her. And in terms of strength, she is stronger than the genius known as the Huikaiwan family. After being stunned for a while, Yuluo quickly bowed her head and said, Lu Yun, thank you so much just now. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, if it wasn't for you, I'd probably have been killed by the monster. As an Onmyoji, Yuluo knew how dangerous the moment just now was. The monster's attack fell directly on the unsuspecting person, and the damage was too great. If it wasn't for Lu Yun, even if Yulugo didn't die, he was seriously injured. Don't worry about it, both Onmyoji should join forces to fight the enemy. Lu Yun immediately pretended not to care about the tunnel and said, well, if you want to repay me, just in time, I need the help of Weikaiwen for something, and I want to ask you. The pictures in this volume are almost all passed on in the main female building, and they are updated from time to time. You can take a look at Yulugo's pictures also, ahem, weekly asking for flowers and collections, cough. Chapter 065 The kindness of the Weikaiwen family, 1/4. Lu Yun, please say, I will do my best. The little girl Yulugo is sincere and authentic. Lu Yun had just saved her life, and Yulugo's heart now completely regards Lu Yun as her own. Moreover, Lu Yun is actually an Onmyoji just like herself. Yulugo always thought that she was the only Onmyoji, and she always hid her identity in school. Although I still go to school with everyone and make many friends, after all, there is always a barrier between people who do not have a common language. But today, I didn't expect that the genius in the next class was actually an Onmyoji. A genius Onmyoji just like her. The same identity brings the distance between the two even closer. Yulugo also feels more and more close to Lu Yun, and Lu Yun seems to want to confess to her, and now I feel heartbroken when I think of it. Under such circumstances, how could it be suspected that the accident just now had something to do with Lu Yun? Lu Yun's plan was flawless. Seeing that Yulugo had no doubts at all, Lu Yun directly stated his purpose. It's like this, Yulugo, as you can see, I'm an Onmyoji. However, my main combat weapon is not a shikigami, but a knife. I want the help of Weikaiwen to build one for me. Enough knife to kill demons. Knife. Lu Yun nodded and said. Well, and the quality is as good as possible, the price is no problem, it's easy to negotiate, don't worry about this, Yulugo, my knife was smashed when I fought against the monster not long ago, and it must be reforged. This matter I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I haven't been able to find it, and I suddenly thought of you today when I saw you. If possible, I would like to design the shape of this knife myself. Lu Yun told Yulugo all his conditions. Looking at the whole of Tokyo, and even the whole of Japan, Lu Yun knows that the only people who can meet his conditions are the Weikaiwen family. However, Yulugo doesn't know much about the family's business and some industries. After thinking about it, I simply took Lu Yun directly to the Weikaiwen family. The two walked and chatted. Occasionally, I also talked about some questions about Shikigami and Onmyoji. Weikaiwen Yulugo also found that this peer, who obviously did not belong to any famous Onmyoji family, far surpassed her in knowledge and understanding. Shikigami's production principle. Spiritual manipulation skills. The mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 spells. Wait, in every aspect, Lu Yun can explain everything in simple terms. It was the first time I talked to my classmates about the topic of Onmyoji, so it was so novel, and I was able to accept many of my hysterical thoughts. Yulugo was very excited. The two chatted very happily, and Yulugo rarely forgot the time because of chatting. Before you know it, you have arrived at Yulugo's house. Lu Yun, here we are, this is my home. Yuro stretched out his arm and pointed to the road ahead. Lu Yun looked up. Flower garden? 3 ancient and vigorous characters shone in the distance. The Weikaiwen family, even in modern times, still plays an important role in Tokyo. Many government officials and major mysterious accidents require their participation. This majestic plaque shows the unusual status of the Weikaiwen family. Yulugo and Lu Yun waved their little hands, and then trotted into the gate. After saying a few words to an old man at the door, he turned around again and brought Lu Yun into the Weikaiwen house. Let's go, Lu Yun. The two entered the Huakaiwan home. In the huge courtyard, the people of Huakaiwan's family reported layer by layer, a few steps in a hurry. Many people came out to greet, as if something major happened. 4 or 5 minutes later, Lu Yun, led by Yu Luo, came to a living room for receiving guests. The living room is very spacious and is clearly the place to receive guests. An old man was already waiting for Lu Yun, followed by a dozen or so powerful onmyoji. The fluctuation of spiritual power in each person is very strong. Especially the old man, about 60 or 70 years old, an onmyoji who normally lives to this age, but all have 1 or 2 brushes. The rest of the people present were also powerful onmyoji. At least, in modern society, these people are the top experts in the onmyoji group. When the old man saw Yu Luo and Lu Yun coming over, he had a kind expression on his face. Yu Luo, this is the first time you have brought your classmates home, what a surprise. Yuro's little face suddenly turned UI. This was indeed the first time she brought her classmates home, and she was still a boy. Thinking of Lu Yun's similar confession before, Yu Luo stuttered instantly. No, Grandpa, that, actually. He. The old man smiled, and there was a bit of playfulness in his eyes. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Yun. Whether his granddaughter was in a puppy love, the old man was not worried, but looked up and down and looked at Lu Yun. You are Higurashi Lu Yun. The old man looked at Lu Yun and asked. It's down. Lu Yun said. The old man is Yu Luo's grandfather, the head of the Huakaiwan family. I already know what happened just now. You saved Yu Luo's life. The old man would like to thank you solemnly. The head of the Huakaiwan family said solemnly. We are classmates, we should help each other. Lu Yun said modestly. No, you don't know, Yu Luo is of great significance to my Huakaiwan family, and its weight is not trivial. Yu Luo is the only person in my Huakaiwan family who can summon the Shikigami Baojun, and he is the next family. You saved it? She is equivalent to saving the hope of my Huakaiwan family. Your request, we have already heard that our Huakaiwan family's craftsmanship of forging weapons is not bad. This time, as long as we can, Huakaiwan family is willing to give it you have the most suitable knife. Even if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to my Huakaiwan family. My Huakaiwan family will always be your friend. The head of the house has spoken, and things are finally settled. Even better than Lu Yun expected. This old man seems to have the intention to win over him. Even so much to win over. Such a force, although Lu Yun didn't like it very much, Quasi Loli's strength alone would have overwhelmed them. But their intelligence network, and other aspects, were still very useful. A bad thing to have one more friend, but Lu Yun doesn't mind. Lu Yun immediately looked grateful and said. Thank you, old man. Chapter 066 The Legend of Lu Yun, 2/4. Next, Lu Yun continued to chat with the old man. During this period, the seasoned owner of Huakaiwan's family also tested Lu Yun's yin-yang technique between the lines, intentionally or unintentionally. I want to see how the foundation of Lu Yun's onmyoji is. The result is of course needless to say. Old man looked at Lu Yun's eyes and felt more and more satisfied. On the other side, the other elders from Huakaiwan also looked more and more pleasing to the eye. This is genius. And, not from a famous, self-taught genius. Everyone felt at ease. If Yu Luo interacted with this little boy, not only did he not need to stop it, but he could even contribute to the flames. Lu Yun's talent can be said to be above Yu Luo. If the two get married in the future, it will be of great benefit to the development of the Huakaiwan family. Famous clans also attach great importance to inheritance. That's right, everyone in Huakaiwan also thought that Yu Luo had begun to fall in love. Because this is the first time Yu Luo has brought a boy home. It was the first time to bring a male classmate home, and at this moment, Yuro, who even looked like Yui and Yui, who was stammering just now. It's clearly a symptom of love. Although young. After talking for a while, the head of the Huakaiwan family also knew Lu Yun pretty well, so he said to Yuluo. Yuluo, it's getting late, you can take Lu Yun to Kaiyufang. He is in charge of the weapons. Whatever requests Lu Yun asks, let him satisfy them. Yes, Grandpa. Yuluo's face is full of UI. Yuluo found that grandfather looked at Lu Yun as if he was looking at his grandson-in-law. Although Yuluo was young, she could see the eyes of the elders here. Now, even more shy. By the way, take Lu Yun around again and visit our Huakaiwan family. Yuluo's grandfather added, his eyes full of pride. The old man seemed self-righteous. He thought he was trying to match Lu Yun, but he didn't know that the two of them only talked for the first time today. Good, good, good. Yuro's face has reached Yui's ears. OMG. How come the family not only didn't stop them, but matched them up instead? No matter how sluggish Yuluo was, with so many hints, she could see something. Her grandfather was clearly very satisfied with Lu Yun. But the problem is, she is only old. The old man smiled, ignoring Yuluo's shyness, and said to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, Kaiyufang is the genius of my Huakaiwan family's knife-making genius. He was able to forge demon swords when he was young. He is very talented in this regard. He will try his best to assist you. If you have any questions, just ask, and Kaiyufang will solve it. No, we will try our best to help you. Thank you, old man. You welcome. All right, let's go to work first. The old man will not bother. Then I'll take my leave, old gentleman. Lu Yun and Yuluo bid farewell to everyone in Huakaiwan. Smoothly. Very well. Then Lu Yun's plan. Even the people of the Huakaiwan family have an unreasonable attitude towards themselves, especially Yuluo's grandfather. Is the protagonist Halo? No, Lu Yun doesn't believe there is such a thing. I always thought there was a special reason. It is impossible for the old man to know his true strength, at most he only knows that his talent is extraordinary. However, it is just a talent, not worthy of the patriarch's high regard. So, why do you want to be so aggressive about pulling yourself in? Lu Yun was lost in thought. The kindness of the Huakaiwan family is somewhat unusual. Yuluo on the side did not speak. Yuluo walked quietly, glanced at Lu Yun from time to time, and then quickly turned his eyes. The atmosphere between Lu Yun and Lu Yun is now very embarrassing. Lu Yun was interrupted by the monster before half of his words. Is it a confession? Yuro is suddenly very concerned at this moment. The two of them thought about their own thoughts and walked away. The other side. After the two left. In the hall, the head of Huakaiwan's house was still watching where Lu Yun left. Even though Lu Yun had been gone for a long time, the old man still looked there with a look of relief. Touching his beard, he seemed very satisfied with Lu Yun. Onmyoji from Huakaiwan finally couldn't help it and asked. Patriarch, you seem to be very optimistic about this young man. Of course. The old man smiled. Patriarch, even if he saved Yuluo's life, you wouldn't befriend him like this. Although the talent is very high, this boy is only old after all. Do you have other considerations, Patriarch? The Onmyoji asked. Yuluo's grandfather continued to stroke his beard. After pondering for a while, he said. He rescued Yuluo, which is one of the reasons. Yuluo has an unusual relationship with him, and he may become the person who opens my family in the future, which is also one of the reasons. As for the third point, that is my intuition. Yuluo's grandfather suddenly looked thoughtful. The people around are waiting quietly. Intuition. Everyone rushed to the incredible, wanting to know what the intuition of the patriarch was. After a long time, the old man said. The third point is just my intuition, but this is the most important factor for me to try my best to befriend this young man. Lu Yun, Higurashi Lu Yun, don't you think this name sounds familiar? Have you heard that thousands of years ago, one day I became an onmyoji, and my name was Higurashi Lu Yun? It's him, an old man suddenly said. Higurashi Lu Yun from Sherinan. Another old man with extensive knowledge also remembered. The genius onmyoji from 1,000 years ago. The head of the Huakaiwan family nodded and continued. That's right, that's the name, Higurashi Lu Yun, Higurashi Lu Yun of Sherinan. In that era of Seimei, when monsters dominated, he and the strongest witch, Tsuko, created a legend together. Finally, for the peace of the world, Lu Yun and Quasi Witch turned into the rumored Jade of the Four Souls. 500 years ago, another genius onmyoji named Lu Yun appeared and pacified the chaotic world. Almost all the big monsters of the entire era were eliminated by him alone, and even the Hagoromo fox was defeated by him. And this young man has the same name and talent as them. I can see some possibility from him. Higurashi Lu Yun, maybe the person with this name is destined to be extraordinary. The old man said slowly. Higurashi Lu Yun. It was a surprising history, a name that only appeared in the ancient materials of the Huakaiwan family. Old man saw Lu Yun, he suddenly had a hunch that this name, which appeared every 500 years, might appear again. So, I want to take a gamble. The spiral seal is getting weaker and weaker, and the 400 years of peace in Kyoto will come to an end. Hagoromo fox, it will come eventually. We must be prepared. Yesterday, I was delayed by something during the day, and I will be temporarily in the morning, and there will be chapters in the afternoon at the latest. Chapter 067 _ Seal and Hagoromo Fox, 3/4. The hall fell silent. What Grandpa Yologo is worried about is also what everyone here is worried about. Hagoromo Fox. There are also spiral seals. The spiral seal is a very powerful seal. 400 years ago, the 13th generation head of the Huakaiwan family, Huakaiwan Ziyuan, after long-term research, set a powerful seal in Kyoto, which is the spiral seal. The spiral seal consists of a spiral-shaped seal, which is complicated and complicated. Only those who have achieved unattainable achievements in onmyoji can understand its mystery. After the seal is arranged, any monsters who want to enter the capital will follow the locations of the seal and enter one by one. The duration of the spiral seal is 400 years. Therefore, Kyoto has enjoyed 400 years of tranquility. Unfortunately, now the time limit has come. 400 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Kyoto will soon be surrounded by monsters that are eyeing on all sides. Once the 400-year period expires, once the spiral seal is no longer there, many hidden monsters will probably come out. Especially Hagoromo Fox. Then she will come. That's what everyone is really worried about. It doesn't matter how many ordinary monsters come, but the Hagoromo Fox is different. It's a real big monster, a unique big monster. Patriarch, if the Hagoromo Fox is really that powerful, even we can't deal with it, no matter how talented Higurashi Lu Yun is, he's still not old, how can he be able to compete with a big monster like the Hagoromo Fox that has lived for thousands of years? You treat him, or your expectations too high. Not enough time, too young, lack of knowledge and experience, this is a fatal flaw. The Huakaiwan family thought about it and analyzed it. Hagoromo Fox. That's a real big monster. Even 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, it was a big monster that could rule the world in troubled times, and its strength was so strong that the 13 generations of patriarchs once commented that it was impossible to defeat it head-on. He didn't think the current Lu Yun could win. It seems a little worthless to win Lu Yun like this. Yeah, Patriarch. Also, 500 years ago, a talented boy named Lu Yun defeated Hagoromo Fox, but he still couldn't kill her. It can be seen that Hagoromo Fox is really powerful. Hagoromo Fox is better than us. I'm afraid it's even more powerful. Now, after 500 years, I'm afraid the Hagoromo Fox is stronger than before. Another person said. That boy's talent is very strong, and Yulugo can't match it, but he is too young. Yeah. The deadline for the spiral seal is approaching. After all, Lu Yun is too young to take on a heavy responsibility. We still have to rely on ourselves to deal with the Hagoromo Fox. Everyone expressed their opinions. Everyone is very worried about this matter concerning the safety of Kyoto. Yulugo's grandfather sighed and said. That's why I said, it's a gamble. No matter whether he can deal with the Hagoromo Fox or not, we can only do our best to fight for every hope. This child is very talented, and he has a life-saving grace for Euro, so win him over. It won't do us any harm. Even if we lose the first battle in Kyoto, if Lu Yun and Yulugo are together, I will still have hope. I am not Lu Yun, but after paving the way for our flower garden. Way. Everyone also fell silent, realizing the good intentions of the family owner. For a family, fresh blood talents are the most important. Yulugo's grandfather waved his hand, ended the topic, and continued. Let's put it aside for now. Is there any news from the Hagoromo Fox recently? An Onmyoji replied. Patriarch, we have used all the intelligence networks, but we haven't been able to find any clues. Except for the appearance of the Hagoromo Fox layer 400 years ago, as you know, there has been no news. Hey. Patriarch, do you need to contact the Nulayan group? Maybe they. Let's talk about it when the time comes. The spiral seal is still a few years away, and it's not that dangerous yet. Right now, what we have to do is to do everything possible to eliminate any accidents. Yulugo's grandfather said, his tone changed, said, furthermore, this time Yulugo was actually attacked by monsters, it seems quite strange. After the spiral seal was set, there have been very few monster activities in Kyoto in the past 400 years. This is quite unusual. I suspect that someone is targeting Yulugo. You need to investigate quickly. Yes, Master. The sunset is fading. At this time, Lu Yun and Yulugo, walking together, finally arrived at their destination. Lu Yun's knife finally arrived, and he was more satisfied than Lu Yun imagined. I have something to delay today, the update is so late, I am sorry, and and 1, winky face, there is a chapter later. Chapter 068_Blood Matsuri, 4/4. The weapons storehouse of the flower garden. Densely packed, there are many weapons. There are knives, swords, spears, those used to ward off evil spirits, those used to exorcise demons, and those used for purification. The knives here are both finished and unfinished. The production of various demon-repelling knives is very complicated. The knives used by Onmyoji to restrain monsters need to be added with many spells. The casting process is very complicated, and the process is not much better than those of high-tech products. Huakaiwan Yulugo and the person in charge, Huakaiwan Kaiyufang, were not far away waiting for Lu Yun to choose his favorite weapon. Lu Yun's voice came from a distance. That's it? Good knife? Base _. Lu Yun pulled out a dusty knife. This is a magic knife. Blade is longer and in proportion to Lu Yun's body, it is not very suitable. But what Lu Yun likes is the material of this knife, and what kind of function Lu Yun never cares about. What Lu Yun wants is a hard knife that is hard enough to not be broken. The material is very good, even if it is a big monster level, it can't be destroyed with a full blow. It would be even more amazing if it was strengthened with the Jade of the Four Souls. Originally, I just wanted to find a knife that would temporarily replace Kanjiun Kiba, but I didn't expect to encounter such a high-quality knife. The smell of blood on the knife is very strong, and it has killed many monsters. Lu Yun stroked the blade and murmured. The blade is very sharp. There is a faint cold light. Holding this knife, as if this is the one I have been looking for. Lu Yun's spiritual power is not as pure as Kuai-Zi, pure enough to purify all demons, so Lu Yun's knife does not need to be bright, decent, and warding off evil spirits. The killing knife is the most suitable. This knife is perfect for me. Swish. Lu Yun suddenly swung a knife. A strong blade of light shot out from a distance, but it was just an ordinary swing of the blade without any spiritual power, and it shook the weapon rack on the wall in the distance, and a gust of wind blew up in the sky. So sharp. Much better than my previous knife. If the jade of the Four Souls is embedded, the power will increase a little bit, and it should not be much worse than the iron broken Kiba, which has evolved many times in the later stage. Lu Yun thought to himself. Lu Yun casually continued to wave a few times. One after another knife light spread in the room. Lu Yun felt very comfortable. It is the first time to use such a high-level demon-repelling knife. Lu Yun's excitement can be imagined. SHHHHH_. SHHHHH_. Lu Yun is getting more and more skilled and excited. The sword lights are intertwined, and the house is full of hate surging. The autumn room of Wei Kaiwen in the distance, watching Lu Yun swing the knife, was stunned. That knife. I originally thought it was just an ordinary child with high talent, but I didn't expect. No wonder the patriarch said that no matter what the conditions are, try to satisfy him. Just wielding the sword at will, there is such a strong mental oppression. His sword technique is actually strong to this point. I am afraid no one in the Huakaiwan can match. Huakaiwan Kaiyufang looked at Lu Yun in shock and muttered to himself. That momentum was not directed at him. But the autumn room of Huakaiwan still felt the sense of depression. There is no cumbersome movement, perfect movement, as if you can try it out with close eyes. How high is this realm? How many years of practice can you achieve this realm? The potential of this young man is unfathomable. No, even now, his strength is probably beyond everyone's expectations. Yu Luo on the side said. Brother Kaiyufang, Lu Yun is so good. It's not just amazing, it's extremely talented. No, this is definitely not something that can be done with talent alone. Kaiyufang narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yun, who was wielding a knife in the distance. The expression became even bigger, and he continued. There is a murderous aura in his knife, and it is very dignified. He has killed monsters, and the number is terrifying. The swordsmanship can be improved through training day after day, but the momentum in the knife, the killing intent, is impossible to practice. The one who came out. This young man is a truly experienced person. The monster he killed is probably dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, as much as us. Hundreds of times. Yu Luo said in surprise. Yes, conservatively estimated. Then where did classmate Lu Yun kill the monsters? Yu Luo couldn't help but worry. I'm afraid I can only ask him himself. Kaiyufang stared at Lu Yun in front of him. Casting and the Autumn House, he still knows a lot about weapons. I also have some understanding of the momentum of the person who uses the knife. Lu Yun's knife has already reached a very high level. The moves, experience, momentum, and all aspects have been tempered with high intensity, especially the killing intent. Blood and people who have never killed monsters can't be used. Not only is this young man extremely talented, he is also extremely insane, and his actual combat experience is probably terrifying. Swish. After the last shot, Lu Yun felt very refreshed. Turning his head, he said to Kaiyufang. This is it. If possible, I would like to modify the shape of this knife a little bit. There are a few places that are not too smooth and don't fit my body structure. No problem, the head of the house said that your request will be fulfilled as much as possible. Caillou Fang said cautiously. What's the name of this knife? Lu Yun asked while playing with the knife. This sword is called Blood Matsuri, which means the blood of the demon Matsuri sword. This is the third generation of the owner of the Huakaiwan family, who was too murderous in his early years. He made a sword and discarded it in his later years, because the murderous aura is too heavy, and I can't control it. Caillou Fang said. Although the third-generation patriarch could not control that murderous aura because of his old age in his later years, this young man actually turned a blind eye to using it. Blood Matsuri, with the demon Blood Matsuri sword, good name. Lu Yun praised, handing the knife to Caillou Fang, saying, Mr. Caillou Fang, how long will it take to reforge its shape? Is 3 months okay? Huakaiwan Caillou Fang smiled, Chinzu said in his chest. Where does it take that long? 10 days is enough. 4 more is finally too late. Tomorrow update will be set at 2 time points in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 069_oversight, 1/4. There are still months before the plot of Inuyasha begins. 10 days. As expected of the genius of Huakaiwanjia, it only takes 10 days of work. In this case, Lu Yun has a lot more time to prepare. In this case, I would like to thank Mr. Caillou Fang. It is getting late. I will come back tomorrow. I will discuss the specific requirements of the knife shape with Mr. Caillou Fang tomorrow. Lu Yun and Caillou Fang rode. I'll do my best to make the knife you're most comfortable with. Akiba smiled. There is no reason for Huakaiwan's family not to win over this talented young man. Even if he is not very interested in the interests of the family and various entanglements of interests, Huakaiwan Caillou Fang, at this time, has the attitude of making friends with Lu Yun. Farewell. Yuluo, send Lu Yun to you. Ah, good, good. Yuluo sent Lu Yun away from Huakaiwan's house. The two walk slowly on the winding path of Huakaiwan's house, surrounded by prosperous colorful butterflies, colorful leaves, and a beautiful scenery. Yuluo's heart was beating, and Yui's little face was full. From time to time, he glanced at Lu Yun, as if he wanted to ask something, but was too embarrassed to speak. At this time, Yuluo still had a doubt in her heart. Lu Yun had been talking to her halfway before, and then she was interrupted by the monster. What did Lu Yun want to say at that time? Is it true confession? Classmate Lu Yun asked her out to find a knife? Or ask her to come out together, and then think of the knife problem by the way? Which one is ahead? Although it is not much different, for girls, sometimes the cause and effect of this slight difference is more important than anything. At this time, Yuluo even complained about the monster. What does Lu Yun think of her? And Lu Yun, where did you learn such a powerful swordsmanship? Lu Yun, have you been fighting monsters all the time? Xiao Yuluo didn't realize it herself, she was getting more and more curious about Lu Yun and couldn't help but want to know more. The love that the elders talked about actually started like this. Xiao Yuluo thought about it and walked absent-mindedly, but she didn't even see the figure that appeared in front of her. A teenager who was a few years older than Yuluo, about 14 or 15 years old, stood in front of Lu Yun and Yuluo. Lu Yun reached out to stop Yuluo, and Yuluo little lowly found out who was coming. Dragon, Brother Long. Yuluo was surprised. Huakaiwan Long Er. This is also one of the top geniuses in the Huakaiwan family. His spiritual power is not as good as Yuluo's, and his spiritual power is not as good as Yuluo's. However, with his own talent, he will become a powerful Onmyoji who is almost as good as Yuluo in the future. It turned out to be Yuluo's older brother. My name is Lu Yun, a classmate from Yuluo's school. We met for the first time. Lu Yun said, even though he knew the identity of the young man, he still had to pretend he didn't know him. I know about you, and the owner of the family has already told everything. This time, you saved the helpless girl Yulugo, thank you very much. I will take care of the family and remember this kindness. Huakaiwan Long Erdeo glanced at Yulugo disdainfully. I was almost killed by a smashed monster, what a shame. On the surface, Long Er was very strict with Yulugo. But Lu Yun knew that Long Er was actually very concerned about his sister. Strict, just for Yulugo's better growth. Seeing Yulugo's dejected expression, Lu Yun said, Mr. Long Er, don't blame Yulugo, this time the monster appeared too suddenly, and Yulugo was just unprepared for a while. If it wasn't too sudden at the time, that kind of yokai can't hurt Yuro at all. Huakaiwan Long Er snorted and stopped talking about this topic. Huakaiwan looked directly at Lu Yun, and then said with a cautious expression. Lu Yun, actually, I have something I want to ask you about. Regarding the monster that attacked Yuro, I want to do a further investigation. Investigate? Lu Yun asked in confusion. That's right, the attack on Yulugo is quite unusual. We suspect that it was a targeted action by a monster. The patriarch now asks me to take charge of this matter and find out the reason. The reason? Is there any other reason? Lu Yun was taken aback for a moment, not knowing where the trouble was. Huakaiwan Long Er explained. Maybe you don't know about this. In Kyoto, there is a spiral seal set up by the 13th generation of my Huakaiwan family to control the entry of monsters in Kyoto. For 400 years, Kyoto has been peaceful. The monsters in Kyoto have hardly seen it these years. When it arrives, not to mention, there will be monsters attacking the Onmyoji during the day. However, the spiral seal is gradually weakening, and the 400-year period is approaching. This time Yulugo was attacked, we suspect that it was a planned operation. Damn it! Spiral seal. Lu Yun cursed secretly, actually forgot about this. After all the calculations, I thought that my plan was neat and tidy, and there was no trace to be found. Who would have forgotten this? Kyoto, which has a spiral seal, is the safest. You can use any other means, but you should not resort to monster attacks. The appearance of monsters is the biggest flaw in itself. So striking. This time, the action was too hasty. If the other party conducts a thorough investigation and finds that it is related to him, it will be bad. Sime estimates that he will come out in a few years. Lu Yun does not want to provoke enemies for himself, and it is best not to be discovered as much as possible. And even if the two sides turn against each other, at least, when the knife is in hand. Lu Yun still pretended to be calm, pretending to be confused. Well, I really don't know. It turns out that there is still a spiral seal. This is the first time I heard. Lu Yun, didn't you notice anything strange at the time? That monster's accomplice or something? Huakaiwan Ryaji asked. No. There is nothing unusual. I didn't notice. That's it? Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Yulugo, send Lu Yun away, we will continue to investigate this matter. Huakaiwan Long Erdeo then continued to walk forward. With a thoughtful expression, Huakaiwan Long Er was very puzzled. Who did it? Yulugo was attacked, was it really just an accident? The spiral seal is about to expire, there are more and more things, it's really a headache. Yuro, just send it here, I'll go home first. At the door, Lu Yun said goodbye to Yulugo and hurriedly left. Chapter 070_2 or 3 Things with Quasi Loli, 2/4. Lu Yun thoroughly investigated the crime scene. Huakaiwan's family has protected the attack site and is ready to investigate the matter thoroughly. But how could this group of Onmyoji who are used to modern comfort be Lu Yun's opponents? The barrier was easily broken, the monsters were destroyed, and some possible clues were wiped out. After making sure that he had nothing to do with himself, he left in peace. The knife is about to arrive, and there are days. The plot of Inuyasha is about to begin. Lu Yun didn't want anything wrong at this time. After dinner. After all the lights went out, the Higurashi shrine was as silent as ever, and Lu Yun tiptoed out of the room. Destination. It is Kwasi Loli's residence. Lu Yun did not forget Kwasi Loli's shy words during the day. Little Loli actually said that there is no problem with touching it. Lu Yun can only sigh with emotion that women in ancient Japan are so docile. Even the strongest shrine maiden is obedient to herself now, not to mention how proud she is. Although the other party is a 1-year-old Loli, but 1,000 years ago, some girls of this age were already married, so comforting himself, Lu Yun finally no longer felt the guilt of molesting minors. And although this is a bit of a beast, but if you don't do it, you're not as good as a beast. Thinking of being a dignified traveler, he is already in his 20s, and he is still a little virgin. Lu Yun finds that he is really a failure. It's a combination of work and rest. That's right. No need to feel guilty. Not, isn't it just molesting Loli? With such a mood, Lu Yun unknowingly came to Kwasi Loli's door. In order to overthrow the strongest Loli in history, Lu Yun has already prepared himself. Kwasi Loli? Kwasi Loli? I'm Lu Yun, it's Lu Yun, let me in. Lu Yun's voice was very low at the door. Ling Yuxian was in a room not far away, and it would be bad if he was discovered. Lu Yun seemed to hear a rustling sound inside. After a while, with a creaking sound, Kwasi Loli opened the door. A small face of Yui was revealed. Lu Yun, you, how did you come? Kwasi Loli said hesitantly. The sight of Kwasi Loli in front of Lu Yun's eyes lit up. The long hair like a waterfall is draped behind her head, her petite body that has just been bathed still exudes a faint fragrance, her skin is crystal clear and moist, and she is fair and clean. A snow-white dress is lovely and moving, revealing little Loli's crystal jade arms and fragrant shoulders, and the rounded stockings and beautiful legs below are in line with the definition of Loli. On her delicate face, Yui fainted, and Kwasi Loli must be very shy at this time. Little Loli is clearly ready. However, Tsundera's strength, which he refused to admit, had not changed at this time. Well, I'm here to discuss with you about the next steps. I've already selected a weapon at the Huakaiwan. Do you have a favorite style? Your Zishan blade is gone, I'll be there tomorrow. I'll help you pick one too. Lu Yun deliberately did not mention this topic. He took Kwasi Loli's little hand and walked directly to the far side of the bed. Sit down with Kwasi Loli and chat slowly. The first step to overthrow is to guide the atmosphere. Enon, although Lu Yun has little experience, he still knows basic common sense. This, with you. Kwasi Loli said softly, her heart pounding. A white princess dress, Kwasi Loli is now very beautiful. The skirt was halfway up to the thigh, and there were stockings underneath. This Loli-like dress will never be used by real people. Kwasi Loli must have learned from the internet, Lu Yun thought. Kwasi Loli's little hands were clutching the skirt tightly, seeming to be very nervous. His eyes were dodging around, not daring to look at Lu Yun. Kwasi Loli, your stockings really suit you. Lu Yun swallowed and said. After some dressing up, the current Kwasi is really a very attractive Loli. Lu Yun feels that his little brother is a little impulsive. Well. Kwasi Loli said shyly. And your skirt, too, beautiful too. Lu Yun continued. Well. Your skin is so good. Well. That. The atmosphere was very embarrassing at this time. Lu Yun really regretted it. He knew that he should have watched a few XX4 play tutorials beforehand, and he wouldn't be so overwhelmed now. That, about marriage. Lu Yun said. This. I misunderstood you during the day, Lu Yun. I checked the modern laws on the internet. It turns out that people today cannot get married at the age of 2. Quasi-Loli finally stopped saying So, cough, that's what I just said. If we want to, let's give things to. Lu Yun's breathing gradually became serious, and he approached Quasi-Loli. Seeing that Quasi-Loli just turned her head and did not resist, Lu Yun's big hands also quietly touched Quasi-Loli's beautiful legs in stockings. Silky, supple, these are Loli's legs. Along the stockings, all the way up. You, what are you messing around with? Don't mess around. Quasi-Loli's face yoi all. The two lovely pink and tender calves also tightly clamped Lu Yun's little hands. Quasi-Loli, what you said was just touching, it's fine. Can only touch. Quasi-Loli trembled. When, of course. Lights off. Okay. Lu Yun, don't kiss me, breathe, can't breathe. Quasi-Loli. Why are you taking off my clothes, you? Quasi-Loli, your skin is so good. At hashtag $%. Soon after, a series of strange noises were heard in Quasi-Loli's room. Dark clouds covered the moon. This evening, the story of Sui Shota and Sui Loli seems to be embarrassed even by God. Chapter 071_warm, 3/4. In the blink of an eye. The sun shines warmly in the house through the window. Lu Yun was hugging Quasi-Loli with a comfortable face, and there was a row of kiba teeth marks on his shoulders, showing how exaggerated the record last night was. Quasi-Loli lay naked in Lu Yun's arms, her whole body was wrapped in the quilt, only a snow-white fragrant shoulder was exposed. Small head was buried in Lu Yun's arms, and there were still traces of sweat on his body. Little Loli was clearly exhausted last night. There was a torn white stocking on the bed. A pure white dress fell to the ground. Distance is Quasi-Loli's lovely, shredded panty. Lu Yun's clothes were also thrown in a mess in the room. There is a little white unknown object on the corner of Quasi-Loli's mouth. Well, the result speaks for itself. Although Quasi-Loli always wanted to get married again and then do this kind of thing, the ancient women valued these things very seriously, although they liked Lu Yun, but Quasi's era was a very conservative era, and this kind of thing must be done by husband and wife. But Quasi-Loli obviously underestimated the creature of man. Last night, Lu Yun, who was wildly beastly, actually suppressed Quasi-Loli at a critical moment. It's clear that it's just a touch. But at the critical moment, Lu Yun went a step further. So. That's how it is now. Awake. Lu Yun said. Rubbing the little face of Quasi-Loli, she was white and tender. Once upon a time, I also had a Loli dream, but I didn't expect it to come true now. Yeah. Quasi-Loli replied weakly. What do you want to eat in the morning? Would you like something fresh? Lu Yun whispered. No. Look at you, you're sweating, do you want to take a shower? No. Too tired. Yeah. Quasi-Loli is really tired. He didn't even want to say a word, he only said one word every time he spoke. The pure white jade arm wrapped around Lu Yun, exhausted all his strength. Now Quasi-Loli doesn't want to do anything, just wants to be with this little Shota. Then go to sleep and have a good rest. I'm not going to school today, so I'll be here with you. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll help you. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he pouted on Quasi-Loli's cherry mouth. Continuing to hug Quasi-Loli, the two of them leaned against each other naked. This wonderful feeling, the feeling of being close to each other. Lu Yun felt that all the hard work in this world was worth it. Yeah. Quasi-Loli whispered, and continued to lie weakly in Lu Yun's arms. He still lost to Lu Yun. Tang Tang's strongest witch actually lost to Lu Yun last night, and even shouted out at the end, that strange voice. Ling Yuxian must have heard it. Quasi loli Shi Yui. I never thought that I would do such a thing before getting married. In ancient times, doing such a thing before marriage would definitely be regarded as a slut and spurned by people. But in modern society, there seem to be a lot of such things, and it was just thinking of this that Quasi Loli felt relieved a lot. Nestled in Lu Yun's central China. That feeling seems to be good. The feeling of being held in her arms also gave her unprecedented peace of mind. Lu Yun, you must, be good to me, you dare to let me down, I must, to make you look good. Quasi Loli regained some strength. After saying a word with anger, she lay down in Lu Yun's arms again. Just after giving his body to Lu Yun, Quasi Loli's heart was quite restless. Even if her strength is outrageously strong, she is still just a woman after all. Don't worry, my Quasi is so cute, of course I treat you well. Lu Yun smiled and kissed Quasi Loli again. Such a little Loli. Humph. Quasi Loli snorted and fell asleep slowly in Lu Yun's arms. Yui's face fluttered. Quasi Loli seemed to think of something in her sleep, and from time to time a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Yun didn't move, and let little Loli rest for a while. Looking at Quasi Loli's delicate and beautiful face, she gradually became fascinated. Today. Don't do any training for now. Chapter 072_Blood Matsuri in hand, 4/4. The next days. Lu Yun and Quasi Loli are like glue. Every night, after the family fell asleep, Lu Yun would sneak out to Quasi Loli's room to communicate with Quasi Loli. Little Loli was also very shy at first. But once they are born twice, they will become accustomed to them after a lot of times. Some difficult and shameful actions, also under Lu Yun's suggestion, slowly explored with Quasi Loli. Lu Yun even went to a shopping mall and bought a lot of clothes for Quasi Loli, such as maid clothes, princess clothes, school uniforms for elementary school students, naked apron clothes, and the legendary dead reservoir water. Even Lu Yun bought the clothes of many anime characters. What? Of course it's playing splay. Loli, who had tasted the taste of men and women for the first time, was deeply involved in it, and she was even more obedient to Lu Yun, agreeing to any request, and the relationship between the two became increasingly close. In short, between Shota and Loli, this shocking love can be described as glue-like and fiery. Although the marriage certificate is currently unavailable, Lu Yun and Quasi Loli are no different from ordinary couples. It is worth mentioning that Ling Yuxian's eyes when looking at Lu Yun have become more and more hot recently. Lu Yun always felt as if Ling Yuxian had discovered the affair between himself and Quasi Loli. If he was found out, he would have lost his face. He was actually in Ling Yuxian's next room. However, he set up a barrier by himself. Said it should be fine. Ling Yuxian's eyes clearly looked like she was about to push herself down. Lu Yun was a little puzzled, and was a little worried about his chastity. That's it? 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. These more than 10 days have been the most comfortable days since Lu Yun traveled. This day, news came from the Huakaiwan family that the second casting of Blood Matsuri has been completed. Lu Yun finally got a decent weapon. Blood Matsuri. Compared with the original Blood Matsuri, it is more than 10 centimeters shorter, which is more suitable for Lu Yun's height. The local lines and the shape of the handle were also slightly modified by Lu Yun, which is more in line with the principles of modern mechanics, and is more suitable for Lu Yun's palm size, etc. The current Blood Matsuri is a knife specially tailored for Lu Yun. This knife is much better than the previous knife in all aspects, whether it is the degree of restraint against monsters, or its sharpness, hardness, and spiritual power conductivity. If he holds this sword, Lu Yun estimates that his current combat power can be increased to the point of success. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiyufang. I am very satisfied with this knife, very satisfied. It is very suitable for me. What Mr. Kaiyufang created is almost exactly what I expected. Thank you very much. In the future, if the Huakaiwan family encounters any trouble, I will definitely help. Lu Yun looked like he was swearing. The Kakayan family will also be hostile to Simei in the future. Anyway, he and Simei fought to the end, and it was okay to join forces with Huakaiwan. It doesn't matter to Lu Yun to make use of each other's favor and make some polite remarks. You're welcome, you are Yuluo's friend, and you are my friend of Huakaiwan's family. You don't have to worry about small things. Huakaiwan Kaiyufang smiled. By the way, I have something to ask, and suddenly I remembered a person. I wonder if you know Kaiyufang? It is said that that person is also a master at forging knives. Lu Yun said. Who? It's said to be a person from hundreds of years ago, called Dao Daozai. Lu Yun pretended to be unable to remember and said. Kaiyufang was instantly in awe. With a look of longing, as if talking about some senior, he said. Dao Daozai, although it is a monster, its knife-making skills are already a legend. That is the ultimate goal of all swordsmiths, including me. To surpass him before I live, that is my goal. So powerful. That's right, every knife he casts is a legend. It is said that an iron-broken kiba and a natural kiba are almost all legends. Is that so? Lu Yun, how do you know this person? Oh, I heard that too. Lu Yun couldn't help but be amazed. Dao Daozai, the original knife casting technology is so awesome. Iron-crushed kiba, natural kiba, these two knives were cast by Dao Daozai, and their craftsmanship is naturally very strong. Moreover, Dao Daozai is a monster and can live for many years. The skills, experience, and knowledge in casting swords are naturally not comparable to ordinary human beings. It seems that if you go 500 years ago, you have to visit Dao Daozai. The two chatted for a while. In the distance, the head of the Huakaiwan family in the distance, Yuluo's grandfather, and a large group of people from the Huakaiwan family have all arrived at this time. Yuro was also among them, walking slowly. Yui looked shy. Yuluo's grandfather stroked his beard and said. Lu Yun's swordsmanship is really superb. Even now, I can't compare to anyone in Huakaiwan. With time, Lu Yun will definitely become an excellent onmyoji. This knife, given to the little friend, is also in order to slay demons and all the world. Please don't be rude. If you need anything in the future, I will always welcome you. Lu Yun's grandfather has changed his name now. Lu Yun's swordsmanship is very high. He has already heard Kaiyufang's report, and he is very fortunate to win over Lu Yun. Friend directly after Lu Yun's name instead of talking as an elder. As for Lu Yun, Yuluo's grandfather has already tried his best to win over him, and even talked to Yuluo in private to make Yuluo and Lu Yun more close. Such talent. In the eyes of Yuluo's grandfather, such a talent, even if he is not as good as him now, in a few years, his spiritual power will be strong enough to surpass him easily. Must be drawn. This will become an important factor for Huakaiwan to avoid the upcoming crisis and even rise. Of course, what Yuluo's grandfather didn't know was that Lu Yun was someone who had been involved thousands of years ago, and his real strength was much higher than he imagined. How kind, sir! Lu Yun said with a smile. Swinging the knife, a few random sword lights broke through the sharp whine, and the terrifying momentum made the senior masters of yin and yang in the distance amazed. My sister Kagam and my family are in Tokyo. It's not a bad thing to show his talent against the sky and let the Huakaiwan family try to curry favor with him. The old gentleman is here. I don't know what is going on here. Lu Yun put the knife in the sheath and asked with a smile. Oh, little friend Lu Yun, It's like this. Yuluo's grandfather glanced at Lu Yun and then at Yuluo, his eyes slightly serious. This matter has something to do with little friend Lu Yun and Yuluo. A few days ago, Yuluo was attacked, do you still remember it? Thanks to little friend's help, Yuluo was fine. But, after our investigation, this attack was premeditated and purposeful. It wasn't that simple. That monster didn't appear by accident, but was specifically looking for a location and was instructed to attack Euro. Chapter 073_HAG Oromo Fox, 1/5. There is a spiral seal arranged by the 13th generation in Kyoto, you already know it, right? There have always been few monsters in Kyoto. The appearance of this monster is too unusual. That monster was originally sealed by the people in Maihwakaiwan more than 10 years ago. This time, someone deliberately released it and then attacked Yuluo there. The scene of the attack on Euro has been completely destroyed, and the monster has also been destroyed. This act further shows that the secret enemy is worried about what we find and wants to destroy the evidence. Someone must be planning this matter, and is a monster with high intelligence, not an ordinary little monster. Grandpa Yuluo told Lu Yun everything completely. Lu Yun also didn't expect that the Huakaiwan family would seize this matter and hold on tight. It was just an attack, and it was so real. Is this a thorough investigation? If you really find out that you are the mastermind behind the attack on Euro, it will be a little troublesome. The only good thing is that the blood Matsuri has arrived. You don't need to rely on anything from Huakaiwan. Even if you really turn your face, you don't need to be too scrupulous. After making up his mind, Lu Yun looked like he didn't know, and said, "Is this matter really so serious? Maybe it was just an accidental attack, just a coincidence. Are you still going to investigate thoroughly?" Yuluo's grandfather nodded solemnly, pointed to the distance, and said, "Be sure to investigate thoroughly. The monsters outside of Kyoto are already eyeing them. If I didn't expect it to be bad, it should be that person who is behind the scenes, and the spiral seal is gradually declining. It's their best time." "That guy, who?" Lu Yun questioned. "Hag Oromo Fox." When Grandpa Yuluo said these 3 words, his eyes were almost scary. Hag Oromo Fox. Lu Yun was also stunned for a moment. The girl whose whole body is shrouded in pitch black. This have something to do with the Hag Oromo Fox? Is it good for you to do it yourself? However, I didn't expect that someone would actually take the blame for themselves. It was clearly planned by themselves, but a group of so-called professionals in Huakaiwan actually made a mistake. After all, no one will believe an 8-year-old child planning such a thing. Hag Oromo Fox. Then please continue to take the blame. Lu Yun remained silent and continued. Then, what is the old gentleman going to do next? I have already handed over this matter to Long Er, and I will investigate it thoroughly. This time I came to find my little friend to inform you. If you encounter a good monster in Kyoto, don't rush to kill it, catch it alive and find out everything. Yuluo's grandfather continued very solemnly. Kyoto is already in crisis, and the Hag Oromo Fox will come back sooner or later. Little friend Lu Yun, you have to be careful when you arrive. If you encounter the Hag Oromo Fox, don't be impulsive. I'll be careful. Lu Yun said with a smile. Well, since the little friend knows Akatsuki, the old man can rest assured. Then I'll take my leave. Okay, Yuluo, send Lu Yun away. Saying goodbye to Yuluo's grandfather, Lu Yun and Yuluo walked slowly. Lu Yun was thinking about what was going to happen. The attack on Yuluo, the Hag Oromo Fox was temporarily used as the scapegoat, so he didn't need to worry. Hag Oromo Fox is also really a big deal, taking the blame for himself. But over time, the possibility of exposure is still there. Quasi Loli's place, I have to say something. Now Quasi Loli is her own little woman, and she is almost obedient. If you really want to fight with Huayquiwanjia, Quasi Loli will definitely take action. Quasi Loli alone is enough to easily wipe out the entire Huayquiwan family, there is no need to worry about this. It's just that Lu Yun is a little reluctant to give up on the little girl Yulugo. If Yulugo found out that he had set a trap in order to get close to her and Huayquiwan's house, what would Yulugo think? It will probably be very sad. Yuro, we are friends. Lu Yun suddenly said after walking for a while. Looking at Yulugo's petite and cute expression, I felt very relieved. Such a naive little girl, hurting her, Lu Yun is really a little sorry. Lu Yun classmate. Yulugo looked at Lu Yun strangely. If, one day, I did something unbelievable, for example, something that hurts you, what would you think, classmate Yulugo? Lu Yun asked. Yulugo looked at Lu Yun incomprehensibly. Some of the cute faces were full of doubts. After hesitating for a while, Yulugo said. How could Lu Yun do something like that? Huh? Didn't Lu Yun save me? Lu Yun is a good person. Yulugo Xiao Loli laughed innocently. Well. I'm just asking casually. Are you already a good person in Yulugo's heart? What a pure smile. Pure mind. I'm going back first. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me at any time. Lu Yun said goodbye to Yulugo. Along the way, Lu Yun had to think about this question. If the truth is found out, the relationship with the Huayquiwan family should either continue to cooperate and achieve mutual benefits, or, they will completely turn their faces and kill them cleanly and without a single leak. Cannot leave the slightest trouble. I still have my family in Tokyo, Kagom's sister, my mother, these must be considered. Don't be soft-hearted at critical moments. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, and the plot of Inuyasha is coming soon. The plan to go 500 years ago cannot be delayed. It must be handled here. Lu Yun muttered to himself, and had already arrived at the door of the house. Went to the villa of Quasi Loli and Ling Yuxian, and told them all about the current situation, word for word. Chapter 074 _ The Truth of History, 2/5. Spacious interior. Quasi Loli was wearing a white princess dress, humming a tune while eating a lollipop. Ling Yuxian was holding a book of Bracon must-see strategy rules and chatting with Lu Yun while watching. Come to the modern two women, and now it has completely changed. After listening to Lu Yun's story about Huayquiwan's family, the two women still had an expression of indifference, each doing their own thing. The strongest witch from 1,000 years ago. The purest princess of the canine blood. The confidence of the two can naturally be ignored like this. Taking a bite of the lollipop, Quasi Loli said lazily. Humph. Lu Yun, you're thinking too much. I've seen the Onmyoji a few times now, and they're unbelievably weak. They're far worse than those of 1,000 years ago. Don't say Qingming, some of those at that time were enlightened. High monks, famous witches, can sweep the Huayquiwan house, there is no need to tell us about this. I'm still waiting to watch the TV series. Ling Yuxian on one side looked away from the book and agreed. That's it? They also want to save some time to watch Korean dramas online. Recently, there is a hit drama called Princess So-and-so from Ancient Times, which tells the story of a man and a woman in a modern city, with a touch of fantasy and time travel. Although it is very bloody, Ling Yuxian and Quasi Loli watch it every day with relish. Korean dramas kill people. Lu Yun is really fucking speechless at the moment. Quasi Loli's game addiction has just quit, and now he is addicted to Korean dramas. Is this still the original Maiko Tsuko? After a few dry coughs, Lu Yun said. Of course I know this. It's just that now is an important juncture, and there are many things to do. The time for the spiral seal of Kyoto has come. At that time, the entire Kyoto will be very dangerous. There are too many things. Trouble. Besides, my family is still here, so I have to take it into consideration. Moreover, Sime will be resurrected in the next few years. It is estimated that in the past few years, I am planning to go to 500 years ago. There are too many things. The affairs here in Huaikaiwan should be resolved as soon as possible. Lu Yun frowned. Blood Matsuri was prepared to go 500 years ago. Lu Yun is not very concerned about a mere flower garden. But in the current environment, with so many things, it's a bit of a headache. The plot of Inuyasha is still 10 months away, so I can't miss it. However, Quasi Loli and Ling Yuxian suddenly cheered. What, 500 years ago? Quasi Loli said in surprise. Little Lu Yun, are you going to go 500 years ago? Ling Yuxian stopped reading and looked excited. Lu Yun, be sure to bring me, woo woo woo, I'm going to bring modern things to 500 years ago, and let them open their eyes, just like in the TV series. Little Lu Yun, when are you going to go? From the bone-eating well. Little Lu Yun. Should we bring some snacks over there? Do I need to prepare anything? Lu Yun, did you go there 500 years ago? What is it like? Is it fun to have a modern society? The two girls were chattering with excitement. Traveling through time and space, no one wants to miss this kind of thing. Who cares about Korean dramas? The two girls looked at Lu Yun with tears in their eyes, and seemed to be praying to Lu Yun that they must travel with them together. Hey hey hey! Do you think this is a time travel in the TV series? I'm here to improve my strength and experience the plot by the way. Looking at your appearance, I want to play again. Lu Yun was speechless. Lu Yun, please. Quasi Loli looked at Lu Yun pitifully and begged. Even blinking, Quasi Loli said with his mouth, tonight, the big deal, let's try that pose. Little Lu Yun Ling Yuxian also begged Lu Yun pitifully. A trip 500 years ago. The two women don't seem to want to miss it either. Okay. I promise you. However, we need to settle the matter of the Huaikaiwan family first. Lu Yun couldn't bear the two women's coquetry, so he could only compromise. Yeah. By the way, one more thing, how much do you know about the Hagoromo fox? Lu Yun thought of something and continued. Hagoromo fox. That is also a big monster. Even if it was placed 1,000 years ago, it is still a big monster, and it must not be relaxed. Said that the Hagoromo fox seems to be showing signs of coming out. If it is the Hagoromo fox, Lu Yun is definitely not an opponent, and he must use the power of the two women to kill her as soon as possible. Quasi Loli nodded and said. The Hagoromo fox is a unique big monster, a reincarnated monster. Every time he is reincarnated, his strength will become stronger, and it is very difficult to deal with. If you are reincarnated more than 7 times, Lu Yun, you should not be able to deal with it. Besides, Hagoromo fox came now, Lu Yun, you may be in danger. I know, she is Sime's mother. Lu Yun said. Quasi Loli was taken aback and said. What? Hagoromo fox is Sime's mother, so he wants to avenge me. Lu Yun said as a matter of course. Quasi Loli giggled and said. Lu Yun, you are so stupid. You believe in historical legends, don't you know? Onmyoji Abe Sime is a half demon, half fox blood. I know. Lu Yun said. Quasi Loli rolled her eyes at Lu Yun and continued. If the Hagoromo fox is his mother, then who is his father? Have you ever thought about it? Think about it, you know, how could the arrogant and murderous Hagoromo fox be able to look at humans and give birth to Sime? All kinds of rumors now, including textbooks, I feel disgusted after reading them. A lot of information from 1,000 years ago is all wrong. Really, wrong people, hum. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment. Indeed, over the past 1,000 years, many things have been spread based on falsehoods, and they may have changed. Quasi-Loli was 1,000 years ago, and who would know later, actually Quasi-Loli has a tsundere character? Then, what's the relationship between Hag Oromo Fox and Sime? Lu Yun was looking forward. Quasi-Loli smiled proudly and explained. It's impossible for the Hag Oromo Fox to fall in love with a human being. The Hag Oromo Fox is actually Abe Sime's aunt and adoptive mother, because Sime's father died early, but many people are mistaken. Well, you didn't say anything. Lu Yun muttered. It turns out that Sime is still related to the Hag Oromo Fox. Fuck, I was really overjoyed, this battle is inevitable. Killing the family's nephew and righteous son, I seem to be in big trouble. Hag Oromo Fox. I don't know when I will meet. Three of them were discussing the matter of the Hag Oromo Fox and going to 500 years ago. Outside the city of Kyoto, an uninvited guest was ushered in. It was a young girl in a dark costume, walking gracefully and slowly, step by step, looking at this 1,000-year-old capital with nostalgia. 500 years. Chapter 075 _ see you in 500 years, 3/5. 500 years. The girl's voice was low, with an indescribable attraction. Elegance and gentleness towards modern Tokyo. The girl's face is fair and moving, beautiful, and even suffocating. What kind of creator can create such an elegant and cold beauty? The body is almost impeccably beautiful, and the temperament is almost perfect. Every move contains an elegant, noble, and arrogant temperament, as if born to stand above all people. The girl is very beautiful. However, this beauty is wrapped in dark colors. In a dark outfit, the skirt is black, the cuffs are black, the shoes are black, the eyes are black, and even her eyes are dark. The dark eyes, cold, dark, very beautiful, very dangerous. The dark and heavy color seems to have penetrated into the soul. The girl's identity is self-evident. Unique monster in history. Hag Oromo Fox. The Hag Oromo Fox walked gently and happily, looking at the 1,000-year-old capital in front of him. His expression became more and more happy, and there seemed to be some strong emotion gushing out of his chest. Looking at the 1,000-year-old capital, the Hag Oromo Fox became more and more excited. Hey, little girl, do you need to? Several men were just about to strike up a conversation. Hula _ The majestic demonic power that was out of proportion to the girl's petite figure swept out. The dark demon power, like a girl's dark clothing, is cold and desperate. The majestic, desperate, surging demon power that almost tore apart the air oscillated from the Hag Oromo Fox, and swept in all directions. The ground cracked open inch by inch, and the trees in the distance were broken one after another. The terrifying demon power was simply unimaginable. A few men in the distance, under this terrifying demon power, couldn't even move. Ah! This is monster, monster. Rip _ Several men who passed by Hag Oromo Fox, before they had time to say what they were talking to, turned into a pool of thick blood in the next instant. Several men were found without bones. Hag Oromo Fox licked Yuhairon's lips. She didn't care about killing a few humans. The Hag Oromo Fox was still staring at Tokyo in the distance with her fiery, joyful eyes. On the beautiful face, the joy cannot be concealed. Kyoto. 500 years later, when they met again, Hag Oromo Fox's tone even trembled. 500 years. The concubine has been waiting for 500 years. This emotion, is this the joy of meeting, this emotion that almost bursts through my chest, is this the concubine's love for you? I really want to use you in my arms. I really want to see your lovely face. I really want to dig out your heart. Waiting, concubine will see you soon, and soon, kill you. Higurashi, Lu Yun. Hula _ The surging demon power swept over. 9 beautiful and flexible tails flashed behind the Hagoromo fox. The Hagoromo fox took a deep look at Kyoto in the distance, turned around, and walked away from Kyoto again. In the dense forest on one side, a large amount of demonic energy was surging. Many monsters are waiting for this girl, the Hagoromo fox Sama, who surpasses countless monsters. Sister sis, sis, when will we enter Kyoto? Spiral seal, when will it be broken? A little girl asked. The little girl named Crazy Bone is also a monster and a henchman of the Hagoromo fox. Come on, it won't be long. Hagoromo fox said softly, and in his deep voice, there was a profound attraction that was hard to be magnetic. Wherever he walked, monsters from all directions saluted respectfully. Sister, who is that Higurashi Lu Yun? Crazy little loli continued. He's a genius. Does my elder sister want to kill him? Kill him, yes, I just want to kill him, I want to kill him all the time, tear him to pieces, trample him underfoot, nail him to the wall, come on, tear all his favorite onmyoji books to shreds. Dig out his heart. Sister. Crazy Bone loli looked at Hagoromo fox worriedly, she had rarely seen her elder sister so rude. Crazy Bone, don't worry. I've been waiting for 500 years, do I still care about this moment? Let's go, let's break through the seal after everyone has arrived. The Hagoromo fox walked gently into the depths of the woods. The quiet and elegant figure seems to have taken away all the elegance between heaven and earth. In the following days, a large number of monsters continued to pour in outside the city of Kyoto. There are more and more monsters entrenched, and the number is more and more frightening. Hearing the arrival of the Hagoromo fox, many big monsters have also gathered here to help. When the Huakaiwan family discovered it, it was too late to clear it. Lots of monsters. Countless monsters gathered outside the city of Kyoto, waiting for the moment when the spiral seal was broken. The surging demonic energy almost covered the sky. The biggest catastrophe in hundreds of years is about to begin. Chapter 076_exposure, 4/5. Kyoto is shrouded in crisis, and it has been 4 months in the blink of an eye. During the 4-month period, monsters from all over Japan gathered here one after another. The monsters have always fought on their own and fought with each other, but this time, they actually gathered together. And, patiently, waiting for more monsters to arrive. The monsters gather more and more. The number is terrifying. But still no attack. They seem to be waiting for their time. Now, not to mention the Huakaiwan family, even if the onmyoji from all over Japan unite, it will be even more difficult to destroy this force. Because there are so many. There are also many powerful monsters. And there are rumors that there is even a yokai named Hagoromo fox. Even the Hagoromo fox appeared, which is amazing. The past 4 months, Huakaiwan has been almost crazy, running around to contact people from all over the world, making all preparations, and trying to prevent this catastrophe. The spiral seal doesn't last long. Once the time of weakness and weakening comes, you must be prepared to fight. And what about Lu Yun? Lu Yun also saw the majestic demonic energy reaching the sky. Pity that Lu Yun is not a righteous hero who defends the world. With so many monsters gathered together, there is no need to worry about it. So Lu Yun was still training in an orderly manner. Swordsmanship, pupil technique, yin-yang technique, all aspects. Strength is also improving with the 10-10. In order to go to 500 years ago and participate in the Inuyasha plot, Lu Yun was making preparations, and temporarily prepared to put things aside for now. The spiral seal can last for a few years. What are you worrying about? Even if there is an emergency, Quasi Loli will release it with a big move and for soul purification, no matter how awesome you are. There is Loli at home, if there is a treasure. This day, Lu Yun finished training in a remote area of Kyoto and was heading home. In the distance, a person came towards Lu Yun. Yologo's brother, Huakaiwan Long Er. It's been a long time since the Huakaiwan family communicated with each other. Why did Long Er come? Wasn't the Huakaiwan family busy with the safety of Kyoto recently, and didn't have time to wander around? Without thinking much, Lu Yun stepped forward and greeted Long Er. Mr. Long Er, it's you, what a coincidence. Huakaiwan Long Er nodded and looked at Lu Yun seriously with a serious expression. Staring at Lu Yun for a long time, he said. No, I came to find you. Looking for me? Is there something wrong with Mr. Long Er? Lu Yun asked. Huakaiwan Long Er shook his head and said. Lu Yun, I'll ask you a question next, you just have to answer, yes or no. This is Lu Yun's heart sank. Wrong. Vivi moved his hand and moved a little bit to ensure that he could hold the knife for the first time. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. What's going on here? Is there something wrong with Long Er's expression? Seems to be a little wary of yourself? Lu Yun still doesn't know what happened. He has been immersed in cultivation for 4 months, and he doesn't care much about the outside world. However, even so, Lu Yun still has a bad feeling. Dragon 2. Huakaiwan Long Er is in charge of investigating Yulogo's attack. This is the only thing that can make him feel disgusted with himself. Lu Yun admits that in modern society, apart from this, he has not done anything that makes Onmyoji teachers and students hate them. It can only be the one that attacked Yuro. But now that Kyoto is in crisis, there shouldn't be so much time to find out what happened to him. And destroying the corpse and destroying the traces, there is almost no trace of everything. How can it be related to himself? How did he find out about himself? Lu Yun doesn't understand. For a short while, Lu Yun could only think of these things. After confirming all possibilities, Lu Yun immediately showed an incomprehensible expression, saying, Mr. Long Er seems to have misunderstood me. I hope you can explain this matter well. My surname is Higurashi, not Huakaiwan. You have no right to hold me accountable. Lu Yun's hand was on the handle of the knife. Others don't know what's good or bad, so I don't need to give him a face. Blindly nervous, on the contrary, will reveal the truth and make people suspicious. It is the most reasonable strategy to seize the lead and create the illusion of being wronged. Huakaiwan Ryaji didn't answer, just released a shikigami. This shikigami is called mantra. It can test whether people are lying. It is an ancient shikigami that I don't have much preserved in my Huakaiwan family. It has lost the method of making it and is very precious. The remaining number of uses is only 3 times. Huakaiwan Long Er said cautiously. Such an ancient shikigami, a partial shikigami, is indeed very precious. Staring at Lu Yun, Huakaiwan Long Er said. As long as you lie, the shikigami will react. If I wronged you, you will slash me later, or kill me, and you can put forward any conditions. I have no complaints. But this question, I hope you are well. Answer, it is about Yologo's safety, I have to be cautious. Lu Yun was silent. What happened? Where is the flaw? Shouldn't be, impossible. My own plan is perfect, and I suspect that an 8-year-old child has a sick mind. How can you doubt yourself? Where did I miss it? How could Long Er find out? Long Er of Huakaiwan in the distance continued. Is the monster that attacked Yuro related to you? A light flashed. The shikigami named mantra suddenly shone. This kind of eccentric shikigami, for a while, it is impossible to find a way to crack it. Lu Yun has some research on shikigami, but this kind of shikigami is probably related to the knowledge of words, incantations, etc., and it is impossible to avoid it without knowing anything. Once lied, only to be exposed. What a surprise! After a long silence, Lu Yun said with a smile. Slowly, he pulled out the blood matsuri from his waist, and Lu Yun's smiling face was reflected on the shiny blade surface. Holding the knife, Lu Yun seemed to have lost the childishness of a child. You admit that this attack is related to you and you. Huakaiwan Long said solemnly, his brows were full of anger. Onmyoji who colluded with yokai. No, even an onmyoji who uses yokai. Such people, in the eyes of ordinary onmyoji, are evil. What's more, it's a conspiracy. Use Euro. That's right, it's me. Lu Yun admitted. At this time, Lu Yun didn't plan to default on his debts, and it was also within his own calculations to have a relationship with Huakaiwan. The weapon has been obtained, and it doesn't matter if you turn your face. It's just a pity, Xiao Yuluo. With a wave of the knife, several bright and cold rays of light appeared. Lu Yun pointed at Long in front of him and stopped pretending. Then Mr. Long what are you going to do with this matter? I'm a nasty onmyoji who uses monsters, do you want to kill me? But I'm so talented, even Sime can't compare to me, right? It must be a legend left by Kingshi, you can choose not to see it, continue to fawn on me, I am happy to fawn over the whole Huakaiwan family, you see, I just used a little trick to forge a knife, it is nothing. Lu Yun praised herself without feeling any guilt. Staring at Long in the distance, Lu Yun continued. Tell me, what do you want to do? Chapter 077 Lu Yun vs Huakaiwan Long 2, 5/5. How to do it? You still ask me how to do it? You are not fit to be an onmyoji. Long eyes widened in anger, and the blue veins burst out on his forehead. Waves of spiritual power fluctuated on his body. Huakaiwan Long grabbed a few bamboo utensils, and the spiritual power on his body became stronger and stronger, full of anger. It's clearly Lu Yun who controls the monsters. Now, ask him how to do it? Need to say such a thing? Like many onmyojis, Huakaiwan Ryaji hates unruly onmyoji. What's more, fooling them into blooming homes. I will arrest you and hand it over to the Huakaiwan family for trial. Shikigami Hungry Wolf. Wow _ Two groups of water traces rushed out from the bamboo utensils. The spiritual power was intertwined, and at the moment when the two groups of water traces appeared in the air, with the words of Long of Huakaiwan, they turned into two huge wolves. Rushed towards Lu Yun. This is shikigami. The seemingly inconspicuous bamboo tube is actually a utensil for holding shikigami. Although it is a wolf-shaped god composed of liquid, the magic of the shikigami lies in this. The shikigami that looks like a liquid is actually more powerful than 10 tigers swarming up. Otherwise, how can you fight the monsters? Violent spiritual power surged. The two hungry wolves headed straight for Lu Yun at an extremely fast speed, and the ground rolled up violent dust. In a short moment, they had already reached Lu Yun's body. Although the other party is an 8-year-old child, he is a genius who was put down by the head of the Huakaiwan family to make friends. This 8-year-old cannot be measured by common sense. At the age of 8, he used monsters, made careful calculations, attacked Yuluo, approached Huakaiwan's house, and forged treasured swords. This kind of person should not be underestimated. Huakaiwan Ryaji is going all out to fight this battle. Water shikigami. Lu Yun frowned. The shikigami of the water system is difficult to deal with. Ordinary attacks are difficult to deal with water damage. With a wave of Lu Yun's left hand, the blood matsuri had already split out, the angle and orientation were almost impeccable, and a bright knife light hit the two shikigami almost flawlessly. Boom! Shikigami burst. Long Er, who was in the distance, roared instantly. Shikijin Yanyan. Long Er recited the spirit of words again. Bai Lu Yun in the distance changed again. The two water trails and the two downed hungry wolves actually merged together. The defeated Shikigami is used again and can still attack. This is a fusion god. But it wasn't over yet. Long Er knew that Lu Yun's swordsmanship was very strong, and the head of the family said frankly that no one in Huaikaiwan could match him. Shikigami changes again. Yanjian golden water flower. Fusion Shikigami Yanjian changes again. Yang Yan turned into a lotus state. The lotus-shaped Yang Yan was densely surrounded by a large area, surrounding Lu Yun. In an instant, all the lotus flowers launched an intensive attack in all directions. Every direction, every angle, dense attacks, all focused on Lu Yun. Moreover, this is a highly corrosive water attribute attack. Swish swish. Swish swish. There were countless attacks from all directions, and they aimed at Lu Yun and kept attacking, but Lu Yun moved lightly, dodging them all, and easily shot down more than a dozen lotus flowers. Avoid all. Although Long Er in the distance was prepared, Lu Yun avoided all of them, which is still very incredible. He is doing his best. This kid really only 8 years old? Long Er did not hesitate at all, and then recited the words again. Yanjian Jinshen meteor. Shikigami changes again. It has become even smaller and countless water droplets. The next attack will be more intensive, like raindrops. Even if Lu Yun is fast and experienced, it is impossible to avoid it. Lu Yun in the distance also frowned. No more energy consumption. This person has a strict personality, but his fighting style is unique. But Lu Yun knows that in the original book, this Long Er looks ordinary and hides himself, but his attack is very strange and his strength is extraordinary. Many very strong enemies were defeated by his strange attack. I have a lot of experience, but be careful. There are no longer a few people who are stronger than themselves and still play away. It's annoying. Lu Yun held up the blood matsuri from afar. Blood matsuri, the blade shone with a cold glow. In the past few months, Lu Yun's spiritual power has grown again. At 20 times the speed, there has been a total of 30 years of spiritual power. Even better than before. The terrifying sword aura spread, and the blood matsuri itself was also a very strong sword, and even though Ryaji was far away, he actually felt the pain in his cheeks. So far. Long Er in the distance looked at Lu Yun almost in disbelief. Lu Yun's knife skills are more powerful than expected. Could it be that you want to swing a knife so far away? How can it be? This kind of thing is almost impossible. According to the common sense of modern onmyoji, it is impossible to slash people with such a long move. However, the unease in my heart continued to be used. Drink. Long Er quickly activated his spiritual power and launched a violent attack. The meteors of Jinshen in all directions hurriedly shot towards Lu Yun, dense like raindrops. It's late. Lu Yun said that the knife in his hand had already fallen, slashing the atmosphere, making a humming sound, and the air seemed to be torn apart. Scoff _ There is a long ravine on the ground, sharp and unstoppable. Hundreds of Shikigami attacks like raindrops were directly smashed open by Lu Yun's knife. Shake off. Or the offset direction. The terrifying knife energy, separated by dozens of meters, moved forward all the way, and approached Long Er in the distance. The cracks on the ground also spread to Long Er's feet at the same speed. Form. Not a word could be uttered. Long Er's chest suddenly splattered a lot of blood. Scoff. All the Shikigami were destroyed, Long Er's body rumbled and flew backwards. Chapter 078_all come, 1/5. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. With a powerful blow, Huakaiwan Long Er's body rumbled backward for more than 10 meters, then stopped, lying on the ground panting heavily. The clothes on the chest were all dyed with UI, and a sharp knife mark spread from the left shoulder to the lower right abdomen, and Yan Ui's blood was still flowing. Covering his wound, Long Er was in constant pain. The attack range is too large. Knives are close-range weapons, but Lu Yun's knives have too much attack range and are too sharp. It has been out of the scope of ordinary swordsmanship. Ho, to be in such a far place, so far away can cause damage. Breaking the shikigami, how can you still have such, such power, good, such a sharp knife, are you really only 8 years old? Cough, cough. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out again. Long Er looked at Lu Yun with difficulty. As one of the geniuses of the Huakaiwan family, he was so easily defeated by Lu Yun. Lu Yun's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Despite knowing that he is already a genius. But I didn't expect that Lu Yun's swordsmanship would be so strong. Such Lu Yun, how many people in the Huakaiwan family can deal with? This is no longer a genius to describe. The pure power of that knife is not strong. The most powerful thing is that the power is concentrated in the blade and concentrated in one place. The terrifying penetrating power is the most terrifying. When he was hit by this knife, Long Er knew that he had lost all combat power. Lu Yun walked slowly towards Long Er in the distance. Raised the blood matsuri against Long Er's neck. Lu Yun said suspiciously. Answer me a question. Why do you doubt me? I think I have done a good job in this matter, and I have not left anything behind. It is impossible for an 8-year-old child to make people suspicious. Add me and Yulugo's relationship is good. You, Yulugo's brother, can't possibly doubt me without any reason. Where is your information that makes you so sure that I did it? Tell me why, and I can keep you alive. Such a child, saying such words, can't help but make people feel a little ridiculous. But Lu Yun was holding the blood matsuri at the moment, and that sharp breath made people not feel that there was anything wrong with him. As if Long Er didn't say anything, he would really kill him. Long Er raised his head, looked at Lu Yun playfully and said. Then if I don't tell you, you will kill me. Maybe. Lu Yun said. This thing is so weird. Suspect an 8-year-old? Brain pumping, right? Even if the talent is a little higher, ordinary children can't do this kind of thing. Lu Yun couldn't figure out the problem, so he must find out the reason. What went wrong? Where is it? While Lu Yun was thinking. In the distance, several majestic spiritual powers suddenly appeared. 2 huge spiritual powers in each direction, surrounding Lu Yun in a very tight formation. The head of the Huakaiwan family, Yulugo's grandfather. There are also 7 Onmyoji masters over 40 years old, each of whom is the senior level of the Huakaiwan family. This is the most powerful fighting force of the Huakaiwan family. 8 people surrounded Lu Yun from a distance. Everyone, who had also released their own shikigami, stared at Lu Yun intently, full of hostility. Let Long Er be released. The old man in the distance scolded. A shikigami escaping from the ground came out from below with a hula and rescued Long Er. With another hula, Long Er has been dragged into the ground. Lu Yun's quick knife cut off only one arm of the shikigami. A sharp mark was left on the ground. Long Er was rescued. Amazing, the earth-type shikigami who escaped from the ground, the first time I met. Lu Yun muttered to himself, feeling a little troublesome. Turning around, Lu Yun looked at several people in the distance. Unexpectedly, they were already prepared, so many people came. Lu Yun waved his hand and said as usual. It turns out that you are here too. Old man, long time no see. Yulugo, how are you? Humph. Yulugo's grandfather snorted coldly and did not answer with a cold expression. Lu Yun waved his blood matsuri and continued. Then I'll repeat what I just said. What are you going to do? Continue to be my enemy? Or befriend me? Long Er is young and ignorant. You are all mature guys, and you should know how to weigh the pros and cons right. Going against me won't do you any good. My suggestion is, when this doesn't happen, let's continue to work together, and I'll be good in the future, and you will follow the scenery. The crossing of the bone-eating well is just around the corner. Are so many things, Lu Yun really doesn't want to be distracted at this time. Yulo's grandfather in the distance, listening to Lu Yun's words, could not help but be so angry that his beard flew up. The cane hit the ground hard and yelled loudly. Presumptuous. Arrogant. A mere child, dare to be so arrogant. Do you think that you alone can fight against the entire Huakaiwan family? So scheming at the age of 8. Good at planning. Collusion with monsters. Not following the rules. Such a morally corrupt Onmyoji, I can't keep you today. Boom. Boom. In all directions. As Yulo's grandfather released the majestic spiritual power, the other 7 strongest men in Huakaiwan also released their pure spiritual power and summoned their own Shikigami. More than a dozen Shikigami, in all directions, blocked the way of everything. A wicked person is not scary. The scary thing is that this person is still a genius among geniuses. The 8 people blocked every direction, staring at Lu Yun intently, and Yulo's grandfather released a huge Tengu-shaped Shikigami. Chapter 079 _ Don't judge a person's strength by his height, 2/5. Boom. The gigantic Shikigami was 7 or 8 meters high, with a terrifying aura, and it was not on the same level as the Shikigami of the other elders around. Shikigami armored Big Tengu. In Japanese legends, there are 3 evil spirits, Shutendaji, Kyubi, Ninetails, and the Great Tengu who is the incarnation of Emperor Kongd. The Shikigami of the owners of the Huakaiwan is based on the Great Tengu. As expected of the owner of Huakaiwan, Lu Yun couldn't help but admire in his heart, the aura of this Shikigami is stronger than the other elders combined. To be the owner of the Huakaiwan family, he really has 2 brushes. Lu Yun, put down your weapons, facing this old man, you have no chance of winning. Continue to resist, there is only death. As long as you sincerely repent and accept my punishment from Huakaiwan, we cannot kill you. This is the last piece of advice. Yulo's grandfather said in a loud voice. Boom. Voice fell, a 4-meter-long sword in Daishanggu's hand smashed to the ground with a bang, like a giant rock smashed down, the ground trembled violently, and Lu Yun in the distance felt the strong force. The stones splashed everywhere, and the great Tengu Shikigami fell with a knife, smashing a huge groove more than 1 meter deep. Cracks covered the entire square like a spider web. The destructive power is terrifyingly powerful. This is Grandpa Yulo's last warning. Shikigami barrier creation. An elder in the distance also activated a Shikigami in an instant. There are many kinds of Shikigami, even dazzling, and it is precisely because of this that they have become the preferred tools of Onmyoji to fight. This elder's Shikigami is actually a rare type of enchantment. The huge barrier surrounded the surrounding area, not only to prevent ordinary people from getting involved, but also to lock Lu Yun inside and prevent Lu Yun from escaping. Seeing that one barrier was not enough, the elder set up 5-6 paths barrier one after another. The golden barrier exudes pure spiritual power, layer after layer. Shikigami, Ben Wolf. Shikigami Thunder Beast. Shishijin Baoa. Shikigami. Boom boom. In all directions, one after another Shikigami kept emerging. Huakai Yuanjia, but dispatched the strongest fighting force of the entire family. In such a time of crisis in Kyoto, if you want to take Lu Yun in one breath, you can't make trouble. Just like Lu Yun was going to go 500 years ago and didn't want to spend it with Huakaiwan, the Huakaiwan family also had the same idea. However, what they wanted to do was not to waste time with Lu Yun, so they had to deal with Lu Yun in one go. 8 people. 30 shikigami in total. Densely packed, Lu Yun was surrounded in all directions, closing off every corner. These people are not the previous Long Er, they are all battle-hardened people. Especially, Yulugo's grandfather, the head of the Huakaiwan family. Lu Yun remembers that in the original novel, Yulugo's grandfather was killed by a powerful subordinate of Sime. However, that was a few years later. Yulugo's grandfather was very old and had already gone downhill, and his strength was rapidly declining. He is now at least twice as strong as he will be in a few years, and now he is at an age when his strength is about to plummet. Now he is the strongest in the Huakaiwan family. Not to be underestimated. The battle is not small. If I take it lightly, I'm afraid I will be injured. Lu Yun held the knife in both hands and thought carefully. If these experienced old antiques and shikigami attack in combination, their power can never be described by a simple superposition. What's more, modern shikigami have many tricks and are very complicated, and sometimes there are often accidents. Sengoku these days, but I don't want to go there with my injuries. Gotta do my best. If you want to have no accidents, you can't stay. Looking at the 6 roads, listening to all directions, everything is clearly observed. A sharp breath emerges from Lu Yun's knife. Lu Yun, you have to think about it. The last warning, give up resistance. This old man cherishes talent, and I can't bear Yulugo's sadness, so this is a chance for you. You have to take good care of it. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't respond, and even planned to resist, Yulugo's grandfather shouted again. In his opinion, Lu Yun has no chance of winning. Higurashi Lu Yun, do you think you can escape from my hands? Another old man shouted in the distance. No matter how talented you are still only 8 years old, said another elder. As far as spiritual power is concerned, if we wait for a war of attrition, we can also exhaust you. We haven't notified Yulugo about this yet. You can capture it without your hands. We will reform you well in the future. As long as you return to the right path, we will not interfere with your communication with Yulugo. Don't follow Abe Sime's footsteps. Those evil onmyoges are doomed to perish. Lu Yun, let's capture it. Otherwise, there is only a dead end. A famous elder is roaring. Lu Yun's talent is very high, even ridiculous. It can be said that it has been seen in hundreds of years or even thousands of years, and it is even higher than they expected. The fact that the genius Long Er, who was several years older than him, was easily defeated was enough to illustrate the problem. Winning Lu Yun, educating him well, and working for the Huakai Academy have become the primary goal of several people. Even if Lu Yun colluded with the monsters, several people still couldn't bear to be apart from Lu Yun. Lu Yun's ears were about to explode when he tried to persuade him one by one. Do these people really think of themselves as 8-year-olds? It is really easy to capture, and then it must be all kinds of strict discipline, seal strength, 24-hour monitoring. Brainwashing education again and again, and then cultivated into a righteous onmyoji who is bravely moving forward for Huakaiwan. Ancient the so-called talents of the family are just like this. The so-called justice is only in one's own interests. If they didn't have this talent, they would probably kill them directly. Lu Yun raised the blood matsuri and injected a lot of spiritual power into it. I warn you, never judge a person's strength by his height. Especially a genius. Lu Yun looked cold. Just using a monster. He just used a monster, played tricks, and deceived a few people. No murder yet. Lu Yun is also very depressed. Who is forcing who? Does onmyoji have to walk rightly? Among ordinary people, there are a lot of people who steal and abduct. Lot of anger in his heart, Lu Yun slashed with a knife. Boom. The huge knife light spreads for 100 meters, the air is almost torn apart, and in just a short moment, it has spread out for 100 meters. A shikigami in the distance was directly cut off by Lu Yun's sharp-edged sword. It's too late to even defend. So fast, said an old man in the distance. Lu Yun didn't give the other party the slightest bit of time. Sherinan also turned on suddenly, and the two tomo spun round and round in his eyes. In all directions, everything is clearly illuminated. Everything in the world has slowed down 20 times. Lu Yun was on fire. Lifting the blood matsuri, a burst of steps rushed up, and quickly ran to an elder in the distance. Since you can't talk, let's fight? Chapter 080 _like thunder, 3/5. Shut up. Lu Yun, you brought it on yourself. I don't know what, I will kill you here today. Drink. Since it is impossible to take it for one's own use, then such a misguided genius must be killed. 8 members of the Huakaiwan family launched a violent attack at the same time. More than a dozen shikigami slaughtered towards Lu Yun from all directions, and their coordination was almost perfect. They don't think an 8-year-old boy can resist such an attack. This is the strongest combat power of the Huakaiwan family. Rumbling _. Rumbling _. Rumbling _. In an instant, more than a dozen huge pits appeared on the ground, and the cracks spread everywhere. This is the battle of the highest level of modern onmyoji. Too slow. Lu Yun's body quickly passed through each shikigami. Lu Yun, who has fought against monsters countless times, has a level of agility that these modern onmyoji cannot understand. Under the Sherinan, he could see all the attacks clearly. More than a dozen attacks rushed forward, seemingly dense, but Lu Yun's eyes were still clear and simple. The routes of evasion are clear in Lu Yun's eyes. 2 tomo Sharingan is not very powerful, but the auxiliary effects in terms of details can often easily decide the victory or defeat. A dozen attacks were easily dodged. Lu Yun continued all the way forward. The few onmyoji in the distance haven't recovered yet, and Lu Yun's wrist flickered. A knife swings out. Clang. 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 Lu Yun made 3 strikes in a row, almost in no particular order. Each strike had the power to open mountains and crack rocks. The huge destructive force directly shook several shikigami out of a dozen meters, and rushed out of the shikigami's encirclement in an instant. Boom! A relatively weak shikigami in the distance exploded directly under Lu Yun's sharp blade light. Lu Yun, who is full of firepower, has enough explosive power to compete against the level of big monsters. How can these people resist? The first wave of onslaught was easily resolved. Just be the first one. His body was like an arrow from a string, heading straight for the weakest elder in the distance. Killing intent is awe-inspiring. Lu Yun is about to kill. Fighting against 8 antique-level onmyoji, do you want to kill people? Want to be caught alive? Dream it? Even if it succeeds, I am afraid that I will also be injured. These mature guys are not so easy to deal with. If you need to kill it, kill it. This worst plan was already in place from the beginning. Knife in both hands. The power is concentrated in one point. With his strongest sword, he directly slashed the opponent's shikigami, and then beheaded the person. That's it? Lu Yun calculated in his heart and raised the sword in his hand. Powerful spiritual power poured into it. The knife was gleaming and sharp, as if it could cleave cut. Facing the old man who was 50 meters away, he fell away. Multiplayer battles are all about momentum. If you kill one person at the beginning, you will win. With this momentum, beat them in one go. This is the violent fighting method Lu Yun trained in the troubled world 1,000 years ago. Drink. Don't try to succeed. Yuro's grandfather roared in the distance. The huge stature of the great Tengu Shikigami suddenly accelerated in an instant. At a speed almost no weaker than Lu Yun, he stopped in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun did not expect that such a huge Shikigami could maintain such a speed. The great Tengu Shikigami raised the heavy sword. The violent spiritual power rolled up the hurricane, and the sword of the great Tengu Shikigami fell from afar, full of power. The huge blade is more than 4 meters long, and with its huge size, its strength should not be underestimated. Boom! The two knives collided violently. The great Tengu Shikigami took more than 10 steps back one after another, and actually fell behind. The great Tengu Shikigami's sword also cracked with fine lines, and the huge figure was also split open by Lu Yun's terrifying sword energy, revealing a large mouth. However, after a flash of spiritual power on the Shikigami, it actually recovered again. Lu Yun suddenly knew why Yuluo's grandfather was easily defeated. Such a strong attack-type Shikigami, which also requires huge spiritual power to recover, requires a large supply of spiritual power. Once you get old, your combat power simply plummets. In a few years, he probably won't even have 1/3 of his current combat power. One strike blocked, what about the second one? Lu Yun raised the knife again. The great Tengu Shikigami also raised a heavy blade at the same time. Clang! 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 Lu Yun and the great Tengu Shikigami collided violently. The ground was all broken, and the knife marks spread everywhere, and the trees in the distance were swept by the knife air and were broken. There was no fancy, pure collision between the sword, and it took place more than 10 times in an instant, and Lu Yun repulsed the Tengu Shikigami again and again. As long as the attack power is stronger than it, destroys faster than it regenerates, then you can beat it. The knife marks on the surface of the great Tengu Shikigami accumulated more and more, and the speed of destruction far exceeded the speed of regeneration. In the distance, Yuluo's grandfather was sweating profusely. He didn't expect Lu Yun to be so strong. An 8-year-old child, where did he learn such terrifying knife skills? You all underestimate me. Lu Yun roared loudly. Sherinan could see clearly the Shikigami attacking from the left and right. Not resisting all the attacks, Lu Yun dodged the attacks with a flick of the body. From an outsider's point of view, the almost perfect cooperation, under the Sherinan, is only full of flaws. Avoid all attacks. Don't worry about anything, just focus on your goals. Kill one first, then smash it in one go. Hold your breath. Lu Yun's blood matsuri is aimed at the great Tengu Shikigami, and his attention is focused on ultimate. Swinging the knife with one's own will, and swinging the knife with pure motion, is the most precious thing Lu Yun has learned 1,000 years ago. And after several months of repeated consolidation, it can be easily used. An attack similar to the unity of essence, chi, and spirit in martial arts. Only when the will and the body are combined can they exert their greatest power. Lu Yun's attention was unprecedentedly focused. The momentum on the knife is also getting stronger and stronger. Raise the knife. Falling knife. The speed was so fast that it was only for a moment. A majestic blade, more terrifying than any previous blade, the blade that contained Lu Yun's blade, almost approached the great Tengu Shikigami. Boom! The great Tengu Shikigami was cut in two. Sword chi spread all the way and did not stop. It approached the weakest elder behind him. His Shikigami was just ready to defend, and Lu Yun's sword fell again. Bastard! Yuluo's grandfather roared loudly, but unfortunately it was too late. Boom! Shikigami burst. This knife of Lu Yun is almost the peak of Lu Yun's combat power. Scoff! The elder in the distance was slashed in half by Lu Yun's thunderous knife, and he died on the spot.